Chapter 1. A heart pierced by an arrow. Has a young lady not yet awakened? Chun inquired softly as she entered, carrying a basin infused with rose petals, addressing the guard at the door, Xiaozhu. Not yet. Ever since Our Lady was startled by the horse the other day, she has been waking multiple times during the night and has risen later than usual. Xiaozhu harbored discontent towards the physicians attending to the young lady. Typically vibrant, she had been confined to her chamber for the past 2 days, without so much as stepping outside. Yet, those inept doctors merely attributed her condition to fright and prescribed soothing potions. As they conversed, the jade beads in the room emitted a delicate chime. Xiaozhu cautiously pushed the door open and smiled brightly. Has the young lady awakened? Chun promptly entered to assist Lu Yao with her morning routine. Beholding her mistress, with skin like snow and brows akin to dark mountains, still bearing traces of sleep in her enchanting eyes, she was indeed captivating beyond compare. It was no wonder that among all the noble ladies in the capital, the King Jing held Lu Yao in such high regard, risking peril to rescue her. The two were remarkably well suited had Lu Yao not yet reached the age of marriage, and the Marquis not remained silent on their union. It was likely that the King Jing would have eagerly sought to wed her. Such thoughts filled Xiaozhu with joy for her lady. Miss. Chun called out twice before Lu Yao returned to her senses. Miss, are you troubled? Have you had another nightmare? Xiaozhu's brow furrowed with concern. During the past few nights, she had kept vigil, witnessing her mistress awaken in tears on several occasions. When inquiring about her dreams, Lu Yao remained reticent, leading Xiaozhu to feel that something had changed within her. Lu Yao gently shook her head. It is nothing. I must pay my respects to Mother shortly. I cannot afford to miss the hour. Nightmare. Initially, she struggled to discern whether she was in reality or a dream. Yet, such vivid pain could not be mere fantasy. It was a remnant of her past life. Fortunately, upon opening her eyes once more, she found herself still within the Lu household, and Prince Zhao Heng had yet to enter the capital. All that had transpired remained unrealized. In her previous life, it was precisely this uncherished, distant son of the late emperor, Zhao Heng, who ascended the throne. His first imperial decree was to take Lu Yao, the eldest daughter of the Lu family, as his empress, thereby elevating her to the highest echelons of nobility into Qi, a true victor in life. Everyone envied her fortune, having once missed the opportunity to become the Princess Jing. She now reigned as the empress of the Qi. Yet, she had orchestrated her own downfall, clinging to Zhao Mu's promise that if he were to become emperor, she would be his empress, vowing never to forsake one another. In pursuit of this, she conspired and disrupted the court, earning herself the infamous title of a treacherous seductress. Zhao Heng was condemned as a tyrant who led the nation astray, deemed unworthy of his position, and his ministers jointly petitioned for her removal. In a fit of rage, Zhao Heng imprisoned the leading elder, son, who perished that very night in confinement. Under the pretext of purging the court, Zhao Mu led a force into the palace, rightfully usurping the throne from Zhao Heng, who was already succumbing to a slow-acting poison. Her sin, seduction, turmoil, and the poisoning of an emperor were enough to condemn her to death 100 times over. Yet, she feared not death. She had known, when Zhao Heng took his last breath in her arms, that she would likely accompany him to the netherworld. However, it was Zhao Mu who pierced her heart with an arrow, leading to the annihilation of her entire clan, and only then did she realize that all her years of infatuation had been misplaced. From the beginning to the end, she had merely been a pawn in Zhao Mu's game. All her misfortunes began with her infatuation for Zhao Mu. Should she be granted the chance to start anew, her foremost intention would be to sever ties with the illustrious Prince Jing, whose reputation towered over the realm of the Qi, and to live out her days in complete isolation from him. As for Zhao Heng, if given another lifetime, he would likely wish never to encounter her again upon discovering the truth. Xiaozhu observed that although the young lattice complexion remained less than vibrant, she was at least able to groom herself and pay her respects to her mother, which brought her some relief. Yingkun's deft hands are truly remarkable. The young lattice hairstyle is exceptionally lovely. Chun retrieved a jade hairpin from the dressing box, made of the finest mutton-fat white jade. Shall the young lady wear this today? Lu Yao cast a glance through the mirror, her expression suddenly turning frosty. Let us choose another. Chun stood in a daze, holding the hairpin that had been gifted to the young lady by Prince Jing, a token she had always cherished. Chapter 2: Awakening from a Great Dream. How does Yao Yao feel today? It was none other than the esteemed Madame Pingning, Lu Yao Yao's mother, who entered. "My daughter is much better. There is no need for you to worry, mother." In an effort to alleviate her mother's concerns, Lu Yao Yao intended to pay her respects. But she was taken aback to find her mother had come first. Reflecting on how her entire family had suffered for her in her past life, Lu Yao Yao's eyes brimmed with tears as she threw herself into Madame Lu's embrace, her voice choked with emotion. "Mother," seeing her daughter in such distress, Madame Lu's heart ached profoundly. Her eldest daughter, a paragon of beauty and determination, was cherished most dearly by her. Even the Marquis had once remarked that were Yao Yao a son, the Pingning Marquisate would flourish for centuries. Just days prior, she had fallen from her horse at the polo field, and although she was rescued by Prince Jing, the fright had deeply unsettled her. The Marquis was away. Had he been present, his concern would have been palpable. "Do not fear. I am here." Madame Lu gently caressed her daughter's shoulder, mistakenly believing her tears were due to the fright from the horse. Lu Yao Yao wept uncontrollably, releasing the heartache and folly of her past life. Madame Lu's affection deepened, for her daughter, usually so strong-willed, had never displayed such sorrow even in her childhood. Could there be more to this than mere fright? Madame Lu turned to Yao Yao's two maidservants, commanding them, "What exactly transpired that day? You both were with the young lady. Explain it to me in detail, without concealing anything." Upon sensing their mistress's rising anger, Chun and Xiaozhu knelt in unison. "Madam, we would never dare to withhold the truth. That day, while the young lady was playing polo, her horse unexpectedly spooked, throwing her off. Thankfully, His Highness Prince Jing protected her." At the mention of Prince Jing, Lu Yao Yao quickly interjected, "Mother, I had a dreadful nightmare, one in which..." Her words trailed off, leaving Madame Lu's heart in suspense. "What did you dream of?" "I dreamt that our Lu family incurred the emperor's wrath." Lu Yao Yao spoke in veiled tones, her expression laden with sorrow, prompting Madame Lu to grasp the gravity of the situation. The Lu family, currently basking in imperial favor, was indeed flourishing. Yet one must tread carefully when in the presence of the sovereign, whose heart is ever inscrutable. Madame Lu, despite her internal fears, maintained her composure before her daughter. "Rest assured, your father has earned military merit, and the favored consort enjoys the emperor's favor. There is no need for you to worry, Yao Yao." Upon mentioning the favored consort, Lu Yao Yao's body quivered slightly. This consort, who held sway over the 6 palaces, was none other than Prince Jing's mother and her distant cousin. When the consort entered the palace, her maternal clan was weak, and they had no choice but to rely on the Marquisate. Her grandfather and father, mindful of their kinship, had shown her kindness. However, as the consort rose in favor due to her son, she had since enjoyed unparalleled prestige. With this connection, the Pingning Marquisate blossomed like a flower in full bloom, becoming increasingly sought after. "Your father has always been loyal to His Majesty and to the Great Qi, conducting himself with utmost caution. Fear not, for your parents will always safeguard you," engineer. Lu Yao Yao nodded through her tears, knowing that it would take time for her mother to trust again after the events of her previous life. Memories of those occurrences came to her in fragments, and she too needed time to process them. Once news of Lu Yao Yao's fall and subsequent illness spread, families allied with the Lu family began to visit. Lu Yao Yao declined their visits, attributing her refusal to fear of exacerbating her illness. The arrival of spring feels somewhat peculiar. One can overlook other matters. But how is it that even His Highness, the Prince Jing, has not been seen? He has come daily over the past few days, yet the young lady has not laid eyes on him even once. However, there is one bold individual, undeterred by Madame Lu's counsel, who insists on making an appearance. "Lu heir, when did your constitution become so delicate that a mere fall from a horse could induce such a chill?" Wei Rong had just reached the doorway when his voice resonated within. Chapter 3: The Unintentional Princess Consort. Though Lu Yao is the legitimate eldest daughter of the Pingning Marquis, she ranks second within the Lu family. In the entire capital, only Wei Rong refers to her as Lu heir. The maid standing at the door lifted the curtain for Wei Rong, who strode in boldly. Upon seeing Lu Yao practicing her calligraphy, she paused momentarily, saying, "I thought you were avoiding people, but it turns out you are genuinely unwell." Lu Yao's figure is delicately slender. A little more would be voluptuous, while a little less would appear frail. After only a few days without seeing her, she has noticeably lost weight, truly embodying the beauty of illness. As Lu Yao beheld Wei Rong standing before her in good health, a feeling akin to having crossed a vast chasm washed over her. It was indeed wonderful to see her again. Accepting the handkerchief offered by Xia Zhu, she wiped her hands and inquired, "Have you found some leisure today?" Wei Rong had been confined due to a quarrel with her half-sister in the garden, which caused her to miss the polo match a few days prior. "Do not even mention it. I was nearly suffocated by boredom. The events at the polo field have spread like wildfire. Even I, who was confined, have heard about it. Currently, rumors swirl outside, suggesting that Lu Yao deliberately fell from her horse to entice Prince Jing into rescuing her, and in the public eye. Being embraced by Prince Jing naturally implies a forthcoming marriage. The salacious nature of these tales rivals those penned by disheartened scholars of unfulfilled aspirations. Lu Yao, however, remained remarkably composed as she instructed Ing Chun to serve tea, as if she were not the subject of such gossip. "Why are you not the slightest bit upset? The royal family values its dignity above all. If the emperor takes these rumors to heart, how will you fare if your position as the future princess consort of Prince Jing is usurped by another?" Wei Rong, having overheard the gossip from the young maids that morning, felt her temper rising. Lu Yao lifted the warm teacup Ing Chun had provided to soothe her throat before leisurely responding, "What is there to be angry about? When has the capital ever been devoid of such rumors? Moreover, I have no desire for the position of princess consort to Prince Jing." As she placed the teacup on the table, her voice inadvertently carried a hint of chill. Wei Rong, upon hearing Lu Yao's words, nearly spilled the tea in surprise, hastily setting it down and gazing at Lu Yao in disbelief. "You mean to say you are indifferent to being the princess consort of Prince Jing?" "Lu Heir, what on earth has transpired during my confinement?" Observing Lu Yao's expression, which appeared as if her heart had turned to ash, Wei Rong wondered if a rift had formed between her and His Highness. Yet that seemed unlikely. Everyone knew that the Lu family and the noble concubine in the palace thrived together, and it had long been rumored that the noble concubine intended to select her niece, Lu Yao, as her daughter-in-law. Such matters cannot merely be dismissed with the word indifferent, for surely more had occurred. Wei Rong's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Lu Yao was aware of the events from her past life, yet convincing others of this truth would be challenging. Lu Yao pressed her lips together and replied, "His Highness Prince Jing holds a prestigious position. Whom he marries is ultimately determined by the emperor. We, along with the Lu family, are happy for him." Wei Rong rose from her seat and reached out to touch Lu Yao's forehead. "Are you still feverish or simply muddled with anger? Every noble lady in the capital desires to marry Prince Jing, an elegant gentleman, gentle as jade and the emperor's son. If Lu Heir were not my closest friend, I would also aspire for his affection, even if it were merely as a secondary consort." Yet she was acutely aware that if her close friend truly reached that day, they could never be sisters again. She did not wish to lose Lu Heir as a friend. Thus, she resolved to quell her feelings early on. Lu Yao smiled as she took Wei Rong's hand. "When did I ever profess my affection for Prince Jing or express a desire to marry him?" Wei Rong replied, "It seems you have not. However, you did mention that His Highness the Prince Jing is different for you, did you not?" "Indeed, he is distinct. In comparison to other princes, he is my cousin. Why do you always find Lu Heir to be rather peculiar?" Chapter 4, Immediate Execution. Wei Rong's mind raced through several thoughts before fixing her gaze upon Lu Yao and inquiring, "Have you taken a liking to some young master?" Cough. Lu Yao was genuinely taken aback by Wei Rong's astonishing remark. Rong, do you truly believe you are the daughter of the Wei family?" Wei Rong's grandfather was a prominent scholar of the current dynasty, once esteemed as the emperor's tutor, while her father served as a companion to the sovereign. In this generation, they continued to uphold their prestigious reputation. Wei Rong's elder brother was a prodigy renowned throughout the capital, serving as a companion to His Royal Highness, the Prince Rue, son of the current empress. Before reaching the age of 10, Wei Ming had already achieved the status of a scholar, and by 12, he had passed the imperial examinations, securing the highest honor designated by the emperor. The Wei family was a paragon of virtue and erudition, a lineage admired even by the emperor. Yet here was Wei Rong, a peculiar flower amidst such an esteemed clan. Wei Rong, unfazed, remarked, "I too find it hard to believe. Alas, how blind I must be to have allied myself with such a family of antiquated notions." Lu Yao gazed at the still naive Wei Rong, her heart aching. Such a remarkable family, such a splendid Wei Rong, yet in the previous life. May it be that this time all would be rectified. Wei Rong, with her usual carefree disposition, noted that Lu Yao seemed to dismiss the matter altogether and chose not to dwell on it either. Just as the two were engrossed in discussing the preparation of rose dew, a visitor from the palace arrived. Despite her boisterous nature, Wei Rong was not lacking in decorum. She promptly rose to take her leave, instructing Ancient to escort her out through the back door. The visitor was none other than the esteemed eunuch Li, favored by the empress, accompanied by several young eunuchs bearing trays, who dared not raise their heads. Lu Yao went to the hall to receive the imperial decree. Eunuch Li personally assisted Lu Yao to her feet, saying, "Miss Lu, during your illness these past few days, the empress has been deeply concerned and has specially sent these nourishing gifts and trinkets to alleviate your boredom." Lu Yao knelt once more, bowing toward the empress's Xylon Hall. "I express my heartfelt gratitude to Her Majesty for her generous gifts." Rising, she addressed Eunuch Li, "Please convey my thanks to Her Majesty. Once I have recovered, I shall personally express my gratitude." After finishing her words, she bowed respectfully to Eunuch Li. As a trusted confidant of the empress, and having reached an advanced age, Eunuch Li had become quite perceptive. He raised his hand to support Lu Yao, saying, "Miss Lu, your future holds limitless potential. This old servant cannot accept such grand gestures. Rest assured, I shall convey your message." Upon hearing the phrase limitless potential, a flicker of resentment crossed Lu Yao's eyes, and she quickly lowered her head to conceal it. Eunuch Li, interpreting her demeanor as shyness typical of a young lady, chuckled lightly. Madame Lu had instructed her servants to prepare tea money for the eunuchs and personally delivered it to the entrance. Once Eunuch Li entered his carriage and departed, Madame Lu turned to her confidant, Nurse Wang, and commanded, "Ensure that today's events remain a closely guarded secret. If anyone dares to speak a word, they shall face immediate execution." "Yes, I shall attend to this immediately." Nurse Wang, being Madame Lu's most trusted aide, understood the gravity of the situation and did not dare to linger. Instead of returning to the main residence, Madame Lu proceeded to her daughter's Haidang courtyard. The maids allowed to serve Lu Yao were those whom she trusted implicitly. However, prior to Madame Lu's arrival, even the most loyal maid had been sent away. Lu Yao knelt beside her mother, her voice laced with remorse. "Mother, it is Yaoer who has erred. I never anticipated that the affair at the horse ranch would provoke Her Highness the concubine. However, I assure you, I harbor no intention of using this incident to secure a marriage with His Highness the King of Jing. If I speak even a half-truth, may I perish alone in my chamber without a proper end." Lady Lu was taken aback by her daughter's solemn vow and hastily interrupted her, reaching out to support her. Yet Lu Yao shook her head, refusing to rise. Chapter 5. Boundless Possibilities. How could a mother not trust you? From a young age, you have exhibited remarkable intelligence and understanding, displaying an exceptional sense of propriety in your words and actions, rivaling that of any man. Lady Lu sighed, pondering the implications of the recent words from Master Li. Were they truly the wishes of the imperial concubine or the emperor himself? She could not help but reflect deeply. The imperial concubine had hinted several times at the notion of leaving the family legacy to the eldest daughter, thus rejecting the idea of marrying off her daughter to the heir. Lady Lu had assumed the imperial concubine would abandon such thoughts. Yet she was taken aback by the audacity of Master Li's conveyance of the message. "My dear daughter, I cannot deceive you. I must confess that I, in my naivety, once entertained feelings for His Highness the King of Jing. However, I have always adhered to propriety and have not overstepped my bounds. His Highness is oblivious to my sentiments. Now that I comprehend your father's and your mother's concerns, I swear I shall harbor no such inappropriate thoughts again. Lu Yao was acutely aware of her mother's apprehensions. As Wei Rong had noted, His Highness had indeed treated her differently. He embodied the aspirations of every young maiden in the capital, a paragon of perfection. Naturally, the affection from someone so exceptional brought her joy. Moreover, given that the current empress is a stepmother and the Rue Wang, having been adopted as a legitimate son, possesses neither the looks nor the talents of the King of Jing, he stands as the most likely candidate for the crown among the princes. The Peining Marquisate sought to advance its position, and a union with the King of Jing would undoubtedly be the most advantageous choice. Amidst these considerations, her heart had strayed, and although she did not accept His Highness's overtures, she had not outright rejected them either. Previously, when she inadvertently left a hairpin in the Imperial Garden, His Highness had sent a similar one as a gesture. Accepting that pin had been a cautious decision, a means of preserving an escape route, which is why she wore it during the polo match. Lady Lu's gaze remained fixed on her kneeling daughter. The recent rumors had reached her ears, though she had initially dismissed them. Had it not been for Master Li's message today, she would not have given them further thought. To her surprise, her daughter had indeed developed feelings, yet had never confided in her or the Marquis about such monumental matters. However, since Yao Yao had already contemplated entering the palace and possessed a strong will, she would not easily renounce her intentions. What could have transpired to prompt such a change of heart in just a few days? Yao Yao, is there something you are still concealing from me? The reason Lu Yao dismissed her maidservant today was twofold. First, to sincerely apologize to her mother for her previous folly. Second, to use her dream as a warning to her mother. After all, the Lu family had maintained a close relationship with the imperial concubine for many years. Though her parents opposed her marriage to the King of Jing, they held no reservations against him or his mother. In her previous life, she had believed Zhao Mu genuinely adored her, and upon hearing Master Li's words, she had felt elated, even clashing with her mother over it. She was confined to Haitang residence while her mother personally expressed gratitude to the imperial concubine, and subsequently, her father was imprisoned, leading to the Lu family's entrapment. Do you remember when I told you about the nightmare I had that day? Lu Yao looked up at her mother, her eyes filled with sorrow. Lady Lu's heart softened at the sight, and she nodded, unable to bear seeing her daughter kneeling. She helped her rise from the ground. One day, upon awakening from a dream, I felt a surge of fear within me. Yet I dismissed it as merely a figment of my imagination and refrained from sharing the details with my mother. To my astonishment, however, the events I dreamt of truly came to pass. Lu Yao was acutely aware of her mother's deep reverence for the divine and the spiritual realm. Thus, should she reveal that her dream pertained to her past life, it might instill unnecessary fright. It seemed far more prudent to utilize the dream as a forewarning. Indeed, Mrs. Lu inquired, "What did you dream, my dear Yao Yao?" Chapter 6. The heart of a wolf and the lungs of a dog. Lu Yao retrieved a handkerchief to dab at the corners of her eyes. My daughter speaks not in jest. Indeed, the scene bestowed by the imperial consort appeared vividly in my dream today, which is why I have become so fearful. Could it truly be so? Lady Lu pondered with skepticism. Lu Yao nodded earnestly. I also dreamt that Father's salt trade endeavor was fraught with difficulties. And just days ago, he sustained an injury to his arm. Lu Yao gazed at her mother, articulating each word with care. Lady Lu was taken aback, for the injury to her husband had occurred while he was en route to Jiangnan, specifically to his left arm. Aware of the dangers that awaited him there, she had arranged for 2 young attendants to accompany him, so she could receive updates. Since the injury was not severe, and to spare her daughter's unnecessary worry, she had refrained from mentioning it to anyone. After perusing the letter, she had burned it, ensuring that Yao Yao could not possibly have known. Perhaps Yao Yao is simply missing her father too much, leading her to have such dreams. Do not fret, your father is well. Just days ago, did you not receive a letter from him? He mentioned he would return in time to celebrate the Dragon Boat Festival with us. While Lady Lu spoke these reassuring words, a fleeting expression of concern betrayed her true feelings. Lu Yao sensed that her mother had begun to believe her words, though she remained hesitant to express her worries. However, given the events of the day, Lu Yao felt compelled to prepare her mother for potential troubles. With father currently absent from the capital, chaos at home could not be tolerated. Particularly, the remarks made by the imperial consort today were laden with pressure to prevent her from resorting to underhanded tactics. Lu Yao felt she must confront the situation head-on. Lu Yao shook her head. Mother may find this too far-fetched, yet I truly dreamt of father being injured. I also dreamt of a conversation between the imperial consort and Prince Jing, wherein she orchestrated my marriage to him merely to secure father's support for Prince Jing's claim to the throne. It appears that Prince Jing harbors no genuine affection for me. With misty eyes, Lu Yao gazed at her mother, who was further pained by her daughter's distress. This child, ordinarily so headstrong, was now vulnerable. Were it not for her profound hurt, she would not appear as she did now. The imperial consort and her son were indeed despicable. The Lu family had once aided them, yet they repaid such kindness with duplicity, deceiving Yao Yao's feelings. Throughout history, those embroiled in struggles for succession seldom met with favorable outcomes. Following the untimely demise of the late crown prince, the emperor was engulfed in sorrow and showed no inclination to name a successor. The queen's son, Prince Rue, being the legitimate heir, had the backing of a powerful maternal clan, and many officials supported him. Furthermore, although the late crown prince had passed, he had left behind a legitimate son, and there were those in the court who advocated for the establishment of the crown prince. In comparison, while Prince Jing was indeed talented, he lacked sufficient support. Of course, should the Lu family choose to lend their backing, the situation would differ significantly. However, the Marquis had long declared that although the Lu family was a distant relative of the imperial consort, their loyalty lay solely with the emperor, and they had no intention of siding with Prince Jing. Lady Lu grasped her daughter's hand, assuring her, Yao, do not worry. Your father and I will never allow you to enter the palace. Both you and Jeaner are our cherished treasures, and we shall protect you. Thank you, mother. Lu Yao replied, My dear child, this is only what a mother ought to do. I shall manage matters concerning the imperial consort. Do not dwell on the events of your dream. Once your father returns, I will discuss your marriage with him and ensure that we find you a worthy suitor. Lady Lu gently wiped away her daughter's tears with a handkerchief. Mother said that if Yao does not marry, she will stay with her parents and younger sister. Madame Lu merely assumed her daughter was shy, embracing her and tenderly patting her shoulder. Silly child, fear not. Your father and I are here for you. If you ever have dreams that trouble you, you must share them with me. Do not suffer in silence. Chapter 7. Clearing the obstacles. Lu Yao nodded in agreement, aware that her mother had taken her words to heart. As the sole daughter of the Fong family, her mother had been raised by her grandfather as if she were a son, thus possessing considerable wit and insight. However, having married her father and lived a life of relative ease over the years, she had let her guard down. Upon returning to her own chamber, Lady Lu dismissed the maidservants, leaving only Granny Wong in the room. What do you make of Yao's words? She inquired. It seems the eldest lady's expression is not feigned. Perhaps it is indeed a warning from the divine, Granny Wong replied. Lady Lu scoffed. What divine warning would seek guidance from a mere child? Yao has always been headstrong, never believing in such supernatural nonsense. I fear that the one from Xylan Hall has taken an interest and that Yao, concerned about the potential fallout between me and the Marquis, is merely using dreams as an excuse. Granny Wong, having served Lady Lu since her youth, understood her temperament well. It was evident that her mistress was genuinely incensed, as she would not even deign to address the imperial concubine. Your insight is indeed profound, madam. However, the eldest lady's concerns are not without merit. With the Marquis absent from the capital, it would be unwise to act rashly. Now is not the time to sever ties with that person, she advised. Lady Lu furrowed her brow in silence. She was well aware of the reasoning. Yet, how could she swallow the indignity of being deceived by her own mother and son? Have Lu closely monitor the movements of that individual from Xylan Hall. The recent rumors in the capital are likely tied to her, particularly the news of the imperial concubine attempting to leverage gossip to coerce the Lu family into agreeing to Yao's marriage to the Prince of Jing. Lady Lu sipped her tea delicately. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If the inner palace learns of the Prince of Jing gaining such support, They will undoubtedly seek to undermine it. If my Yaoer is made to suffer, then my own life shall not be peaceful either. Approximately the time it takes to burn an incense stick later, Xiaozhu entered to report that her elder brother had returned. Your subordinate greets the eldest lady. Lu Qing began his greeting, but was interrupted by a gesture from Lu Yao. What news? The following day after Lu Yao awoke, filled with concern for her father's safety, she instructed Lu Qing to ride swiftly to Jiangnan. The letter was of utmost importance and could not be delayed. Only Lu Qing's personal delivery would ease her mind. Lu Qing was assigned to her by her father and served alongside her sister Xiaozhu in her courtyard. However, being a man, Lu Qing was not suited to serve in the inner chambers. Thus, he was responsible for her protection and the delivery of messages. The subordinate personally handed the letter to the Marquis. Although surprised, he did not question the subordinate, instead instructing him to remain close and take good care of the eldest lady. Lu Qing conveyed the Marquis's words verbatim to Lu Yao, and then retrieved a letter from his inner garments, presenting it to her. This is the letter the Marquis asked me to deliver to you. After reading it, a cold smile crept across Lu Yao's lips. The emperor, inherently suspicious, distrusted the queen's kin. This mission was a pretext to utilize the Lu family's influence to undermine the power of the queen's faction in Jiangnan. In her previous life, her father had been imprisoned in the heavenly prison on baseless charges of collusion with the Salt Gang, embezzlement, and treason, all orchestrated by the Queen's faction. Having just suppressed the Queen's party, the emperor likely sought to placate the court, and surely did not wish for the Lu family to gain too much power. Given the current circumstances, the emperor appears disinclined to permit a union between the Lu family and Prince Jing, wishing instead for the Lu family to remain loyal vassals. It seems that although the emperor harbors discontent towards the royal relatives, he still holds some regard for his legitimate son, Prince Rui. His reluctance to designate an heir stems from a fear that Prince Rui might be marginalized in the future. Thus, he seeks to eliminate obstacles in advance. Prince Jing is ruthless, and Prince Rui is not without his own flaws. In the previous lifetime, these two did not clash so early. However, since both are so intent on scheming against the Lu family and are brimming with ambition, it may be more prudent to allow these two ambitious individuals to contend with one another sooner rather than later. Chapter 8. Diverting Calamity thus. Diverting calamity to the east is far preferable to the Lu family being scrutinized by the Empress clan, becoming mere targets. Certain matters that ought to reach the imperial palace would undoubtedly be better handled by my mother, so let us wait a couple of days. Indeed, merely a day had passed when the decree from the imperial concubine arrived at the Pingning Marquis's residence, stating that the young lady had recovered significantly and that the orchids at the Xylon Hall were in bloom, inviting the madam and her daughter to enjoy the flowers. For years, the imperial concubine had enjoyed immense favor, and the blossoms at Xylon Hall were more splendid than those in the imperial garden, making them a rare sight for common folk. Just as the Lu family received the decree and had not yet returned indoors, two individuals arrived to announce the presence of His Highness, the Prince Jing. As they spoke, he had already arrived, donned in his dragon robe, evidently having come directly from court. Madame Lu knelt respectfully, addressing him. I pay my respects to His Highness, the Prince Jing. Lu Yao and her younger sister, Lu Jin, followed suit in greeting. Zhao Mu discreetly surveyed Lu Yao from head to toe, his gaze lingering at her waist for a brief moment. Lu Yao wore a casual dress adorned with a yellow cornelian pattern, slightly loose due to her recent weight loss, which concealed her curvaceous figure. Although Zhao Mu found it curious that Lu Yao referred to him as His Highness instead of cousin, he dismissed the thought, promptly assisting her. We are all family, and need not be so formal, and you two sisters should rise. Madame Lu smiled. One must not neglect propriety. Upon entering, she overheard the palace's young eunuchs mention that the imperial concubine wished to invite her and her cousin to the palace for flower viewing. And since the young prince had not yet paid his respects to the imperial concubine today, he would accompany them. Zhao Mu, resembling his mother with his strikingly handsome features, combined with his refined demeanor, was undoubtedly a figure of many young ladies' dreams in the capital. Madame Lu, not wishing to refuse, replied, Then I must trouble your highness to wait a moment. We must first pay our respects to the imperial concubine, for we dare not neglect our manners. After completing her greeting, Madame Lu led her two daughters to the inner quarters. Young Lu Jin, with her innocent spirit, playfully tugged at Lu Yao's hand, exclaiming, "I saw Cousin Jing looking at you the whole time. Does he like you, sister?" Lu Yao playfully pinched her sister's nose, laughing, "With such beauty, many will admire me. Does my dear sister not like me?" Lu Yi nodded eagerly. Jin loves sister the most. Then you must keep a close watch over me, lest someone else tries to steal your sister away. Lu Yao teased. No, Jin does not want anyone else to like sister. Sister is only mine. Lu Jin, merely 8 years old, was full of childlike innocence and was particularly attached to her sister. Hearing that someone might vie for her sister's affection, she naturally objected. The carriage of the Pingming Marquis could only reach the palace gates. Within, the imperial concubine, showing consideration for Lu Yao as recent illness, had arranged for a soft sedan chair to receive them, an honor not granted to many noblewomen. Madame Lu smiled as she rewarded the palace attendants, but inwardly she scoffed, recognizing the imperial concubine's consistent skill in handling such affairs. Before the sedan chair arrived at Xilan Hall, it was intercepted by attendants from the Empress's palace. The Empress has heard of the arrival of the madam and her young lady in the palace, and has specially sent us to invite you for a conversation. The eunuchs of the Xilan Hall intended to obstruct, yet within the confines of the imperial harem, it is the Empress who holds the ultimate authority. Even the favored consort cannot surpass her. However, should they fail to receive the guests, they would inevitably face punishment. The young eunuch cast a worried glance at Prince Jing, who, maintaining an expression of calm, addressed Madame Lu within the soft sedan chair. Surely, Mother is also concerned about Sister Yao's health. Aunt, why not first pay your respects to Mother, and then proceed to the Empress's palace to admire the flowers? Madame Lu's lips curved into a slight smile. That sounds agreeable. I shall act according to your Highness's wishes. Chapter 9. The times have changed. Zhao Mu intended to accompany them, yet he was subtly deterred by a palace attendant from the Empress's court. Your Highness, the King of Jing and several princes and princesses are engaged in a game of throwing pots in the imperial garden. Would it not be prudent for you to join them? With a grateful smile, Zhao Mu acknowledged the reminder. Your Highness is too modest. The attendants of the Empress seized the palanquin and proceeded towards the majestic Fonke Hall. As the foremost lady of the harem, the Empress presided over a palace that was resplendent and unparalleled in grandeur. Lu Yao stood outside the hall, her heart heavy with nostalgia and sorrow. She had been Zhao Heng's empress for 3 years, residing within the opulent Fonke Hall, where Zhao Hong had kept his harem vacant, showering her with boundless affection. Merely expressing a desire for beauty-enhancing hot spring water led Zhao Hong to invest a fortune and considerable effort to channel the spring water from Heimu Mountain into the Fonke Hall. In a bid to match Zhao Mu's taste for white garments, she donned a simple white dress. In response to her preferences, Zhao Hong altered his court attire to white, even changing his crown to one of white jade, which drew criticism from the court, who deemed it an omen of downfall. Zhao Hong, however, quelled the dissent by reprimanding the leading ministers. She had no fondness for peonies, prompting him to uproot all the peonies in the palace and replace them overnight with her beloved begonia. In the begonia courtyard of the Lu family, there stood a cherished red cherry tree, and Zhao Hong had 2 transplanted to the Fonke Hall. On that day, Zhao Hong remarked in the small garden, "New red cherry trees have been planted. What joy it would be to stroll amongst their blossoming branches." Zhao Hong had done so much for her, yet she had cherished none of it. Observing her daughter's melancholic demeanor and reddened eyes, Madame Lu gently grasped Lu Yao's hand, reassuring her, "Do not fear, for your mother is here." Lu Yao, wishing to alleviate her mother's worries, managed a faint smile. "I am well, mother." As they spoke, they had already returned to the hall, where the 3 women bowed deeply before the Empress. "Your humble servant, your daughter, pays her respects to Her Majesty the Empress." In the open-hearted culture of Deqi, bowing was not a common practice. Thus, Madame Lu's deep bow indicated her utmost seriousness. The Empress immediately instructed her attendants to assist the mother and daughter in rising, saying, "A few days ago, I heard that Yao Yao was unwell. I intended to send someone to inquire about your health, but upon learning of your presence today, I summoned you here." The Empress wore a smile. though it did not reach her eyes. Lu Yao rose and, filled with trepidation, replied, "It is my fault that your majesty has shown such concern." Yao Yao fell from her horse and was startled. "What fault is that? I have heard you have caught a chill. Have you recovered?" The empress feigned concern. Lu Yao's expression darkened instantly, and she hastily knelt. "I beseech your majesty to forgive me for my deceit." The empress's expression shifted slightly, responding with a measured, "Oh." Madame Lu followed suit and knelt. Lu Jin, bewildered, saw her sister and mother kneeling, and with the imposing figure of the empress above, her legs weakened, and she too knelt. Madame Lu felt a pang of alarm, uncertain of her daughter's intentions, casting a glance at her, hesitant to speak. Lu Yao seized the moment, declaring, "Mother, let us not keep our secrets from Her Majesty any longer." The empress lifted the teacup beside her and gently stirred it, observing the performance of the mother and daughter without the intention of interrupting. The distinction between reality and pretense was of little consequence. What mattered was the attitude of the Lu family. The elder brother conveyed that communication has arrived from the Jiangnan region, indicating that Lu Buoxing's demeanor has recently softened, and there appears to be no intention to uproot the Chui family's influence in Jiangnan. However, the accompanying Lord Wu seems to harbor certain thoughts. Coincidentally, this Lord Wu is a classmate of a strategist under Prince Jing's command. How profound are the intentions of His Highness Prince Jing, who outwardly presents himself as a gentleman, free from worldly disputes, yet covertly employs cunning tactics, akin to that wretched mother of his. Chapter 10. Deception beyond measure, Your Majesty. I assure you, I have indeed been startled and fallen from my horse, yet I have not succumbed to any chill. My seclusion is primarily due to the words of the Taoist priest, who foretold that I would face a calamity within 2 years, advising against marriage, lest it bring misfortune to my future husband's family. I am terrified and do not wish to deceive Your Majesty. I humbly beg for your forgiveness." Lu Yao bowed her head, appearing utterly frightened. "Please, Your Majesty, forgive me. This child, Yao, truly is unfortunate." Given her claims, Madame Lu had no choice but to continue the charade. It seems Yao is genuinely distressed, even willing to tarnish her own reputation to thwart the concubine's intentions. The empress rose from her seat and personally helped Lu Yao up, her smile warm as she gently patted the back of Lu Yao's hand, saying, "My dear child, how could I ever blame you? The words of that old priest are not necessarily true. You need not be troubled. I dare not mislead Your Majesty." The master from Yuten Temple also advised against an early marriage for Yao, indicating that this matter may be delayed for several years. Madame Lu pretended to dab at her eyes with a handkerchief. Although Lu Jin did not fully comprehend, he caught the mention of marriage and anxiously exclaimed, "I don't want my sister to marry. Didn't father say he would find a brother-in-law for her?" Cough, cough. The young palace maid beside the empress nearly burst into laughter. To find a brother-in-law? This Pingning Marquis certainly has a unique way of expressing himself, referring to suitors as if they were brides. As for the shortcomings in raising her daughters, Madame Lu could only smile awkwardly. Yet the innocent words of Lu Jin relieved the empress's worries entirely. The candor of a child cannot be deceptive. It appears that the Lu family indeed harbors no intentions of an alliance with the King of Jing. All previous rumors were likely the machinations of that wretched woman, aiming to sow discord between the Lu and Chui families, thereby benefiting her own son. Whether Lu Yao's foretold calamity is true or not, it has arrived at a most opportune moment. The emperor is inclined to select brides for several adult princes, and the concubine has long had her eye on Lu Yao as a potential wife for the King of Jing. With Lu Yao merely 15 years of age and considering the Lu family status, a 2-year wait is acceptable, but the King of Jing cannot afford to delay any longer. He is only a year younger than Sienna and already 19. The emperor would not permit further postponement. It is worth noting that the King of Jing, in an effort to please the Pingning Marquis, has not even taken a concubine or maid. How amusing that all his efforts could lead to naught. I would love to see that wretched woman's face when she realizes this. Given this situation, why would the Chui family need to sever ties with the Lu family, thereby benefiting the King of Jing? Madame Lu has been excessively modest, Yao is well-educated and sensible, while Jin is clever and bright. I cherish them dearly and would never place blame upon them. Yuju, do present the prepared refreshments without delay. The ensuing atmosphere was exceedingly warm. Perhaps the Empress had never anticipated enjoying a pleasant tea conversation with the wife of the Pingning Marquis. Lu Yao had never seen such a gentle and amiable smile from the Empress. As for Lu Jin, she wondered why this fierce matron had suddenly turned so tender, even offering her delightful pastries. Meanwhile, the concubine situation was quite different. She had dispatched several waves of informants to the Fengke Hall, all reporting that the Marquis's wife and Miss Lu remained within the inner chambers of the Empress. Although the favored consort enjoys the privilege of co-managing the 6 palaces, the Queen remains the Queen, making it difficult to place individuals within the Queen's inner chamber. Such arrogance is truly outrageous. What connection does my family's visit to the palace have with her Phoenix Hall? By what right does she abduct my guests? Enraged, the consort shattered her teacup. Chapter 11. A name known to all your highness. Please quell your anger. Should you allow your wrath to surface, you would unwittingly fall into the Empress's scheme. The Emperor holds your grace and magnanimity in high esteem. Thus, it is imperative that you consider the greater picture. The words came from Aunt Fong, the most trusted aide to the concubine. Since the concubine entered the palace, Aunt Fong had remained by her side, accompanying her ascent from a mere beauty to the esteemed position of concubine, second only to the Empress. That malicious woman seeks to ruin Mu's prospects, depriving him of a reliable ally in his rivalry with her son. The concubine was so incensed that she nearly rushed to the Fengke Hall to confront the Empress. Your Highness, the support of the Rue Prince is also a source of concern for the Emperor. Otherwise, he would not have dispatched the Pingning Marquis south to investigate the Salt case. Until the Crown Prince is established, our Jing Prince still holds a chance. Ultimately, the decision regarding the Crown Prince lies with His Majesty. Aunt Fong reminded her. Following the demise of the Crown Prince, the ambitions of several royal princes began to stir, with the Rue Prince and the Jing Prince being the most prominent contenders. Should the Jing Prince secure the support of the Lu Marquis, the Crown Prince's position would be nearly within grasp. The Emperor's distrust of the Lu family in light of the Chui family means that gaining the Lu Marquis's favor equates to winning the Emperor's heart. Aunt Fong's words rang true. However, the Emperor's hesitation to appoint a crown prince indicated his dissatisfaction with the princes as he continued to assess their merits. Although Mu had won the Emperor's affection, he lacked the political clout compared to the Rue Prince. The ambiguity surrounding the Lu family's stance only heightened her anxiety for Mu. Now was the opportune moment, while the Lu Marquis was away from the capital, to leverage the rumors to solidify the union between the two families. Upon the Pingning Marquis's return, the arrangement would be irrevocable. What is the situation outside these past few days? The concubine inquired with an air of calm. Aunt Fong promptly understood. Your Highness, your wisdom is unparalleled. The influential figures in the capital are well aware. The concubine nodded, her smile deepening. That is most excellent. With this in mind, it is unlikely anyone would dare to risk offending me, the concubine, by seeking the hand of Lu Yao. At the Fengke Hall, the Empress's most capable maid, Qingyu, personally escorted Lu Yao and her mother to the hall's entrance. Lu Yao smiled in gratitude. Thank you, Sister Qingyu. I hope you will continue to guide me. As she spoke, she removed a sheep-fat white jade bracelet from her wrist and placed it upon Qingyu's arm. Qingyu hesitated for a moment. Then Lu Yao gently patted her hand and smiled. Today, upon meeting you, I feel as if we are already close friends. This is a token of my appreciation. Please do not refuse. Only then did Qingyu accept it, offering a slight bow. This servant thanks Miss Lu for her generous gift. Mrs. Lu was perplexed by her daughter's actions. This bracelet was worth at least 1,000 taels. While gifting it to Qingyu may not be entirely wasted. It was nearly so. Qingyu was a confidant of the Empress, brought into the palace by the Chui family. With her family's fate tightly entwined with that of the Chui clan, betrayal was out of the question, and thus bribery was futile. The Empress, secure in her status, regarded others with disdain. Since she wished to observe us in a state of trepidation and fear, we shall present ourselves accordingly. Lu Yao looked up at her mother with a sweet smile. Seeing her daughter as clarity of thought and the absence of sorrow allowed Mrs. Lu to finally relax. My Yao has truly grown. Though Yao had always been clever, her youth and pride, coupled with the protection of the Pingning Marquis' household, had made her somewhat headstrong, oblivious to the virtues of humility and self-preservation. The Lu family protects their daughter, and in turn, the daughter must safeguard the Lu family. Indeed, who dares to claim that the Pingning Marquis has no successors? Her daughter is worth 10 admirable sons. As soon as Madame Lu and the others exited the Phoenix Throne Hall, the news had already reached the Xylan Hall. Chapter 12. Mutual Affection Yao. Regarding the Empress. Your mother has her ways to decline. Do not further tarnish your own reputation. A young lady's honor is paramount. What I spoke before Her Majesty was merely to curry favor, an action taken out of necessity. Mother, do you still fear that your daughter cannot find a suitable match? Fear not. Lu Yao playfully clung to Lady Lu's arm. The words she uttered in the Empress's palace were no mere coincidence. In this lifetime, her sole desire was to safeguard the Lu family and repay all debts owed to Zhao Hong. Marriage had never crossed her mind. Yao, do not act recklessly. Lady Lu understood her daughter's strong will. She would not simply heed her advice, or else she would not have spoken without prior consultation in the Empress's palace. The daughter is aware. Lu Yao held her sister's hand with one hand while wrapping the other around Lady Lu. The concubine's family lacks influence at court, and they have always treated the Lu family with respect. Fortunately, Lady Lu has always exercised caution and has never overstepped her bounds in the presence of the concubine, ensuring that her family is well regarded. Before Lu Yao could bow, she was drawn forward by the concubine. Come, let your aunt see. Look at this little face. So thin it tugs at the heartstrings. Are you quite well? Your Highness's concern is appreciated. The physician who, sent by Your Majesty, possesses remarkable skills. I have fully recovered. Lu Yao replied with calm assurance. After a few polite exchanges, the concubine instructed a palace maid to take Lu Jin to the garden to chase butterflies, allowing Lu Yao and her mother to converse privately. In 2 months, Yao will celebrate her 15th birthday, coinciding with her coming-of-age ceremony. This palace intends to host a grand celebration for her. It has been long since there has been any joyous occasion here. The concubine had already begun to formulate her plans. On the day of Lu Yao's coming-of-age ceremony, she would request His Majesty's blessing for a marriage, doubling the joyous events. After all, such a ceremony conducted within the palace is an honor reserved for princesses. Ordinary county princesses do not receive such accolades, thus granting the Lu family considerable prestige. Lady Lu did not immediately decline but smiled. Your Highness's generosity is overwhelming. I fear Yao may not be able to bear it. The concubine, in high spirits, responded with a melodious laugh. Yao is my niece. In the future, she will be. The concubine's words trailed off, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she gazed at Lady Lu. Sister-in-law, Yao and Mu'er have grown up together. Their bond is unique, unmatched by others. Your Highness, regarding Yao's marriage, I cannot make decisions on behalf of my daughter. We must await the return of the Lord to discuss it together. Lady Lu, seeing that the concubine had made her intentions clear, could no longer feign ignorance. The concubine's smile faltered momentarily before returning to its natural warmth. Sister-in-law, matters of the heart should ultimately be decided by the children themselves. Yao, what do you think of your cousin? The concubine turned to Lu Yao, who was looking down, silent. A woman understands another woman best. Lu Yao had often come to pay her respects in the palace, and the glances she cast toward Mu'er were undeniably filled with affection. Coupled with the recent whispers circulating, the concubine felt quite confident. Yao must eat her parents. Lu Yao bit her lip and lowered her head, a bashful expression adorning her face. The concubine, misinterpreting her shyness as a reaction to Zhao Mu, cast a somewhat haughty glance towards Lady Lu. Her son, a royal prince, is both talented and handsome. Were it not for the lack of a suitable maternal lineage, would the honor of the Lu family be so readily acknowledged? When she spoke again, a hint of intimidation colored her tone. Sister-in-law, since the children are mutually affectionate, why must we be the ones to drive a wedge between them? Your Majesty, Lady Lu was about to say something further, but Lu Yao subtly exchanged a glance with her mother, prompting Lady Lu to refrain from elaborating. The imperial consort was in high spirits. What did it matter if that person from Fengke Palace had abducted someone? She was resolute in securing the union between Lu Yao and Mu'er. The current task was to persuade His Majesty to grant his consent for the marriage and to finalize the arrangements at the earliest opportunity. Chapter 13. The gentleman of the bureaucracy, Madame Lu, observed the consort, who appeared to have secured her hold over the Lu family. And her heart seethed with resentment at the thought of her daughter's grievances. She felt an overwhelming urge to confront that smug visage. In a good mood, the consort bestowed upon the mother and daughter a generous array of fabric and jewelry, which, though superfluous for the Lu family, still held a certain prestige within the palace that few could claim. Upon reaching the palace gates, Madame Lu could no longer contain herself. Su Yingchun is truly overstepping her bounds, taking advantage of the absence of the marquis in the capital. She seeks to manipulate Yao Yao's marriage. How naive of her. Su Yingchun, the given name of the consort, is now a name that, save for the emperor, few would dare to utter openly. Do not be troubled, mother. The consort alone does not have the final say over my marriage, Lu Yao declared, unperturbed. But what if she manages to persuade the emperor? Madame Lu fretted. At this moment, her father should have received her letter. It would be best if he found a suitable match for her in Jiangnan, far from the consort's grasp. Mother, if the emperor were so easily swayed, my marriage would have been settled long ago. Moreover, there is the empress to consider. Though she may not be favored, her family's influence commands respect from the emperor. Lu Yao reasoned. Madame Lu studied her daughter for a moment, then nodded with concern. The consort and the empress have been at odds for years, and the empress harbors a dislike for the Lu family. Although the Cui family has not completely severed ties with the Lus, political disagreements have led to past conflicts. It is unlikely that the empress would wholly trust the Lu family based solely on today's exchanges. Though Yaoer is clever and resolute, she is still young and unaware of the treacherous nature of court politics. As Lu Yao and her companions alighted from the carriage, they spotted Lu Yuding astride a white horse, dressed in a white robe, flamboyantly fanning himself. A vibrant flower was tucked into his waist, a sight that seemed rather unbecoming for the decorous Lu family. Greetings, aunt. Greetings, Sister Yao. Lu Yuding dismounted and performed a bow with exaggerated flair. The Pingning Marquis' 3 sons, including her father and second uncle, Lu Zhongshan, are all full-blooded brothers. Lu Zhongshan has advanced through favor and protection, enjoying a relatively smooth career. The third branch of the family, being of lower birth and having emerged through the imperial examinations, follows a path of scholarly integrity. In the martial-oriented society of the Qi, civil officials and military leaders do not mingle within the same circles. Thus, the third branch does not rely on the marquis' household. Lu Yuding, the eldest son of the third branch, bears little resemblance to his parents and has become somewhat of an ne'er-do-well. Madame Lu has never held a favorable opinion of this nephew, responding only with a curt acknowledgement. Greetings, third brother. Lu Yao curtsied slightly, offering a respectful greeting to Lu Yuding. Lu Yuding was taken aback. His proud cousin, who typically regarded him with disdain, had unexpectedly greeted him with courtesy, leaving him quite flattered. By the time he regained his composure, the mother and daughter had already entered the main gate. Third young master, should we return? His servant inquired, noticing him standing there in a daze. Lu Yuding closed his fan and clapped it against his palm, saying how intriguing, while Madame Lu found it curious that her daughter had greeted Lu Yuding. She dismissed it as a trivial matter, for they were still family. Mother, I am feeling somewhat fatigued and wish to retire to my room. I will not join you for dinner, Lu Yao announced. At the entrance of Lady Lu's Qingning residence, Lu Yao said, Go on. You've had a long day. It would be wise to rest early. Lady Lu, feeling somewhat fatigued herself, acknowledged the sentiment. There is seldom a moment of ease when visiting the palace, particularly today as she had an audience with 2 distinguished individuals. Meanwhile, Lu Jin had already succumbed to slumber in the carriage, nestled comfortably in the embrace of Nurse Wang, lost in a deep and sweet sleep. Chapter 14. Mrs. Private Affairs Lu Yao observed as the old matron carried her younger sister into Qingyin residence before she departed with her entourage. On this day, Xiaozhu accompanied Lu Yao to the palace. Although she was intrigued by her mistress's change in attitude towards the Wang mother and son, she refrained from inquiring about the reasons. As the mistress, Lu Yao held the authority to make decisions. Xiaozhu, as a servant, was bound to loyalty and obedience. Since recalling her past life, Lu Yao had consistently suffered from a poor appetite, and she barely managed a few bites during dinner before instructing the servants to clear the table. As night fell and darkness enveloped the surroundings, Lu Yao reclined on the couch with a book in hand, while Xiaozhu sat beside her, gently massaging her legs. The day's events in the palace involved much kneeling and bowing, leaving Lu Yao's knees bruised. Suddenly, Ying Chun entered, announcing, "Miss, Lu Qing has returned." Lu Yao set aside her book, her spirits lifted. "Allow him to enter." "Yes." Lu Yao waived Lu Qing's formalities. "Have you gathered all the information?" "Indeed. My subordinate has verified everything, and the victims have signed their statements." Lu Qing responded, presenting the evidence to Lu Yao. "Your identity has not been revealed, has it? If discovered, it would be disastrous. Rest assured, miss." "Very well. For the next few days, you need not guard me. You may commence the other task I assigned you." Lu Yao exchanged a knowing glance with Xiaozhu, who immediately understood. Turning towards the inner chamber, she clutched a box tightly, appearing reluctant to part with it. "Mississippi, bring it here." Lu Yao retrieved a stack of 100-tael silver notes and handed them to Lu Qing. "Execute your tasks well. If you run short, you may come to me for more." Lu Qing accepted the notes with both hands. "My subordinate shall not disappoint you, miss." Xiaozhu observed the dwindling silver notes in the box and felt a pang of sorrow. "Brother, be frugal. These are the miss's private funds, and you will deplete them." In recent days, Lu Qing had taken a considerable sum from Lu Yao. Lu Yao laughed heartily at Xiaozhu's complaint. "I'm not distressed. Why should you be, miss? One who does not manage the household is unaware of the value of grain and firewood. If this continues, I will not be able to account for it upon Grandma Chang's return." Xiaozhu lamented, clutching the box tightly as if fearing Lu Yao would take out more notes. Feeling embarrassed by his sister's words, Lu Qing acknowledged that he had spent quite a bit lately, but the tasks assigned by the miss required financial resources. "Moreover, I am the miss's personal maid, yet she now trusts only my brother, assigning all tasks to him." Ying Chun couldn't help but chuckle. "Do not heed this girl, miss. It seems she is not worried about the silver, but rather envious that her dear brother is favored more than herself." "Miss, please do not listen to Ying Chun's nonsense. I am not envious. I merely worry that my brother may delay your matters," she hastily defended, unwilling to admit her feelings of jealousy towards her brother. "Enough of this. You need not fret about opportunities to assist. Soon, there will be tasks for you," Lu Yao said with a gentle smile, her voice soft and delicate. "Really?" Xiaozhu exclaimed, excitedly shaking Lu Yao's arm. Aside from today's trip to the palace, Lu Yao had remained at home, either reading or writing, without requiring anyone's attendance. The trivial chores of sweeping and tidying are best left to the young maidens. As the personal attendant of the young mistress, I find myself rather idle. If this continues, I might as well compete with the outside maidens for tasks. "Xiaozhu, do not be so presumptuous," Lu Qing admonished his sister. Realizing her impropriety, Xiaozhu stuck out her tongue at her brother. After seeing him off, she reminded him at the door, "Brother, please be mindful of your expenses. Those young ladies from the second household always come here to take advantage of our mistress. This marquisate will soon be depleted by them. I must save up for our mistress." Lu Qing felt a pang of concern. "I understand. Take good care of the mistress and attend to your duties. Is it something I need to remind you of?" Xiaozhu pouted, but as her brother's figure began to fade, she couldn't help but add, "Brother, do be cautious in your endeavors." Upon returning after seeing her brother off, Xiaozhu hurriedly asked Lu Yao, "What would the mistress like me to do?" "Go to the Listening Wind Pavilion and invite third brother to come over," Lu Yao instructed. Chapter 15. Concealed Depths. Listening Wind Pavilion. Xiaozhu stared in bewilderment, suspecting she had misheard, while Ying Chun paused her needlework to glance at her mistress. "Indeed, you heard correctly. Be swift. Lu Yao waved her hand. Despite her doubts, Xiaozhu hurriedly made her way to the courtyard of the third house. Upon arriving at the Listening Wind Pavilion, she found Lu Yuting reveling in the moonlight, sipping wine, with only the absence of a beautiful companion to sing and dance by his side. There was but a single servant at the courtyard entrance, lazily dozing off. Third young master, Our Lady requests your presence. Oh, Xiaozhu's temper flared. What do you mean by oh? Are you going or not? Our Lady awaits your response. In Xiaozhu's eyes, apart from the Lord and Lady, Lu Yao was her sole master, and she often reprimanded the young ladies of the second house whenever they sought favors. The sleepy servant, Yu Shu, was displeased. Little girl, how dare you speak to our third young master in such a manner? Who are you calling a little girl? Do you dare to provoke me? Xiaozhu retorted. Having trained in martial arts alongside her brother, she regarded the servant with disdain. Noticing her raised fist, Yu Shu instinctively shrank back. You fierce girl. I am a gentleman and will not engage in conflict with a lady. Only then did Lu Yuting close his folding fan and lazily declare, very well. Let's go. Thank you, third young master. I shall return to report to Our Lady. Before departing, Xiaozhu shot Yu Shu a fierce glare and shook her fist, cautioning him to behave. Once Xiaozhu exited the courtyard, Yu Shu dared to speak. Young master, what sort of company does the second young lady keep? Scared off by a little girl? You hardly exhibit prowess. Lu Yuting replied, rising from his rocking chair and leaving the courtyard. As Xiaozhu retraced her steps from the Listening Wind Pavilion, she could not suppress her murmurs of discontent. The pavilion was utterly devoid of decorum. The master was unmasterly, and the servants were lackluster. In such a vast courtyard, only a lazy servant was present. Humph! Had such a slothful individual existed in her own courtyard, they would have faced her wrath long ago. Upon her return, Xiaozhu burst through the door. Mistress, I have. You, when did you arrive? Xiaozhu gasped, pointing at Lu Yuting, who stood not far off. He had been lounging in the soft chair when she left, yet he had somehow arrived before her. Lu Yuting bore no grudge against the little girl for her disrespect. I took a shortcut. Xiaozhu was puzzled. Was there truly a shortcut she was unaware of? Lu Yao merely smiled, choosing not to expose her third brother. Had she not recalled events from her previous life, she too would not have discerned that her third brother was the most enigmatic of the Lu family. Having been away studying since the age of 12, he had only recently returned to the capital after nearly half a year, yet his reputation as a reckless playboy had already begun to take shape. In her past life, he was the most trusted minister of Zhaohong, the youngest first-rank official of the Qi. It was he who eloquently argued among the officials to support Zhaohong in abolishing the old system, causing the elder statesman who had denounced her as a witch to vomit blood in indignation. He had also been sent to Tibet and Liao, defeating the Turks without a single soldier lost from the Qi. Had her third brother not perished, perhaps Zhaohong would not have faced defeat at the hands of Zhao Mu so swiftly. In his previous life, the third brother met his demise by drowning, allegedly due to a misstep from a flower boat. Reflecting upon it now, one cannot help but suspect foul play. Regrettably, in that past existence, she bore little concern for him, often expressing dissatisfaction towards this third brother, who frequently opposed Prince Jing and meddled in affairs that did not pertain to him. Their father, wounded during the rebellion of the Zhang brothers, relinquished his military authority, becoming a mere idle marquis. Within the court, there were matters that he longed to address but lacked the capacity to do so. The second branch, driven by self-interest, sought to inherit the marquisate, while the only one who valiantly upheld the integrity of the Lu family was this third brother, whom she regarded with disdain. Chapter 16. The tall and elegant flower. What could my sister possibly want from third brother at this late hour? Lu Yuting gently pushed open the folding fan with his thumb, swaying it lightly. Third brother took a seat. Lu Yao pointed to a chair beside him and sat down opposite. Ying Chun served tea, sensing that the young lady had matters to discuss, and quietly withdrew. Xiaozhu followed suit, but did not stray far, remaining at the door, ready to rush in at the slightest hint of her mistress being wronged. Lu Yuting was genuinely perplexed about what scheme Lu Yao was harboring. In her childhood, she had been a delightful and charming girl, often playing in his courtyard. As she grew older, her visits became infrequent, likely due to the influence of certain individuals who pointed out that he was merely a distant cousin of lesser birth. Later, during his travels for scholarly pursuits, his once adorable sister transformed into an unattainable beauty, a favored candidate for the crown prince's consort, making her seem distant and elusive. He had heard that third brother frequented the Miaoying Pavilion for music. Lu Yao lifted her gaze, her smile radiant as she looked at Lu Yuding. Her tone as casual, as if inquiring about the tea's flavor. Lu Yuding sputtered, spitting out hot tea in surprise. It was nearly inconceivable that the name Miaoying Pavilion escaped the lips of his pure and innocent sister. Lu Yao was unperturbed, her autumn water-like eyes calmly fixed on her brother. Feeling a bit embarrassed under her gaze, Lu Yuding quickly waved his folding fan. "Where did you hear such news, sister? I have never even heard of that place." Lu Yao delicately held a porcelain cup, her fingers blending almost seamlessly with its color. "What a pity, for I have heard that the renowned courtesan at Miaoying Pavilion, Qingwan Lu Nong, was once instructed by Master Yao Qin, and she plays the pipa beautifully." Lu Yuding lifted the teacup from the table, gently blowing on it before taking a sip. "You are quite well-informed, sister. Compared to you, I still have much to learn. I hope you will seek my guidance more often." Lu Yao stood and performed a formal bow to Lu Yuding. She was entirely earnest, with no hint of jest or sarcasm, lingering in her bow for an extended moment. Lu Yuding's fan ceased its motion as he regarded Lu Yao with newfound interest. Suddenly, he smiled, extending a hand to assist her. "Please rise, sister. I am curious about what you wish to seek my counsel on. There is no need for such formality among family." Lu Yao, with skin as luminous as snow, adorned in a delicate green silk robe that resembled the tender leaves of spring, exuded an air of freshness. She smiled at Lu Yuding. "If that is the case, I shall not be coy. I have something I need third brother to deliver to Lord Lu, the inspector." Lu Yao retrieved a bamboo tube from the drawer and handed it to her brother. This time, Lu Yuding did not refuse, accepting it with a smile. "Shall I not inquire what is within?" Lu Yao replied with a playful smile. "Little girl, sometimes knowing too much is not a blessing." Lu Yuding's words, though spoken in jest, carried a hint of advice. Though he was a branch of the Lu family, he was still a member and felt the weight of maintaining the family's honor. In recent days, rumors abound regarding the legitimate daughter of the Pingning Marquis, destined to become the consort of Prince Jing. The intricate web of power within the capital is fraught with complexity, and it is only a matter of time before Prince Jing and Prince Rue shatter this facade of peace, leading to inevitable conflict. He wishes to shield Lu Yao from becoming embroiled in this turmoil. More precisely, he seeks to protect the Lu family from being ensnared in this so-called struggle for succession, becoming mere pawns in Prince Jing's game. His sister, possessing such keen intellect, surely comprehends the current situation and the peril of allowing the Lu family to wade into these murky waters. Chapter 17, The Target of Public Criticism, Third Brother. The Lu family finds itself ensnared in a whirlwind. Evasion is futile, and we must brave the storm. Lu Yao gazed intently at Lu Yuding. Lu Yuding raised his folding fan and slowly turned his gaze toward Lu Yao, remarking, "Braving the storm is indeed a fine expression." His sister possessed remarkable audacity. But from whom would she garner the wind to navigate these treacherous waves? Third brother, the Lu family is now precariously positioned amidst turmoil. I implore you for assistance. Lu Yuding, furrowing his brow in contemplation, did not meet Lu Yao's eyes. After a moment's reflection, he drummed his fingers lightly on the table and replied, "Uncle is a trusted minister of the emperor, favored by the empress, and you are soon to become the princess consort of Jingwan. How can the Lu family be in such disarray? Furthermore, both our second uncle and two elder brothers are entrusted with significant responsibilities. The Lu family surely does not require my idle intervention. Are you aware, third brother, that during father's southern expedition, the emperor has placed the Lu family in the public's crosshairs? The Chui family has monopolized the salt industry in Jiangnan for years. Severing their financial lifeline will surely incite their retribution. Can you envision the calamity that may befall the Lu family? Uncle has served the emperor loyally for many years. Would the emperor remain indifferent to such treachery?" Lu Yuding leisurely sipped his tea. "Third brother, The Empress Dowager remains in power, and the influential Wang family is formidable. The Chui family cannot obliterate us with a single act. If misfortune were to befall the Liu family, who do you think could come to our aid? What would become of us then? Lu Yao's gaze was profound, tinged with urgency. Though she had sent word to alert her father, her heart remained unsettled. As a woman confined to the inner quarters, her capabilities and connections were limited. Even with the best of intentions, she felt powerless to rectify the impending storm at court. Her sole aim was to stabilize the situation for the Liu family in the capital, ensuring her father could act without concern. She recalled vividly the imminent threat of her father being wronged by the Chui family, as substantial tax revenues were to be delivered to the capital, only to transform overnight from gleaming silver into mere stones. Accused of embezzlement, her father would invoke the Emperor's wrath, leading to his incarceration in the Dali Temple. Barred from all visitors, the estate of the Pingming Marquis would be sealed, surrounded by the Imperial Guard, trapping all within its confines. Everyone believed the Pingming Marquis's house was doomed. Those who had previously courted her father now sought to distance themselves, and even members of the Liu family feared for her father's fate. During this turmoil, Jing Wang tirelessly sought evidence to vindicate her father, which led to him incurring the emperor's ire, nearly bringing calamity upon himself. Jing Wang clandestinely visited the Marquis's residence, promising her that if he ascended to the throne, she would be his empress, ensuring the Marquis's house would remain in honor and prosperity, never to be forsaken. Lu Yao mused that it was likely from that moment her youthful infatuation transformed into a profound bond. Jing Wang was the hero who would save her father and their entire clan. Ultimately, the Fong family discreetly provided the necessary funds, claiming through Jing Wang that they had recovered the tax revenues, allowing her father to evade this peril. From that point onward, the Liu family became unwaveringly loyal to Jing Wang, embroiled in conflict with the Chui family, serving as a sharp blade in Jing Wang's grasp, clearing his path. Lu Yao's urgency in seeking her third brother stemmed not only from the evidence intended for Inspector Liu, but also from the fact that in a few days, her brother would depart the capital with the enchanting Lu Nong from Yaoying Pavilion, leaving the Liu family vulnerable during this turbulent time. With a sharp sound, the cup in Liu Yuding's hand fell, splattering a few droplets of water onto the table. If that time were to come, the Liu family would have no choice but to align themselves with Prince Jing. He had initially believed that Lu Yao favored Prince Jing, but it now appeared that this was not the case, as his uncle had opposed it. Chapter 18. A unique masterpiece. Lu Yuding observed Lu Yao for a moment before inquiring, "What intentions does my younger sister harbor?" Yao wished to keep the Liu family out of the power struggle, desiring only her father's safety and the tranquility of their household. Lu Yao had been laying the groundwork, and this statement clearly conveyed her stance. Lu Yuding squinted slightly, lifting his eyelids to meet Lu Yao's gaze, and suddenly broke into a smile. Does Yao no longer wish to become the Princess of Jing? In response to Lu Yuding's teasing, Lu Yao remained unperturbed. Third brother, please do not jest. Whoever desires to be the Princess of Jing may pursue it. Lu Yuding laughed heartily, waving his folding fan, his demeanor lighthearted. Uncle's journey south is evidently a strategy by the emperor. He aims to leverage the Liu family to suppress the Chui family, while also guarding against the Liu family becoming the next Chui family. Naturally, he is not optimistic about the union between the Liu family and the Prince of Jing. Otherwise, with the favored concubine's influence, this marriage would have been bestowed long ago. However, should anything happen to Uncle this time, the situation would be entirely different. This young girl, so perceptive at such a tender age, is indeed remarkable. I fear she may already have a plan in mind. It is truly a pity. I thought our Liu family might produce a princess who could bask in glory. Lu Yuding shook his fan twice and turned his attention back to Lu Yao. Nevertheless, the daughters of the Liu family have no cause for concern regarding marriage. Third brother, I wish for you to take a trip to Jiangnan, Lu Yao stated frankly. In his previous life, her brother's departure was shrouded in mystery. But it surely was not as simple as the rumors suggested about seeking ancient scores with Lu Nong. Although the Fong family resided in Jiangnan, their every move was already under the scrutiny of the Chui family, making their actions quite inconvenient. Otherwise, in the previous life, they would not have remained oblivious to the tampering with tax silver. The third branch of the Liu family was the least conspicuous within the Pingning Marquis' residence. And being the notoriously frivolous third son, no one would pay him any mind. Moreover, with his abilities, no one in the entire Liu family was as suited as he. Liu Yao shared her plans with her brother, yet Liu Yuding continued to leisurely wave his fan, responding only after she finished. Such a considerable sum of tax silver, sister. You place great trust in me. Should any mishap occur along the way, I would have no way to explain to our uncle. Third brother, do not jest. It would be a disgrace for the esteemed disciple of Taoist Qingshu to undertake such trivial matters. Liu Yao rose and performed a bow akin to that of a gentleman before Liu Yuding. Taoist Qingshu, a descendant of the master of Gigu, possessed unparalleled skills, wisdom, and expertise across various fields of knowledge, yet his whereabouts remained elusive to all. Her acquaintance with Taoist Qingshu stemmed from Zhao Hong, who was also a disciple of Taoist Qingshu and her brother senior, often referring to her brother as his junior in private. However, despite having served as empress for 3 years, she had never had the fortune to meet Taoist Qingshu. Liu Yuding quickly shook his fan. Yaoer, do not jest. I would never dare tarnish the esteemed reputation of Taoist Qingshu. The fact that he was a disciple of Taoist Qingshu was known only to the late Marquis, his grandfather. How would this little girl have knowledge of it? Liu Yao merely smiled in silence. Since her brother was unwilling to acknowledge it, she would not expose him. However, while identity may be denied, the task must still be accomplished. Clearing her throat lightly, she bowed again. The matter is urgent. I implore you, third brother, to set forth promptly. Liu Yuding, observing that Liu Yao refrained from inquiring about the matter of Qingshu Taoist, felt a sense of relief. With an air of pride, he elegantly waved his folding fan and remarked, Little girl, you are quite audacious in commanding your third brother. Should our uncle express discontent, rest assured that I shall hold you accountable. Liu Yao understood that her third brother had acquiesced. As long as he had consented, there was no likelihood of unforeseen complications. Chapter 19. An intriguing turn of events. Liu Yuding emerged from Liu Yao's chamber, gracefully waving a fan, attired in a pale blue garment, maintaining his usual nonchalant demeanor. Xia Zhu followed his retreating figure, observing for a moment. Ingchun, what do you think this third young master, lacking in any scholarly pursuits, is so proud of? Ingchun chuckled softly. Regardless, he is still a young master of the Marquis. We, as servants, ought to refrain from discussing our superiors. What master? If he dares to bully our young lady, I shall not hesitate to teach him a lesson. Xia Zhu replied haughtily before retreating into the room. Ingchun stifled a laugh, choosing not to respond further, and followed her inside. It was Xia Zhu's turn to keep vigil that night. After Ingchun attended to the young lady's grooming and tidied the bedding, she exited. Ever since Liu Yao had fallen from her horse and been haunted by dreams, Xia Zhu had opted to sleep on the footstool beside Liu Yao's bed instead of the outer couch. Liu Yao, concerned for her health, urged her to sleep on the couch, but Xia Zhu insisted that the footstool was more comfortable and allowed her to be closer to the young lady, which brought her peace of mind. Liu Yao acquiesced. Ever since she recalled her past life, her nights were filled with vivid dreams, and having someone nearby provided her with a sense of security. The next day, as Liu Yao was partaking in her lunch, Ingchun rushed in, breathless and flustered. Miss, something has happened. Ingchun was typically composed, so her agitation was unusual. Liu Yao lifted her gaze. What has transpired? I overheard during the morning court session that Inspector Liu reprimanded Prince Jing for his subordinate's violent conduct and lax discipline. The emperor chastised Prince Jing and imposed a month of confinement upon him. Ingchun exclaimed, clearly distressed. Liu Yao was aware that Prince Jing would face repercussions, for she had provided the evidence to Inspector Liu through her third brother the previous night. A servant of Prince Jing had developed an infatuation with the wife of a scholar named Li, attempting to abduct her. After being harassed multiple times, the terrified woman confided in her husband. When the servant tried to accost her again, the scholar intervened, only to be killed by the servant, who, emboldened by his association with Prince Jing, acted with impunity. The woman had previously sought justice from the magistrate, but, hindered by Prince Jing's influence, her case went unresolved. Overcome with guilt, she took her own life at home. Inspector Liu was known for his unyielding nature, unperturbed by the nobility or high-ranking officials. In a past life, when Liu Yao's father was imprisoned, Liu was the only official brave enough to lodge a formal complaint against the Chui family for falsely accusing loyal subjects and uncovering the irregularities in the tax case. Unfortunately, due to pressure from the Chui family, the emperor was compelled to dismiss his petition. Liu, a man of fierce conviction, could not bear to witness the betrayal of loyalty, and in a moment of desperation, he struck a pillar in the court, yet it did not sway the emperor's resolve. After that, no officials dared to voice support for the Liu family, and ultimately, with Prince Jing's assistance, her father was released from prison over a month later. But by then, the Liu family had already returned to their hometown with Liu's ashes. Later, when the Chui family fell from grace, Liu Yao's father was vindicated by Liu's efforts, but alas, it could not restore Liu's life. This time, however, the evidence was irrefutable, and considering Prince Jing's character, he would not seek revenge against Inspector Liu, but rather express his gratitude, ensuring Liu's safety. Is that truly the case? Liu Yao feigned ignorance. Indeed, His Majesty has decreed that Prince Jing shall not return to court until he has properly restrained his entourage. Ying Chun added anxiously. Liu Yao faintly curled her lips. While this introspective retreat seemed trivial, failing to return to the court could have far-reaching consequences. The Duke of Jing's influence in the court was already inferior to that of the Duke of Rui. Now, with her father absent from the capital, the Duke of Jing was even less equipped to contend with him. Most critically, the Duke of Jing was ensnared in his own troubles, leaving the Liu family no obligation to owe him any favors in this lifetime. Chapter 20. A Dreamless Night Miss. How can the emperor impose such a severe punishment for such a trivial matter? Ying Chun was genuinely perplexed, for the Crown Prince Jing was the emperor's most favored son. Ying Chun, there is no need for you to be so anxious. The troubles of the Crown Prince do not concern us. Let him face whatever punishment awaits him. Xia Zhu replied nonchalantly. How can it not concern you, miss? You are to marry. Ying Chun abruptly caught herself, refraining from uttering the words that lingered in the air. She understood well the boundaries of conversation. Having served the young lady since childhood, her position was unparalleled. Miss, I am merely worried about you. Ying Chun expressed her concerns, her brow furrowed with worry. She was aware of her mistress's affection for the Crown Prince, and despite her recent peculiar behaviors, the rewards bestowed upon her from the Empress yesterday hinted that a marriage decree might soon follow. She had hoped that her lady would finally fulfill her desires and become the Crown Princess. However, with the Crown Prince now embroiled in controversy, her heart ached for her mistress, prompting her to rush and inform her of the news. The Crown Prince is my cousin. Naturally, I am concerned. Nevertheless, I believe the Emperor's actions are for the Crown Prince's own good, said Liu Yao, returning her focus to her meal. Ying Chun nodded in agreement, choosing to remain silent, relieved as long as her mistress was unharmed. Liu Yao continued her meal at a leisurely pace in high spirits, for the Emperor would undoubtedly mete out a harsh punishment. He despised those who sought to usurp another's wife. Years ago, when the Emperor was still a prince, his late father had arranged a marriage for him with the granddaughter of Minister Qian. Yet, circumstances had led to that same young woman becoming the concubine of the Emperor's third brother after a drunken night. Although the late Emperor had subsequently arranged another favorable match, this incident had left a lasting scar on the Emperor's heart. Now, the Crown Prince's servant had crossed the Emperor's boundaries, and thus, a stern retribution was inevitable. After finishing her meal, Liu Yao stretched, feeling her spirits lift considerably. That evening, she visited her mother's residence, Qingyin Courtyard, where the three women shared laughter and warmth. Lady Liu was also in good spirits. With the Crown Prince confined to his quarters for reflection, the prospect of marriage was temporarily off the table. Once Lord Liu returned home, they would discuss Yao's future. It was not until the hour of the dog that Liu Yao returned to her abode, Haitang Courtyard. That night, she enjoyed a deep and dreamless sleep. The weather grew increasingly warm as the Dragon Boat Festival approached. The following morning, while the sun was still mild, Xia Zhu and Xiao Shuang accompanied Liu Yao on a stroll through the garden. The red cherries had fallen, yet other blossoms were in full bloom. Lu Yao planned to gather some rose petals to combine with the red cherries she had collected previously to make lip balm. After gathering for nearly an hour and working up a sweat, Xiaozhu offered her handkerchief to dab at Lu Yao's brow. "Miss, why not allow me to gather them for you? Just point out which ones you find most beautiful, and I shall fetch them for you." Before Lu Yao could respond, Qiu Shuang chimed in with a laugh. "Sister Xiaozhu, I think you should refrain. The last time you tended to the cherry tree, it suffered greatly. Have some mercy on these poor flowers. You little imp, dare you jest with me? I'll have you know I can silence you." Xiaozhu playfully threatened, pretending to strike Qiu Shuang. Lu Yao observed without intervening, allowing the two maidens to bicker animatedly, finding their lively exchange amusing rather than bothersome. How delightful it is to live with such vigor, while the second sister still had the leisure to frolic among the flowers. Our family's reputation was at risk of being tarnished by that prodigal of the third branch. The speaker's voice was melodious as a songbird, yet her words elicited a frown from Lu Yao. Chapter 21. A sense of inadequacy. Why has the third sister come to visit today? Lu Yao inquired with a gentle smile. A few days ago, the second sister had sustained an injury, causing Huaner considerable distress, but she was thwarted by the maidservant's intervention. Today, the younger sister had likely come merely to test her luck, but it seemed that the elder sister's complexion had greatly improved. Lu Huan affectionately linked her arm with Lu Yao's. With a faint smile, Lu Yao took a step forward, subtly disengaging from Huaner's grasp. "You are very considerate, Huaner." Yet, Huaner remained oblivious and leaned closer. "You have no idea how tumultuous things have been in the third courtyard today. That third brother is actually planning to elope with that lowly girl from the Miaoying Pavilion." Lu Yao's expression remained largely unchanged as she replied calmly. "Is that so? It appears that third brother has already set off for Jiangnan. Such a commotion surely spares me the trouble of sending someone to inform me." That night, she had entrusted her handwritten letter to their father to third brother. He was an astute man and would surely comprehend its contents. Indeed, to elope with such a base-born woman, what a disgrace for our Lu family. What if it tarnishes the prospects of your marriage? Lu Huan remarked, keenly observing Lu Yao's reaction. It was rumored that the noble consort had summoned the ladies of the Lu family to the palace, and their aunt, fearing they would overshadow her, had only taken the second sister and the seventh sister along. Being all daughters of the Lu family, such favoritism displayed by our aunt is truly unjust, Lu Yao said, playfully patting Huaner's arm. "You worry too much. Father has no intentions of arranging a marriage for me, so how could this affect me? Sister seems rather preoccupied with marriage. Are you perhaps longing for a suitor?" Feigning indignation, Lu Huan stamped her foot and twisted her waist. "Elder sister, how could you jest about such matters?" Although she was only half a year younger, she was a proud and ambitious spirit, unwilling to play the supporting role. It was a pity that she had never noticed this in her previous life. Xiaozhu felt a wave of discomfort. This third young lady, despite her age, still acted as if she were the seventh young lady, treating pretentiousness as a form of childlike play. Such behavior was intolerable. She felt like squashing her. "With your beauty, second uncle will surely find you an excellent match." Lu Yao smiled, her eyes reflecting an unfathomable indifference. "In the presence of our elder sister, we are all left feeling inferior, not even a fraction of her beauty. It is rare to see her in such vibrant colors. She truly outshines the flowers in this courtyard." Lu Yao typically wore white garments, yet today, her red skirt accentuated her striking allure. "And the ruby hairpin you wear is simply exquisite. How come I have never seen you wear it before?" Lu Huan gazed longingly at the hairpin atop Lu Yao's head. The largest ruby on it was nearly the size of a pigeon egg, complemented by countless smaller rubies adorning the tassels. Far more valuable than what Lu Yao had previously gifted her. Xiaozhu could no longer contain herself. "Did you not take all those items you had seen the third young lady wear before?" That was a testament to the deep bond between sisters. Elder sister treats Huaner well. "Rest assured, Huaner remembers it all," Lu Huan replied, completely unfazed, as it was not the first time she had indulged in such gossip. In the past, every time Lu Yao reprimanded the maid, she would bestow upon her those delightful treasures she fancied. The more raucous the maid's antics, the better it seemed to be. The third miss chuckled, remarking that her life was of little value, as her parents had passed away early. Thus, she could not dare to address the third miss as sister. Xiaozhu emphasized the words life of little value with particular weight. Lu Huan, fully aware that Xiaozhu's words were a veiled mockery of her status as a concubine's daughter, could only suppress her indignation. Casting a glance at the hairpin adorning Lu Yao's head, her confidence swelled even further. Chapter 22. Delays caused by rain. As Lu Huan observed, her heart swelled with envy. Lu Yao's attire today, though merely a commonplace style, was executed with exquisite craftsmanship and intricate embroidery. The crimson phoenix embroidered on her chest was a feat not easily accomplished by an ordinary seamstress. The fair, snow-white wrists adorned with a string of vibrant coral beads were undeniably of considerable value. Lu Huan prided herself on her own beauty, yet in comparison to Lu Yao, she felt akin to a mere servant girl. It seemed that fortune favored Lu Yao entirely, as she reaped all the blessings of the Lu family. It was only fitting that she should share some of her good fortune. You girl, surely I have spoiled you too much. Do not forget to apologize to the third miss. Lu Yao chided Xiaozhu in her usual manner. Xiaozhu, irritated, thought that her mistress was too accommodating, constantly deceived by the daughters of the second branch of the family. Nevertheless, she complied with Lu Yao's wishes, albeit reluctantly, bowing to Lu Huan. This servant should not have spoken out of turn. I beseech the third miss to grant me your forgiveness. Though Xiaozhu's voice was loud, her expression betrayed no sense of wrongdoing. Lu Huan dared not retaliate against Xiaozhu, who belonged to Lu Yao and possessed martial skills. She had learned a lesson from a previous encounter with the girl. Sister Xiaozhu, you jest. How could I possibly be angry with you? Lu Huan's intention was to obtain something, not to quarrel with a maid. How fortunate you are not to be upset. Do not let a mere servant girl affect your health. Otherwise, it would be my fault as your sister. Rest assured, I shall not allow Huaner to suffer any indignities today. Lu Yao affectionately grasped Lu Huan's hand. Lu Huan secretly rejoiced. Sister is truly kind to Huaner. Thank you, sister. This visit was not in vain. Her maternal family was affluent, and this hairpin was inconsequential to her. Xiaozhu, witnessing Lu Huan's demeanor, felt an overwhelming urge to tear her apart. With a touch of disappointment, she glanced at her mistress. Mistress, must you not be more discerning? That hairpin was commissioned by the madam from the treasure pavilion, costing over 1,000 taels of silver. How can you simply give it away? Lu Yao disregarded Xiaozhu's expression, continuing, Qiu Shuang, go fetch a jar of the newly prepared flower tea from my room for the third Mississippi. The heat is oppressive. It is best for cooling and beautifying the complexion. Lu Huan was taken aback. What? Fuerte? I do not desire flower tea. I want the hairpin, please. Xiaozhu remarked. Mistress, you have learned poorly. Biting back laughter, she urged Qiu Shuang, hurry, if the third miss has to wait too long. Beware of your mistress's punishment. Qiu Shuang feigned fear. Yes, this servant will go at once. Lu Yao continued. This flower tea is a recipe I discovered in an ancient text a few days ago. Huaner, do try it and see if you like it. Lu Huan dared not express her distaste, suppressing her ire. Sister, with your refined character, how could Huaner not like it? Thank you, sister. Lu Yao cast a sidelong glance at Xiaozhu, pretending to be angry. Why are you not returning to the room to fetch an umbrella to shield the third miss from the sun? If Huaner suffers from the heat, I shall hold you accountable. Xiaozhu, unfazed by Lu Yao's reprimand, swiftly retrieved an umbrella, presenting herself with a demeanor of submission before Lu Huan. As long as she did not frequently pilfer the young lady's belongings, she had no desire to provoke her ire. Lu Huan, venting her frustration silently, dared not confront Lu Yao directly, thus allowing the maid to carry fragrant tea while Xiaozhu sheltered herself with the umbrella, escorting Lu Huan back to her quarters. As Xiaozhu spat contemptuously towards Lu Huan's abode, the latter's pitiful expression resembled that of a child robbed of her possessions. It was quite gratifying indeed. The young lady ought to treat the second household in such a manner henceforth. Xiaozhu hurried back to Haitang residence, where Lu Yao was indulging in tea. Eagerly, Xiaozhu exclaimed, Miss, witnessing your playful torment of the third miss today was truly delightful. Do not speak nonsense. Lu Yao replied with utmost seriousness. I share a deep sisterly bond with Juana. When have I ever teased her? The third miss, believing that the young lady intended to bestow upon her a hairpin, was undoubtedly thrilled. However, when the young lady gifted her a pouch of flower tea instead, Xiaozhu gleefully remarked, I dare say the third miss must have felt as if it were snowing in June at that moment. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Lu Yao, with a stern visage, retorted, Juana would not covet my hairpin like you, a mere hoarder of wealth. My third sister is a remarkable person. Naturally preferring the flower tea, I prepare myself. Xiaozhu gazed at her mistress in disbelief. Did her lady possess no qualms about fabricating such absurdities to deceive a simple maid like her? She felt as if her mistress had transformed since that fateful fall, becoming enigmatic in ways she could scarcely comprehend. Yet, perhaps this was for the best, sparing her mistress from the clutches of the parasitic second household. Whatever my lady says, I am a miser. I shall guard your possessions even more closely in the future. The third miss is indeed exceptional, and you must gift her several more pouches of flower tea next time. Xiaozhu huffed. Nearby, Ying Chun and Qiu Shuang could not stifle their laughter, marveling at the girl's audacity to jest with her mistress. Lu Yao, unperturbed, savored her flower tea, which was undeniably delightful. Perhaps she would send a few pouches to her beloved third sister tomorrow, under the bright sun. The next day unexpectedly brought rain, which continued unabated for 3 days without a hint of cessation. While Lu Yao remained at home, engrossed in reading and practicing calligraphy, her outward calm belied an inner turmoil. She fretted over whether her third brother's journey would be delayed. She vaguely recalled that in her previous life, this rain persisted for nearly 10 days, jeopardizing their plans. As her hand trembled, a blot of ink spread across the paper, marring her once pristine calligraphy. Setting down her brush, Lu Yao instructed Ying Chun, prepare the carriage. I must go out. My lady, it is raining outside. If you require anything, I can send a servant to fetch it. Ying Chun expressed her concern about the inclement weather. Lu Yao shook her head, resolute. Unable to dissuade her, Ying Chun reluctantly instructed a maid to prepare the carriage. My lady, allow me to accompany you. I can protect you. As the young lady's foremost attendant, Xiaozhu was determined to seize this opportunity. Lu Yao nodded, having intended for this girl to accompany her all along. Ying Chun draped a light cloak suitable for spring over Lu Yao's shoulders, remarking, it is raining outside. Miss, you must wear a cloak to avoid catching a chill. The weather had been quite erratic, with sweltering heat just a few days prior, now replaced by a sudden coolness brought on by the rain. Lu Yao, still recovering, could not afford to be subjected to further discomfort. She accepted the cloak without protest as Ying Chun secured the ties and fashioned a decorative knot. I shall accompany you, miss, for I cannot rest easy knowing it is raining outside. Ying Chun insisted. That is unnecessary. I shall only be out for a brief while. You should remain here to ensure that, should anyone visit my mother, you can assist with my explanations, Lu Yao instructed. Seeing her determination, Ying Chun relented, albeit reluctantly. As the head maid, she earnestly reminded Xiaozhu to take good care of Miss Yao, feeling somewhat reassured. They departed through the back entrance of the Marquis's residence, deliberately avoiding attention. Once aboard the carriage, Xiaozhu inquired, Miss, where are we headed? To Jingxian Tea House. Chapter 23. The side concubine of King Rui, the Jingxian Tea House, stands as the premier establishment in the capital, renowned for its swift dissemination of news, particularly in such weather. Scholars with achieved titles and noble scions relish the opportunity to sip tea and engage in discussions regarding state affairs. The customs of the Great Qi are relatively liberal, with less stringent barriers between the sexes, allowing women and young ladies to also partake in tea here. In essence, for those seeking information, this is the most fitting locale. As the carriage departed from the residence and traveled for approximately the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, it was suddenly halted before reaching Jingxian Tea House. Xiaozhu, ever vigilant, inquired, Miss, shall I go and see what the matter is? While it was unlikely for bandits to act so boldly in broad daylight, caution was still warranted. Just as Lu Yao nodded, the carriage door was swung open, prompting Xiaozhu to draw her concealed dagger, positioning herself protectively in front of Lu Yao. Your Highness, Prince Jing. Upon recognizing the visitor, Xia Zhu was taken aback, forgetting even to bow. Zhao Mu, however, bore no offense. You are quite the loyal servant, my dear girl. Now sheath your dagger. It was hardly surprising for the legitimate daughter of the Marquis Pingning to have a capable maidservant by her side. Lu Yao attempted to bow, but was halted by Prince Jing. Upon seeing the Lu residence's carriage, I speculated it might be you. I inquired of the coachman, and lo and behold, it indeed was you. Your Highness, what brings you here? Lu Yao was likewise surprised, recalling that the prince had been punished by the emperor to reflect in seclusion. Should the emperor discover his unauthorized excursion, the repercussions would be dire. I have just emerged from the palace. My mother fell ill yesterday, and my father has granted me leave from my confinement, permitting me to visit her daily. Where are you headed, cousin? Allow me to accompany you. Prince Jing stood outside the carriage, conversing with Lu Yao. Despite the small eunuch holding an umbrella, his attire still becoming somewhat damp. The imperial concubine is unwell. The timing of her illness is indeed fortuitous. It renders the confinement virtually meaningless. The emperor truly dotes on the imperial concubine, believing such an excuse. I wouldn't want to trouble your highness. It's merely rain, and I intend to stroll about. Why so formal, cousin? You may call me brother as before. Just ahead lies the Jingxian tea house. I have heard this year's new tea is delightful. Why don't I accompany you there for a cup? Zhao Mu had noticed that since those rumors, his cousin seemed to be intentionally avoiding him, even altering her manner of address. In truth, there was no need for such distance. Regardless, he would marry her, and the position of Princess Jing was rightfully hers. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yao nodded in agreement. Her original destination was indeed that very place, and with Zhao Mu's insistence, she could hardly refuse. Ascending to the private room on the second floor, Zhao Mu found the atmosphere dimmer than usual due to the rain, yet the location was splendid, offering a perfect view of the bustling street through the window. Stay outside. My cousin and I have matters to discuss, Zhao Mu instructed. The small eunuch he brought along wisely retreated, while Xia Zhu remained steadfast. Despite Zhao Mu being a prince, she was loyal to her mistress, and, unless instructed, she would not depart. Lu Yao understood her maidservant's stubbornness. Should she remain silent, Xia Zhu would certainly not leave. Since they were already present, there was no need for discord, and Zhao Mu evidently had something to convey, prompting her to gesture for Xia Zhu to step outside. Though reluctant, Xia Zhu could only comply, as her mistress had spoken. In her heart, she silently criticized the crown prince of Jing. After all, she was the personal maid of the young lady. What could possibly be said that she should not hear or know? What if he were to utter something inappropriate and bring trouble to the young lady? The recent rumors had already been overwhelming. The Marquis had always opposed the young lady marrying into the palace, and now that she had finally come to terms with it, she must not be swayed by the crown prince of Jing. Indeed, he possessed a face that could easily captivate young girls, as evidenced by the excitement of the maids whenever he visited the residence, akin to children receiving gifts during the new year. Zhao Mu, ever astute, had already sent a servant to procure delicacies from Xinglongshan. The pastries from Xinglongshan were renowned throughout the capital, and not too far from there. Walnut crisps, almond curds, seasonal peach blossom cakes, and rose gold silk pastries were all favorites of Lu Yao. However, upon taking a bite, Lu Yao found them less delightful than anticipated. The almond curd was overly sweet. Zhao Heng had once invited the finest pastry chef from Jiangnan to cater to her culinary preferences in her little kitchen, which had inevitably made her palate rather discerning. Zhao Mu inquired with concern, "Does my cousin not enjoy them? I can have someone fetch different treats." Lu Yao shook her head with a smile. "No, it's just that I have recently dined and am not very hungry." With that, she decided not to eat any further. Upon hearing Lu Yao's words, the crown prince felt relieved. Indeed, Lu Yao did not touch the pastries again, and her mind wandered to the image of Zhao Heng feeding her delicacies. "Yao Yao, the other day, when you and Annie entered the palace, time was scarce. I did not have the chance to ask, did the empress give you any trouble?" The crown prince was concerned, as the empress and his mother had always been at odds, and he feared the empress might direct her ire towards Lu Yao. His recent punishment by the emperor was undoubtedly instigated by the empress's faction. Lu Yao chuckled lightly. She merely inquired about some trivial matters. "There is no need for your highness to worry. Yao Yao, I must warn you today to be cautious of the Empress and Prince Rue. I have recently heard that the Empress intends to select a concubine for Prince Rue. The Crown Prince gazed at Lu Yao, his eyes filled with concern. A chill ran through Lu Yao's heart, and her expression shifted slightly. His words suddenly reminded her that in her previous life, Prince Rue indeed took a concubine shortly thereafter. Do not fear, Yao Yao. I will not allow them to succeed. My uncle will return to the capital soon, and he will certainly not agree. Zhao Mu reached for Lu Yao's hand on the table, but she instinctively recoiled, leaving Zhao Mu grasping at emptiness. Lu Yao's worries were not for herself, but for Wei Rong. In her previous life, the Lu family had been besieged by the Imperial Guard for over a month, cut off from news. By the time the Emperor lifted the restrictions, Wei Rong had already become Prince Rue's concubine. At that time, the capital buzzed with rumors that Wei Rong had shamelessly used underhanded means to climb into Prince Rue's bed, but Lu Yao knew that was not the truth. Wei Rong had never liked Prince Rue, and like the Lu family, the Wei family remained neutral regarding the matter of heirs, thus would never permit such an occurrence. Could it be that the Empress truly had her sights set on her? After all, courting military leaders is far more advantageous than relying solely on civil officials during critical moments. Having the legitimate daughter of the Marquis serve as a concubine to Prince Rue revealed the ambitions of the Empress's faction all too clearly. With her status, even marrying a prince would not reduce her to a concubine. Of course, if that prince were the crown prince, it would be an entirely different matter. Why would the Empress choose this moment to select a concubine for Prince Rue? Lu Yao lowered her eyelids, falling into a contemplative silence before eventually speaking. The legitimate wife of the esteemed Prince Rue is the biological niece of Empress Chui, and they were wed last year, considering that Prince Rue is the eldest among the adult princes. This year, the Emperor has just hinted at the intention to select a legitimate wife for the adult princes, and the Empress is already attempting to intervene, which is indeed a cause for concern. This matter is intricately linked to the dynamics within the court. Yao Yao, remember, no matter what happens, I shall not bring harm to you. I have already sent a letter to my uncle, advising him to be wary of the Chui family. In any case, I shall not remain passive. Chapter 24. It is time to go home, Zhao Mu declared. Yao Yao, you must understand my intentions. I cannot allow you to become merely the side consort of the Rue Wang. I shall beseech my father, the Emperor, to bestow upon us a marriage, granting you the title of my legitimate wife. Hearing his heartfelt confession, Lu Yao turned her gaze toward the window. This man, whom she had loved with her life in her past life, had professed his affection for her countless times, promising that one day he would take her as his queen. But in the end, had she not recalled these memories, she might have succumbed once more to the enchanting illusion he had woven for her. After a brief pause, she said, Your Highness, it is getting late. I must return. Just as she was about to rise, Zhao Mu grasped her shoulder. Yao Yao, I realize these words may seem abrupt, but once my uncle returns, I shall visit him to propose marriage. Your Highness, Lu Yao looked up at Zhao Mu. You are indeed being rather forward. Yao Yao, I speak from the heart. Zhao Mu gazed upon her exquisite features, particularly enamored by her dainty nose and the slight upturn of her pink lips, which made one yearn to taste their sweetness. Your Highness, your kindness is beyond my station. I beseech you to maintain decorum. Lu Yao pushed Zhao Mu's arm away and began to stride towards the exit. Zhao Mu once more seized her arm. Yao Yao, do you truly wish to become the side consort of the Rue Wang? Lu Yao struggled against his hold. This is merely your assumption. The Emperor has his own judgment. Your Highness, please release me. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Xia Zhu burst in, brandishing a dagger aimed at Zhao Mu's throat. Release my young lady, or I shall end you. Xia Zhu, with her singularly determined nature, was not one to jest. She would follow through with her threat. Zhao Mu, being a prince with a cunning disposition, knew he could not afford to offend her completely, especially with her father still absent from home. How audacious! His Highness the King of Jing is merely jesting with me. You may withdraw. Lu Yao frowned and signaled to Xia Zhu. Xia Zhu, however, remained resolute, concerned for her mistress, who lacked martial skills. What if this scoundrel dared to lay hands on her again? Withdraw, Lu Yao reiterated. Reluctantly, Xia Zhu retracted her dagger. Yet her gaze toward Zhao Mu was sharper than any blade. Once Xia Zhu exited, Lu Yao addressed Zhao Mu. Your Highness, I beg your pardon. My maid is lacking in propriety and has offended you. I apologize on her behalf. Lu Yao performed a respectful bow. Yet Zhao Mu felt a surge of anger within him, even contemplating the idea of harming that maid. He had never before had a blade pressed against his throat. But, being Lu Yao's servant and in her presence, he had no choice but to let her go. Should such an incident occur again, he would not be so lenient. Yao Yao, you know I would not hold this against you. Zhao Mu reached out to assist Lu Yao, but she did not rise. Your Highness, traditionally, marriages are arranged by parents and matchmakers. Should my father agree, and the emperor bestow his blessing, I would have no objections. However, prior to that, I must insist you consider my reputation. Lu Yao spoke with grace and assertiveness. Zhao Mu's eyes sparkled with delight. Is that truly so? Indeed, it is true. However, as a prince of high standing, and I as a legitimate daughter of a marquis, we must not engage in actions that would tarnish our names. Lu Yao resolved to steady the situation with the king of Jing. In the previous life, he deceived her for an eternity, and her current stratagem is of little consequence. Furthermore, should her father return triumphantly, given His Majesty's inherently suspicious nature, he would undoubtedly not permit another family like the Chui to arise. Very well. As long as you consent, I shall devise a solution. Yao Yao, await my return. The Prince of Jing concluded, opened the door to the private room, and departed without a backward glance. Xia Zhu, noticing that her young mistress had yet to emerge, hastily entered, only to find her seated and sipping tea, her expression inscrutable. Mistress, are you well? Xia Zhu inquired anxiously, fearing that the prince might have rendered her lady speechless. Lu Yao remained silent, lost in her contemplations, which heightened Xia Zhu's concern. She regretted stepping outside, eliminating that Prince Jing Zhao Mu would be a trivial matter, even if it meant her own demise. Mistress, do not fret. I shall deal with that scoundrel at once. Xia Zhu exclaimed, attempting to stride out. However, as she took a step, Lu Yao called her back. Return. Mistress, I must avenge you. Sit down. Mistress. Seat. Finally, Xia Zhu complied, pouting adorably in her indignation. Pray tell, what method do you intend to employ to dispatch Zhao Mu? Lu Yao poured a cup of tea and placed it before her. I shall find a way. If not, my brother will assist. Xia Zhu asserted confidently in her own skills, and even more so in her elder brother Lu Qing. Indeed, Lu Qing is skilled and dearly cares for you, his sister. He will surely assist in eliminating Prince Jing. But what then? Await the emperor's decree to annihilate your last kin in this world? Lu Yao remarked with a teasing expression. Mistress, you jest. Xia Zhu rolled her eyes in response. I am not jesting. A prince of the Deqi dynasty slain by another. Do you think the guards in the court of judicature would stand idly by? Then what should I do if I cannot bear to see my mistress wronged? Xia Zhu queried, her worry palpable. What to do? If I were in your position, I would castrate him. The moment Lu Yao spoke those words, Xia Zhu nearly spewed her tea. Fortunately, her reflexes were sharp, averting a messy outcome. Mistress, that notion is more ludicrous than my own. Do you think a prince would be so easily subdued? There are no insurmountable challenges in this world, only the lack of resolve. Now, we must return home. Lu Yao rose. Xia Zhu pondered for a moment before asking, Mistress, are we to consider this outing a fruitless endeavor? It seems so, Lu Yao replied with a smile. This bustling tea house is rife with prying eyes. The mere sight of Prince Jing here will undoubtedly reach the ears of those with ulterior motives, and the Empress Dowager must be growing anxious. It is preferable to have someone intervene than for me to be left scrambling for solutions alone. The Lu family's carriage rolled slowly away, vanishing into the fine mist of rain. Do you see? That is the illustrious daughter of the Ping Ning Marquis. She is not the sole object of desire for the princes within the palace, as Zhao Mu is not alone in his ambitions. The speaker, seated beside Lu Yao, had keen senses sharpened by martial training, absorbing every detail of the recent events in the private room. Dare to speak of castrating the crown prince of the Qi, and perhaps only the legitimate daughter of the Pingning Marquis would be bold enough to do so. He gazed at the person seated opposite him, who remained silent, engrossed in sipping tea. You have traveled such a great distance merely to enjoy tea? The tea is delightful. My inquiry pertains to you as a person. Do you wish to be castrated? Gu Xiaohua felt a chill creeping down his spine as he gulped down a large mouthful of tea. Whom have I offended? The individual across from him cast a glance in his direction before returning to his tea. I have come back to the capital solely to fetch sewer. I shall not linger long. After all, one cannot remain outside forever. Do not forget, you bear the surname Zhao. Chapter 25. The bond of father and son. What does it matter whether one bears the surname Zhao or not? My return is solely to escort sewer away from this realm of turmoil. The man grasped the teacup, his expression devoid of warmth. Are you not planning to enter the palace? Gu Xiaohua raised an eyebrow in astonishment. The man nodded silently, seemingly acquiescing to her inquiry. However, Gu Xiaohua was far from composed. Are you unperturbed about the emperor's potential wrath for taking the little prince away? Their father-son relationship had already been fraught with tension. After years away from the capital, he returned only to avoid even a brief meeting. As the saying goes, absence diminishes affection. Without encounters, how could there be any paternal bond? Wrath? He has taken good care of sewer. Where would he find the audacity to be indignant? Zhao Heng scoffed. Since the passing of his elder brother, sewer had faced numerous trials, practically becoming a daily occurrence. Just a month ago, his sister-in-law had written, informing him that someone had tampered with the paper sewer used for his calligraphy practice. Fortunately, they discovered it early, and the poisoning was not severe. They had already relocated from the Eastern Palace, with the mother and child seeking refuge in the most secluded part of the palace, the Bamboo Grove Hall. Yet these people continued their relentless pursuits. Such is the nature of familial bonds in this imperial palace, the most sordid of places. The Zhao surname is the epitome of cold-heartedness. After much contemplation, he resolved to take sewer away from this place of strife, and his sister-in-law shared this sentiment, which prompted his return. How can I possibly articulate my thoughts about you? Your brothers, vying for that position, resort to every means to curry favor with the emperor, while you, on the other hand, have made enemies of him. Among the princes of Chu, including the late crown prince, only he dared to confront the emperor, a man of few words yet remarkable actions. Zhao Heng appeared unfazed, believing that one should not be chastised for poor performance. What sense does that make? Gu Xiaohua, observing Zhao Heng's silence, implored, Ancestor, if you take sewer away, do you not realize the magnitude of losing the sole little prince in the palace? Or shall we wait for his royal uncle to poison him next? Gu Xiaohua retorted, her expression one of incredulity. You are formidable. Gu Xiaohua, accustomed to the world of pleasure and revelry, found the atmosphere stifling in the presence of the taciturn Zhao Heng. Allow me to take you to a splendid place. The courtesan at the Peony Tower is the most exquisite beauty in the capital. She winked at him. Having spent the last few years in the military camp of the Northwest, Zhao Heng had only encountered rough soldiers. Given his disposition, he likely had yet to experience the delights of the flesh. Today, she intended to show him the city's splendor, perhaps even swaying his mind against returning to the gritty sands of the Northwest. I shall not go. All those women come and go, they're all the same. 2 eyes. 1 nose. What is there to behold? Nonetheless, he noted how the capital had transformed in his absence. I do not wish to visit courtesans. Take me to hear melodies instead, to the Melody Pavilion. Gu Xiaohua halted mid-sentence, smacking her forehead. How forgetful of me. We cannot go to the Melody Pavilion. That enchanting singer, Lu Nong, has been whisked away from the capital by the 3rd son of the Lu family, rendering us unable to enjoy her performance. Zhao Heng furrowed his brow. Lu Yuding? Indeed, he is the cousin of Lu Yao, the daughter of the Marquis of Pingning. That rascal has stolen quite a bit of my limelight. Gu Xiaohua expressed her discontent. Is he truly that much more handsome than I? In terms of depth, he pales in comparison to me, having lost half the capital's admiration. Zhao Heng said nothing, rising from his seat. Let us depart. Ah, are you going or not? If you wish to go, then go on your own. With those parting words, Zhao Heng departed. He instructed Fei Luan to return first, choosing instead to meander alone, intending to select a fine set of writing implements for sewer. He also aimed to gather some trinkets that she favored. as the journey back to the northwest would be long and the climate less accommodating than that of the capital, necessitating ample preparation. Lu Yao selected a superior wolf hairbrush and some sandpaper. Just as she was about to leave, her peripheral vision caught sight of a figure entering through the door. Casting a casual glance, she froze upon recognizing the person's features, causing the sandpaper in her hands to scatter across the floor. Zhao Heng. Was her sight deceiving her? Was she dreaming? How could Zhao Heng be in the capital? In her memory, he was not due back until after the Lantern Festival. Naturally, Lu Yao's commotion attracted Zhao Heng's attention. He glanced at the woman before him and found her eyes strikingly bright, though her gaze conveyed a peculiar mixture of surprise and apprehension. Could it be that she recognized his identity? That seemed unlikely, as he had been away from the capital for many years, and no one should remember him. This woman was indeed curious. Lu Yao felt a wave of disarray. Zhao Heng's sudden appearance had taken her completely off guard. The title of Prince of Chu lodged in her throat, rendering her voiceless. No, that was incorrect. At this moment, Zhao Heng was still the fifth prince, as the emperor had yet to grant him a title or establish a residence. He was the only adult prince without a fief. Zhao Heng's timing differed from that of her previous life. Could it be that he had recalled events from their past and was here to seek vengeance? She had wronged him in so many ways. If he sought her life, it would be just, provided he spared the Lu family from his wrath. Lu Yao felt her legs weaken, almost collapsing, but fortunately, Xia Zhu was there to support her. Xia Zhu shot a fierce glare at Zhao Heng, who stood a short distance away, fixated on Lu Yao. If you continue to stare at Our Lady, be wary of my wrath. Xia Zhu, Lu Yao chastised. Her eyes reddened in genuine anger. Xia Zhu was startled, glancing at Lu Yao, wondering what had triggered her outburst. Xia Zhu? That name sounds familiar. Zhao Heng mused, realizing that she was indeed the maid from the adjacent booth. Just moments ago, the esteemed Miss Lu of Pingming Marquis had boldly declared intentions to castrate the King of Jing. Yet now, upon seeing him, she appeared as though she had encountered a ghost. My maid is rather thoughtless. I apologize on her behalf, Lu Yao said, addressing him directly. Zhao Heng merely cast a fleeting glance at Lu Yao, responding indifferently, "It's nothing." He then brushed past the two of them and entered the shop. Lu Yao felt perplexed. His gaze towards her was entirely that of a stranger. Did he wish to avoid her, or had he simply forgotten her? Turning back, she could only catch his profile, clad in a black brocade robe adorned with golden cloud motifs at the collar and cuffs, his hair elegantly tied back with a golden crown, exuding unparalleled nobility. Having lived in the Northwest for many years, Zhao Heng's usual attire was predominantly black, though he had once worn white to please her. Perhaps sensing someone observing him, Zhao Heng turned slightly, their eyes meeting for a fleeting moment. Feeling a pang of guilt, Lu Yao quickly averted her gaze and hurriedly made her exit, embodying an air of retreat. Zhao Heng first furrowed his brow, then, with an air of haughty pride, tugged at the corners of his lips, observing that the young ladies of the capital were scarcely more reserved than those from the northwest. Xia Zhu hastened to follow Lu Yao, eager to shield her from the rain with an umbrella, yet Lu Yao plunged directly into the downpour. Fortunately, the carriage was not far off, and she did not get drenched. "Miss, what troubles you? You seem a bit unwell," Xia Zhu inquired with genuine concern. "Why does it appear that upon seeing that gentleman, you have completely changed? He is indeed quite handsome, but you are not the sort to judge solely by appearances. Moreover, compared to His Highness, the King of Jing, he is hardly superior." Lu Yao felt a sense of weariness wash over her. "It is nothing," she replied. Once they returned, she would send someone to inquire about the sudden return of Zhao Heng to the capital. Chapter 26. A Cold Face. A warm heart, though Lu Yao appeared to be untroubled, her complexion was so pale that it lacked color entirely. Xia Zhu, though concerned, refrained from questioning her further, fearing that her inquiries might disturb the young lady's rest as she lay there with her eyes closed, silent. In truth, Lu Yao was not asleep. Ever since she had laid eyes on Zhao Heng, memories of him had become increasingly vivid, swirling in her mind as if it were but yesterday. A tear silently trickled down the corner of Lu Yao's eye. Xia Zhu, witnessing her mistress's sorrow, felt a pang of distress herself. her handkerchief clenched tightly in her grasp. Yet she ultimately refrained from wiping away Lu Yao's tears. Since the age of 10, Zhao Heng had remained in the northwest under the guardianship of his maternal grandfather. Although there was no formal decree prohibiting his return to the capital, the implication was nearly the same. His visits to the capital over the years had been few and far between. In the eyes of the public, he was a prince cast aside by the emperor, a victim of exile. After the untimely demise of the crown prince, the memory of the fifth prince faded further still, and even upon reaching adulthood, no minister had sought to confer upon him a title. Now that he had returned to the capital, the palace had not made any announcements, likely unaware of his arrival, and he himself would have preferred that no one learned of his return. Given his already precarious situation, it was wise not to send inquiries regarding his circumstances, lest it provoke unwanted complications. The spring rains had been unrelenting, pouring continuously for 3 days. Although it had ceased momentarily that morning, the sky remained overcast, threatening to unleash more rain at any moment. Since that day she had seen Zhao Heng, Lu Yao found herself plagued by dreams each night, always waking in tears, repeatedly uttering apologies. With restless nights, she naturally felt fatigued during the day. Ingshun had prepared bird's nest soup in the small kitchen, and just as she was savoring it, Lu Qing returned, bearing letters from Jiangnan. Lu Yao eagerly tore open the envelope, discovering it was a letter from her third brother. On the exquisite Xian paper were inscribed merely 8 characters. All is well. Returning to the capital on an auspicious day, a sense of relief washed over her. It seemed her father had acquiesced to her plan. The Fong family had long been engaged in commerce, known for their benevolence and extensive connections. Having forged strong ties with local factions such as the Salt Gang and the Cattle Gang, her father had received substantial assistance from these groups while investigating cases, which was why, in her previous life, he had been falsely accused of embezzling taxes and colluding with the Salt Gang. In her past life, her father had transported a large sum of silver back to the capital via official routes, which, despite having rest stops and local officials to assist, ultimately resulted in the loss of his funds. This time, she intended to take a different approach. Her father would continue along the land routes as before, while her third brother would navigate the waterways under the banner of the Fong family merchant ships. The brothers from the Cattle Gang would escort them out of Jiangnan, and her maternal grandfather had already made arrangements to ensure protection along the rest of the route. No one would suspect that such a large sum of silver would be transported via waterways with a merchant convoy. Once the silver arrived in the capital, her father's situation would become more manageable, and it might even lead to the discovery of evidence that had incriminated him in the previous life. Her third brother would undoubtedly travel day and night. It had already been 3 or 4 days since he had sent the letter, suggesting he would arrive in the capital within 3 to 5 days at most. Just as Lu Yao was reveling in this good news, she soon heard a maid from the front courtyard announce that Miss Wei had arrived. Wei Rong was a lively spirit, and it seemed the dreary rain had truly stifled her. As soon as the rain ceased, she had come to visit. The Wei family serves as the imperial tutors and holds significant positions within the court, situated conveniently near the marquis's residence, allowing for easy visits. Wei Rong, with her charming round face, is particularly endearing. Her smile reveals 2 delightful dimples. Before even entering, her voice rings out, "Yao Yao, I've missed you dearly." Lu Yao has already brewed tea, with several plates of pastries laid out on the table. Without any hesitation, Wei Rong sits down opposite her. She walks briskly, her golden hairpin swaying vigorously, her cheeks slightly flushed, and her eyes sparkling with brightness. "Look at you in such a hurry. First, have some tea to soothe your throat," she suggests, pushing a cup of clear tea towards Wei Rong. Wei Rong lifts the cup and takes a couple of sips before lowering her voice conspiratorially. "Did you hear? Something significant has transpired in the court." A sudden apprehension grips Lu Yao. What has happened? The Wei family has served in the court for 3 generations, and they are highly regarded by His Majesty. Thus, they are privy to many royal secrets. The emperor has fallen ill and has not attended court for 2 consecutive days. Just before I came, I overheard in my grandfather's study that the 5th prince has had a quarrel with the emperor over taking the young crown prince away. In a fit of rage, the emperor imprisoned the 5th prince in the Dali temple. The emperor is so troubled by the fifth prince that he has suffered from a severe headache, and the entire Imperial Medical Bureau is in a frenzy. It turns out that the fifth prince returned to the capital to take the young crown prince away. After all, Zhao Heng and the late crown prince are full brothers born of the empress, making the young crown prince his own nephew. The emperor harbors suspicions against the maternal relatives, and since the late crown princess's family is of modest status, they cannot provide protection for the mother and child. Liu Yao recalls hearing about the poisoning incident involving the young crown prince over a month ago. It would be better for him to leave with Zhao Heng. She remembers that in her previous life, the child met his tragic end in the 12th month, having fallen into the lotus pond, found lifeless and stiff. In the dead of winter, with no lotus flowers in the pond, how could a 6-year-old child venture there alone? Yet, the emperor believed it, and the case was concluded just like that. She had seen the child at a palace banquet. He was exquisitely beautiful and utterly charming. Perhaps with Zhao Heng taking him away, he might escape a calamity. Noticing Liu Yao's lack of reaction, Wei Rong nudges her. Come on, give me some response. Can you believe that a prince is embroiled in such trivial matters at the Dali Temple? It's truly amusing. After all, he has more than one son. Liu Yao's tone remains indifferent. Wei Rong stares wide-eyed at Liu Yao and then whispers, "Are you criticizing the emperor's lack of compassion?" "No, I am praising the emperor's selflessness." Liu Yao retorts, don't think I don't know what you're really thinking. Go on and pretend." Wei Rong shoots her a haughty glance. In truth, they were not particularly fond of each other during their childhood. As companions to the princesses in the palace, they frequently entered the royal grounds, all at an age filled with playful exuberance. Yet Liu Yao maintained a demeanor more reserved than even the princesses. Back then, Liu Yao dressed beautifully, standing aside to watch them play, and even the curve of her smile mirrored theirs, leading Wei Rong to think that Liu Yao's composure was merely an act. Consequently, the princes flocked around her, showering her with affection, and the young girls, competitive by nature, could hardly tolerate her presence, often subjecting her to ridicule. One day, she and the fourth princess inadvertently stirred a hornet's nest, causing a calamity. Naturally, the palace maids and eunuchs rallied to protect the fourth princess, leaving her unattended. Not far away, Liu Yao rushed over, draping her own cloak around her and urging her to flee together. Both girls were stung in several places, yet their injuries were not severe. From that moment on, she resolved to cling to Liu Yao, believing the young girl to be endearing in her contradictions, externally aloof yet warm-hearted, willing to rescue even someone like her, who often offended her. This made her far more reliable than any so-called princess. Chapter 27. The Fallen Prince. Do not tell me that this freshly baked gossip has no further developments? Liu Yao inquired. The fifth prince is imprisoned in the Dali Temple. One wonders how he is faring now. Although his life is not in jeopardy, the emperor is currently in a furious state, and the guards at Dali Temple, with their lowly perspectives, are likely to make him suffer some indignities. You are quite astute. I overheard my grandfather mention wanting to intercede on behalf of the fifth prince. My father, concerned about inciting the emperor's wrath, has been preoccupied, allowing me to slip away unnoticed. Wei Rong, however, was indifferent to the plight of the fifth prince. Her grandfather and father had been keeping a watchful eye on her, and she had only just managed to escape. Your grandfather certainly deserves his reputation as a pillar of our great Qi, possessing remarkable courage. I fear he may be the only one in the entire court bold enough to plead for the fifth prince at this time, Liu Yao remarked, handing a piece of rose pastry to Wei Rong. The delicately shaped pastry looked exquisite. Wei Rong took a bite and sighed. Your family's pastries are truly refined. Their flavor surpasses even that of Xinglongshan. Would you lend me your cook for a couple of days? I wish for her to teach our rather clumsy kitchen staff. I shall write down a recipe for you shortly. Liu Yao replied with a smile. Liu Heir, have we ceased to be sisters? How stingy. It's not as if I won't return the favor. Can you not lend her to me for just 2 days? Wei Rong pouted in dissatisfaction. This pastry was personally crafted by our young lady. It would be a generous act to share the recipe, but to have our young lady serve as your cook, that is quite out of the question. Xia Zhu interjected, defending Liu Yao with fervor. Wei Rong was all too accustomed to the loyal and spirited demeanor of the girl and did not take offense. If that is the case, I shall have to indulge in several plates more. You should be preparing them for your young lady. Xia Zhu feigned reluctance, her movements exaggerated. Yes, Miss Wei. Once Xia Zhu exited, Wei Rong burst into laughter. You are far more entertaining than any of the girls at my house. Do lend me for a couple of days. You have seen for yourself. My girl is quite formidable. If she were to agree, I would immediately send her to accompany you. Lu Yao jested, fully aware that Wei Rong was merely teasing her. Wei Rong, being the beloved granddaughter of the esteemed Wei Golao, had attendants selected personally by him. How could they possibly be lacking? Speaking of attendants, Wei Rong recalled how she had been deceived in her previous life. Could it be that the issue lay with those closest to her? She would need to find an opportunity to probe the loyalty of her own entourage. It was true that while Wei Golao was knowledgeable, no one is without flaws. And the inner quarters were not entirely pure. As the sole son of Wei Golao, he turned a blind eye to certain matters. Yet he was particularly fond of his legitimate offspring, Wei Rong and her siblings. You truly have become the second young lady of your household. However, when did you acquire such remarkable culinary skills? I have visited so many times and never witnessed you at work. Lu Yao remarked, having known her for many years only as a picky eater who wasted food, unaware of her talent for crafting such delightful pastries. If you enjoy them, I shall come to your residence to teach you in due time, Lu Yao said, gazing at Wei Rong with a smile. That sounds wonderful. I shall await your arrival at home. Wei Rong exclaimed with excitement. Unbeknownst to them, the rain began to fall once more outside. Noticing the waning daylight, Wei Rong dared not linger outside for too long and rose to take her leave. Xia Zhu had long prepared tea and snacks for Wei Rong to take along. Miss Wei was not particularly picky, but she had quite the appetite, truly a little foodie. Unlike the slender, delicate nature of young ladies with small appetites, Miss Wei could eat heartily without gaining an ounce, exuding vitality and exuberance. The other maidens delighted in Miss Wei's visits, for each time she came, their mistress was filled with joy and could indulge in more meals. Xia Zhu often pondered whether it was Miss Wei's pleasing appearance that stimulated her mistress's appetite. Otherwise, why did she seem so much more ravenous in her presence? Once Wei Rong departed, the room fell silent again, as if all the liveliness had been whisked away. Lu Yao's thoughts drifted to Zhao Heng. With the recent incessant rain in the capital, the prison must be dreadfully damp. What if he fell ill? This simply wouldn't do. She needed to send someone to attend to him discreetly, ensuring her family remained oblivious to her actions. She could only instruct Lu Qing to find a stranger to carry out the task. Upon receiving her command, Lu Qing swiftly procured a suitable individual to deliver the items prepared by the young mistress. When the head of the prison delivered the provisions, Zhao Heng was reclining against a pile of hay, one leg crossed over the other, lazily chewing on a stick, his demeanor so relaxed that it resembled that of a man enjoying the rain or sipping tea, certainly not that of a prisoner. The head of the prison shook his head, lamenting that this prince was worse off than a beggar on the street. At least beggars sought shelter from the rain and basked in the sun on clear days. Fifth prince, these blankets and food are from your friends, the head of the prison declared as he stood there, but Zhao Heng did not even lift his eyelids in response. Do not presume that I will be grateful, you fool, Gu Zhaohua. If it weren't for the fact that I was inadvertently followed by my family when you came to visit, how could you possibly have known so quickly? Fifth prince, the dampness in this prison is severe. You must take care of your health. The head of the prison spoke again. Having spent a lifetime as the head of the prison, he had witnessed many noblemen fall from grace, and numerous princes had passed through the Dali Temple. Those who managed to survive often soared to great heights thereafter. One must maintain a long-term perspective. Even a fallen prince is still a prince and deserves respect. Only then did Zhao Heng respond. Just leave the items at the door. The head of the prison complied, placing the goods down before departing. Nearby, the guards muttered in impatience, grumbling that if it weren't for the generous pay, they wouldn't bother dealing with him. Zhao Heng had spent years in the military, his health robust, thus he was untroubled by the damp chill. However, he was indeed hungry. Casting his gaze towards the door, he beheld a filthy embroidered quilt, cloyingly sweet pastries, and some fruit. Gu Zhaohua had clearly been entrenched among women for too long. The offerings were rather effeminate, Was she attempting to transform his cell into a maiden's embroidery studio? Wrapped in oil paper was what appeared to be meat, and beside it sat a jug of wine that seemed to suit his palate. Zhao Hong lifted the jug for a sip, but frowned. The wine was far too weak, nothing compared to the strong spirits of the Northwest. He had initially thought he would stay in the capital for no more than 2 or 3 days, yet here he was, directly confined in the Dali Temple prison. What a predicament this was. At the Gu residence, Gu Zhaohua lamented, "Mother, what have you done? Now the 5th prince must despise me. You are truly putting your son in a bind. It was you who instigated your mother to act thus. Your audacity is remarkable. Knowing the 5th prince's intentions upon returning to the capital, you still chose to offer him protection. If the 5th prince were truly to take the young prince to the northwest, it would not merely result in confinement at the Dali Temple." Gu Fengsheng reprimanded. "According to your logic, should the 5th prince and I then express our gratitude for your treachery?" Gu Zhaohua retorted in a fit of anger. "You ungrateful wretch. I might as well end your life to spare myself the trouble you cause outside." Gu Fengsheng was nearly driven to despair by this incorrigible offspring. Chapter 28. A moment of imperial favor. "Mother, look at father. He is about to strike down your only son. You should wield your dignity as the Grand Princess and show him a thing or two. Make him understand." Before Gu Zhaohua could finish his plea, Gu Fengsheng hurled a teapot from the table at him. Fortunately, he dodged just in time. Otherwise, his hard-hearted father would have cracked his skull open. What sin had he committed? What fate had he been born into? In the next life, he must be more prudent. With such a father, even being a prince would hold no allure. Indeed, Gu Zhaohua was the sole son of the Grand Princess of Chu and General Gu. Not long after his birth, the emperor conferred upon him the title of prince, a status far more illustrious than that of the 5th prince, who had an emperor for a father. Speaking of the Gu family's ancestors, they were indeed men of merit. Gu Fengsheng's father and several uncles had perished in battle, leaving behind only this single descendant. The late emperor, recognizing his father's contributions, appointed him as the captain of the imperial guards at a tender age. Being strikingly handsome, he caught the eye of the Grand Princess. The late emperor, doting on his daughter, decreed their marriage. The Grand Princess wed into the Gu family, and since there was only this one heir, no additional dowry was granted for the princess's estate. Instead, the 2 neighboring houses were bestowed upon their daughter, forming a single grand residence. Years passed, and the Grand Princess bore 3 daughters, leading her to believe that she would never have son. Although Chi had no rule against the prince taking concubines, who would dare to do so with the pampered Grand Princess? Furthermore, Gu Fengsheng and the Grand Princess shared a harmonious bond. He had no intention of taking concubines, and both had abandoned thoughts of having a son. To their surprise, however, she became pregnant once more, resulting in the cherished Gu Zhaohua, who was adored by the entire family, particularly by Grandmother Gu. To her, Gu Zhaohua was the apple of her eye, untouchable by anyone, even the emperor, who held a special affection for this nephew. The emperor had a multitude of sons and daughters, yet he favored this nephew for a reason. The Grand Princess and the current emperor were not born of the same mother. During the time the emperor was an uncherished prince, the Grand Princess had cared for him greatly. Gu Fengsheng also saved the current emperor's life during a rebellion, sustaining multiple arrow wounds and barely escaping death. When he awoke 3 months later, the rebellion had been quelled, and the court was stable. Both the Grand Princess and Gu Fengsheng understood that the wealth and honor of the Gu family had reached their zenith. Too much abundance leads to overflow. Citing his physical injuries as a reason unsuited for military command, they relinquished the Gu family's military authority and the position of captain of the Imperial Guards. Initially, the emperor refused, but ultimately he acquiesced. From that point on, Gu Fengsheng turned a deaf ear to the affairs of the outside world, dedicating himself solely to his wife and child. His recent notification to the emperor regarding the 5th prince's return to the capital was also motivated by a desire to shield his son from the intrigues of the imperial family. Moreover, the Grand Princess had a good relationship with the late empress, and should the 5th prince take away the young prince, it could reflect poorly on the emperor. At that time, if malcontents were to exploit the situation, it would likely endanger their lives. Over the years, as Gu Fengsheng idled at home, He had honed his skills with various weapons, now turning all his attention to his son. The eldest princess had long grown accustomed to the ruckus created by the father and son duo, watching them with the detachment of a spectator at a theatrical performance. After all, this Zhao Hua was the sole descendant of the Gu family, and he could never bear to harm him. Moreover, someone else was more anxious than she. Indeed, scarcely had her thoughts settled when the voice of the old matriarch echoed, "If anyone dares to strike my dear grandson today, they shall first have to contend with my frail old bones." Gu Zhaohua, in a fit of tears, burrowed into the embrace of his grandmother. "Oh, grandmother, you have arrived. If you had not come, I would never see my grandson again." "Who? Pray tell," informed the matriarch. The household servants were becoming increasingly indiscreet. Gu Fengsheng was drenched in sweat, bellowing at the servants, who all lowered their heads, not daring to utter a word. Ignoring her son, the old matriarch inspected Gu Zhaohua for injuries. "My dear grandson has suffered grievances. Fear not, for grandmother is here." "Grandmother, I have been confined within this house for 2 days. Please persuade the people outside to withdraw and let me out. Otherwise, I shall suffocate in this room." Gu Zhaohua leaned against his grandmother, indulging in a moment of childishness. He needed to devise a means of escape quickly. Who knew how long it would take for the emperor's ire to dissipate and allow Zhao Heng to emerge? The tempers of these two men were formidable. The esteemed prince could not remain imprisoned in the Dali temple indefinitely. Someone had to act as a mediator, and he must enter the palace to plead with his imperial uncle. "Very well, my dear grandson, I shall arrange for you to go out. Play as you wish and eat whatever you desire. Let us see who dares to impede you." The old matriarch reassured him. "Mother, he must not be allowed to go out. That rascal will bring calamity upon the Gu family." Gu Fengsheng interjected. "Though my Zhaoer may be a bit willful, has he ever caused the Gu family any trouble? Confined like this, he risks falling ill." The old matriarch, deeply concerned for her grandson, naturally disregarded her son's objections. She was not wrong. Although this young rascal was somewhat unruly, he had never committed any scandalous acts. However, the Gu family was ill-suited to intervene in the matter concerning the fifth prince. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, the matriarch had already taken her grandson out the door, sternly addressing the guards outside. "Stand down." These guards were loyal to Gu Fengsheng and exchanged glances, none daring to retreat. The old matriarch's anger flared. "Open your eyes and behold. This is your young master, the future head of the general's residence. Let us see which bold soul dares to obstruct him." Seeing the matriarch in a fury, the guards, fearing retribution, promptly stepped aside. Gu Zhaohua seized his freedom and dashed out of the general's residence like a gust of wind. Gu Fengsheng sighed and commanded the guards and servants to withdraw. "Mother, the Gu family has chosen seclusion to avoid entanglement in the struggle for succession. In the past, during the rebellion of the Three Kings, countless nobles vanished overnight from the capital. I do not wish for the Gu family to share a similar fate." Though the fifth prince was not favored, he was the legitimate son of the late empress, his status surpassing even that of Prince Rui. Should he return to the capital, it would surely herald a storm of bloodshed. Before the late empress's passing, a number of her close confidants had mysteriously disappeared. These were individuals entrusted to the fifth prince by the crown prince. Currently, the fifth prince lacked the strength to contend with Prince Jing and Prince Rui in the capital. The Gu family's overtures at this juncture could very well invite the emperor's suspicion. It is merely the childish antics of a young one. How much trouble could it possibly cause? Your excessive interference only serves to draw attention to the matter, sighed the elderly matriarch. "Mother, Zhao is being foolish, and I fear he may displease his majesty. It is indeed a family matter. Yet the fifth prince is also the emperor's own son. By confining Zhao, do you not risk leading his majesty to believe that our Gu family deems the fifth prince unworthy of associating with him?" The elderly matriarch cast a cold glance at Gu Fengsheng. Upon hearing her words, Gu Fengsheng's expression changed, and he immediately knelt down, saying, "It is my oversight, and you are right to reprimand me, mother." Feng, the Chui family currently holds significant power in the capital, while the Marquis of Pingming rises in prominence, and the Duke of Jinghua guards the northwest. Our Gu family, despite possessing the title of a general's household, lacks soldiers to command and generals to lead. We are but an empty facade, relying solely on transient imperial favor. How could we afford to provoke His Majesty's suspicion? Chapter 29. No empty words. Grandmother Gu leaned on her cane and departed, yet Gu Fengsheng remained kneeling on the ground, unable to rise for a long while. After a significant pause, he murmured, "Have I erred in my actions over these years? While ensuring the Gu family's safety was undoubtedly correct, circumstances have shifted. A new wave of turmoil is imminent. To wish for personal integrity while simultaneously desiring enduring prosperity for one's descendants is indeed a rare blessing." Having been born and raised in the palace, she had witnessed the treachery and moral decay that permeated its walls. Everyone knew that her father, the emperor, favored her, the eldest princess, yet within that paternal affection lay a measure of calculation. Only after marrying into the Gu family had she experienced a few years of tranquility. Her husband acted for the Gu family as well as for her. How could she remain oblivious to that? Gu Zhaohua exited the Gu residence and made straight for the Dali temple, anxious to ascertain Zhao Heng's condition. "Your Highness, without a decree from His Majesty, no one is permitted to see the fifth prince. Please, do not put us in a difficult position." Naturally, Gu Zhaohua was intercepted. "A decree from my uncle? You wretches, my very presence is a pass. Step aside, step aside. If you do not allow me entry, I shall bring ruin upon this Dali temple." Gu Zhaohua kicked open the door held by the guards, unleashing his usual bravado. These sycophants were most fearful of force, unless confronted with audacity. They failed to recognize the severity of the situation. "Your Highness, you cannot enter." Yet they dared not truly obstruct him, for His Majesty cherished this prince. The emperor had once proclaimed that he appreciated the prince's genuine nature. Alas, should he indeed wreak havoc upon the Dali temple, their fortunes would turn dire. Amidst their lamentations, yet lacking any substantial resistance, Gu Zhaohua strode into the Dali temple's dungeon. At that moment, a well-fed and content Zhao Heng lay asleep upon an embroidered quilt. Upon witnessing this scene, Gu Zhaohua could not suppress a laugh, remarking, "It seems our fifth prince is living quite comfortably, adorned with an embroidered quilt and pillows." "Open the door," Gu Zhaohua commanded the jailer without courtesy. The jailer hesitated for a moment. "Open the door." The jailer unlocked it and personally opened the door, allowing Gu Zhaohua to enter. Zhao Heng did not even glance his way, continuing to sleep soundly. Aware of his own guilt, Gu Zhaohua sat beside him, saying, "Brother, I apologize for the situation, but rest assured, I will find a way to rescue you." Zhao Heng remained unresponsive, his eyes still closed, appearing to be genuinely asleep. "My brother, do say something. I have long maintained that your method of stealing children is ineffective." At this, Zhao Heng finally opened his eyes and shot a glance at Gu Zhaohua, exclaiming, "Traitor, I truly had no knowledge that my father had sent someone to follow me. He confined me in the courtyard for 2 days and gave me a beating. It was only after my grandmother rescued me that I arrived here. Yet, I see you have made this cell quite cozy, akin to a bridal chamber." Gu Zhaohua felt wronged. Zhao Heng appeared ready to strike. "This is not something you orchestrated, and yet you have the audacity to speak. Me? I have been locked away. How could I have had the opportunity to create such decor? If you ask me, it simply lacks a pair of red lanterns. Are you certain this is not the handiwork of some romantic interest in the capital?" Gu Zhaohua jested. "Get lost," Zhao Heng retorted, unwilling to engage further. Gu Zhaohua pondered for a moment, considering the possibility that his mother had sent someone with the items, as her belongings were always exquisite. "You may make do with these," he declared. "I shall petition uncle to release you." With a confident stride, Gu Zhaohua exited the court of judicial review and proceeded to the imperial palace. Possessing the privilege of immediate audience with the emperor, the palace eunuch, Chong Gong Gong, dared not impede his passage. Upon entering, Gu Zhaohua found His Majesty engrossed in reviewing memorials. He knelt down with a thud, exclaiming, "Uncle, I fear I may not survive much longer." The emperor set down the memorial he had been holding and glanced at the kneeling Gu Zhaohua. "Speak plainly. What manner of man weeps and wails so?" Seeing a glimmer of hope, Gu Zhaohua took a step forward, clinging to the emperor's leg. "Uncle, please release fifth brother." This is all my fault. Some time ago, in a moment of idleness, I wrote him a letter. He even wrote to you? That little rascal has been gallivanting outside for years without even sending a letter to his own father. Not at all. Fifth brother never replies. Gu Zhaohua lamented, feeling aggrieved. The emperor, observing his expression, felt a slight comfort. What did you write in your letter? I merely mentioned that my little nephew was poisoned by some scoundrel and was near death. Fifth brother, distressed for the little prince, hurried back. We thought it best to take the little prince to the northwest for a few years, but before we could act, my father discovered our plan and reported me to you, even punishing me at home. Just look at my injuries. I barely escaped. Otherwise, I would never see you again. The emperor noted Gu Zhaohua's tear-streaked face and tattered clothing, indicating he had indeed suffered a beating. Those two rascals went together, never accomplished anything good, and were always in trouble. A little reprimand was well-deserved. Though he was the emperor, he was also a father. It was unreasonable for his child to face imprisonment while another was left unscathed. Clearing his throat, the emperor contemplated whether his thoughts were somewhat unjust. Changgue, go fetch the prince and have him clean and change. After all, he is of royal blood. One cannot have him seen in such a state, lest it be thought that the great Qi is in dire straits. I shall not go. Uncle, if you do not release fifth brother, I dare not return home. I would be too ashamed to face him. I might as well perish. But if I were to die, my mother, the Princess of Long, your own sister, would surely grieve terribly, and my grandmother would likely not survive either. Gu Zhaohua clung to the emperor's leg, shaking it desperately, his tears and snot staining the royal garments. The emperor sighed. Can someone remove this brat? This is the formal attire embroidered by the imperial consort herself, reputed to be the most fashionable in the capital. Uncle, do you intend for me to don such a disheveled appearance when meeting that ungrateful child? The emperor, nearly choking with anger at the fifth prince, had found himself nearly at wit's end. In recent days, whenever the fifth prince was mentioned, it was always in the context of being a rebellious child or a scoundrel. Gu Zhaohua wiped his tears, breaking into a smile. Uncle, have you agreed to release fifth brother? One does not jest with the emperor. He has been confined for 2 days. It is time he learned a lesson. Might I trouble you to draft an imperial edict? As you are well aware, under your sagacious and formidable leadership, the officials of the Dali Temple remain steadfastly loyal, heeding only your esteemed counsel. Gu Zhaohua's flattery has evidently pleased the emperor. With a swift motion, he pinned an edict and tossed it into Gu Zhaohua's arms. His expression filled with disdain, as if to say, "Be gone." It was a pity that such fine attire had been sullied. Your Highness, this way, please. I shall have someone assist you with a change of clothing. Changge recognized that the emperor was vexed by this individual and hastened to escort him away, lest the repercussions befall those of lower rank. Chapter 30. The courage of a bear and the boldness of a leopard. The emperor gazed at the receding figure of Gu Zhaohua, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. The fifth prince was absent from the capital, yet there were still those who interceded on his behalf. First it was Elder Wei in the morning, and now this little rascal. Before he could gather his thoughts, Changgue brought over tea. Your Majesty, please calm your temper. The emperor's expression darkened. What reason do I have to be angry? Changgue chastised himself. Indeed, your Majesty is correct. How thoughtless of me. I feared that conversing with the prince might leave your throat parched. Hence I brought you tea to soothe it. The emperor took a sip of tea and remarked, Changgue, what do you suppose motivated Elder Wei to plead for that ungrateful child? Ah, this old servant truly does not know. Even if I did, I would not dare to speak of it. To be too talkative could cost one their head. I command you to speak. The emperor emphatically set his teacup down upon the dragon table. That day the fifth prince was summoned to the palace. Elder Wei was present as well. Perhaps he thought that since the prince had entered the Dali Temple, this family matter had escalated into a matter of state. Thus he intervened. The emperor fell into silence, deep in thought. Changgue's words rang true. The transfer to the Dali Temple indeed constituted a matter of national concern. A dignified prince confined within the Dali Temple, and only 2 individuals dared to plead for him. Was his own son truly so worthless? Infuriating. The emperor forcefully tossed the memorial onto the desk, seething with anger. Changgue glanced at him and hesitated to offer words of comfort, instead murmuring, Your Majesty. Perhaps you might sip some warm tea? Yet, how could one sip tea when one was seething with rage? With no desire to review the memorial, the emperor rose and commanded, "To the concubine's palace." Chang Gui silently breathed a sigh of relief, calling out loudly, "Proceed to the Xylan Hall." The concubine had received word long ago and awaited at the palace entrance. It was indeed amusing to hear that the fifth prince had been imprisoned in the Dali Temple without anyone even laying eyes on him upon his return. Rumors circulated that Gu Zhaohua had wept and pleaded before the emperor, who then reluctantly agreed to release him. Her visit to the palace now must be fraught with worry. With the fifth prince inciting the emperor's displeasure, surely matters at her son's residence would soon resolve themselves. Dali Temple, come now. I told you I could secure your release. Let us return to the estate, take a bath, change into fresh clothes, and enjoy a hearty meal to ease your spirit and make amends. Gu Zhaohua said, wrapping her arm around Zhao Heng's shoulder, only to be pushed away disdainfully. With a wounded expression, Gu Zhaohua retorted, "After you spent 2 days in prison, I did not complain about your odor, yet you find me repugnant." Zhao Heng replied, "How is it that you remain so noisy even as you grow older?" As they exited, Zhao Heng's guard, Qing Wan, awaited outside. Upon seeing them, he hurried over, exclaiming, "Young master, you have suffered." Zhao Heng appeared unfazed. "Let us go." Given Zhao Heng's current state, riding a horse was ill-suited for him. Qing Wan had prepared a carriage, and they traveled for about half an hour to reach a small courtyard within the capital. He had yet to be granted a title or his own residence. This was a modest 2-courtyard layout, small, yet tranquil and exquisite. At that moment, Lu Yao learned that Zhao Heng had been rescued from the Dali Temple by Gu Zhaohua. Lu Qing, however, could not fathom why the young lady was suddenly so invested in this fifth prince, who had only just returned to the capital and was relatively unknown. However, the young lady is indeed the legitimate daughter of the Marquis's residence, possessing an innate acuity regarding matters of the royal court. There must be a reason behind her actions. After Zhao Heng bathed and changed his attire, he was drawn out by Gu Zhaohua. "Let me tell you, during your absence from the capital these past few years, the city has undergone significant transformations. This establishment has emerged as the premier restaurant in the capital over the last 2 years. You must indulge in its offerings." Gu Zhaohua had long desired to bring Zhao Heng here. Yet, having spent so many years in the Northwest, Zhao Heng had grown quite indifferent. The other day, he had ventured out for tea, and before he could arrange for a meal, he was penalized by the emperor with a brief visit to the Dali Temple's prison. During his recent days in confinement, Zhao Heng had scarcely eaten. The pastries were overly sweet and the wine lacked flavor. As the dishes began to arrive, he commenced drinking cup after cup of wine. His tolerance had certainly been honed in the Northwest. The dishes continued to come, and their flavors were indeed delightful. In comparison to the desolation of the Northwest, the capital was undeniably prosperous. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion not only served excellent wine, but also boasted a renowned roast duck, perfectly crispy on the outside and tender within, a must-try dish, available in limited quantities each day. As Gu Zhaohua spoke, a commotion erupted from outside. "Master Chui, this simply won't do. This duck was ordered by another customer, and today only this last one remains. I assure you, it will be reserved for you tomorrow. Do you think I, young master, have the same idle disposition as you? I am determined to claim this roast duck for myself. Let me see who dares to contest me." Chui Shuwei declared as he attempted to snatch the tray from the waiter. The waiter, retreating a step while holding the tray, pleaded, "Master Chui, please do not make things difficult for me. This roast duck was reserved by Lord Gu, who is entertaining important guests today." Gu Zhaohua was a well-known figure in the capital, especially in such extravagant venues. Given Zhao Heng's prolonged absence, the waiter naturally did not recognize that Gu Zhaohua was hosting the fifth prince. A marquis? Gu Zhaohua, what kind of friends does he have to entertain? "Today, I am hosting the Duke of Ruwei and the Duke of Su. Can you afford to take that on?" Chui Shuwei scoffed, dismissing the idea that a mere titular marquis could contend with the Chui family. Desperate, the waiter felt on the verge of tears, for he could not afford to offend either a marquis or a prince. Just as Chui Shuwei was about to seize the dish, a voice rang out. "Do you not understand the principle of first come, first served? Have you all learned the rules of the Chui family from a dog's belly? No. Even dogs grasp the rules better than you. Gu Zhaohua and Chui Shuwei had always been at odds. Gu Zhaohua could not tolerate the antics of the unsightly. While he found Lu Yuding equally displeasing, at least the young man had the benefit of good looks, winning the favor of the ladies, which he could somewhat credit to his own appearance. But Chui Shuwei, what was he? Relying on the Chui family as a crutch and having an empress aunt. He had engaged in countless disgraceful dealings. He even had an emperor uncle, who was afraid of whom, if anyone dared to take what was his, they would find it impossible. The two men tugged at either side of the tray, and before long, it broke in two, sending the roast duck flying. Zhao Hung leaped forward, catching the tray with poise, intent on returning it to the private room without offering assistance. If he could not handle someone like Chui Shuwei, then perhaps being a marquis was not worth the trouble after all. As Zhao Hung prepared to depart, Chui Shuwei refused to relent, brandishing his fist and advancing towards Zhao Hung, vociferously exclaiming, "Which insolent cur dares to seize what belongs to me?" Zhao Hung deftly sidestepped, retorting, "Who are you calling a cur? I'm referring to you." Meanwhile, Gu Zhaohua erupted into uncontrollable laughter, quipping, "You've already admitted to being a cur. Consider this roast duck a meal for the dogs today." Only then did Chui Shuwei realize he had been insulted, and he retaliated with another swing of his fist. Having spent years in the military, Zhao Hung was far from the frivolous brawls of these aristocratic youths. His strikes were lethal. Before Chui Shuwei could close the distance, Zhao Hung delivered a powerful kick, sending him sprawling to the ground, where he lay motionless for quite some time. Chapter 31, The Trouble Has Come. Zhao Hung towered over him, while Chui Shuwei lay at an angle on the ground, clearly revealing the coldness and arrogance in his obsidian-like eyes. Such a gaze instilled a profound sense of humiliation in this pampered young master, and he swore that he would annihilate this brat today. Gu Zhaohua, observing Chui Shuwei's bear-like demeanor, clapped in approval from the side. "Brother, that is a good kick. This scourge ought to be taught a proper lesson." With the assistance of his attendants, Chui Shuwei managed to rise unsteadily, bellowing at the servants, "Are you all dead? Go and beat this scoundrel to death." A swarm of attendants rushed forward, but they were no match for Zhao Hung and Gu Zhaohua. Fueled by rage, Chui Shuwei brandished a dagger and charged at Zhao Hung. Anticipating the attack, Zhao Hung seized his wrist, and with a sharp crack, Chui Shuwei let out a wail reminiscent of a slaughtered pig as his wrist was broken. The dagger fell from Chui Shuwei's grasp and into Zhao Hung's hand, who swiftly turned it against Chui Shuwei's throat. The blade, as sharp as iron through mud, caused blood to bead at Chui Shuwei's neck. His face paled instantly, and trembling, he exclaimed, "Do you know who I am? My aunt is the current empress, and both my grandfather and father are high-ranking officials in the court. If you dare to harm me, you will face grave consequences." Zhao Hung dismissed him entirely. The empress? High-ranking officials? What did it matter? This fool had been a menace since childhood. It was astonishing he had survived to this day without meeting his end. Chui Shuwei, seeing that Zhao Hung remained unmoved, grew frantic. "Gu Zhaohua, you should tell him who I am. I warn you, do not provoke me, for your Gu family cannot bear the repercussions. Indeed, we cannot bear the weight, but there are those who can." Gu Zhaohua retorted disdainfully. Compared to the emperor's son, the Chui family was nothing but a pack of sycophants. The dagger pressed deeper, and blood flowed more freely. Hui Shuwei, who had never encountered someone so heedless of the world's weight, trembled uncontrollably, bursting into tears out of fear. Several attendants were also terrified. Two of the more cunning ones seized the opportunity to flee, seeking help. Zhao Hung observed this without interference, eager to see who would dare intervene in this matter. With such a commotion, a crowd of onlookers had gathered, quietly discussing the spectacle. They recognized this young master from the Chui family, recalling the havoc he had wreaked on many in the past, and today he reaped the consequences truly deserved. This hero ought to eliminate the menace with a swift stroke. Suddenly, a hidden arrow flew towards Zhao Hung. He deftly dodged, causing the dagger to leave Chui Shuwei's throat. Regaining his freedom, Chui Shuwei hastily retreated behind his attendants. exhaling in relief upon seeing the newcomer. Liu Guang, kill this bastard for me. Just as Liu Guang prepared to strike, a voice laced with mockery rang out from behind. Oh, is this not our fifth prince? How is it that you have not yet grown weary of your stay in the Dali Temple prison? The speaker was none other than the seventh prince, Prince Su, who, owing to his affiliation with the Empress and Prince Rue, was even younger than Zhao Hong, yet had already been bestowed with a title and a court. Upon hearing the seventh prince's words, both Liu Guang and Cui Shu Wei were taken aback. This person was indeed the fifth prince. No wonder he had appeared somewhat familiar earlier. Gu Zhaohua's actions were nothing short of deliberate ignorance towards him. Seventh brother, how dare you speak to your fifth brother in such a manner? Quickly, bow and apologize. The expression of the Rue Wang was dark, accompanied by a cold smile. Elder brother, your words are misplaced. The fifth brother has yet to be conferred a title. How can I, the esteemed Su Wang, bow to him? I fear the fifth brother may not be able to bear such honor. As for an apology, it seems I have committed no offense against him. Zhao Xian's words dripped with sarcasm. Unable to contain himself, Gu Zhaohua interjected, Zhao Xian, the fifth prince is simply absent from the capital, which is why his majesty has not conferred a title upon him. Regardless, he is still your fifth brother. How can you show him such disrespect? Let us await Father Emperor's decree to confer upon him a title. At that time, I shall not only bow to him, but also present lavish gifts to congratulate him at his royal residence. Oh dear, I nearly forgot. Since returning to the capital, the fifth prince has been residing at the Dali Sea and seemingly has no estate of his own. As Zhao Xian finished his taunt, laughter erupted from the attendants and guards accompanying him and the Rue Wang. Gu Zhaohua could not bear to witness Zhao Heng's humiliation and stepped forward to strike. However, having left his guards behind for convenience, he found himself at a disadvantage as Zhao Xian's guards surrounded him, making it impossible for him to contend against their numbers. The Su Wang feigned concern, saying, You must be careful not to injure the county king. After all, he is the sole heir of the general's residence. The Rue Wang showed no inclination to intervene, and the guards recognized their cue to teach this audacious county king a lesson. Naturally, Zhao Hong would not allow Gu Zhaohua to suffer in silence. Seeing a guard charge towards Gu Zhaohua's chest, he swiftly seized a pair of chopsticks from the table and hurled them, striking the throats of the two leading men, killing them instantly. Zhao Xian was taken aback by Zhao Heng's martial prowess. Zhao Hong, do not act recklessly. And if I do, what will you do about it? Zhao Hong retorted with a cold laugh, sending another chopstick flying towards Zhao Xian, shattering his hairpin, causing his hair to fall disheveled around him. Although he was unharmed, this was a profound humiliation for Zhao Xian, who, in a fit of rage, charged forward, declaring, I will fight you. Cui Shu Wei, regaining his senses, rallied his men and charged at Zhao Hong. What nonsense about the fifth prince? He is not favored by the emperor, hardly worth more than a dog. The altercation, which had begun as a mere contest of fists, devolved into chaos. Cui Shu Wei's men inexplicably collided with the guards of the Rue Wang and Su Wang, grappling with one another, exchanging blows. The Rue Wang, initially a spectator, was unexpectedly pushed into the fray, tearing a significant piece from his garment and receiving a scratch from Gu Zhaohua that drew blood. Not one to be outdone, the Rue Wang retaliated, kicking at Gu Zhaohua, who had developed a knack for evading blows since childhood. He deftly dodged, only to inadvertently collide with the Su Wang, his elbow striking the Su Wang's nose, causing blood to spurt forth. The Su Wang's anger surged as he raised his hand to strike Gu Zhaohua, but in a twist of fate, his swing landed squarely on the Rue Wang's face. The force of the slap was tremendous, leaving the Rue Wang with a swollen visage, smeared with the Su Wang's blood. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Prince Su hastily offered his apologies, exclaiming, Second brother, it was not my intention. I aimed at Gu Zhaohua. With that, he lunged towards Gu Zhaohua, yet failed to make contact, tearing a considerable portion of the bestowed robe's sleeve in the process. Prince Rue, eager for retribution, dashed forward and forcefully brought Gu Zhaohua to the ground. Zhao Hong, entangled with Cui Shu Wei and the surrounding guards, found himself unable to intervene. A chaotic scene ensued. With a multitude of individuals encircling him, grasping at his legs and tugging at his arms, resembling a fracas among unruly women. Gu Zhaohua, rendered immobile, panicked and began to kick wildly, inadvertently delivering a strike to Prince Su's most vulnerable area. Chapter 32. Who dares to act recklessly suddenly? A commotion erupted downstairs as a group of officials rushed up. Stand back. The Duke of Chu covered his bleeding nose, hunched over, and pointed at Zhao Hong, incoherently exclaiming, "Arrest this rebel at once." The officials, momentarily taken aback, failed to recognize the disheveled figure before them, whose face was smeared with blood. Although they had never seen the princes of the palace, this was not how one would expect a royal to appear. Kuishuve dashed forward, exclaiming, "Fools! Pay your respects to the Prince Rue and the Duke of Chu." The officials, momentarily stunned, wondered, Prince Rue, Duke of Chu? How could they be in such a state? Who would dare to lay a hand on two princes? Their eyes then fell upon Zhao Hong, who disdainfully kicked away a guard attempting to ambush him before halting his actions. The officials were taken aback by this man's audacity to challenge their authority in front of them, especially given that he had just assaulted Prince Rue, Duke Chu, and Master Chui. Such blatant disrespect towards nobility could only mean he was the rebel in question. Seize this traitor. How dare you? His Highness the Fifth Prince is present. Who will be so bold? Gu Zhaohua leaped protectively in front of Zhao Hong. The official, intending to push past her, suddenly recognized her. Isn't this the esteemed lady of the Gu family? How has she ended up like this? However, he hesitated at her declaration of His Highness the Fifth Prince. When had there been a fifth prince in the court? Impersonating royalty could cost one their head. Surely she was jesting. I jest not. This is indeed His Majesty's fifth son, the fifth Prince of Chu, Gu Zhaohua asserted emphatically. The official's demeanor shifted, panic setting in. Was there truly a fifth prince? Who had he offended today, encountering not only princes but also a duke? Yet, how could Duke Chu label him a rebel? Instances of royal conflict were not uncommon, but to witness it so publicly was unprecedented. What was he to do? He was merely a messenger, having heard of a disturbance at the Zhe, Xianlu, and thought a visit would yield favor, only to stumble into such trouble. He could not afford to offend any of them. It was best to report this to his superiors. In the Huaqing Palace, the chief eunuch, Chang Gui, stumbled in, his hat askew, and fell to his knees before the emperor. "Your Majesty." The emperor glanced at him with impatience. "What is it? That you are in such a fluster?" Chang Gui, who had served him for decades, had never appeared so disconcerted. Straightening his hat, he finally managed to speak. "Your Majesty, several princes have engaged in a brawl at the Zue Xianlu and have been apprehended by Lord Song of the Shuntian Prefecture." "What?" The emperor thought he misheard. "A brawl?" "Yes. Lord Song is currently awaiting an audience outside the palace gates." The Shuntian Prefecture was responsible for maintaining order in the capital, and indeed, brawling fell under their jurisdiction. However, royal brawls were. After a short interval, the Prince Rue, Duke Chu, Fifth Prince Duke Gu, and Shui Shu Wei found themselves kneeling in the Grand Hall, the emperor seething with rage, contemplating whether to chastise them verbally or to strike them with the very edicts meant to govern their behavior. Why engage in brawls without cause, and even venture to the drunken immortal pavilion for such trivial disputes? Is a martial arts arena in the palace insufficient for their displays? Now the entire capital is aware of this debacle. Where shall the emperor's dignity reside? Look at their pitiful states. He nearly failed to recognize Prince Rue and Prince Chu. Is this truly his offspring? And that little rascal from the Chui family, already ill-favored in appearance, now looks even more grotesque. Zhao Hong stands out among the crowd, kneeling with a garment slightly wrinkled yet intact. His face, devoid of any disarray or injuries, radiates an exceptional aura and a regal stature. The emperor scrutinized Zhao Hong for a while, nodding in acknowledgement. This indeed resembled his son. After all, fighting should be directed at others. With this thought, a semblance of balance returned to his heart. The Chui family's offspring is undeniably unattractive. Whom does this child resemble? His other sons and nephews are far more pleasing to the eye. Although the emperor harbored suspicions, he detested discord among brothers most of all. He had initially presumed the matter to be grave, only to discover it was sparked by a roast duck. Did he lack a mouthful of their food? The emperor's ire intensified. He seized a memorial and struck it upon Prince Rui's head. As a dignified prince of the Qi, have you never tasted roast duck in your lifetime? Prince Rui protested, Father, I am wronged. I was unaware that my cousin and fifth brother had quarreled over a roast duck. By the time my seventh brother and I arrived, they were already at odds, and I was merely attempting to mediate. Mediating? In such a disheveled manner? This was the first time he witnessed mediation devolve into such chaos. Father, my second brother speaks truly. We intended to intervene, but who could foresee that fifth brother and Gu Junlong would resort to blows indiscriminately? Just look at how my son was beaten. Prince Su harbored a deep resentment towards Gu Zhaohua. His pain lingered, and if any issues arose, he would not let it rest. Cui Shu Wei nodded vigorously in agreement, too intimidated to speak. Despite his unruly nature outside, he dared not breathe a word in the presence of the emperor. The emperor's gaze quickly swept over Cui Shu Wei's face, finding it unbearable to behold. Observing Zhao Hong standing tall and unyielding, seemingly indifferent, left him seething with the urge to kick him. Eventually, the emperor's gaze settled upon Gu Zhaohua. Speak. Gu Zhaohua finally seized the opportunity to voice his thoughts. Uncle, seventh brother's assertion is incorrect. We were indeed embroiled in a confrontation before their arrival. But that was due to Cui Shu Wei, that rascal, who dared to seize the roast duck I had prepared for fifth brother. The NS waiter can attest to this, as can Lord Song. The emperor turned his attention to Song Yi, who nodded in affirmation. Indeed, that was the case. Uncle, you know well that fifth brother has been in the Northwest for years, deprived of good food. I merely wish to treat him to a proper meal, only to have it disrupted by Cui Shu Wei. Gu Zhaohua lamented. Cui Shu Wei interjected, Your Majesty, I was unaware that it was fifth Prince's roast duck. Is it permissible to snatch from others just because it is not yours? Is he a thief? Gu Zhaohua had only ever lost a verbal spar to one person, and Cui Shu Wei was hardly a threat. Cui Shu Wei remained silent. Of course, one could take from others, but he dared not voice this in front of the emperor. Gu Zhaohua continued. Originally, this matter was settled, yet upon the arrival of the seventh brother, he derided the fifth brother, who had just returned to the capital, for being summoned to the Dali Temple. Then, the second brother exacerbated the situation by insisting on respecting the fifth brother and demanded that the seventh brother pay him his respects. The seventh brother mockingly remarked that the fifth brother was scorned by our uncle, lacking a princely title and a bestowed residence, thus unworthy of receiving his homage. Unable to contain my indignation, I sought to defend the fifth brother's honor and nearly faced death at the hands of the seventh brother's guards. It was the fifth brother who, in his protective instinct, engaged with them. Uncle, behold, this is the garment you graciously bestowed upon your nephew today, now torn to shreds by them. Chapter 33. No blame upon them. As tears streamed down Gu Zhaohua's face, they could not be contained, and the emperor's expression grew increasingly grim. Indeed, the fifth prince had reached adulthood, while even the younger sixth and seventh princes had been bestowed titles. He remained merely a prince, without a residence beyond the palace walls. Nevertheless, irrespective of circumstances, he was still a dragon's offspring. The son of the emperor, how could he be subjected to such ridicule? Seeing the emperor's displeasure, the Prince of Chu began to weep as well. Father, it is not as it seems. My guard were only protecting me, yet they were slain by my elder brother. Behold, my nose bears the mark of the county prince's blow. Assassinating a prince should warrant the annihilation of an entire clan. The death of two guards was a mere trifle. Furthermore, it was not intentional. My second brother attempted to strike me, and in my evasion, I inadvertently collided with him. In a ludicrous comparison, how could the Prince of Chu consider himself more valuable than a prince? Father, this injury upon my face was inflicted by the county prince, he exclaimed, pointing to the swollen side of his visage. Gu Zhaohua quickly shook her head. That slap was delivered by the seventh brother. I lack the strength to inflict such harm. The Prince of Chu, agitated, retorted, I aimed to strike you, but you dodged, and thus I inadvertently injured the second brother. Uncle, see, the seventh brother has admitted to hitting me. Gu Zhaohua seized the opportunity to counter. You initiated the altercation. You were the one who first humiliated the fifth brother. Silence, all of you. The emperor's ire was palpable, his beard bristling with indignation at this ungrateful brood. The seventh prince spoke first. Father, please quell your anger. Your son acknowledges his fault. The Prince of Chu echoed, I recognize my error. Gu Zhaohua added, your nephew admits his wrongdoing. Zhao Hung interjected, I do not blame them. The emperor's countenance darkened like the bottom of a cast-iron pot as he kicked the imperial table, exclaiming, I see you are all merely indulging in idle brawls. What nonsense is this? Go to the Dali Temple prison and reflect upon your actions. Father, the seventh prince gasped in shock. Why must they reflect there, of all places? They were all caught in the web spun by that rascal, the fifth prince. The Prince of Chu lamented, Father, I acknowledge my mistake. Please do not send me to the Dali Temple. He had only just mocked the fifth prince for being sent there, never expecting to find himself in the same predicament so swiftly. Gu Zhaohua, however, was indifferent. Returning home might result in a severe reprimand from her father, so perhaps it was better to enjoy a carefree existence in the Dali Temple. Uncle, may I share a room with the fifth brother while reflecting? The emperor was at a loss for words. Were they all intent on driving him to madness? Zhao Hong declared, I shall reside alone. He desired a solitary chamber. He wondered if his embroidered quilt was still there. With the recent rains, the nights had grown somewhat chilly. The chief eunuch, Chong Gui, observed with a discerning eye, choosing to remain oblivious, claiming ignorance of all that transpired, and vowed to forget, to erase it all from memory. The esteemed Lord Song, the governor of Shuntian Prefecture, appeared as though he were an old monk in meditation, his hands resting gently, palms clasped together, head bowed and eyes closed, utterly oblivious to the surrounding tumult, relying solely on the emperor's divine decree. It was nearly time for him to take his leave. Come, take them away. The emperor thundered, and the guards outside promptly entered. Soon, the hall of Huaqing regained its tranquility, with the emperor simmering in anger, while Chonggui dared not even draw breath. Within the span of a single incense stick burning, news of the incident spread throughout the palaces. Naturally, the empress was also informed, and with her own son and nephew embroiled in the fracas, her dignity was utterly tarnished. Is Prince Jing not present? The maidservant tremulously shook her head. No, he is not. The empress closed her eyes in frustration, for the occupant of Xylan Palace would surely be reveling in this debacle. The favored concubine of Xylan Palace, upon receiving the report from her confidant, found herself nearly in stitches at the chaos instigated by a roasted duck, which had ignited a brawl among the princes. It was one thing for the fifth prince, raised in a foreign land, to be ignorant of decorum, but was the Rue Wang and Su Wang also mad? What was there to dispute with the fifth prince that would jeopardize their own noble identities? Mirror, this is the Rue Wang's own folly. You must seize this opportunity. By the way, what news from Lu Yao? The concubine inquired. Rest assured, mother, my cousin has stated that if uncle and father agree, she has no objections. Though Lu Yao had shown a degree of aloofness towards him, he remained confident. However, Lu Boshang was notoriously stubborn, and persuading him to allow his daughter to marry would not be an easy task. Moreover, the emperor's stance was difficult to decipher, despite her insinuations on several occasions. He had remained non-committal. Uncle fears that Yaoer may suffer grievances upon entering the palace, but my son truly cherishes his cousin and will treat her with utmost kindness. Do not fret, mother. I have my methods to persuade uncle. What methods could you possibly have to convince him? The Prince of Jing replied, his spirits lifted. The concubine shot her son a playful glare. Look at you, already besotted before marriage. It seems all my affection for you has been in vain. Mother, the usually eloquent Prince of Jing momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Enough, enough. The Marquis of Pingning will arrive in the capital shortly. At that time, you shall understand. Your father has been in a foul mood lately due to the fifth prince, so do not provoke his ire. The concubine advised. The concubine was thoroughly pleased at the thought of Rue Wang being punished, wishing for him to remain in confinement a bit longer. The more inept those princes were, the more they would reflect the virtues of her own son. The Dali Temple truly was a splendid place. Just as she was reveling in her mirth, an announcement came from outside. The emperor has arrived. The concubine paused, surprised at the emperor's unexpected visit at this hour. With little time to ponder, she adjusted her attire in preparation to receive him. "Your Majesty, I have prepared a sweet soup made from silver fungus, intending to send it to you. Yet here you are in person." The concubine, adorned in a rosy palace gown, appeared even more stunningly beautiful. Beside her, the Prince of Jing, clad in a white royal robe, exuded an air of elegance and charm. Suddenly, the emperor recalled the several sons who had just knelt before him in the hall. Those children were enduring punishment at the Dali Temple, while he sat here, meticulously dressed, indulging in tea and conversation with the concubine, seemingly carefree. How could he revel in such ease while his brothers were suffering? Upon contemplating this, the emperor's countenance darkened. Was it not commanded that you reflect in solitude? How is it that you find yourself within the concubine's palace? The concubine's face turned pale, and the Prince of Jing hastily knelt to offer his apologies, refraining from mentioning that the emperor had lifted his house arrest just days prior. "I acknowledge my transgressions," he proclaimed. "Yet, should you not return to your solitary contemplation?" The emperor regarded the prince's obedient nature, finding him far more agreeable than those rebellious sons, and softened his tone slightly. The Prince of Jing, unfazed, replied, "Yes, I take my leave." As the emperor observed the prince's departure, he turned his gaze toward the concubine. How did the Prince of Jing gain entry to the palace? Is it that he has learned of the troubles befalling the other princes and has come to witness the spectacle? "The other day, I caught a chill and have been coughing through the night. Mu'er sought out a remedy for cough and specifically brought it to the palace for me." The concubine, being astute, knew precisely what to say, exercising discretion and refraining from interceding on behalf of the Prince of Jing. Chapter 34. A longing unfulfilled. He is indeed a filial son. However, he should also take the time to care for his brothers. His siblings are currently confined at the Dali Temple, and it seems rather inappropriate for him to be enjoying himself alone outside. The imperial concubine immediately recognized that the emperor's ire was directed at her son. "Those rascals have caused trouble. What does that have to do with her Mu'er?" After much effort, she had managed to persuade the emperor to lift his confinement, only to have it reinstated. How exasperating! The imperial concubine dared not express her frustration openly, and quickly responded with a smile, pouring a cup of tea and handing it to the emperor. "Your Majesty speaks true. Just a moment ago, Mu'er mentioned that once the rain ceases, he plans to invite his brothers for a day of horseback, riding, and hunting." The emperor took a sip. His mood noticeably improved. Horseback riding and hunting sound splendid. They should indeed engage in more physical activities. If they can get into such a mess, surely they need to exercise. Since the emperor had expressed approval, the imperial concubine decided to ensure that Mu'er would make proper arrangements for a delightful outing with his brothers. She carefully selected words that would please the emperor. Before long, the emperor was in high spirits, smiling broadly as he held the imperial concubine's hand, exclaiming, "Your tea is truly delightful. I shall come often to partake." The imperial concubine blushed shyly, leaning closer to the emperor. The attendants in her chamber were perceptive enough to discreetly withdraw, and Chang Gui, stationed outside the hall, sighed in relief upon hearing the laughter within. Truly, only the imperial concubine possesses the ability to bring joy to the emperor amidst the 6 palaces. Fonke Hall what? The emperor spent the night with that vixen again? Was she not feigning illness? Why is she not doing so today? The empress fumed with anger, knowing her son was being punished at the Dali Temple. She brought pastries and tea to visit him. Upon reaching Hucking Hall, she was informed by the young eunuch at the gate that the emperor had gone to the imperial concubine's palace, nearly causing her to throw her offerings in frustration. Yet, thinking of her son's suffering at the Dali Temple, the empress managed to restrain herself. That vixen had been pretending to be ill, and for days, the emperor had not stayed with her. The empress had even dispatched a eunuch to keep watch, ready to report as soon as the emperor emerged. However, that eunuch had just returned to say the emperor was spending the night in Xylan Hall. If that vixen's charms were to sway the emperor tonight, what would become of her son's standing? This 5th prince is indeed a troublemaker, causing such a significant uproar upon returning to the capital. Lu Manor Lu Yao was in high spirits, as her 3rd brother was expected to arrive in the capital tomorrow, allowing her anxious heart to finally rest. After a bath, Chun and Xiaozhu assisted Lu Yao in drying her hair. Although her hair was fine and soft, it was abundant, making it difficult to dry after washing. It took over half an hour for her hair to be thoroughly dried. Having recently been plagued by dreams, Chun had lit calming incense in the room. As Lu Yao leaned back to peruse a tale, drowsiness began to overtake her. Chun attended to her as she lay down, dimming several lights in the room before quietly exiting. Xiaozhu whispered, "Has the young lady fallen asleep?" Chun nodded, noticing that Xiaozhu was clutching a blanket. "Are you again sleeping with your feet on the ground tonight?" With the continuous rain, the young lady fears that the dampness may be detrimental to your health, so she does not allow you to sleep on the floor. Yet every night, this girl sneaks in while Miss is asleep. Fear not, for we martial artists possess robust health. There is no need for concern. Xiaozhu gently patted Chun's shoulder. "Then allow me to add another mattress for you." Chun replied, No. Mrs. stated that the rain will cease by tomorrow, and it will be a sunny day." Aware of the girl's stubbornness, Chun refrained from further discussion. In the middle of the night, Lu Yao awoke feeling somewhat parched. As she sat up, her foot landed on a dark mass, and she realized that Xiaozhu had once again slipped in. The moment she moved, Xiaozhu jolted awake. Sitting up with a start, "Miss, have you had another dream?" "No, I'm merely a bit thirsty," Lu Yao said, attempting to rise from the bed. But Xiaozhu stopped her. "Miss should remain seated. I shall fetch you some water." Xiaozhu took a fire starter, lit the lamp, and then went to pour water for Mississippi. After drinking, Lu Yao found herself unable to return to slumber and said, "Xiaozhu, come sit on the bed and chat with me for a while." Xiaozhu shook her head. "I cannot disregard the rules." When Xiaozhu entered the household, she was not yet 8 years old. Having fallen ill and forgotten much of her past, she only remembered her brother, yet her disposition remained cheerful. Their father placed her in her courtyard, allowing her to have companions in Chun and partake in small matters of care. The contrasting natures of Xiaozhu and Chun, one lively, the other tranquil, brought considerable joy to her courtyard. The personal maids of the Lu family were typically born into the household, with their entire family's servitude contracts residing within the Lu family, ensuring loyalty and preventing betrayal. The siblings, Xiaozhu and her brother, were an exception. They bore no contracts of servitude and were not technically slaves of the Lu estate. Nevertheless, their loyalty to her was unparalleled. In her previous life, despite Xiaozhu often expressing dissatisfaction toward Zhao Mu, she consistently obeyed her words without question. It was precisely this loyalty that led to Xiaozhu's tragic demise. When her appointed people found her body, it was beyond recognition. In her final moments, she must have disfigured herself, not wishing to be identified, as her pursuers were likely familiar faces. She chose such an extreme measure to avoid implicating Lu Yao. Reflecting on this, Lu Yao suddenly embraced Xiaozhu tightly, using all her strength. Xiaozhu, taken aback by the sudden affection, took a moment to respond. "Miss?" "Xiaozhu." "Thank you," Lu Yao expressed, although Xiaozhu was unaware of the true meaning behind the gratitude, thinking it was related to her nightly efforts to provide comfort. "Miss, this is what I ought to do. My life belongs to you, and I would gladly sacrifice it for you." Upon hearing this, Lu Yao struck Xiaozhu's hand firmly. "Do not speak of life and death. If I hear such words again, you shall be sent away immediately." Seeing Lu Yao's anger, Xiaozhu quickly replied, Yes, I shall not speak of it again. Please, do not send me away." Having grown up here with her brother, she had long since regarded this place as her home. Lu Yao held on to Xiaozhu's hand tightly, saying, "Xiaozhu, remember, my greatest wish is for you to live well." Xiaozhu gazed intently at Lu Yao, nodding earnestly. "I shall remember, my lady." Whatever her mistress said was always right. If her mistress wished for her to live well, then she would commit to doing so from now on. When Lu Yao awoke again, the sun had risen high in the sky. She and Xiaozhu had no recollection of when they had fallen asleep the previous night, and the room was now devoid of the girl's presence. As she sat up in bed, Chun entered with a basin of water for washing. Where was Xiaozhu? It was unusual not to see her. Typically, the girl would be the first to notice when she awoke. Chapter 35. His Highness the King of Chu. This girl. One cannot fathom what has possessed her. Upon awakening this morning, She declared that Miss had retired late the previous night and insisted that no one disturb her, while she herself practiced swordsmanship in the courtyard. She proclaimed her intent to diligently train henceforth, vowing to accompany Miss to 100 years of age. One must admit, is this girl not amusing? Ingchun stifled a laugh behind her hand. Lu Yao joined in the mirth. Indeed, her spirited demeanor is quintessentially her own. To live to 100, that would truly make her an ancient enchantress. During breakfast, Lu Qing reported, "The third young master's fleet has arrived in the capital at the hour of the pig last night and has been settled in. The Marquis is expected to arrive in the capital in about 2 days." Lu Yao nodded. "Excellent. You have been quite busy these past few days. Make sure to rest well. There is one more matter to report." "Speak," Lu Yao responded, her spirits high as she savored a spoonful of red bean porridge. "The fifth prince has entered the Dali temple once again. After all, Miss had previously instructed him to secretly deliver items and had dispatched someone to monitor the fifth prince's recent activities. He sought to inquire whether he should send more items." Cough, cough. Lu Yao nearly choked, a fit of coughing overtaking her. "Entered the Dali temple again? In my past life, although the fifth prince was not particularly favored, it was never this. Unfortunate. He has scarcely been released, only to be confined once more. How utterly disfavored must he be by the emperor?" After the fifth prince's release yesterday, the duke had reserved a table at the Zui Xian Lu to welcome him, only for a quarrel over a roasted duck to erupt with Cui Shu Wei, subsequently escalating into a brawl with both Rui Wang and Su Wang. In a fit of rage, the emperor had them all imprisoned in the Dali temple. The Zui Xian Lu is an establishment owned by Lu Yao's maternal family, and any happenings therein were bound to reach the ears of the Lu family. Upon hearing that Rui Wang had also been incarcerated in the Dali temple, Lu Yao's lips curled slightly, and she slowly set her spoon down. The emperor is using this incident to humiliate the Cui family. Lu Qing waited for a considerable time, but heard no further instructions from Mississippi Lu Qing. "Send some delicacies to Rui Wang and Cui Shu Wei. They are fond of the dishes from Zui Xian Lu, so deliver the finest wines and dishes, and do ensure that it includes the best and fattest roasted duck," Lu Yao said with a playful smile. Lu Qing was taken aback. Why was Miss sending gifts to Rui Wang again? "Go on. Remember my words. Make sure it is the very best." "Yes." Ingchun appeared puzzled. "Why has Miss been acting so strangely of late? Just days ago, she sent items to the fifth prince, and now she sends to Rui Wang. Does she not favor Prince Jing?" The empress, having endured a restless night and suffering from a headache, exempted the various palaces from morning greetings and rose just before noon. Having just completed her makeup, she heard the eunuch announce the emperor's arrival. A wave of joy washed over the empress. His arrival was most timely, as she had intended to discuss Siena with him. "Your servant pays her respects to your majesty." The empress bowed, yet the emperor remained silent, not permitting her to rise. Her legs grew weary, and just as she felt she could no longer support herself, the emperor finally spoke. "Rise." The empress glanced at the emperor's expression. It was neither particularly favorable nor unfavorable. However, over the years, she had grown accustomed to this demeanor. Apart from the moments he encountered that vixen, he generally maintained a similar disposition. Last night, she dispatched her father-in-law to the Dali temple to check on her son. According to the young eunuch's report, the Duke of Rui had sustained a gash on his face, leaving one side swollen. Her heart ached throughout the night, especially knowing that as the father, he had the audacity to revel with the imperial concubine. The empress, suppressing her emotions, spoke up. "Your Majesty, my son has been injured and confined in the Dali temple. How can his body endure such treatment? Is he so fragile? It is merely a facial injury." The fifth prince has endured several days in the Dali temple and has returned unscathed. Unable to tolerate such remarks any longer, the empress retorted, "What kind of talk is this? If my son is not precious, then whose son is?" She continued, "Your Majesty, I sent a palace eunuch to check on him last night. The injury is severe. If we delay further, what shall we do if he is disfigured? He is destined to be the emperor. A disfigurement is unacceptable. Since you have seen him, you should know it is not that easy to be disfigured. It is merely a scratch from a nail," the emperor replied, his words igniting her anger. This was something only the emperor would say. Had it been anyone else, she would have punished them severely. The empress vented her frustration at the imperial concubine, whom she accused of whispering sweet nothings in the emperor's ear last night. Your Majesty, this whole situation stems from the fifth prince's actions. He has been in the wild for too long, forgetting the palace's rules. Upon his return, he has continuously provoked your Majesty's ire, tarnishing the royal reputation. You should impose a fitting punishment upon him. What punishment do you believe I should impose? The emperor asked solemnly. The empress replied candidly, I have no objections to whatever punishment you see fit. However, it is unnecessary for the Duke of Chu to suffer alongside him. He is a prince by your decree, and his status is exalted. How can he be confined in such a place as the Dali Temple? Furthermore, my nephew, though not a prince, is still more precious than the fifth prince. Once my son ascends the throne, bestowing him the title of Marquis would be a trivial matter. Having bottled up her grievances all night, the empress spoke freely, oblivious to the emperor's increasingly frosty demeanor. The empress was correct. The Duke of Chu was indeed a prince of his making. Nodding in agreement, the empress added, yes. My son was only 15 when he was conferred the title of prince, making him the youngest prince in the history of our great Qi. You are well aware of his intelligence and decorum, and this misfortune is merely a result of the fifth prince's folly. Every time the empress mentioned her son, her pride was palpable. Though she did not possess the same favor as the imperial concubine, the emperor had always treated her son well. Apart from this incident, he had consistently praised the Duke of Chu. While the emperor was also kind to the Prince of Jing, he could not compare to her son. Indeed, the Duke of Chu was conferred the title of prince at the tender age of 15, while the other princes, though slightly delayed, were all granted titles before reaching adulthood. Only Zhao Heng, nearing 19, remained merely a prince. Yet within a single night, an abundance of fine goods flowed into the Dali Temple's confinement quarters. Delicacies for the Duke of Chu, the Duke of Chu, and even the unattractive son of the Chui family. The finest dishes from the drunken immortal pavilion, the best silks from Shu brocade workshop, and the most exquisite pastries from Xinglongsha. How could their sons be treated as princes, while his own was relegated to such indignity? The chief of the Dali Temple has entered the palace to seek an audience, imploring for mercy to release several princes. Yet, the chief finds himself in a predicament. The Dali Temple has never experienced such commotion or honor before. Continuing to remain in this tumultuous environment, the preservation of his official position becomes secondary. He fears his heart may not withstand the strain. From morning until now, the stream of gift-bearers has been unrelenting. Changgue, the emperor's voice thundered, startling not only the empress, but also causing Changgue, standing at the door, to falter and stumble in. Your Majesty, Changgue knelt upon the ground, his heart racing uncontrollably. How has the empress managed to provoke the emperor to such a state? Upon his arrival, the emperor was already incensed by the chief of the Dali Temple, and now the situation has worsened. Let it be known, I decree the fifth prince, Zhao Heng, to be infeft as the Prince of Chu, and I bestow upon him a princely residence. Chapter 36. The king with the green hat. The expression on the queen's face could only be described as one of utter astonishment. What? The King of Chu? Has his majesty gone mad? Is the fifth prince not returning to the northwest? Even Changgue stood frozen, unable to rise. What does his majesty mean by this? The fifth prince has entered the Dali Temple's prison twice, and yet is being conferred the title of prince? This is simply inconceivable. It is as though he has not entered a prison, but rather a temple to venerate the Buddha. After waiting for a response from Changgue, who remained silent, the emperor kicked him lightly on the shoulder. Are you deaf? Having accompanied the emperor since childhood, Changgue was not young anymore. So the emperor's kick bore no real force. With an exaggerated yelp, Changgue exclaimed, I understand, your majesty. I shall convey the edict at once. He hurriedly rolled out of the Phoenix Hall. The emperor then turned to the queen. Do you have anything further to say? The queen could only remain silent. What could she say when the edict had already been issued? Since the queen had no objections, the emperor declared, I shall let the Astronomical Bureau select an auspicious day for the conferment. With that, he strode out of the Phoenix Hall. The queen stood there, momentarily forgetting to bow. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the hall. In a fit of rage, the queen hurled the teapot from the table. Everyone within the hall immediately knelt, Your Highness. Please quell your anger. The queen roared. Quell my anger? How can I possibly calm down when everyone is trampling over my head? Previously, it was that vile mother and son duo, and now another fifth prince has emerged. Within half an hour, the emperor stormed out of the queen's palace, and news of the fifth prince being conferred as the King of Chu spread swiftly. When it reached the palace of the favored consort, she too was incredulous. The King of Chu? Indeed, Your Highness, Chong Gong Gong has already taken His Majesty's decree to the Dali Temple. The favored consort gently waved her feather fan twice before breaking into a light laugh. The fifth prince being conferred as a prince is a fortunate event. Go to my private treasury and select some fine gifts to present to the King of Chu. The title of King of Chu is not what concerns her. What piques her interest is the emperor's current stance. Any discerning person could see that the emperor is striking at the Chui family's face. It seems that the fifth prince can still be of great use. If utilized wisely, he could serve as a strategic move against the queen. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If the emperor desires harmony within the 6 palaces, with brotherly love and respect, then she shall play her part. Her trusted maid soon grasped her intent. Yes, Your Highness, I shall attend to it immediately. At the Dali Temple, the atmosphere was equally lively. Since morning, an endless stream of delectable food and drink had been delivered, explicitly stated to be for the esteemed Prince Rue and Master Chui. The finest dishes from the drunken immortal tower, exquisite wines, and roasted duck were provided. Prince Rue remained silent, quietly drinking and eating, never having felt so stifled. All of this was the fault of that foolish Chui Shu Wei. How could such astute uncles and maternal grandfathers raise such a worthless child? However, the most detestable of all was Zhao Hong. He would surely take his revenge for this grievance. In Prince Rue's cell, there were luxurious Shu brocade quilts, pastries, and even books for entertainment, along with brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, all filling the modest space. Prince Rue felt a wave of irritation. Why did his mother send him such useless items? Instead of devising a way to rescue him, was she intending for him to remain here indefinitely? Hui Shuwei, with half of his face swollen, proudly brandished a duck leg, exclaiming, "Do you see this? It was all arranged by my aunt, and soon enough, it will lead to our rescue." Gu Zhaohua, having endured hunger for an entire day, could no longer resist the tempting aroma, his stomach growling with desperation, leaving him too weary to quarrel with the fool. Chui Shu Wei seized a whole roasted duck, inhaled deeply, and exaggeratedly proclaimed, "How delightful! This is far more fragrant than yesterday's." At least the proprietor of the drunken immortal pavilion possesses discernment and knows how to conduct business. Chui Shu Wei, indulging in wine and meat, was in high spirits, never having found the food and drink so delectable before. Gu Zhaohua, filled with bitterness, shut his eyes, resigned to the fact that his unfeeling parents likely would not care for him. His grandmother, kept in the dark, surely remained unaware of his plight. He could only hope that his 3 sisters would receive news and send something to their unfortunate brother. Prince Su glanced at Zhao Hong across the table and inquired, "Fifth brother, are you hungry? I have some leftover beef here. Would you like some?" Zhao Hong did not even lift his eyelids, too disinterested to respond. What a thing. "Second brother, this is not a matter of disrespecting my elder brother. You can see for yourself that it is he who has declined. Prince Su Yu, a noble lord of the great Qi, should not lower yourself to associate with such a person. It tarnishes your status." Chui Shu Wei remarked, his mouth greasy. He could not fathom Zhao Heng's situation, a prince reduced to such a state, becoming a laughingstock across the realm, yet still managing to flaunt his arrogance. Prince Rue thought to himself that he wished to silence these 2 fools. One cannot speak like that. Fifth brother is currently well fed, and his family need not worry. Even if he stays here longer, no one would be aware. Prince Su mocked. Zhao Hong, without a title, was constantly relegated by their father to that desolate northwest region. Who among the discerning would marry their daughter to him? Gu Zhaohua could no longer bear it. "Can you both shut your mouths? You speak as if your concubines are genuinely concerned for you. By the time you return home, you might already be wearing several green hats." Although Prince Su held a title, his estate lacked a legitimate wife, filled instead with a multitude of concubines of questionable lineage. If he lingered a few more days, one could only speculate on whose bed those concubines might find themselves. Gu Zhaohua, watch your tongue. You are the one destined to wear a green hat, retorted Prince Su. Gu Zhaohua, unfazed, replied, I beg your pardon, but this county prince has neither a legitimate wife nor concubines. I would like to don one, but alas, I have not the opportunity. In this regard, I truly cannot compete with you, the green hat prince. He laughed heartily, showing no regard for decorum. Did he truly believe that currying favor with the empress would grant him peace? The empress merely viewed him as a pawn, assigning him the unsavory tasks that the astute Prince Rui and the Chui family wished to avoid, deluding himself into believing he was of importance. Gu Zhaohua, what benefits has Zhao Hong bestowed upon you that you, a dignified county prince, willingly act as his lapdog, biting and snapping at others on his behalf? Prince Su could not comprehend why this fool, Gu Zhaohua, would so eagerly follow Zhao Heng into battle. As Prince Su finished his statement, Prince Rui's gaze shifted, noting that for once, Prince Su had spoken a truth that resonated. The fifth prince has not returned to the capital for several years. Yet he shares such a profound bond with Gu Zhaohua. Could it be that he has maintained connections within the capital all this time? Furthermore, has the Gu family feigned low-profile behavior over the years to preserve the prince's strength? Gu Zhaohua playfully touched his nose, wearing a mischievous grin that, despite its frivolity, appeared charming on him. His good looks rendered the gesture endearing rather than crude. Do you wish to know? The Prince of Chu inquired, nodding eagerly. Indeed, if he were to uncover any hidden truths, I could only imagine him bringing forth a grave accusation against the Gu family before our father and the empress. At that moment, even the eldest princess would be of no help, leaving Gu Zhaohua with nothing to rely upon. Gu Zhaohua beckoned to the Prince of Chu in the opposite cell, saying, Come a little closer. Chapter 37. As beautiful as a celestial being, Prince Su obediently leaned his head towards the prison bars, and Gu Zhaohua, having removed his boots, tossed one at him, striking Prince Su squarely in the face. I won't tell you, Prince Su exclaimed, clutching his face. He had already sustained a bruise from a punch to his nose yesterday, and now, with yet another blow, the pain felt as though it were being sliced by a knife. You scoundrel, I will make you pay, Prince Su threatened, though Gu Zhaohua dismissed him with a scoff. Although the Gu family refrained from meddling in court affairs, it was no easy task to eliminate him. Prince Rui closed his eyes and commanded silence. At his authoritative shout, the cell fell into an immediate hush. With a pitiful expression, Prince Su turned to Prince Rui. Second brother, he struck me first. Prince Rui shot him a disdainful glance. Gu Junwang, what punishment do you deserve for repeatedly defying authority? There was a significant disparity between the titles of a prince and a marquis. Gu Zhaohua was momentarily taken aback by Prince Rui's inquiry. He had never contemplated the consequences of his actions. After all, such matters were beyond his purview, and the emperor's judgment would prevail. Surely, the emperor would not take any harsh measures against him. Is His Highness intending to exercise the authority of the crown prince? Zhao Heng remarked, opening his eyes to meet Zhao Xian's unwavering gaze. Prince Rui, incensed, revealed a glimmer of murderous intent. You audacious fool, with the emperor above us. There is no need for your highness to concern himself. Zhao Heng retorted coolly. The imperial decree has arrived, announced the eunuch with a sharp voice from a distance. Prince Su momentarily set aside his anger. Second brother, it must be father coming to release us. Prince Rui agreed, believing that their father's anger was fleeting and that there was no reason for them to remain imprisoned indefinitely. Wonderful. I can finally return home, sighed Chui Shuwei, who had grown up in a sheltered environment and could hardly endure such torment for even a day longer. He yearned for his own bed and the courtesan from the peony pavilion. The visitor was none other than the esteemed eunuch Chong, favored by the emperor. Holding the imperial edict, he proclaimed in a high-pitched voice, the fifth prince, Zhao Heng, received the decree. Zhao Heng, with a nonchalant expression, casually descended from his bed, adjusted his robe, and knelt to hear the decree. I, the emperor, decree that my fifth son, Zhao Heng, who is handsome, studious, and gentle, shall henceforth be titled the King of Chu. So be it. Zhao Heng, unfazed, replied. Your son humbly accepts the decree and wishes for the emperor's long life and prosperity. For a prince born into the royal family, as long as he was whole and reached adulthood, achieving the title of a prince was a given. He genuinely could not understand why Prince Su was so pleased. Securing a noble title was one thing, but maintaining the position of a prince over the years was true skill. After all, many princes had come and gone, yet only a handful remained. Where had the rest disappeared to, if not into obscurity? Prince Rui, Prince Su, and Cui Shuwei were all left bewildered. What did this mean? Why had Zhao Heng, who was also imprisoned in the Dali Temple, been granted the title of King of Chu? They could not fathom it. Eunuch Chong, is this truly the emperor's decree? Prince Su inquired, unable to contain his impatience. Zhao Heng has been bestowed the title of prince? And does this not place him above others? Just yesterday, he spoke of seeking forgiveness from the emperor for being named a lord. How is it that in the span of a night he has been granted princely status? This must be genuine, for it is the emperor himself who delivered the decree in the empress's palace, with her presence as witness. Chang Gui remarked with a benevolent smile. Even the Rui Wang could no longer remain composed. Did the empress know of this? Could it be that she seeks to win Zhao Heng's favor? The Rui Wang's gaze toward Zhao Heng became laden with meaning. The Su Wang was beside himself with agitation. How could the empress possibly consent to his elevation, especially when he is anything but gentle and obedient? Chang Gui's eyes crinkled in amusement. I extend my congratulations to His Royal Highness, the Prince of Chu. You are too kind, Master Chang. Chang Gui continued. Your Highness, shortly the tailors from the palace will arrive to measure you for garments. The emperor has commanded the selection of an auspicious day for your formal investiture. Here to take measurements? Does my uncle intend to keep us confined? Gu Zhaohua inquired. There is no decree from the emperor. Chang Gui's smile remained undiminished. But did father mention releasing us? The Su Wang pressed eagerly. In his view, it was the fifth prince who had caused the trouble, and now that he has been named a prince, surely he should be allowed to exit alongside the Rui Wang. This old servant cannot say. Chang Gui delivered his message and returned to the palace. After a brief silence in the Dali Temple's prison, Gu Zhaohua's voice rang out. I pay my respects to His Royal Highness, the Prince of Chu. Zhao Heng sat there, somewhat indifferent, responding with an absent-minded HM. Gu Zhaohua, undeterred by the cool reception, remarked, Brother, you are now a prince personally conferred by the emperor. Some faces will surely be smacked. The Su Wang could not bear to hear this, and shook the prison door furiously. No, this cannot be true. It is unfair. I demand to see father. The Su Wang's cries echoed for some time, but the guards feigned ignorance. What could they do? They could not release them, yet they dared not offend them either. Each was either a prince or a duke. Did they wish to invite death upon themselves? However, after years of being guards, they had seen numerous high-ranking officials and princes pass through the Dali Temple, and while some had managed to leave alive, never had they witnessed anyone being conferred a princely title while incarcerated, except for the Prince of Chu. Truly, he was remarkable. Having entered the Dali Temple's prison twice and emerged a prince, could it be that this cell possessed some divine aura, granting elevation to those who dwelled within? No, no. When His Highness the Prince of Chu departs, they too must spend a couple of days inside to bask in his fortune. Who knows? Perhaps they might ascend in rank as well. The fifth prince's elevation to the Prince of Chu, with a formal investiture to follow, swiftly spread through the palace's network of informants like wildfire. Within a night, the prominent figures of the capital were informed. Naturally, this included the Liu family. Liu Yao sat before her vanity, her lustrous black hair cascading like silk down her back to her waist, in a cinnabar-colored gauze dress. The buttons at her neckline were not fastened tightly, revealing skin as white as snow, stirring the imagination. Liu Yao rested her chin on her hand, her eyes half closed, still in the throes of slumber, embodying the innocent charm of a young girl. Ingchun diligently styled the young lady's hair every day, yet she could not help but exclaim, My lady, you're truly exquisite. With such constant flattery, I might just start believing it, Liu Yao replied, glancing at her reflection in the mirror and smiling gracefully. Our young lady is indeed as beautiful as a celestial being. Throughout the entire capital, I have yet to encounter a servant more enchanting than her. Each day, Ingchun meticulously combed Lu Yao's hair 100 times, as the health matron advised that such care would stimulate the scalp's acupoints, benefiting both the hair and complexion. Indeed, after years of this regimen, the young lady's hair had become lustrous and thick, akin to the finest silk. A simple bun will suffice. There is no need for extravagance. Since her rebirth, Lu Yao had shown little concern for her appearance, having largely abandoned the adornments she once favored. Chapter 38. Aesthetic Insufficiency. A few days ago, it rained, and the lady exempted herself from the customary morning greetings. The young miss, in a rather carefree spirit, instructed her maid to tie her hair back loosely with a silk ribbon, opting for comfortable attire. Ingchun observed that the young miss had developed an extraordinary fondness for vibrant shades of red, crimson, scarlet, tangerine, and rose. Compared to her previous white garments, these colors rendered her more radiant than the flowers in the garden. Ingchun styled Lu Yao's hair into a celestial bun, adorning it with a hairpin of red gemstones set in gold, complemented by a coral bracelet and a skirt embroidered with butterflies and flowers that trailed elegantly on the ground. Lu Yao, in high spirits, permitted Ingchun to embellish her, for today her father was returning home, and it was fitting to present herself well. Her father had mentioned on more than one occasion that she was still young and should not always dress in white. A child ought to wear attire that is festive and vibrant. At that time, she had deemed her father's aesthetic judgment inadequate, believing that white was the epitome of purity and beauty, a color deserving only of a gentleman as dignified as Prince Jing. However, having lived a second life, she now recognized her own folly. While white indeed symbolizes purity and beauty, the wearer of white garments may not necessarily embody those virtues. As Lu Yao gazed into the bronze mirror, she found herself momentarily lost in thought, oblivious to Xiaozhu calling her name. "Miss, this is a letter just delivered from your brother." Xiaozhu handed the letter to Lu Yao. It was a missive from her third brother, informing her that their father had entered the palace with the tax silver and that all was well. After reading it, Lu Yao requested Xiaozhu to bring a fire stick, which she used to incinerate the letter in the brazier, leaving no trace behind. Zhao Hong had been conferred a title. Their father was returning to the capital. All was favorable, and she hoped never to relive the misfortunes of her previous life. Shortly after Lu Yao received the letter, the Lu family learned that the Marquis had returned to the capital, but he would first report to the emperor before returning home. The Lu family awaited him in the front hall, for the honor of the Lu residence was intrinsically linked to the Marquis of Pingning, who was an undisputed authority within the household. Thus, even the third branch of the family was present today, ostensibly accompanying Miss Lu Nong to seek music scores, led by the third young master, Lu Yuding. "Why hasn't the third brother arrived yet? Did no one inform him of our uncle's return?" Lu Huan remarked casually while fanning herself. If the third brother knew of our uncle's return to the capital, he likely would not be able to return in time. The voice of the fourth young lady, Lu Lang, chimed in melodiously, akin to a lark. Old Master Lu Zhongshan cast a glance at Old Master Lu Sam before feigning a serious demeanor. "You two young ladies should not gossip about your brother's affairs. Indeed, father speaks wisely. We shall heed your admonition." The third and fourth young ladies replied in unison, their faces devoid of any resentment. Old Master Lu since stroked his beard, feigning despair. "Second brother, you exaggerate. That wayward son has vanished to who knows where. I am powerless to manage him now. Third brother, this precious child must be guided. Discipline is essential." Old Master Lu Air remarked with satisfaction as he surveyed his two sons. Old Master Lu San humbly replied, "You speak true, second brother. I shall ensure he learns diligently from Yutong and Yushu henceforth." Old Master Lu Air nodded with a smile, as brothers. Mutual support is what will illuminate the Lu family name. Rest assured, father, when the third brother returns, I, as the elder brother, shall certainly encourage him to study diligently and achieve distinction. Lu Yutong declared earnestly. Although Lu Yutong is a child of a concubine, he is the eldest son of the second uncle and thus holds a significant place within the family. He possesses only average academic abilities, yet his aptitude for opportunism is commendable, enabling him to navigate the bureaucratic landscape quite successfully. I am acquainted with a teacher from Baiha Academy. If my third brother is willing, he could attend Baiha Academy for his studies. Although he will miss this year's imperial examination, there remains hope for the next session. Naturally, Lu Yushu is unwilling to be overshadowed by Lu Yutong. You both have shown great initiative. The second uncle nodded in approval. Lu Yao's lips curled into a sardonic smile. The second uncle, being the biological brother of her father, resorts to unscrupulous methods in his pursuit of the position of Pingning Marquis, repeatedly placing her father in unjust circumstances. In a previous life, after her father's misfortune, the second uncle's family incessantly lamented before her mother, uttering despondent remarks and claiming that her father should have promptly consented to the marriage with the noble consort and Prince Jing. They believed that with the noble consort's support, the Lu family would not have suffered as they did. At that time, blinded by naivety, she found their words somewhat reasonable and did not intervene. Her mother, already anxious about her father, soon fell ill. During that time, the Lu family was under a seal, prohibited from entering or exiting, making it impossible to summon a physician. It was Prince Jing who discreetly sent medicine. However, due to the delay, her mother's health deteriorated, and not long after, she succumbed to a minor illness. After her mother's passing, her father was profoundly affected, later suffering severe injuries in battle and relinquishing his military power to recover in peace. Consequently, the household affairs fell into the hands of the second branch. Following Zhao Heng's ascension, she and her third brother often clashed, leading to further favoritism towards the second branch. The second uncle grew increasingly reckless, abusing his influence with impunity. Zhao Heng, in his affection for the Lu family, displayed exceptional leniency towards them. After Zhao Mu ascended, the Lu family faced total extermination, with their ties to the second uncle's actions proving inescapable. Madame Lu, though disapproving of the second branch's conduct, could not overlook that he was her husband's younger brother. With her husband having no sons, it was uncertain whether the marquisate would eventually fall to the second branch. Once she and the marquis had passed, the second branch could serve as a support for Yaoer and Jiner. Therefore, she consistently extended her tolerance towards them. This time, as the marquis was dispatched on an imperial mission, the second uncle kept himself informed, providing considerable assistance. Recently, the capital has been shrouded in rain. She ventured to the temple twice, praying for the safety of her husband and daughter. Hearing that her husband had arrived in the capital today, she stationed someone outside the palace gates to report immediately upon his exit. However, several hours had passed since his entry into the palace, and still there was no news. While conversing, a young servant hurried in. "Madam, the marquis has sent word that the emperor has invited him to dine in the palace, and he may return late." Madame Lu secretly exhaled in relief and nodded, saying, "In that case, we need not wait. Instruct the kitchen to prepare the meal." An invitation from the emperor is a tremendous honor, suggesting that the emperor is quite pleased with her father's endeavors. Yet, Lu Yao understood that this smooth progress was largely due to her third brother's efforts. However, he did not make an appearance today, evidently wishing to keep this matter from the Lu family's knowledge. Or perhaps he was deliberately concealing his capabilities to avoid being misconstrued as coveting the position of heir to the Pingning Marquis. Her grandfather, while alive, favored her third brother above all, save for herself. From a young age, Sangu exhibited remarkable intelligence, and his grandfather had praised him on numerous occasions as the most gifted among his generation. The reason father delayed in appointing a crown prince was not due to a lack of consideration for Sangu. However, human nature is often driven by self-interest. Father and second uncle are blood brothers, and due to the relationships of the previous generation, there exists a certain distance with third uncle. Furthermore, Sangu had been away from home for many years, and upon his return to the capital, his reputation was less than favorable. Thus, father later sought the imperial decree to establish second uncle's legitimate son, Yushu, as the crown prince. In this lifetime, she vowed to ensure that such a situation would never recur. Chapter 39. Braving fire and water after the meal, the ladies lingered to engage in casual conversation. Recent days have been marked by incessant rain, leading to the cancellation of formal greetings in each household, making this gathering particularly special. Furthermore, with Lord Lu's safe return. The crisis at the Pingming Marquisate had been averted. Even without imperial rewards, they were at least spared from punishment. The decision to host a meal in the palace today subtly hinted at the emperor's sentiments. Lord Lu of Pingming still held considerable weight in the emperor's eyes. After all, it was only Lord Lu who dared to take on this case amidst the pressure from the Chui family. Madame Lu, skilled in flattery, was acutely aware that nothing mattered more to Lady Lu than her husband and daughter, and she showered them with compliments as though they were free to dispense. People are naturally drawn to sweet words, and Lady Lu was no exception, especially when the praise was directed toward her dearest ones, which brought her more joy than if it were directed at herself. A smile seemed to linger on Lu Yao's face, while behind her, Xiaozhu wore a sulky expression. The people from the second household were truly shameless, attempting to cunningly extract favors from the lady and her daughter. Lu Yao sipped her tea, engaging in conversation with everyone. Even the typically shy fifth miss did not escape her attention. Sister Yu, the orchid on your handkerchief is exquisite. It looks almost real. Lu Yao exclaimed with a smile, surprising fifth Miss Lu Yu, who had previously been largely ignored by her second sister. Lu Yu, a reserved and gentle soul, typically preferred solitude and thus did not approach others as her third and fourth sisters did. I merely embroidered it out of boredom. If you like it, I can make you some more another day, she replied, her bashful demeanor accentuated by a fleeting dimple at the corner of her mouth, adding to her charming appearance. Just as Lu Yu finished speaking, Lu Huan stifled a laugh, her voice laced with playful mockery. Oh, my foolish sister. Second sister merely offered a passing compliment. Why would she truly covet your handkerchief? Lu Yu, unfazed and amiable, replied, Sister certainly possesses many fine things, but I doubt a few handkerchiefs would be an inconvenience. Though easygoing, Lu Yu is not one to be trifled with. Her calm retort left Lu Huan momentarily speechless. What you say is true. My courtyard is quite spacious. There is no lack of room, so please feel free to send them my way, Sister Yu. Lu Yao teased with a grin. Lu Huan, though puzzled by Lu Yao's sudden amiability towards the third household, was not one to overlook her sister's wishes. Sister has a knack for jesting, but Sister Yu's embroidery skills are exceptional. They should not be reserved solely for the second sister. We sisters must also have our share. She chimed, her earlier mockery seemingly forgotten. Lu Yu, naturally, did not wish to dwell on such matters. As long as my sisters enjoy them, that is what matters. Meanwhile, Lu Jin, enjoying pastries and listening to her sister's chat, interjected, I do not want an orchid. Sister Yu, please embroider me a chubby little white cat, just like my round one. Lu Yao playfully tapped her forehead. Thank goodness you wanted to be like your round one. If it were like you, not even a handkerchief could contain it. The little white cat, a rare Persian breed bestowed upon Lu Jin by her father, was cherished by her, but since her sister adored it as well, they had brought it to her courtyard to care for together. When the little one first arrived at the Lu family, she was merely a tiny bundle, about the size of a palm. Now, she has grown plump and fair to the point where one cannot hold her with just one hand. Upon hearing Lu Yao's words, laughter erupted in the room. Lu Jin has now transformed into a little foodie, blissfully carefree at this tender age, her chubby little face undeniably adorable. Sister is envious of my chubbiness again, she remarked, pouting her lips defiantly. Indeed, our Jeaner is the most beautiful. Lu Yao affectionately pinched her sister's plump cheeks. Although Lu Yu maintained a composed demeanor, she secretly envied such sisterly affection. She had only one elder brother, who, despite his fondness for her, had been absent from home for several years, leaving her to feel a sense of solitude. Madame Lu, noticing her daughter engaging in conversation with Lu Yu, was pleased to show consideration for the third branch. Although Lu Yuting was somewhat eccentric, Lu Yu was exceptionally well-mannered and cultured, proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, as well as domestic arts. She was a daughter of high aspirations, having read extensively. Yet, her temperament lacked gentleness. It would be beneficial for her to cultivate a closer relationship with Yuer. Madame Lu, hearing praises for her husband, felt joy in her heart. However, her worries lingered as her husband remained absent. Lu Yao understood her mother's concerns well. Their father had faced perilous situations in Jiangnan several times, yet to spare her anxiety. Their mother had withheld such news. The absence of their father, who could not stand before them in safety, was a constant source of worry. Mother, Jeaner is quite the sleepyhead. Perhaps I should take her back to her room for a nap, Lu Yao suggested, glancing at Lu Jin, with cake crumbs at the corners of her mouth, had been clamoring to embroider little cats, but was now dozing off in her chair. The nurse beside Madame Lu immediately understood. Madam, the sixth young lady has been napping with you these past few days. If she wakes and finds you absent, she may be displeased. It was well known in the Lu household that Lu Jin had quite a temper upon waking, despite her tender age. Very well. I shall accompany her back to her room to prevent this little imp from causing a ruckus, Madame Lu said with a tone of resigned affection, her expression radiating a mother's endless love, devoid of any trace of disdain. The second Madame Lu, perceiving the situation, graciously rose to take her leave. You are truly fortunate. Elder sister, my children seem to wish to keep their distance from me. With that, everyone rose to depart, and Madame Lu allowed the nurse to carry Lu Jin back to her quarters. In the imperial study, Pingning Marquis Lu Boshan was deeply concerned for his wife and daughters. After reporting on the recent expedition to Jiangnan, he was eager to return home, but the emperor was reluctant to release him. The emperor was exceedingly pleased. With the border regions unsettled in recent years and the national treasury increasingly depleted, the tax revenue from Lu Aiqing had alleviated an urgent crisis. The emperor was well aware of the formidable challenges presented during this journey to Jiangnan, particularly with the powerful Chui family obstructing progress. However, he had not anticipated Lu Aiqing, as a military official, would navigate these difficulties with such finesse, compelling the Chui family to obediently provide the funds. Lu Aiqing was correct. Although the Chui family still held sway in Jiangnan, the position of governor of Jiangnan was subject to change every 3 years. And this year marked the end of the term. At that time, he could appoint a suitable candidate and catch the Chui family off guard, especially since the funds were already secured. Come, Lu Aiqing, allow me to toast you once more. If our great Qi had more ministers of your caliber, we would undoubtedly flourish and maintain peace eternally. As the emperor's words fell, Chang Gue, with keen insight, promptly refilled Lu Boshan's cup. I am most grateful for your majesty's kindness and shall not hesitate to face any peril for you and our great Qi. Lu Boshan's seizing the moment to express his loyalty. Recently, the emperor had been vexed by matters concerning the fifth prince, and such a rare moment of joy led him to indulge in a few more cups. However, even with Lu Boshan's commendable tolerance, he dared not partake further. While he could handle his liquor, he understood the gravity of inebriating the emperor. After much contemplation, he resolved that the only way to preserve the emperor's dignity was to become inebriated himself. After pouring several cups for himself, Lu Boshan's speech began to slur. Your Majesty, this journey to Jiangnan. All, thanks to your trust, the Lu family has achieved where it is today. Hick, I shall never forget your grace, and I will surely share your burdens, except, Hick. Before Lu Boshan's could finish his sentence, he collapsed heavily onto the table, mumbling incoherently. Chang Gue grew anxious. The Pingning Marquis was always circumspect with his words. How could he risk revealing the emperor's innermost thoughts? Fortunately, he had not uttered the name of the Chui family. Your Majesty, it seems the Pingning Marquis is inebriated. The emperor observed the slumped figure of the Pingning Marquis for a moment before declaring, the Marquis is intoxicated. Arrange for a soft sedan chair to carry him back to his residence, and ensure there are no mishaps. Soon, a group of eunuchs entered, assisting the Pingning Marquis out, leaving the study in serene silence. After a considerable pause, the emperor finally spoke. Chang Gue, what is your opinion of the Pingning Marquis? Chapter 40. Injuries and bones. The old servant was perplexed by the emperor's intentions. Chang Gue gazed at the emperor, his expression somewhat dazed. Perhaps it was futile to comprehend. The emperor turned and seated himself upon the dragon throne, lapsing into silence. Naturally, Chang Gue dared not disturb him, remaining quietly by his side. The emperor had indulged in drink today. Was he perhaps intoxicated? Otherwise, why would he inquire about the Pingning Duke when he had just shared a jovial toast with him? He decided to prepare a cup of tea to sober the emperor. The emperor's silent demeanor unsettled him. "Your Majesty, please have a cup of sobering tea." Changwei approached, gingerly presenting the tea. The emperor accepted it, sipping a few mouthfuls before placing the cup upon the desk. "Will your Majesty be resting in the Xylan Palace tonight?" Changwei asked, noting that the concubine's palace had sent word several times. "Such audacity, to presume to command me," the emperor remarked, yet his tone bore little ire. Changwei hastily knelt. I dare not. I dare not. The people from the concubine's palace are still waiting outside. Inform the concubine that I shall be residing in the Hucking Palace tonight. There is no need to wait for me," commanded the emperor. "Yes, I shall relay the message at once." Upon receiving the little eunuch's message, the concubine sprang from her seat in excitement. "What did you say? The emperor is not coming?" Indeed, it was personally conveyed by Chief Steward Chong, stating that the emperor has indulged too much and will rest in the Hucking Palace tonight. The little eunuch quaked on the ground, fearful of inciting the concubine's wrath. "Useless wretch, be gone. Do not vex the mistress," Aunt Fong scolded. The little eunuch scuttled away from the inner chamber, terrified of punishment. It seemed the emperor had no intention of bestowing a marriage. The concubine sat despondently in her chair. Lu Bosang had returned successfully, and there had been no confrontation with the Chui family. Her scheme to repay favor had evidently failed. As long as the Pingning Duke did not sever ties with the Chui family, he would never wholeheartedly support her move. Initially, she had hoped that the emperor's merriment tonight would lead him to grant a marriage contract, making it impossible for the Pingning Duke to resist. The concubine's fists clenched tightly, her lacquered nails digging painfully into her flesh. "Do not fret, my lady. Time is on our side, and we will surely devise a plan," Aunt Fong consoled. Yet, Mu-Er could not wait for long. Should the Prince Rue establish a crown prince, it would be too late. The concubine's expression was one of deep concern. She had believed that the emperor's dispatching of Lu Bosang to investigate the Chui family would present an opportunity for Mu-Er, but she had not anticipated Wu Da's utter incompetence. Despite sending numerous people in, he had failed to accomplish the task. "My lady, we could actually," Aunt Fong whispered conspiratorially in the concubine's ear. A smile slowly crept onto the concubine's lips. If it truly comes to that, such a method would not be unfeasible. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. In that case, the Pingning Duke will be grateful to the mistress. "You speak true. Attaining that position is not so easily achieved. When the late empress passed, I was merely lacking in family background. Otherwise, how could she have suppressed me for so many years?" "My lady, should we inform His Highness of this matter?" Aunt Fong inquired. The esteemed concubine pondered for a moment and shook her head, saying, "You are well aware of Mu's temperament. His adherence to gentlemanly conduct may render him reluctant. The lady is entirely devoted to devising strategies for His Highness, and I trust he will comprehend her heartfelt intentions," replied Aunt Fong, lowering her gaze. "This matter requires meticulous planning. We must not allow any further blunders. The recent expedition south has already failed, and I wonder if Lord Lu has sensed anything. If he does, we risk losing more than we gain." At the Pingning Marquis's residence, the young servant stationed at the palace gates had already hurried home to deliver the news. Lady Lu was informed and awaited at the entrance. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick, a soft sedan chair approached, accompanied by the imperial guards, a mark of great honor. The servant assisted the inebriated Marquis of Pingning down from the chair. Lady Lu stepped forward to address the attending eunuch. "I appreciate your efforts, Master Sun, and the esteemed gentleman. Do come in for a cup of tea." Master Sun smiled. "We cannot trouble you, my lady. We must return to the palace to report to His Majesty. We cannot afford to delay." As a favored disciple of the esteemed Lord Chong, Master Sun held significant standing before the emperor, and Lady Lu was keen not to neglect him. Lady Lu did not press further. "Having already prepared a reward of silver, please convey my gratitude to His Majesty on behalf of this humble servant. This is for you and the gentleman to enjoy over tea. I hope you will not find it lacking." Everyone understood the unspoken agreement, and this time, they did not refuse. After bidding farewell to the palace officials, Lady Lu sent away the members of the second and third households under the pretense of her husband's intoxication, before finally returning to her own quarters. Upon entering, She found Lord Lu reclining on a soft couch, eyes closed, his breathing steady. "I know you're not truly drunk. Cease this charade," she exclaimed, exasperated. Her husband was known for his remarkable tolerance for alcohol. It was rare for anyone to intoxicate him to such a degree. During this time, she had been unable to eat or sleep, consumed by worry, while he seemed indifferent, knowing full well their concern, yet delaying his return. After all, he returned quietly from the capital last night, without even sending a word. Does he think the Emperor wouldn't find out? Ultimately, it seemed he cared little for her or their daughters. Lord Lu finally opened one eye and glanced at her, before rising from the couch with a playful grin. "My dear, your wisdom is unparalleled. Indeed, there is nothing I can conceal from you." Lady Lu brushed away his hand, turning her back in a huff. "Spare me your flattery. I see you've been enjoying yourself in Jiangnan, forgetting your duties." With a gentle embrace from behind, Lord Lu said, "From the moment I encountered you 20 years ago, I have been utterly enchanted, Shulan. I am aware of the hardships you have endured during this time, but rest assured, I have returned and will not allow you to suffer any longer." Hearing her husband's words, Fang Shulan felt her eyes welling with tears. She understood his character all too well. Had he been of a disloyal nature, he would not have refrained from taking concubines or establishing a secondary household all these years. At over 30, he had yet to secure a son to inherit the family legacy. Wiping away her tears with a handkerchief, she replied, "What grievances could I possibly have? If it were up to me, I would resign from my position and live as a leisurely marquis. Our family does not lack for your meager salary, which would spare me the constant anxiety of your departures. Now, even Yaoer worries for your sake, suffering nightmares that disrupt her sleep. It is my fault for causing my lady distress. Speaking of Yaoer, my recent escape from peril was entirely due to her astute planning. Truly, our daughter is worth 10 exemplary sons." As Lu Basang recalls his daughter's arrangements, he finds it hard to believe, even having experienced it himself. "You speak of Yao?" Lady Lu expresses her disbelief. While she has always known her daughter to be clever from a young age, the affairs of the court are far from ordinary. And how could a sheltered young woman perceive them so clearly? Lu Basang nods. "Where is Yaoer? Though she is in the capital, she possesses an unparalleled understanding of the situation in Jiangnan. Had she not sent Yuding to provide assistance, his return to the capital might have coincided with his demise. Regrettably, despite his preemptive measures, he could not uncover who was behind the machinations. The assassins of that night were resolute, committing suicide without revealing any leads. One fears this matter cannot be dissociated from the Chui family. The substantial sum of silver spent is sufficient to inflict considerable harm upon them." Chapter 41. In high demand at this moment, Lu Yao was in her residence, Haitang Courtyard. Since her father had returned safely, certain matters would undoubtedly require his personal inquiry. After all, the task she had assigned to her third brother could not merely be dismissed as warnings received in a dream. Her father would not be easily convinced. As expected, a servant approached her father. "Miss, the Marquis requests your presence in his study." Lu Yao smiled in acknowledgement, assuring him that she would arrive shortly. Her father had indeed sobered up quickly from his revelry. Upon entering the study, she found her father alone, suggesting that he sought to delve deeply into matters without her mother's interference. "Father," Lu Yao curtsied respectfully. Lu Bushing helped his daughter to her feet, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Let me see, how have you become so thin?" Lu Yao affectionately wrapped her arms around his, teasing, "Do you not think I appear more charming this way? It is you who has truly lost weight. You no longer possess your former vigor." Lu Bushing straightened his posture and shook his shoulders. "Am I not as imposing as before?" His recent journey to Jiangnan had left him injured twice, and the exhausting travel back had taken a toll on his well-being, rendering him somewhat haggard. Indeed, it was crucial for her father to rest and recuperate at home for a while. Experiencing the reunion with her father in this second life stirred a myriad of emotions within Lu Yao. The moment she laid eyes on him, her heart ached, and tears nearly spilled. Lu Bushing nodded. "I share the same sentiment. I intend to use this time to investigate the matter of those assassins thoroughly. Father summoned me, so it is likely he wishes to inquire about the events in Jiangnan." Lu Yao preemptively stated, not waiting for her father to ask. Lu Bushing studied his daughter for a considerable time before speaking. Indeed, how does Yao Yao know so much about the relationships of the officials in Jiangnan while in the capital? Do you remember Master Qingshu? Lu Yao gently guided her father to sit. He had a few encounters during your grandfather's lifetime, but since he roams the world, I have not heard of him for many years, Lu Bushing replied. Indeed, I recall that after your grandfather's passing, Master Qingshu visited, and thereafter, there were no further tidings of him in the capital. I did not expect you to remember such details at your tender age. Lu Bushing regarded her with approval. Lu Yao only vaguely recalled, yet the tales surrounding the elder had persisted in the capital, which was how she came to know. Is this matter related to him? Lu Bushing asked incredulously. Lu Yao nodded in a way, yes. Lu Bushing, filled with excitement, rose from his chair. Where did you encounter him? It would not be surprising if you receive his guidance. Do not be so hasty, father. Allow me to finish. Lu Yao playfully chided. Very well, go on. Lu Bushing, a composed scholar general, momentarily lost his usual demeanor. Father, I can share this with you, but you must keep it confidential. No one can know, not even mother. Lu Yao stated earnestly. After some contemplation, Lu Bushing nodded in agreement. Master Qingshu's whereabouts had always been shrouded in mystery. Even the emperor would not dare to detain him against his will. If it were to be revealed that he resides in the capital, it would surely disturb his tranquility. Father, I implore you, please speak swiftly. With this, Lu Yao felt satisfied and began. Are you aware that my third brother is the direct disciple of the esteemed Qingshu Taoist? Lu Boshang furrowed his brow. You mean Yuding's frown gradually eased. It was indeed a plausible scenario. During his lifetime, their father held Yuding in the highest regard, and after his passing, Yuding claimed to be traveling for studies, likely following the Qingshu Taoist on his wanderings. Lu Yao nodded precisely. However, my brother adheres to the low-profile approach of his master, wishing to keep his identity concealed. Furthermore, should his identity be exposed, it may not bode well for the Lu family. I have promised my brother that I would not disclose this to anyone, so please refrain from inquiring about his plans. I trust he will act according to his own judgment. Lu Boshang took a sip of the now-cold tea before turning his gaze back to his daughter. If this were indeed the case, the entire situation would be quite logical. Yet he could not shake the feeling that Yao was withholding something from him. Nonetheless, regarding Yuding as the disciple of the Qingshu Taoist, she likely would not dare to deceive him. He needed to carefully consider the implications of Yuding's situation. If this information were to reach the emperor too soon, it could be exploited by those with ulterior motives, proving detrimental to the Lu family. Perhaps it would be best to feign ignorance. His current absence from court might actually facilitate certain matters. Seeing her father's expression, it was evident he believed her words, and she breathed a sigh of relief. As she returned to Haitang residence, she passed through the garden and picked a few flowers, her steps light and her spirits high. While she could deceive her mother with her dreams, she could not do the same with her father. There was simply no other option. Forgive me, brother, but I truly have no alternative. You are astute and capable. I trust you will find a way to manage. Burdensome concerns ought to be entrusted to the wise. After all, the fifth prince had already returned to the capital ahead of schedule and had conferred the title of King of Chu, signaling numerous changes from the previous life. It would not be long before his identity as a disciple of the Qingshu Taoist could no longer be concealed. Moreover, in a way, she was assisting him. As a man of the fifth prince, he would inevitably enter the officialdom, and gaining their father's favor would only benefit him in the long run, as the title of heir to the Duke of Pingning would be advantageous. With this thought, Lu Yao felt a sense of guiltlessness. After all, she had never claimed those ideas as her own, but merely disclosed her brother's identity to her father. She had not uttered a single falsehood, and whatever else was merely her father's own conjecture. If the day ever came when her father learned the truth, he could hardly place the blame on her. The Duke of Pingning had achieved great merit in the south, alleviating the emperor's burdens, and early in the morning, rewards were sent to the Lu residents one after another. The eunuch delivering the gifts radiated joy, walking with a certain swagger, his tone infused with mirth. The Duke of Pingning was now a highly sought-after figure. Lu Boshang knelt at the forefront, followed by Lu Zhongshan, Lu Jishan, while the women knelt behind them. Lu Zhongshan listened eagerly as the eunuch enumerated the rare treasures, his heart racing with excitement. In the Daki dynasty, titles could be inherited by brothers. Once he became the Duke of Pingning, all of this would belong to him. Certainly, he harbored no desire for his elder brother's demise. It was merely that the majority of the valiant generals of the great Qi met their ends in battle. With his brother charging into the fray, one could not guarantee. The second household, of course, was not alone in harboring such thoughts. Each individual knelt with a fa ade of piety, yet their hearts brimmed with ulterior motives. Lu Yao cast a discreet glance at those from the second household, feeling a sense of irony. In her past life, how blind she had been to mistake mere imitation for true value, thus wounding those who genuinely cared for her. As soon as the palace's entourage departed, Madame Lu of the second household eagerly seized Madame Lu's hand, exclaiming, "The Marquis has achieved great merit this time. The Emperor has bestowed rewards and hosted a grand banquet. This imperial favor is unparalleled. Even the Chui family cannot compare." Chapter 42. Fresh and warm Lu Yao raised an eyebrow, and before her mother could speak, she cheerfully interjected, "Aunt, let us be cautious with our words. Father has gone south to serve the Emperor, and the Emperor's rewards are a manifestation of his benevolence. We must not compare ourselves with others on this matter." For a moment, Lady Lu was so pleased that she failed to notice the implications of her daughter's words. It was only when Yao reminded her that she realized the potential repercussions. If such words were to spread, they would only invite unnecessary gossip. Lady Lu's expression stiffened. After all, she was an elder, and it was inappropriate for a mere girl to speak so freely. Although Lu Yao had previously been somewhat proud and headstrong, she had always been easy to appease. However, after her recent illness, she had become rather acerbic and petty. Just look at the gifts she had sent to the second household lately: flower tea, pouches, rose gold pastries. What trifles! Who would covet such things? Yao, the Marquis has accomplished great deeds, and the Emperor has bestowed countless rewards. Your aunt is merely expressing joy for our Lu family. Lu Yao shook her head. While your joy is indeed commendable, let us not endanger the Lu family in the process. Lady Qin Xiaoyun of the second household could hardly contain her astonishment at Lu Yao's sharp tongue. Her face turned ashen, the smile frozen upon her lips. To be publicly embarrassed by a younger generation was intolerable. She felt an urge to slap this ungrateful girl. Yet, given the Lu family's circumstances, she could not afford to offend this child openly. Qin Xiaoyun turned to Lu Ho, elder brother. But before she could finish, Lu Ho interrupted. Yao is correct. As members of the Lu family, we must exercise caution in our speech and actions to honor the Emperor's grace. Seeing the serious expression on his elder brother's face, Lu Zhongshan quickly added, Elder brother, please do not be angry. I shall ensure she is well disciplined in the future. Madame Zhao, witnessing Lady Qin's reprimand, could not help but stifle a laugh. It seemed she had miscalculated her flattery. Lady Qin, sensing the mockery, shot Madame Zhao a glare before responding. The Marquis speaks the truth. It is indeed my folly. I was overwhelmed with joy and shall be more prudent in the future. Lady Lu patted her hand gently. It is all right. Your intentions were innocent. Indeed, Lady Qin had always been straightforward and perhaps had spoken without malice. Fortunately, there were no outsiders present today. With this lesson learned, she would likely remember to be more cautious henceforth. Lu Buoxing nodded and made his way to the study, with Lu Zhongshan naturally following behind. After a few steps, Lu Buoxing suddenly turned back. Third brother, you should also join us for the discussion. Lu Jishan was momentarily taken aback, halting his steps and respectfully responding, Yes, elder brother. Lu Zhongshan found it peculiar what had prompted his elder brother to summon the third brother, who had been raised by a concubine, to partake in the meeting. However, Lu Yao understood her father's intentions. This would mark a turning point for the often overlooked third household within the Lu family. She thought to herself that her third brother would owe her gratitude in the future. Upon Lu Buoxing's return, the atmosphere in the Lu household transformed, shedding the gloom that had lingered for days. The persistent rain in the capital finally gave way to clear skies. With the Dragon Boat Festival approaching, the increasingly warm weather mirrored the recent buzz surrounding the princes. Two words encapsulated it all: lively and bustling. The tales of royal intrigue were the delight of the common folk, stories of royal families vying for the throne, filled with betrayal and conflict, have been told for centuries and had lost their novelty. The first time I heard about the princes of the Chu dynasty indulging in roasted duck at the Dali Temple, it was quite a refreshing spectacle. These princes appeared to be using roasted duck as a means to hone their skills for the throne. I have heard that the fifth prince, who resides outside the palace, has even been conferred the title of King of Chu, with auspicious dates for his ascension already selected by the Bureau of Astronomy. Is that true? How remarkable! In just a few days, it seems that a fifth prince has emerged in our Chu. Matters of the royal family are unpredictable. I have also heard that the King Jing has been placed under house arrest by the emperor. It is said that this is all due to the King of Chu's extraordinary fortune, which seems to overshadow the fates of these princes. Liu Yao, dressed in male attire, sat there sipping tea and enjoying the lively atmosphere, with Xia Zhu standing beside her, also donned in men's clothing. Xia Zhu poured another cup of tea for Liu Yao. Young master, do you really think the King of Chu possesses such a formidable destiny? It appears that this series of events began with his return to the capital. Liu Yao playfully tapped Xia Zhu on the head with her folding fan. Mind your words. Xia Zhu pouted, noting that these were merely the rumors circulating among the crowd. The gossip at the Jingxian tea house is indeed more captivating than that of any storyteller. While Liu Yao reveled in her leisure, the atmosphere within the imperial study was quite different. Ever since those rebellious sons were imprisoned in the Dali Temple, the morning court sessions had become quite the spectacle, with petitions being made for the early release of several princes. The emperor, in a fit of anger, deemed that a few days of confinement would suffice. The chief of the Dali Temple personally escorted the princes from their cells, sighing in relief that they were finally released. Otherwise, his temple would never find peace. The cases brought before the emperor by the magistrate of Shuntian were hardly a matter of consequence, leaving one to wonder whom he had offended. The scene outside the Dali Temple was bustling, with the family of the Rue Wang and attendants from the empress's palace present, alongside a row of flamboyantly dressed concubines of the Su Wang. Representatives from the Chui and Gu families had also arrived, their carriages parked nearby. As the princes emerged from the Dali Temple, they appeared quite disheveled. Riding through the streets in such a state would undoubtedly be a source of embarrassment. In contrast, the group waiting for Zhao Hong appeared rather solitary, with only Qing Wan present, accompanied by a rather modest carriage. Gu Zhaohua could no longer endure the sight. Why not procure a more suitable carriage for your master? It should reflect his princely status. Qing Wan remained silent, simply observing her master. Gu Zhaohua shook her head in disbelief, realizing that like master, like servant, the indifference displayed was quite unbecoming. Zhao Hong climbed into the carriage, leaving Gu Zhaohua standing there with an unfinished question. Where are you going? The Su Wang spat in Zhao Heng's direction, disdainfully remarking on his pitiful appearance despite the title of King of Chu. The expression on Rue Wang's face remained grim, particularly due to the trouble caused by Cui Shu Wei. Seeing the Rue Wang Fei, there was little warmth in her demeanor. What a commotion, as if everyone needed to be reminded that this prince was imprisoned. The Rue Wang Fei felt somewhat embarrassed by her husband's behavior, yet attributed the situation to her brother, thus refraining from comment. Meanwhile, Cui Shu Wei, unwilling to remain silent, retorted, "My sister came out of goodwill to fetch you. What is this nonsense?" The Rue Wang was exasperated by his foolish cousin, who had caused him to be incarcerated in the Dali Temple over a mere roasted duck, yet still had the audacity to speak. Kui jinx you astidi urgid, bradar. You should return at once and refrain from causing any further trouble that might anger grandfather and father. Cui Shu Wei, observing the fierce demeanor of the duke, opened his mouth to speak but remained silent, letting out a huff as he followed the family steward. Zhao Hong sat within his carriage, eyes closed. When it came to a halt after approximately a quarter of an hour, "Your Highness, it is eunuch's son from the palace," Qing Wan announced as she lifted the curtain. Zhao Hong did not even raise his eyelids, dismissively replying, "I do not recognize him, having been away from the palace for many years." He saw no connection between himself and eunuch's son or eunuch Li. Eunuch's son, however, was not merely present to make an appearance. He bore the emperor's decree and was sent with an urgent message, for the emperor awaited him in the imperial study. Chapter 43. Depart from the imperial hall. When Zhao Hong arrived at the imperial study, the emperor had already been waiting for quite some time. The emperor glanced at his son, who was kneeling before him. His sleeve had a tear, and his hair was somewhat disheveled. It is said that the winds and sands of the northwest do not nurture one well, yet this young man had not grown misshapen. His face was even more refined than that of the fourth prince, which brought some pride to the emperor. Reflecting on this, the emperor softened his tone. Have you been adapting well since your return to the capital? Thank you for your concern, Father Emperor. I am well. Zhao Hong replied. Having personally experienced the confines of the Dali Temple's prison, the emperor suddenly remembered that his son had been imprisoned for several days. How could he be well? He heard from Chang'e that at the entrance of the Dali Temple, others were greeted by their family and friends. While he had only one guard accompanying him in an inconspicuous cart, the emperor continued to inquire, what are your plans for the future? The other princes have already taken on duties in the court, and you're not young anymore. It is time for you to gain some experience. Zhao Hong knelt properly, his expression devoid of emotion. I still wish to return to the northwest. He was weary of the intrigues and machinations of the capital and had no desire to linger. What did you say? The emperor wondered if he had misheard. I wish to take Su'er back to the northwest. Zhao Hong repeated firmly. His return was primarily to fetch Su'er, but regrettably, he had been imprisoned twice, which delayed his purpose. The emperor's expression shifted dramatically. Do you understand what you were saying? I do, Zhao Hong replied, lowering his gaze and completely disregarding the emperor's fury. You are my son, and Su'er is my only grandson. I cannot possibly agree to this. The emperor's stance was resolute. Zhao Hong remained kneeling, straight and unwavering, his determination evident. I have been away from the capital for many years and have long become estranged from the palace. My mind is made up, and I hope for your understanding. Father Emperor, your desires hold no weight. Soon the palace will select brides for the adult princes. We shall discuss your return to the northwest after your wedding. I did not require a princess. There is no need for you to worry. Zhao Hong insisted, unwilling to have anyone thrust upon him unceremoniously. The emperor, having initially picked up a memorial from the table to hurl at him, paused just before releasing it. This rebellious son had not grown up by his side, leading to a certain distance between them, and over the years, he had indeed neglected him considerably. You are no longer young. You have reached the age for marriage. As a prince, it is your duty to propagate the royal lineage of our great Qi dynasty. There are plenty of princes in the imperial family. My existence does not significantly impact the royal lineage. Zhao Hong retorted. The memorial that the emperor had just set down was seized again and thrown toward Zhao Hong. Instinctively, Zhao Hong reached out to catch it. The document was pinched between his fingers, and with a slight exertion, it flew toward the emperor's face, nearly striking him before landing on the table. The emperor, both enraged and startled, rose abruptly from his dragon throne and approached Zhao Hong, kicking at him. Having served in the Northwest Army for many years, Zhao Hong was hardly moved by the emperor's mild kick. He continued to kneel, as steadfast as a pine tree, further inciting the emperor's wrath. Are you trying to drive me to madness? You dare to defy me at every turn. I do not dare, Zhao Hong replied, though his face showed no trace of fear. Chang'e observed the tense atmosphere between the father and son, lowering his head even further as he heard and saw nothing. The courage exhibited by His Highness, the King of Chu, was truly remarkable. It was a rarity for anyone in the Grand Qi to speak to the emperor in such a manner. I see you are quite audacious. Summon my decree. Bring the young grandson to my hucking palace. I shall personally look after him, and I am curious to see who dares to take him away. Father. Zhao Hong was taken aback, entirely unprepared for the emperor's decision. If Su'er remained in Hucking Palace, he would lose all opportunity to take him away. You still acknowledge me as your father? Let me be clear. If you wish to ensure Su'er's safety, you must obediently remain in the capital. The emperor noted the fear that crossed Zhao Heng's face and felt a measure of relief. This rebellious child was nearly driving him to despair. Remaining in the capital is acceptable, but I shall not agree to the matter of selecting a consort. He intended to seize any opportunity to persuade his father to take Su'er away, yet the issue of a consort was utterly out of the question. The emperor scoffed. It seems you have not had enough of the dungeons of the Dali Temple. I shall go myself. There is no need for your concern, father. Zhao Hong dismissed the notion, rising to lift his robe and turn to leave. To him, it made little difference where he stayed. The Dali Temple's dungeon was familiar territory. After all, he could find his way without a guide. The emperor took a deep breath, wondering if this rebellious son had returned solely to infuriate him. What a disgrace it would be for a noble prince to visit the dungeon thrice. Furthermore, a palace banquet was imminent, and having been bestowed a title, there was no reason for him to be absent. Otherwise, it would provoke speculation among the ministers. This was his first formal appearance among the court officials. Should he behave so unruly and defiant, which minister would dare to marry off their daughter to him? Since you hold such an affinity for the Dali Temple, report there tomorrow and have the minister of Dali assign you a task. The emperor declared in anger, observing his son's expression, which was twisted in defiance. Having been granted a title, he could no longer squander his days in idleness, engaging in brawls. What had the Duke of State truly taught him over the years? I accept the decree. Zhao Hong retorted with indifference. The Dali Temple it shall be. Having endured the dungeon, what else is there to fear? He did not expect that this would compel him to comply. He would wait and see. After receiving the decree, be gone. The emperor felt a surge of frustration at his son's refusal to heed his authority. Yes, Zhao Hong replied, rolling on the ground before exiting the main hall. The emperor watched the fifth prince rolling on the floor, and the pent-up anger within him inexplicably dissipated. What a rascal he was! Changgue was equally astonished, nearly bursting into laughter. To provoke the emperor to such a degree, yet emerge unscathed, and even receive a title, demonstrated the extraordinary capabilities of the King of Chu. Not long after departing Hucking Palace, he coincidentally encountered the beloved concubine, who had come to pay her respects to the emperor. Dressed in a magnificent gown adorned with plum blossoms, her regal presence was unmatched, a testament to her enduring favor. Greetings, concubine. Encountering her directly, it was impossible to feign ignorance of her grand entrance. Quickly, do not bow. Look how much the prince has grown. You should greet his highness, the King of Chu. The concubine smiled warmly, her countenance benevolent. No need for formalities. Zhao Hong dispensed with the formalities of greeting those surrounding the favored concubine. Have you just come from his majesty? She inquired, feigning ignorance. Indeed, he replied. Your father, the emperor, is preoccupied with state affairs and may inadvertently overlook certain matters. With the establishment of the Prince of Chu's residence, should there be any deficiencies or needs, do not hesitate to send word to me. I shall ensure assistance is rendered. Thank you, esteemed concubine, Zhao Hong expressed. The Prince of Chu undoubtedly has numerous responsibilities to attend to, so I shall not impose further upon you. Please go swiftly. The concubine spoke with genuine concern. Zhao Hong respectfully excused himself, and the smile on the concubine's face gradually faded. Leave now. The Prince of Chu appears to be quite unruly. It may prove challenging to win him over, remarked Aunt Fong. The concubine responded with a light, knowing smile. As long as we can eliminate the crown prince, whether or not he serves our purposes is of little consequence. Chapter 44. Youthful impetuosity. As King Chu approached the palace gate, he observed 4 young eunuchs and 4 maidens standing behind Qingwan. Your Highness, we humbly greet you, they exclaimed, kneeling in a neat row to pay their respects to Zhao Hong. King Chu cast a fleeting glance before his gaze settled upon Qingwan. What is the meaning of this? They were sent by His Majesty to attend to the prince, Qingwan replied. They arrived shortly after you entered the palace. Although Zhao Hong had already surmised the emperor's intentions, his expression darkened as he coldly retorted, I have no need for them. Accepting the emperor's servants would undoubtedly lead to a flurry of jealous concubines sending their own eunuchs and maidens, a predicament he wished to avoid. The leading eunuch, trembling with trepidation, implored, We serve at the emperor's behest, and from now on, we shall be at your service. I beseech you to allow us to remain. My residence is but modest. With you all here, shall I be forced to sleep in the streets? King Chu's voice was low and menacing, causing the kneeling figures to bow their heads even lower. Growing weary of the exchange, Zhao Hong lifted the hem of his robe and mounted his carriage. The kneeling maidens stole glances at him, their hearts fluttering at his graceful demeanor. They wished to transform into his robe, longing for his touch. As the carriage began to move, the 8 attendants followed suit, and a voice boomed from within. Should anyone dare to approach again, I shall not hesitate to take your life. This was the first time they had witnessed the grandeur of Prince Chu. Earlier, as he approached from a distance, his exquisite features and ethereal aura had captivated them, instantly garnering their admiration. To serve such a striking figure was indeed a privilege. Yet, they were taken aback by the unexpected ferocity exhibited by the 5th prince, one who resembled a celestial being in a painting. Consequently, they dared not follow any longer. They could not force the prince into a predicament nor risk incurring his wrath. A handsome appearance was admirable, but life was far more precious. Word of Zhao Heng's dismissal of the attendants quickly reached the emperor, who slammed his palm upon the dragon table in fury. This reckless fool, he berated himself. Although he reproached his son, none could echo his sentiments and were instead quick to offer counsel. Your Majesty, it is true that Prince Chu's current abode lacks spaciousness. It would be prudent to arrange for attendance once he moves into the royal residence, Chang Gui suggested, bowing his head as he poured tea for the emperor to soothe his temper. This ungrateful wretch seeks to drive me to madness. The emperor fumed, summoned the Minister of Justice to present himself. This obstinate temperament required some discipline, and the Ministry of Justice was an excellent place for that. Seizing the opportunity, Chang Gui discreetly exited the hall, exhaling a sigh of relief. The emperor had been increasingly capricious of late. He needed to tread carefully in order to survive in the palace and strive to extend his years. As Zhao Heng disembarked from the carriage, he sneezed multiple times, feeling an ominous sense of foreboding. The capital was truly an unfavorable place. He longed to return to the northwest. Zhao Heng's residence, though modest with its 2 courtyards, was tastefully arranged. Would you like to bathe first, Your Highness? Qing Feng inquired, responsible for the inner court. Zhao Heng nodded. Having spent several days in the confines of a cell, he was in dire need of refreshment. His bath was swift, and with his hair still damp. He left it flowing freely, adorned in a refreshing and crisp royal blue silk robe that exuded elegance. My lord, during your absence over these past 2 days, the esteemed concubines of the palace have sent gifts, and even His Highness, the Prince of Jing, contributed as well. In your absence, he found it difficult to refuse and thus accepted everything, intending to address it upon your return. Since gifts have been offered, they must be accepted, Zhao Heng remarked nonchalantly while sipping his tea. Should my lord return the favor? No need. They sent it of their own accord. I did not compel them. Their inquiries into his whereabouts suggest ulterior motives. Let them send what they wish. The concubine seeks to win him over and is naturally willing to part with fine gifts. Lord Sun, the minister of the Supreme Court, emerged from the Huaqing Palace with a mournful expression. What the predicament? The troublemaker is Lord Song of the Shuntian Prefecture, yet it falls to him to bear the burden. What did the emperor just say? His Highness, the Prince of Chu, has been away for so long, brimming with youthful vigor, and requires tempering. Thus, he shall serve as a mere errand runner at the Supreme Court. What does it mean to run errands? A dignified prince reduced to being an errand boy under his command. Has he lost his mind? Lord Sun felt an ominous sense of dread, pondering whether he should instruct his family to prepare for his eventual demise. The news of His Highness, the Prince of Chu, taking up service at the Supreme Court quickly spread. What? An errand boy? This is utterly laughable. Ah. The Prince of Chu could not contain his laughter, asserting that Zhao Heng, even if granted the title of Prince of Chu, would prove ineffectual. Indeed, the freshly minted Prince of Chu was swiftly dispatched to the Supreme Court. Is there any difference between serving there and languishing in a cell? Prince Rue furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend his father's intentions. First, he was celebrated as the Prince of Chu, and in the blink of an eye, he was demoted to the Supreme Court. What is the emperor scheming? Brother, do not dwell on it. Father has never regarded him with any seriousness. With such a character, he holds no value for exploitation. The Prince of Chu spoke with disdain for Zhao Heng. As princes, they either align themselves to aid others in vying for power or compete for it themselves. Those like Zhao Hong are merely fit to be scapegoats. When Lu Yao learned of the news, she too was taken aback. In her past life, Zhao Hong had been quite unpredictable, and she had yet to fathom why he insisted on making her his consort. Little did she anticipate that even the emperor's intentions had become so inscrutable this time around. Lord Sun, the minister of the Supreme Court, hailed from humble beginnings, having risen through the ranks via the imperial examinations. He married the daughter of his own mentor and possessed no familial influence. Lord Sun ascended to his position through sheer merit, demonstrating considerable acumen. He is a loyal servant of the emperor, akin to the Liu family. Lu Yao understood Lord Sun well, as he and Minister Liu were fellow scholars and shared a close camaraderie. Surely, the emperor has some profound purpose in placing Zhao Hong at the Supreme Court? Yet if that is the case, why assign him the role of a mere errand boy? Lu Yao was not alone in her confusion. The nobles in the capital, astute as they were all pondering the emperor's intentions. Meanwhile, Zhao Hong, the very subject of the matter, appeared unfazed, graciously accepting his appointment upon receiving the decree. He had similarly risen through the ranks from a lowly soldier in the Northwest Army. Zhao Hong stood at the entrance, gazing at the 3 characters of the Da Li Si inscribed on the black plaque. He thought to himself that perhaps this place would one day become his domain. We pay our respects to His Highness, the Prince of Chu. The minister of Da Li Si, accompanied by his officials, came forth to welcome him personally. Sun Zong, having immersed himself in the bureaucratic realm for many years, possessed his own discernment regarding affairs. Even if the Prince of Chu were to become his subordinate in the future, he still held the title of prince before assuming office, and thus, protocol must not be disregarded. Please rise. From this day forth, I shall serve as a mere functionary of the Da Li Si. Let us work together, and feel free to address me by my name, without concern for formalities. The assembly exchanged hesitant glances, unsure of how to respond, except for Sun Zong, who clasped his hands together and respectfully acknowledged, yes. If they were to treat him like a noble prince, would the Da Li Si still be able to carry out its duties? Zhao Hong emerged from the quarters clad in the official attire of the Da Li Si, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. They had never perceived the dark uniform of the Da Li Si as particularly appealing. Yet, on him, it exuded an air of majesty. Instinctively, they straightened their backs, feeling a surge of vitality amongst themselves. Chapter 45. The Unyielding Fate. Recently, the capital has been abuzz with gossip, with tales emerging one after another. The most sensational news of late concerns the emperor's unexpectedly acquired son, the 5th prince. Today, however, the focus shifts to the esteemed daughter of the Pingning Marquis, the 2nd young lady of the Liu family. For the latest gossip, one must certainly visit the Jingxian tea house. The latest revelation suggests that the 2nd young lady, Liu, has been deemed by a master to possess an inflexible fate, one that portends misfortune for her husband and offspring. Consequently, she has been removed from the selection list for potential brides. Surely not. I have heard that this young lady is as beautiful as a celestial being and was considered a prospective bride for the crown prince. The Pingning Marquis has just achieved great merit, and the emperor was poised to bestow marriage upon them. Your information is outdated. I have relatives in the palace who say that the crown prince has been placed under house arrest due to this very young lady's influence. If such trouble arises before marriage, one can only imagine what might occur afterward. Indeed, the favored consort would undoubtedly oppose this union. Such a stunning young lady from a noble house, even if she were to bring misfortune, I would still be willing to take her home. As they say, to die beneath a peony is to die a romantic, remarked one dashing scholar. His words elicited uproarious laughter from the crowd, with some echoing his sentiments while others chastised him for his audacity. How could a mere mortal like you even dream of such a noble lady, regardless of her fate? Before long, the news reached the Liu residence, where Liu Boshang, incensed, shattered a teacup, wishing fervently to capture and punish those who spread such slander. Lady Liu wore a worried expression, lamenting, "This is partly my fault." She then recounted to her husband the events that had transpired in the queen's palace. Liu Boshang slammed his palm onto the table with great force. "This is intolerable. I shall confront the emperor at once." It was a matter arising from his wife. So whom else could he seek? Father, wait. Lu Yao had just reached the doorway when she heard her father's exclamation. Yao, what brings you here? Lu Basang felt a deep sense of guilt toward his daughter. It was his failure to protect her that allowed her to be maligned. The helplessness of a father made him wish he could take up arms against those who dared to wrong her. Father, I believe these rumors are inconsequential. Do you intend to marry me off at such a young age? The gossip had arrived later than Lu Yao had anticipated. Perhaps it was due to the incident involving the Rui Wang being imprisoned by the emperor, leaving the queen too preoccupied to consider such matters. Upon returning to the capital, the emperor had not yet arranged a marriage for her, but he had spent several nights in the favored consort's palace, which had caused the queen considerable anxiety. Whether the queen genuinely wished to make her a concubine of the Rui Wang, Lu Yao was uncertain. However, the favored consort had long harbored the desire to see her wed to the crown prince. Although the queen's scheme may have harmed the crown prince and not benefited the Rui Wang, it served Lu Yao well, for she had no desire to marry, thus aligning with her wishes. Nevertheless, her father would not permit anyone to tarnish his daughter's name, not even the queen. He demanded that the emperor provide him with an explanation. It is imperative that reason prevails. Lu Basang has devoted himself to the great Qi and the emperor, yet now his daughter is unfairly slandered as a harbinger of misfortune for her husband. What utter nonsense! Father, please do not be angry. Do you believe the emperor is pleased to see these rumors, or will he punish the empress? Lu Yao calmly endeavored to persuade her father. In truth, when she spoke those words in the empress's palace, she had already anticipated the outcome we face today. Lu Bushing's expression gradually became solemn. The emperor had harbored concerns regarding the Chui family for quite some time and had sought to diminish their influence for just as long. However, having recently extracted a substantial sum from the Chui family, it was unlikely he would take action against the empress at this juncture. Particularly, he would not punish her on behalf of the Lu family. The emperor could neither tolerate the Chui family, nor would he allow the Lu family to become another Chui. The emperor would not bestow a marriage upon Yaoer with Prince Jing, nor would he permit her to assume the role of a concubine to Prince Rui. The humble and straightforward Lu family was what the emperor favored most, hence he would never allow Yaoer to enter the palace. Seeing her father's anger dissipate and his demeanor return to tranquility, Lu Yao smiled and asked, Father, have you come to an understanding? Lu Bushing sighed. It is I who have wronged you, my dear Yaoer. Do not worry, I shall find the finest suitor in our great Qi to match my beloved daughter. Should I hear any more idle gossip about you, I shall not hesitate to take action. Lu Yao playfully clung to her father's arm, saying, Father, I do not wish to marry. If I ever decide to, I shall choose the person myself. That cannot be. You are still young. Be wary of those scoundrels. Lu Bushing shook his head, his furrowed brow reflecting the tension, as if Lu Yao had already presented a suitor before him. Father. Lu Yao stamped her foot in a display of youthful shyness. Vater unterstands, Yaya. No matter what happens in the future, you must never demean yourself in such a manner or inflict harm upon yourself. I will always be here for you. Lu Bushing reassured her, patting her shoulder with heartfelt concern. Nonetheless, this matter must be brought to the emperor's attention. Otherwise, it would appear as though the Lu family harbored guilt. In Zhao Heng's villa, Gu Zhaohua was discussing Lu Yao with him. Who could be so malicious as to spread such words? How is Miss Lu to conduct herself in the future? Although he had only met the esteemed Miss Lu a few times, the impressions remained vivid, especially from their last encounter at the tea house, where he overheard her delightful conversation with her maid, which contradicted her rumored aloofness. Zhao Heng remained unperturbed, calmly sipping his tea as a deep-grayed dog lay at his feet, eyes closed yet ears perked up in vigilance. Brother, do say something. You have been silent for far too long. Gu Zhaohua nudged Zhao Heng with his foot. Zhao Heng remained quiet, but the dog sprang to its feet, bristling with fur. Startled, Gu Zhaohua leaped onto a chair, exclaiming, You beast! Are you trying to scare me? Lie down. At the command, the dog lunged at Gu Zhaohua, fiercely biting his leg. Ouch! Let go. Brother, command your dog to release me. Gu Zhaohua's voice wavered in fear, especially with the dog clamped onto his leg. Kunlun, come back. Zhao Heng spoke slowly and deliberately. Upon being called by his master, Kunlun reluctantly detached himself from Gu Zhaohua. Gu Zhaohua sighed in relief. Brother, where did you acquire this dog? Before he could finish his sentence, he was once again toppled by Kunlun's exuberance. Zhao Heng, exasperated, called out, "Kunlun, come back." Kunlun barked at Gu Zhaohua before haughtily returning to his master's side. Noticing the peculiar tone of Kunlun's bark, Gu Zhaohua suddenly exclaimed, "Brother, it can't possibly be a wolf, can it?" Zhao Heng confirmed with a nod. Kunlun detests being referred to as a dog. Can it really comprehend human speech? Gu Zhaohua asked in disbelief. Kunlun is far more intelligent than any dog. He is a night moon wolf in the northwest, a noble among wolves, Zhao Heng remarked, gently stroking the fur atop Kunlun's head. Chapter 46. A turn of events. Kunlun was discovered by him on Kunlun Mountain, barely clinging to life. Had it not been for timely intervention, it would have surely perished. Yet, upon seeing him, despite its inability to stand, its eyes remained vigilant, tinged with a hint of hostility, as if poised to bite. It was the intensity of Kunlun's gaze that captivated him, prompting him to save it. Subsequently, as it accompanied him in the military camp, its innate sharpness quickly revealed its advantages. Its alertness and search capabilities far surpassed those of ordinary soldiers. In the vast expanse of a northwest military camp, Kunlun's name resonated widely, known by all. Such a possessive creature, and yet a noble? Gu Zhaohua exclaimed incredulously. He had merely brushed against it lightly, and it rushed forth to protect its master. Gu Zhaohua whispered, though Kunlun caught his words and bared its teeth at him. "Oh, come on, brother. Must you be so sensitive? I haven't spoken ill of you." Gu Zhaohua shrank back in fear, retreating into his chair. Kunlun disdainfully glanced at him before obediently returning to its master, rubbing against Zhao Heng and standing guard, casting occasional glares at Gu Zhaohua. Gu Zhaohua found those glares quite intimidating. "Brother, could you please remove your pet? It's rather unsettling." Zhao Heng patted Kunlun's head, instructing, "Kunlun, go play." Reluctantly, Kunlun departed its master's side, clearly displeased with this intruder encroaching on its territory. Could not just bite him to death. Once Kunlun's silhouette faded, Gu Zhaohua sighed in relief, sliding down from his chair. "Brother, you've truly outdone yourself, raising a wolf as a pet. Your Zhao family possesses quite the ruthless, wolfish nature. If the eldest princess of your family were to hear this, I dare say your father would break your leg." Zhao Heng shot Gu Zhaohua an exasperated look. "Don't mention my father. I suspect I was adopted." Gu Zhaohua sighed, reminiscing about his time in the Dali Temple's prison and the impending punishment awaiting him at home. One day, he might sever ties with his father altogether. How could I have forgotten the matter at hand? It's all because of your dog, wolf. Is that acceptable? Gu Zhaohua hastily corrected himself upon recalling the watchful wolf. "What do you think about the situation concerning Miss Liu? Now that we've returned to the capital, we ought to grasp the circumstances there." The rumors swirling about were too fervent to believe that there was no one fanning the flames behind the scenes. "Why do you concern yourself with such matters? Are you plotting against the young lady?" Zhao Heng feigned indifference. "Hee. Yet Miss Liu is indeed beautiful. The capital's most stunning maiden is no mere rumor. Mind yourself." Zhao Heng cast a wary glance at Gu Zhaohua's lower regions. Gu Zhaohua felt a sudden chill, recalling the young lady's bold proclamations at Jingshan Tea House, causing him to falter. "Let us not digress. I am merely looking out for you. Haven't you noticed those two are about to clash? Let them fight. The Dali Temple's prison is empty. There's plenty of room for them. Are you not afraid that one of them might gain the upper hand and deal with you?" His warning was quite clear. Those two, they're hardly a threat. That one still breathes, and it's not their turn yet. The saying, "a calamity lasts for 1,000 years," is certainly about that one. Zhao Heng completely disregarded these individuals. What of becoming the crown prince? Many a crown prince has been deposed, or even met their demise. Historically, has there ever been a crown prince who safely ascended to the throne? Furthermore, the young lady from the Liu family is not to be underestimated. The outcome of this affair is uncertain. Nonetheless, it is of no concern to him. Gu Zhaohua remarked, "This is hardly a father-son relationship. It is much more akin to that of adversaries. Indeed, the Zhao family harbors no benign characters, and it would be prudent for him to refrain from involvement." "Will you attend the palace banquet tonight?" "Absolutely not." "Then splendid. Accompany me for tea and music, I must tell you." Miss Lu Nong has returned with a new melody. Just as Gu Zhaohua finished speaking, Qing Wan entered, announcing, "Your Highness, Eunuch Sun from the palace has arrived." Eunuch Sun, a disciple of the esteemed Chang Gui, held a significant position within the palace, and his personal visit indicated the urgency of his message. "Your servant pays his respects to His Highness, the Crown Prince, and to the Duke of Gu." Eunuch Sun smiled, his eyes narrowing in a manner reminiscent of his master. No need for formalities. The Crown Prince's expression remained impassive, sensing no good news, for that old rascal was notoriously cunning. "His Majesty has requested your presence at tonight's banquet, Your Highness, and it is fortunate that the Duke is here as well. His Majesty also instructed me to ensure the princess is present with you." Eunuch Sun's face was perpetually adorned with a false smile, a true embodiment of the perennial sycophant. Gu Zhaohua, irritated, fiddled with his ear. He had intentionally evaded the palace banquet, as the Gu family had long received an invitation. However, he had just emerged from the Dali Temple's prison only to be thoroughly chastised by his father, which had become the talk of the town. The embarrassment was unbearable, hence his reluctance to attend. As for Zhao Hong, there was no particular reason. He simply did not wish to go. No time. Zhao Hong remained seated, not even lifting himself. "Your Highness, please do not make it difficult for your servant. The Imperial Guard is stationed outside." His Majesty clearly stated that if the Crown Prince dares to defy the summons, he must be forcibly taken to the palace. His Majesty even remarked, "This little rascal has gone too far. We must deal with him." Naturally, such words were not to be divulged to the Crown Prince. Zhao Hong was disinterested in entering the palace. Every banquet was rife with conspiracies and treachery, a source of great vexation. "Your Highness, the Emperor has dispatched the Imperial Guard to personally escort you. It would be quite challenging for your servant to fulfill his duties otherwise." It was commendable that Eunuch Sun could maintain his smile amidst the situation. "Is it true? The Imperial Guard has indeed arrived?" Gu Zhaohua dashed outside to confirm. "By heavens, it is true." The Imperial Guard, being the personal protectors of his uncle, evidently held the Crown Prince in high regard. Such a display was akin to a show of force, as if ready to annihilate an entire clan. Kunlun stood at the entrance, confronting the intruders, his fur bristling, poised to leap at any moment. "This dog, no, this wolf, certainly commands respect." Gu Zhaohua returned, saying, "Brother, we must go. It seems we shall not have the pleasure of hearing Miss Lu Nong's delightful tune tonight." Eunuch Sun, astonished, inquired, "What? You are willing to attend merely for the sake of hearing Miss Lu Nong's melody? I had no idea His Highness had such a penchant." Zhao Hung. When did he agree to listen to the little tunes? This scoundrel, attempting to render him mute. As a favored courtier, Lu Boshang is naturally expected to attend tonight's palace banquet. Under ordinary circumstances, this would solely concern the first and second households, while the third would possess the self-awareness not to intrude. However, this time, the third household has once again been summoned by the Lord. The second master mutters, "What could the third household have done to catch the elder brother's eye? Why has he been consistently bringing him along lately? Has the elder brother, after his recent trip to Jiangnan, taken leave of his senses or been bewitched?" And what of the third? The third brother, referred to by Lu Boshang, is naturally Lu Yuding, the third son of the Lu family. This Lu Yushu hesitates. Speak plainly, although Lu Boshang is a cultured general, he possesses a straightforward disposition. Today, Miss Lu Nong from Yaoying Pavilion has unveiled a new composition, and the third brother no further words are necessary. All are aware of the implications. Lu Zhongshan, secretly amused. He knew well that the third household was like a muddy wall that could not be propped up, yet this was a splendid opportunity to shine before the emperor. Lu Jishan, brother, it is my failure in guiding the younger generation. Lu Boshang, holding back his frustration, nearly lost his temper, but ultimately declared, "It matters not. I shall certainly have a word with this young man another day." Chapter 47, A pair of perfect matches. The Dragon Boat Festival Banquet is specifically organized for the selection of imperial consorts. This evening, the emperor will choose brides from among the noble young ladies present for several unmarried princes. The most illustrious daughters and sons of the chief family have gathered, creating a vibrant and splendid atmosphere within the palace, which shines like daylight. Those with discerning eyes are well aware of the underlying motives. Naturally, Those with aspirations are filled with anticipation. For families seeking lasting wealth and nobility, marrying their daughters to princes is the most expedient and effective means. Among the princes, the esteemed Prince Rue, born of the primary consort, holds the highest status. However, he is already married, leaving only the son of the favored consort, His Highness Prince Jing. This banquet has been jointly prepared by the Empress and the favored consort, who had intended to promote Lu Yao but now finds herself outmaneuvered. It is widely known that Lu Yao's destiny is too formidable, and many are eagerly awaiting to witness the downfall of this celestial beauty, who was once destined to be the future Princess Jing. Indeed, Lu Yao possesses an extraordinary beauty. Her radiant visage, naturally enchanting, surpasses even the most exquisite peonies in the garden. Her eyes, sparkling like shimmering waves, have the power to captivate souls, even in silence. Her mere presence can ensnare one as heart. In her previous life, Lu Yao was labeled as the Enchantress Empress, an epithet closely tied to her striking appearance. Typically, she favored modest attire, which somewhat subdued her allure. However, today she is transformed, donning a gown of pink silk adorned with intricate patterns. The silver threads woven into its folds shimmering as she moves, accentuating her delicate and statuesque figure, rendering her utterly captivating to behold. While many have come to witness the potential misfortune of Miss Lu, she has, this night, utilized her beauty to humiliate all who doubted her. Could she truly win back the favor of the consort merely by her attire? The royal family would never accept a woman of such a formidable fate, or so they believed. Yet, what if her beauty could sway their hearts? Even if she cannot become the primary consort, surely a secondary consort would not be out of the question. Another voice chimed in agreement. A secondary consort? Would Lord Pingming truly marry his daughter as a secondary consort? Brother, did you see? Sitting across from us is the legitimate daughter of Lord Pingming. You must have missed her last time due to the distance, right? Gu Zhaohua lightly nudged Zhao Heng's arm under the pretense of drinking. Zhao Heng, tall and languid, refrained from revealing that he had indeed encountered Miss Lu before, and at a closer proximity. Yet, she seemed somewhat intimidated by him, dropping her belongings in fright. Am I really that fearsome? It is no wonder Prince Jing is utterly enthralled by such a beauty. Gu Zhaohua jested. Zhao Heng, seemingly casually, glanced at Zhao Mu, sitting at the head of the table, before returning his gaze with indifference. From the moment Prince Jing laid eyes on Lu Yao, he could not look away. He had been confined by his father days earlier, and by the time he heard the rumors and sought to intervene, it was already too late. The news from his mother indicated that the emperor had no intention of granting a marriage, and it appeared that his wishes may not be fulfilled. The Empress Dowager contemplated the possibility of waiting until the current turmoil subsided before devising a plan. However, the prince was no longer young. Should the position of the primary consort remain unestablished, his eligibility to vie with Prince Rue would diminish further. Thus, he deliberately decided to elevate Su Chon'er, the daughter of Minister Su of the Ministry of Revenue, to the status of primary consort, planning to strategize further in due course. Aware that this was the most prudent course of action, he still felt a sense of discontent. He had cherished Yaoer for many years. How could he tolerate the thought of the flower he had patiently awaited being plucked by another? Zhao Mu clenched the cup tightly, seeking to vent his pent-up frustration. He lowered his head to drink from the goblet, determined not to relent until the very end. Prince Rue's gaze upon Lu Yao was laden with meaning. He recognized her beauty, and was unexpectedly captivated by how enchanting she appeared in such vibrant hues. Even the most exquisite dancer in his palace paled in comparison. The other royal siblings harbored their own intentions, believing such a beauty ought to be kept in a gilded cage. Yet, the emperor, seated at the head of the table, harbored no benevolent thoughts. Yesterday, the Marquis of Pingming had come to him in tears, and while he was well aware that the rumors were unfounded, he could not clarify matters at this juncture. For the sake of swiftly purging traitors and restoring peace to Deqi, he could only temporarily inconvenience the beloved daughter of the Marquis of Pingming. However, he promised to find an opportunity for recompense. The emperor's gaze fell upon the distant figure of Prince Chu among the princes, clad in a royal blue satin robe adorned with dark borders. He possessed an imposing stature and a visage reminiscent of jade. The emperor stroked his beard, expressing satisfaction with the appearance of his fifth son, noting that among the princes, the fifth resembled him the most. Ahem. Yet, his disposition left much to be desired, for he lacked charm. This unfortunate lad had so many noble women vying for attention. What pleasure could be found in wine? He seemed to be nearly 19 and was due for a marriage grant. This evening, the most distinguished noble women of Chu had gathered. In terms of beauty, this young man and Miss Lu would indeed make a splendid pair. However, Miss Lu was favored by the empress, and having just defied her wishes, bestowing Lu Yao upon the fifth prince would be tantamount to striking the empress's face. No, that would not do. He would consider other families. The empress sat beside the emperor, her smile radiant as she poured wine for him. The emperor reciprocated her affections with playful glances. The two exhibited their fondness without reservation. Below, the ministers, the finest talents Chu could offer, engaged in flattery that was more inventive than usual, creating a scene of jubilant camaraderie as they raised their glasses in mutual well-wishes. Yet in their hearts, the ministers weighed the implications. The empress's favor was indeed palpable, and amidst such lavish festivities, the empress was left neglected by the emperor. With the empress enjoying such prominence, and the emperor in good health, the position of crown prince was by no means guaranteed to Prince Rui. Prince Jing had yet to establish a primary consort, and rumors about the daughter of the Marquis of Pingming being unsuitable for marriage were indeed a fortuitous opportunity. The upcoming talent showcase must not allow their own daughter to fall short. At that moment, the empress was nearly driven to despair. She had employed every possible tactic. Yet the emperor remained resolute against granting marriage. With no progress on the emperor's side and the empress's machinations on the other, her hair seemed to threaten turning white from worry. The gaze of the imperial consort shifted to Su Chan'er. Though the young lady possessed a certain charm, her beauty paled in comparison to that of Lu Yao, which perhaps explained Mu'er's reluctance to forsake Lu Yao for her. More significantly, the Su family was comprised of civil officials, lacking the military authority wielded by the Pingming Marquis. The previous empress and the current Empress Chui ascended to their positions precisely because their families held military power, instilling a sense of trepidation in the emperor. While the Su family was indeed esteemed by the emperor, it fell short when compared to the illustrious Wei family, led by the eminent Wei Ming, a prodigy who had achieved the highest honors. Regrettably, he was merely an attendant to Prince Rui. The Wei family did have a legitimate granddaughter, but the cunning old Wei Gu was an enigma, difficult to decipher. Mu'er's primary consort must serve as her ally. She dared not jeopardize Mu'er's future by taking such a risk. Initially, she had intended to select Su Chan'er as a secondary consort, but this now seemed to benefit her instead. Chapter 48. A door apart, the empress was deeply aggrieved by the emperor and the concubine's actions, feeling as though she had been publicly humiliated for the sake of that wretched woman. Fortunately, she had discreetly disseminated rumors concerning Lu Yao's fortune earlier, preventing the impudent girl from reveling in further triumph. The noble young ladies had prepared their most impressive performances, with the daughter of the Minister of Rites, Zhou Xiaoying, demonstrating her remarkable calligraphy with fluid strokes that flowed like water, truly deserving of her title as a talented woman. Lady Li Wan'er, daughter of Minister Li, captivated the audience with her exquisite rendition of high mountains and flowing water. Wei Rong, the granddaughter of Elder Wei, painted a lively scene of a young shepherd boy playing the flute atop a cow, his expression comically animated. However, the star of the evening was undoubtedly Su Chan'er, the daughter of Minister Su. Her performance of Pipa Xing was a vision of elegance and grace, her movements delicate and flowing. The red ribbons of her attire swirling like a celestial being preparing to take flight. Her enchanting dance garnered her much admiration, with even the emperor praising her for evoking the beauty reminiscent of the concubine in her prime. Such praise, implying a deeper significance beyond mere compliments on her dance, did not escape the notice of the simple-minded Su Wang, who remarked to Jing Wang, "Miss Su's dance is indeed astonishing. What do you think, fourth brother?" Jing Wang, in a foul mood and dismissive of Su Wang, regarded him as nothing more than a lapdog to Rui Wang. If it is pleasing to the eye, seventh brother ought to appreciate it fully. Indeed, one should simply enjoy the dance without unnecessary chatter. Gu Zhaohua had just endured Su Wang's barbs, and now found a chance to retort. Su Wang shot a glance at Gu Zhaohua. You are everywhere. Is this where you ought to be seated? The difference in rank between a duke and a prince was clear, and Gu Zhaohua's place should have been behind him. Yet, with audacity, he wedged himself beside Zhao Heng, occupying the prominent position. I shall sit where I please. My uncle has said nothing, so who are you to object? Truly, birds of a feather flock together, showing a complete lack of decorum. Su Wang's words subtly ridiculed Zhao Heng as well. What? Does Su Wang have an opinion about His Majesty's banquet for the ministers today? Zhao Heng inquired coolly while savoring his wine. When did I ever say that? Prince Chu, do not slander me. Su Wang exclaimed, frustrated. Why the urgency? If you have no objections, why the defensiveness? Gu Zhaohua retorted triumphantly. Who is being defensive? Su Wang challenged. You. At that moment, when Prince Chu lifted his gaze, he unexpectedly locked eyes with Lu Yao, who sat across the room, though the distance was considerable. The bright illumination in the hall allowed her expressions to be clearly seen. Lu Yao had not anticipated Zhao Heng's sudden glance, and she hastily lowered her head, avoiding any further eye contact. In truth, seeing Gu Zhaohua beside him had stirred memories within her, causing her to momentarily lose focus. Speaking of Gu Zhaohua, Lu Yao held a vivid impression of him, though in her past life. She was unaware of the depth of their relationship, as Zhao Heng had arrived in the capital late. In her previous experience, Gu Zhaohua's performance had not ended favorably. His elder sister had married Su Chuaner's younger brother, Su Yud. Su Yud, though seemingly adorned with wealth and status, was ultimately flawed beneath the surface. Initially, his pursuit of the Long Princess's daughter was a lofty ambition, yet the Long Princess, being low-key and devoted to her family, was not involved in political affairs, offering Su no advantage. Over time, he became neglectful. Seizing the opportunity during Gu Zhaohua's sister's pregnancy, he sought to take the courtesan from Mudan Tower as a concubine. In a fit of rage for her sister, Gu Zhaohua stormed into Mudan Tower, fatally piercing Su Yud with her sword while also marring the courtesan's visage. She then set the tower ablaze. This incident, initially a reflection of Su's moral failings, transformed into a different narrative following the death of his son. The Su family, relentless in their pursuit of vengeance, and the owner of Mudan Tower, eager to join the fray, filed a lawsuit against Gu Zhaohua in the Dali Temple. To protect her brother, Gu Zhaohua's sister took her own life by crashing into her husband's coffin, choosing to follow him in death. Ultimately, the Long Princess intervened to plead for mercy before the emperor, sparing Gu Zhaohua's life, albeit condemning her to exile for a decade, far from the capital. Shortly thereafter, news reached the capital that this once mighty prince had succumbed to a plague while in exile. The Long Princess, well aware that the Su family was behind this, found herself powerless without evidence, burdened by guilt for the fate that befell her children, stemming from her earlier decision to grant military power to Gu Fuma. Not long after, she passed away, overwhelmed by grief and illness. Following her demise, Gu Fuma underwent a dramatic transformation, aligning with the Zhang brothers during their rebellion, resulting in the massacre of the Su family. He ultimately took his own life in the ancestral hall of the Gu family. It is poignant to reflect on how the Gu family, once renowned for their loyalty and valor, met such a tragic end. In a previous life, Su Chuaner was a favored concubine of the Jingwang. After her mother's death, she entered a period of mourning for 3 years, delaying her marriage to the Jingwang. Su Chuaner was the first to enter the Jingwang's residence. Later, Zhao Heng issued an imperial decree to wed her as his empress. The empress discerned the intentions of the favored concubine, especially now that even the emperor was enamored with Su Chuaner, which displeased her greatly. I have heard that the daughter of the Pingning Marquis also dances beautifully. I wonder how she compares to Su's daughter? The empress's words caused the favored concubine's smile to falter, clearly indicating her scheming intentions. When she intended for Lu Yao to become Mu-er's rightful wife, she spread rumors, and now, with intentions to establish Su Chuaner, she sought to use Lu Yao to overshadow her. Her malice was evident, wishing to thwart Mu-er's marriage prospects. Lu Yao, fully aware of the empress's ulterior motives, recognized that the performances of the noble ladies were merely to appease the empress and did not surpass reasonable expectations. To refuse would be to show her lack of appreciation. However, Su Chan'er appeared to be meticulously prepared, with clear ambitions. How could she overshadow her? Lu Yao rose from her seat, smiling as she addressed, "Your Majesty, I am but an unskilled dancer, unworthy of comparison to Sister Su. I was merely enchanted by the exquisite wines of the palace, and may have indulged a bit too much, causing my legs to falter. I would not wish to diminish your Majesty's enjoyment." The Empress's gaze sharpened. "What is this, Miss Lu? Are you attempting to defy me?" Unperturbed, Lu Yao replied, "I would not dare. Might I play the flute instead?" Lu Foreign, overhearing her daughter's mention of the flute, grew anxious, for while Yao excelled in various arts, playing the flute was not among her talents. "Your Majesty," Lu Foreign began, but was interrupted by Lu Yao. Lu Yao shook her head, indicating that she was fine, grasping her mother's hand to offer reassurance. During her time at the Lu family, she indeed did not play the xiao. It was Zhao Hong who had taught her. Although Zhao Hong did not play the piano, he excelled at playing the xiao, and, whenever she felt downcast, he would serenade her with its melodious notes. She recalled the eve of her 19th birthday, when she and Zhao Hong had quarreled over Zhao Mu, leading to a prolonged period of silence between them. On her birthday, Zhao Hong played the xiao outside the Fengke Hall throughout the night. That day, she too remained awake, sitting at the entrance of the hall, separated by only a door, as he played for the entire night while she listened intently. Chapter 49. The beauty as a source of trouble. The following day, she succumbed to a high fever, lost in a deep unconsciousness. Xiaozhu noted that Zhao Hong remained steadfastly by her side, frantic and anxious, having missed court for 2 consecutive days. The imperial physician attributed her ailment to emotional distress compounded by exposure to the cold. For several days, all physicians from the Imperial Medical Bureau were on standby within the palace, for if her condition worsened, they too would bear the consequences. Their icy standoff concluded with her illness, and upon her recovery, both refrained from mentioning the Prince of Jing, as if their previous discord had never transpired. Once her health was restored, Zhao Hong began to teach her the art of playing the xiao, a traditional Chinese flute. He revealed that it was the former crown prince who had taught him, suggesting that when he missed his mother, he would play the xiao. Later, he accompanied his maternal grandfather to the northwest, and each evening at dusk, he would play, a habit that eventually became ingrained in him. On that particular day, as Zhao Hong held her close, he whispered many words in her ear, yet she gradually drifted into slumber, retaining only the memory of his sorrowful expression. Thus, when the Empress commanded her to dance, she initially intended to suggest playing the zither. However, in a moment of inexplicable impulse, she found herself declaring her desire to play the xiao instead. In truth, she felt a twinge of regret for her impetuousness and even hesitated to cast her gaze towards Zhao Hong, as he had become somewhat elusive in this lifetime. More precisely, she was burdened by an overwhelming sense of guilt towards him. Lu Jin observed her sister's discontent, her small lips pursed in dissatisfaction. Acutely aware that her sister was being put in a difficult position. If her sister did not wish to dance, she should not be compelled to do so. Why must the Empress be so vexatious, engaging in trivial comparisons? Rising to her feet, she addressed the Empress with a respectful bow. "Your Majesty, my sister is unwell. Might I dance in her stead while she plays the xiao? Would that please you?" The child's tender voice bore an air of resolve. Madame Lu had been preoccupied with thoughts of Lu Yao and failed to notice when her daughter had stood up. An 8-year-old child's courage and willingness to alleviate her family's burdens were truly touching. Yet, the Empress was far from pleased. No matter how skilled Lu Yao was at playing the xiao, she could not overshadow Su Chan'er. Moreover, what entertainment could an infant provide in a dance? Very well, the sisters shall perform together. I have long heard of the talents of the daughter of the Pingning Marquis. It appears the rumors hold true. Chang Gui, fetch the jade xiao from the Wenjing Pavilion, the Emperor declared with a smile. The Empress displayed a lack of decorum, creating unnecessary distress for a young girl at such a court banquet. This was utterly unacceptable. Miss Lu had already suffered indignities. should she face further humiliation at the hands of the empress during the banquet. One could only imagine that the Pingning Marquis would be back in his study weeping the next day. Chang Gui, without a moment's hesitation, hurried off to comply. The empress wore a displeased expression, as did Lord Shui, seated at the head of the Pingning Marquis. However, it was not yet time to sever ties, especially since the emperor had spoken. Thus, they dared not voice their grievances. Though Lord Lu Bushing maintained a stoic demeanor, his mind was consumed with thoughts of avenging his daughter. The Chui matriarch had gone too far, first spreading rumors about Yao and now tormenting her at the banquet. This old hag was truly despicable. It was high time to rid His Majesty of the Chui family, and see if the Chui matriarch would dare to act so arrogantly thereafter. He had always refrained from participating in the emperor's decisions regarding the selection of heirs, yet from this moment forth, he opposed the idea of the esteemed Prince Rue being named the crown prince. Naturally, he also did not support Prince Jing. In his absence from the capital, how dare they bully his daughter as if he were dead abroad? Fortunately, he had narrowly escaped death this time. Otherwise, he would have perished far from home. Upon returning to the capital, he commenced an investigation into the assassins, discovering that they were not of a single faction. Soon, the esteemed eunuch Chang procured the flute as mentioned by the emperor. Lu Yao stepped forward from her position to the center of the grand hall, holding her younger sister's hand. At just over 8 years old, the little girl donned a delicate pink dress, her hair styled into a flower bud adorned with 2 slender golden chains. Tiny gold bells and leaves dangled from the chains, while around her neck hung a golden sunflower pendant, a symbol of longevity. With each step she took, the sweet sound was reminiscent of a character plucked from a traditional painting, embodying an ineffable innocence and charm. The sight of the 2 sisters, one large and one small, captivated the attention of all present without the need for any performance. Among the eligible young women in attendance, there were whispers of beauty and danger, while the eligible young men contemplated the prospect of marrying her. The kind fathers and mothers present felt a mixture of admiration and envy. Lu Yao first expressed her gratitude to the emperor before commencing her performance. The piece she played was none other than Falling Wild Geese on the Flat Sands, the very melody favored by Zhao Hong. The flute's notes resonated with profound emotion and distant imagery, leaving everyone astonished that a mere 15-year-old could interpret the piece so exquisitely. Lu Jin circled around her elder sister, the golden bells atop her head jingling cheerfully. Although her movements were simple, their earnestness added an endearing quality. As Lu Yao played Falling Wild Geese on the Flat Sands, Zhao Hong, poised to sip his wine, suddenly froze, lifting his gaze in disbelief towards the young lady performing. This rendition was identical to his own revisions, down to the minutiae, even mirroring his habitual nuances when playing the flute. Gu Zhaohua, noticing Zhao Heng's rapt attention on Miss Lu, couldn't help but nudge his arm. "Brother, your eyes are about to pop out. Control yourself." Only then did Zhao Hong regain his composure, nonchalantly averting his gaze and returning to his cup. The wine served at today's banquet was indeed exquisite, and Miss Lu appeared to have a discerning palate. "Brother, have you taken a liking to her? Should I have her uncle speak on your behalf?" Gu Zhaohua dismissed the rumors with skepticism. To him, Miss Lu's straightforward nature was far more refreshing than the pretentiousness of other noble ladies. And, as the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Pingning, her status was certainly suitable for fifth brother. Zhao Heng shot him a glance of disapproval, to which Gu Zhaohua merely pouted, thinking he was merely looking out for him. Su Chan'er, observing Prince Jing's infatuated gaze upon Lu Yao, clenched her hands into fists beneath the table. After all her meticulous preparations, she had desired to capture the prince's attention at the selection banquet, only to have the spotlight stolen by Lu Yao. Truly, Lu Yao was her nemesis. As long as she was present, Prince Jing's focus would never stray towards her. Once the performance concluded, the emperor repeatedly praised Lu Yao. The Marquis of Pingning has raised his daughters well, for their bond of affection and mutual support exemplifies the true spirit of our great chief's children. The Duke of Pingning rose, clasping his hands in respectful salute. "Your Majesty, you flatter me. It is merely the folly of a child, and I hope you will not hold it against me." The emperor, in high spirits, laughed heartily. The duke is overly modest. For a family to endure through the ages, unity among brothers is essential, supporting one another in times of need. If our great Qi is to enjoy peace and prosperity, it is imperative that both ruler and subjects share the same resolve and heart. For only then can we attain a harmonious and flourishing era. The Duke of Pingming lifted his robe and knelt first. Your Majesty, your wisdom is unparalleled. I pledge to face 1,000 deaths without hesitation, wishing for the everlasting glory of our great Qi and the longevity of your Majesty. Long live, and may you live for countless ages. The assembled ministers also knelt in unison, proclaiming, Your Majesty, your wisdom is unparalleled. We pledge to face 1,000 deaths without hesitation, wishing for the everlasting glory of our great Qi and the longevity of your Majesty. Long live, and may you live for countless ages. Chapter 50. The dreamer the emperor cast a glance at his sons kneeling at the lower end. This troublesome bunch could quarrel over something as trivial as roasted duck. Who knows what treacherous deeds they might commit in the future for the sake of this vast empire. Observing the deep bond among the children of others, he could not help but think that his own should be sent to the Ministry of Justice for a good lesson. Having ascended to this throne through much bloodshed and turmoil, he hoped his sons would not turn against one another. All my ministers, rise. The emperor gestured for everyone to stand. Together, they raised their cups to toast the enduring legacy of the great Qi, wishing for its eternal prosperity. As the King of Chu drank, he internally scoffed at the naivety of those around him. If it were truly possible for the emperor to reign for eternity and for the empire to remain everlasting, then the great Qi would not exist as it does, merely a realm of iron and a procession of transient rulers. A collection of fools. The emperor's approval of the words spoken by the sisters Lu Yao served as a resounding slap to the rumors that had circulated just days prior. The emperor's praise positioned them as exemplary daughters of the great Qi, rendering any further discourse by others moot. Ultimately, the decision of who could become the royal daughter-in-law rested solely with the emperor. If he deemed one capable, then she was. If he deemed otherwise, then she was not. With someone pleased, there would inevitably be those discontented. The Chui family, having been repeatedly humiliated, harbored resentment. They regretted allowing themselves to be deceived by the sweet words of the Marquis of Pingning and wished they had dealt with him while in Jiangnan. However, they were not the only ones wary of the Lu family. The Su family shared the same sentiment. Su Chan'er was on the verge of wringing her handkerchief in distress. She had long admired the fourth prince, and, knowing that the favored concubine intended for Lu Yao to become the legitimate consort of the King of Jing, she would even settle for being a secondary consort to gain entry into the king's residence. Just days prior, her father had informed her that the favored concubine had hinted at her prospects of becoming the king's principal consort. Overwhelmed with excitement, she could hardly sleep, and today she poured all her efforts into her dance, hoping to win the king's favor. Yet, could the emperor's recent words sway the favored concubine to elevate Lu Yao instead? Su Chan'er cast glances toward the king of Jing, but alas, he did not offer her even a single glance in return. In truth, she did not mind whether she was the principal or secondary consort. It was the hope that had been kindled within her that now felt shattered, and she found it hard to bear. Lu Jin, still young, had indulged in too much tea at the banquet and wished to change clothes, prompting Lu Yao to accompany her sister. Upon seeing Lu Yao escorting her sister, several others from the Lu family followed suit. Xia Zhu pulled a golden leaf from her pouch and handed it to a young palace maid, saying, Our young lady wishes to change. Please guide us. The palace was no place for reckless wandering, especially at night, hence the need for an escort. Upon seeing the gold leaf, the young maid was elated. Please follow me, she exclaimed. Thank you, sister. Madame Lu had instructed Xia Zhu to closely guard her young lady, for the palace was rife with treachery, and hidden malice lurked in the shadows, fearing that Lu Yao might be schemed against. Lu Huan squeezed in beside Lu Yao and asked, Elder sister, was the one seated at the lower end beside the King of Jing, dressed in dark garments, not the newly titled King of Chu? Lu Yao nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Do you not think he is quite handsome? As she spoke, Lu Huan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Zhao Hong indeed possesses a visage that captivates the hearts of young women. However, his relentless demeanor has undeniably frightened many away. In a previous life, I recall the daughter of Duke Yongyin confessing her feelings to him, only for him to bluntly declare her unappealing, leading the young lady to leap into the city moat on her way home. Since that incident, I have not heard of any girl daring to profess her affection for him. Consequently, in that lifetime, Zhao Hong ascended to the throne without a princess consort, let alone a secondary wife. Lu Huan paid no mind to Lu Yao's disregard for her words. Lu Yao had always been excessively proud, treating others with an icy indifference. This innate sense of superiority kept her perpetually elevated, and whenever she received gifts, it felt more like a mere act of charity, akin to dismissing a beggar. Lu Huan continued, "However, I have heard that he carries a curse from birth, having caused the death of the late empress, and thus the emperor does not favor him. Otherwise, he might indeed be worth considering." Lu Huan's tone carried a hint of regret. Although the Prince of Chu was quite handsome, marrying the King of Jing would certainly be more advantageous. Lu Yao fixed her gaze upon her sister, causing Lu Huan to feel somewhat unnerved. "Sister, what troubles you?" Lu Huan inquired. "I am perfectly fine. It is merely that the Prince of Chu, despite his lack of favor, remains a prince. He would not descend to the level of marrying a commoner as a primary consort. Even as a secondary consort, you need not concern yourself excessively." Lu Yao replied with a smile, yet her words nearly brought Lu Huan to tears. "Sister, why do you speak so? Has Huan done something wrong to upset you?" Lu Huan's greatest aversion was her status as a commoner, and hearing it spoken so plainly by Lu Yao left her feeling both humiliated and aggrieved. Lu Yao, however, spared no mercy. "Lu Huan, your foolishness will bring ruin upon you and the Lu family. Mind your tongue. Upon returning today, you shall transcribe the female regulations 100 times. You are not permitted to step outside until it is completed. But sister, you have no right to impose such a punishment upon me." Lu Huan retorted defiantly. She was not an elder and held no authority to discipline her. "Punish you?" Lu Yao scoffed. "Do not think that even house arrest would suffice. If I were to send you to a temple for cultivation, do you believe our second uncle could prevent it? Given the deeds you committed in your past life, it would not be unjust to eliminate you." After delivering her words, Lu Yao grasped her sister's hand and departed, with Lu Yu following closely behind. Remaining there would be of no use, for Lu Huan would heed none of her words, abandoning Lu Huan and Lu Lang in a state of shock. Lu Huan's tears streamed forth. What did she just say? How could she be so cruel? "Third sister, please cease your tears. We are in the palace, and it would not be wise to attract attention. Once we return home, we shall seek our father's intervention." Lu Yu consoled. Even a legitimate daughter of a marquis should not treat her sister in such a manner. It is absurd, especially after His Majesty praised her moments ago. Ugh. As the Lu sisters departed, two figures emerged from behind a tree, none other than Prince Zhaohong and Gu Zhaohua. "This Miss Lu is truly formidable." Gu Zhaohua shivered, inexplicably feeling a chill. Despite being an enchanting and delicate young lady, she had previously threatened to castrate the King of Jing and now reprimanded her sister with no hesitation. To be honest, he had harbored a slight infatuation for this Miss Lu, but now he felt intimidated. She was far more ferocious than even his father. Zhao Hong remained silent, preparing to leave when Gu Zhaohua grasped his arm, suddenly recalling the crucial point. "Brother, it seems that Miss Lu punished her sister for your sake. Does she harbor feelings for you?" Gu Zhaohua chuckled with a hint of gossip, his smile reminiscent of a matchmaker's cunning demeanor. "Miss Lu likely hasn't strayed far. Are you not concerned she might overhear?" Zhao Hong shot him a disdainful glance accompanied by a cold smirk. Gu Zhaohua instinctively crossed his legs, exclaiming, "Brother, you are too ruthless. Their family has but one sole heir." Shortly after Zhao Hong returned to the banquet, Lu Yao rejoined her seat with her sister in tow. She tenderly arranged her sister's hair, her lips adorned with a gentle smile, embodying the very essence of grace and virtue. Chapter 51. The clever little one Lu Yao carefully arranged the tassels on her younger sister's flower bud gold chain to prevent them from snagging her delicate hair. This little one was exceedingly sensitive. If her hair was not tidied promptly, she would soon be crying out in pain. Although their father was indulgent towards her, he was also consistently stern, having engaged renowned tutors to educate her at home, leaving no room for negligence in her studies. However, it was different for Gina, the youngest daughter in the family. With her sweet tongue and penchant for acting spoiled, their parents found it difficult to scold her, leading to an inevitable favoritism. When their mother passed away, Lu Yao was merely over 9 years old and often clung to her. Later, upon entering the palace, Zhao Hong, in an effort to win her favor, brought Gina into the inner sanctum, bestowing upon her the title of princess, ensuring her constant companionship. When the Lu family fell, Zhao Mu spared Gina. However, on the day he shot her with an arrow, her last sight was of Gina leaping from the high city walls, her red skirt billowing like a blooming flower. Reflecting on this, Lu Yao's touch became even gentler. Lu Jin gazed up at her sister, exclaiming, "Sister, you are so good to me. Foolish child, who else would I be good to if not you?" Lu Yao playfully tapped her sister's nose. "But sister, I don't want you to marry, especially not to Prince Jing." Though Gina was young, she was not without understanding. The latter part of her plea was whispered into her sister's ear. "Very well, my clever little one, I promise you," Lu Yao replied, stroking her sister's hair. She truly wished for Gina to remain carefree for eternity. Seeing the affectionate bond between the sisters, Mrs. Lu's heart, which had been troubled by the Empress's provocations, found some solace. "This banquet's fare is utterly cold and unpalatable." Lu Jin pouted, clearly dissatisfied. Having once fallen into water as a child, she had developed a particular aversion to the cold and preferred warm food, which was unlike her usual self. During this season, she often lamented the summer heat, wishing to consume chilled dishes daily to feel comfortable. The food served at the palace banquet had been brought over from the imperial kitchen, and due to the considerable distance, it had inevitably cooled by the time it arrived. The banquet will soon conclude, and we can enjoy the soup that Wang Momo prepares once we return home. Lu Yao reassured her sister with great patience. Taking advantage of a moment of revelry, Zhao Hong glanced at Lu Yao several times, his smile radiant, as if the stern figure who had just chastised and punished her sister in the woods was not she. The banquet concluded just before the hour of the rabbit, and Lu Jin, accustomed to sleeping at this hour, had already lost her spirit, resting her head on Xiaozhu's shoulder, too fatigued to even lift her eyelids. Upon entering their home, Lu Huan and Lu Lang were sobbing uncontrollably, finally drawing the attention of old Master Lu. "What is the matter with you two? Why are you so unhappy after attending a banquet?" Old Master Lu, who favored concubine Zhao, had a particular fondness for these twin sisters. "Father," Lu Huan wailed, tears streaming down her face. "What has happened?" Old Master Lu turned towards Madame Lu, clearly suspecting that she had mistreated them. Annoyed, Madame Lu shot a disapproving glance at the sisters. "What are you looking at me for? You attended a palace banquet and now are crying and making a fuss. How shameful." Lu Lang, also in tears, tugged at old Master Lu's sleeve. "Father, second sister has punished third sister by making her transcribe the Wenzie 100 times and threatened to send her to a monastery for rigorous training." Lu Huan cried even more intensely, exclaiming, "Father, save me." Her tearful expression resembled that of someone who believed Lu Yao intended to take her life. Although Lu Zhongshan feared his elder brother, he recognized that Lu Yao was merely a junior. He darkened his expression and chided, "Yaoer, how can you bully your sister like this?" Xiaozhu, upon hearing her mistress being reprimanded, felt indignant and swiftly placed Lu Jin in the arms of Granny Wang. She retorted, "Our Lady has not bullied her at all. Why doesn't he, the second master, inquire about what she has done?" Xiaozhu was known for her forthrightness and could not tolerate any grievances directed at her mistress. In her anger, she disregarded the status of a second master and a second madam, for to her, there was only one master. As the masters spoke, it was not the place of a mere servant to interject. "Someone drag this insolent servant away and punish her," commanded the second master. As his words fell, a few young servants moved to seize Xiaozhu. "I shall see who dares," Lu Yao declared coldly. Her icy gaze emanated a chilling aura, akin to the coolness of an early summer night, sending shivers through those present. Instantly, They hesitated, for she was the legitimate daughter of the Marquis, and this was the Marquis's residence. Lu Zhongshan, feeling humiliated by a junior, became incensed, impudent. "Is this how you address your elders?" Xia Zhu retorted. "What the second master should do is inquire with the maids around Lu Huan before questioning me." Lu Yao, maintaining her composure, curtsied to Lu Zhongshan with a smile. She then turned to Lu Huan, stating, "You shall recite the rules for ladies 100 times without omitting a single word." "You," Lu Zhongshan stammered, pointing at Lu Yao. "I demand to know how my elder brother has raised his daughter." Lu Buosheng, who had approached the secondary gate, overheard this remark. However, all attention was focused on the commotion ahead, and no one noticed him or Madame Lu. Just as Madame Lu was about to speak, she was silenced by her husband's gesture. Though puzzled, she ceased her words upon seeing his head shake. Lu Yao regarded her irate uncle with a smile, her calm demeanor further igniting Lu Zhongshan's fury. "Uncle, do not let your anger affect your health. You are busy with state affairs. So allow your niece to handle matters within the household. The internal affairs will be managed by my sister-in-law and myself. So there is no need for my niece to trouble herself." The second madam, being from the second house, felt compelled to defend her husband against the perceived slight from a junior. Moreover, she could not relinquish her responsibilities as the steward. She needed to secure more private funds for her son, Yushu, with the expenses associated with entering the officialdom increasing. Her unreliable husband had allowed those private funds to be usurped by that wretched girl. It seemed clear that unless matters were clarified today, her uncle and aunt would surely blame their niece. Lu Yao smiled, yet there was no warmth in her gaze. Suddenly, she directed her attention to Lu Huan's maid. "Kai-Dai, recount verbatim what your mistress said today to the second master." Kai-Dai, frightened, felt her knees second miss sigh. "I." She glanced at Lu Huan, hesitating to speak, while Lu Huan instinctively shrank back, feeling guilty. "Speak boldly. With me as your lord, what is there to fear?" Lu Zhongshan bellowed, resolute in reclaiming his dignity. The colorful butterfly, trembling as she spoke, said, "The third young lady remarked that His Highness, the Prince of Chu, possesses remarkable looks, though his status is somewhat lacking, leading to the emperor's disregard." Silence. Master Lu, the second elder, interrupted sharply, "You wretched servant. Do not tarnish your master's reputation." "Second elder, I would never dare." These words were indeed spoken by the third young lady, and I would not presume to deceive. The butterfly trembled incessantly in her kneeling position. "Father, I have never uttered such words. You must stand up for me." At that moment, Lu Huan could hardly pay attention to the butterfly. After all, she was merely a maid, as long as she resolutely denied it. Their father would surely not believe her over a servant. Chapter 52. A measured approach. Lu Yao scoffed, recognizing the relentless stubbornness of Lu Huan. Even at this juncture, she still entertained thoughts of turning the tables. "Father would never wrong you based on the words of a mere servant. Rest assured, Huaner, I will advocate for you," declared the formidable second Master Lu. "A servant's words are not to be trusted. Let us summon everyone present to ascertain the truth," he continued with resolute authority. Since the events of today had already unfolded, there was no longer a path to obscure the matter. Over the years, Mother had entrusted some household affairs to second aunt, who had undoubtedly enriched herself at the expense of the family. The annual expenditures had escalated significantly, and the destination of those funds was all too evident. Seizing the opportunity presented by today's events, Lu Yao sought to reclaim the authority over household management, ensuring that the chaos wrought by them in her previous life would not be repeated. Lu Huan grew anxious. Aside from them, there were also Lu Yu from the third house and her maid. As long as they kept their mouths shut, each could present their own version of the events, leaving Lu Yao powerless to act against them. Lu Huan glanced at Lu Yu, who stood in the corner, her gaze more threatening than pleading. Lu Yu maintained a neutral expression, revealing no allegiance, merely instructing her maid, "Just relay the situation as it occurred to second master." The maid, Ding Xiang, bowed slightly and replied, "What I heard is exactly as Sister Kai-Dai recounted. My niece's account aligns with this, which is why second sister punished third sister to transcribe the female precepts," Lu Yu remarked coolly. Lu Huan was on the verge of breaking down. Turning to Lu Lang. Fourth sister, you must speak up for me. Lu Lang, feeling guilty, averted her gaze. Third sister, I. Her expression spoke volumes, negating the need for further words. Lu Zhongshan's complexion shifted between hues of green and white, his expression a portrait of discomfort. Second uncle, may I inquire what punishment is warranted for slandering the royal family? Lu Zhongshan hesitated. The penalty for such slander is at least a caning and exile. For negligence in household management, should the emperor take offense, the entire family could face a demotion to commoners. Second uncle, preoccupied with court affairs, has little time for the inner courtyard, while second aunt is notably amiable and lenient. Thankfully, my niece is unharmed. From this day forth, she shall assist the elders in alleviating their burdens and managing the inner courtyard, Lu Yao asserted with unwavering confidence, leaving no room for dissent. Second mistress Lu fumed. You. What crime has Lu Huan committed that it bears upon me? Why should my authority be usurped? There is no need for second aunt to harbor resentment towards third sister. This lesson will surely instill in her the importance of discretion. Lu Yao feigned ignorance regarding second mistress Lu's ire. Lu Zhongshan's countenance was equally grim. To be undermined by a younger generation in front of so many servants was intolerable, nearly causing him to spit blood in frustration. Xiaozhu nearly applauded her mistress, thinking it was high time for this. The second house has been too arrogant in this household for far too long. They need to be brought down a peg, lest they believe that the second master of the Lu family is the true lord. Yaoer, with Lu Huan's misstep, second aunt will surely discipline her. The affairs of the inner courtyard are rife with complexities. You, being a person of refinement, should not be troubled by such matters. Though second aunt may lack talent, she has garnered experience over the years. Second mistress Lu was naturally reluctant to accept her loss of authority. She oversees the procurement of supplies for the kitchen and all garment making within the household, accumulating a substantial amount of silver each year. Yaoer understands the struggles of her second aunt. In these past years, consumed by the trivialities of domestic life, she has neglected her duty to discipline Huaner. As Huaner approaches the age of courtship, any misstep in the future would undoubtedly implicate her second aunt, the legitimate matriarch. Lu Yao gently placed her hand on Madame Lu's, feigning concern for her well-being. It is indeed my oversight. I have allowed Aunt Zhao to indulge her. From now on, I shall take it upon myself to provide guidance. Madame Lu's tone was urgent, yet it is still insufficient. Lu Yao shook her head, her expression one of deep conflict. What troubles you? Her second aunt, younger than her mother by a few years, appeared to have aged more due to the burdens she has shouldered. It is the unfilial behavior of her niece that has delayed her support for her second aunt. Lu Yao's face bore an expression of remorse. Madame Lu instinctively touched her face, questioning, am I truly aging? How dare this impudent girl suggest such a thing, especially in front of her husband? Lu Yao nodded. Indeed, dear aunt, you must take some time to adorn yourself, otherwise. She cast a meaningful glance toward her uncle. Madame Lu, filled with emotion, turned to her husband. For it was indeed true that these years had drained her spirit, often at the hands of that little vixen. Lu Zhongshan, already fuming, felt his anger intensify under his wife's gaze. What are you looking at me for? Is this not your failure in discipline? Madame Lu leapt to her feet, pointing at Lu Huan. It is your indulgence of this pair of contemptible women that has led to such troubles, and yet you have the audacity to blame me. Lu Zhongshan was rendered speechless, first pointing at Madame Lu, then redirecting his finger toward Lu Huan. Xiaozhu could barely contain her laughter. The young lady was simply magnificent today, provoking such ire in the second madam that the veins on her forehead threatened to burst. Miss, it is getting late. Allow me to escort you back to your quarters for some rest. Xiaozhu offered, supporting Lu Yao. Lu Yao raised her hand to rub her forehead. I am indeed feeling rather fatigued. Everyone may disperse. Uncle, aunt, I shall take my leave. With that, she departed with those from Haidang courtyard. Not long after Lu Yao had left, a resounding slap echoed, followed by the furious voice of the elder master. I will beat you to death, you wretched creature. Naturally, Madame Lu would not intervene. The old wretch had birthed a little wretch who only brought trouble. She had even lost her authority over the household, and it would be just to beat her to death. The third household had always preferred to remain aloof, taking their servants and maidservants with them as they left. Lu Huan received a solid slap, but the elder master, still unsatisfied, sought to strike again. Fortunately, Aunt Zhao, alerted by the commotion, intervened. "My lord, please spare Huaner. She is merely young and ignorant, speaking thoughtlessly in front of family. If you continue to strike her, you might just kill her." "Father, I was merely speaking to my second sister. We are family, and it was just a little jest between sisters." Lu Huan clung to the elder master's leg, crying desperately. Such jesting is not to be taken lightly, especially within the palace. If the emperor were to hear it, he would not perceive it as mere jest. Lu Buoxing's voice resonated from behind the crowd. He remained silent just now, wishing to observe how Yaoer would handle the situation. After all, Yaoer had read extensively and was quite intelligent, yet she had shown little interest in household affairs. A woman's life is largely spent in the inner chambers, and a lack of proficiency in domestic matters can lead to unfortunate consequences. It appears that Yaoer just now demonstrated a commendable sense of balance and discretion in her speech and actions. Entrusting the household to her seems prudent, especially as the second branch has increasingly become more unruly in recent years. Chapter 53. Blood and Fury. Yaoer has always conducted herself with discretion. As the legitimate daughter of the Pingning Marquis, there is hardly any matter within the inner quarters that she cannot involve herself in. However, today, her second brother and his wife, relying on their seniority, have bullied Yaoer for her youth, which is truly infuriating. If you were to truly bestow the Lu family title upon the second branch in the future, how would they treat her and her sister? As Lu Buoxing contemplated this, his expression grew increasingly grim. Eldest brother, Lu Zhongshan's face hung low, resembling a frostbitten eggplant. "Uncle, it is my niece's fault. My second sister only means well. I shall go and apologize to her at once." Lu Huan was genuinely afraid of Lu Buoxing. This uncle, usually stern-faced and a man of the battlefield, exuded a heavy aura of intimidation even without raising his voice. She rarely dared to meet his gaze. His earlier words made it abundantly clear that he was aware of the situation. She could not hide anything from him. To acknowledge one's mistakes and amend them is a virtue. Since Yaoer has punished you by making you transcribe the Book of Women, you should complete it and then go apologize to her. If there is a next time, I will not be lenient. Lu Buoxing was determined not to allow her to trouble his daughter at this moment. Yaoer values familial bonds above all. If she were to be swayed by tears and consequently spare Lu Huan from punishment, it would undermine his authority in front of the servants. This incident was a perfect opportunity to demonstrate to the household who truly commands the Lu family. Having said this, he paid no further heed to the second branch and departed with Madame Lu. Madame Lu had always found the second branch's conduct regarding wives and concubines rather improper. However, as this was a private matter of theirs, she felt it inappropriate to intervene. Now, having stirred up trouble, they dared to bully her daughter. Such heartless beings. All these years, they had been given countless benefits, yet they behaved like ungrateful wolves. Lu Zhongshan stood there, stunned. Had his elder brother not even spared him a glance? Was he truly so disappointed in him? Lu Erfu's wife wished nothing more than to strangle Lu Huan. That wretched girl was nothing less than a harbinger of misfortune. Upon returning to Haidang Courtyard, Lu Yao was greeted by a familiar figure, and she exclaimed with excitement, "Elder Mammy Chong." Old servant pays her respects to the young lady. Mammy Chong bowed respectfully to Lu Yao. "Please rise, Mammy. When did you return? Weren't you supposed to be away for half a year? Why did you come back without notifying anyone?" Mammy Chong had watched Lu Yao grow up, and their bond was particularly strong. Mammy Chong had taken a prolonged leave due to her daughter-in-law giving birth. The pregnancy had been stable, and the delivery required little effort. Just after the child reached 100 days, she urged me to return, fearing that the young lady would be left without capable assistance. Mammy Chong was also concerned. During her absence, Lu Yao was surrounded by a group of inexperienced young maids. And the second branch of Wolves and Tigers would surely seize the opportunity to raid the Haidang Courtyard. "Don't worry, what trouble could arise here? I only fear that Feng and my sister-in-law might be too occupied." Lu Yao expressed her unease. Mammy Chang's mother had been the wet nurse to Lu Yao's mother. and their families were not bound by servitude. Mammy Chong had accompanied her mother to the capital as part of her dowry and later married Steward Rome, who served by her father's side. Steward Rome was a scholar and held a degree. Later, they had a son, Rome Fong, who had always been bright and excelled in his studies. Due to the provincial examinations, Rome Fong and his wife had returned to their hometown last year to prepare. Once this autumn's imperial examination yields successful candidates, the family shall reunite in the capital. Fear not, young lady, with your aunt's support at home. There is nothing to worry about. Nurse Chong, in high spirits, smiled so broadly that the creases at the corners of her eyes deepened. Nurse, you have finally returned. Otherwise, I would have found it impossible to rein in the young lady. Her private fortune is nearly squandered. Xia Zhu, anxious to avoid reprimand, spoke up preemptively. Upon hearing this, Nurse Chong expressed her dismay. My dear young lady, why must you remain so naive? I have warned you countless times. The second branch of the family is nothing but a horde of leeches, and you treat money with such disregard. Xia Zhu covered her mouth and chuckled. It was high time for Nurse Chong to return and admonish the young lady. With a fierce glare, Nurse Chong retorted, How dare you laugh? What instructions did I leave you with when I departed? I thought you were capable, yet here you are, utterly ineffective. Lu Yao, unable to contain her amusement at Nurse Chang's indignation, remarked, Nurse, you are mistaken. This girl would rather cradle her box of coins to sleep. The moment I mention money, she becomes irate. Indeed, Nurse Chong concurred with Xia Zhu's sentiments. I recall all your admonitions, nurse. You instructed me to be wary of the second branch. Yet the young lady has squandered her wealth elsewhere. I can no longer manage this. From now on, let nurse oversee the finances. Xia Zhu, relieved by Nurse Chang's return, hastily relinquished this burdensome responsibility. Do not worry. Yao knows well how to handle matters regarding the second branch. Lu Yao understood that Nurse Chong acted in her best interest, caring for her more than her own sons. Yes. The young lady has become quite formidable, having just reclaimed control over the household. Xia Zhu could not help but boast. It is quite late now. Nurse should rest early, and tomorrow Yao will recount all that has transpired during your absence. Given Nurse Chang's weary journey, it was indeed time for her to rest. Though concerned, Nurse Chong felt reassured that she could manage things gradually now that she had returned. As the weather grew increasingly warm, Lu Yao, who despised heat, found Lu Huan confined, while Lu Lang faced punishment from Madame Lu. Lu Yu preferred to avoid the bustling atmosphere. In the capital, during the lively dragon boat races, not a single daughter of the Lu family was present. Such gatherings inevitably breed gossip, especially among girls. The grand banquet within the palace saw the attendance of all the princes, an exceedingly rare occurrence. Besides the princes, Lu Yao became the focal point of intrigue, standing beside Su Chon'er, who inquired, By the way, why is Lu Yao absent today? The young ladies of the Lu family are likely preoccupied with matters at home, replied Han Sui, daughter of Minister Han, whose father accompanied the Lu Marquis to the south. With the Marquis's recent achievements, her father hoped for a promotion, and naturally, she spoke in favor of Lu Yao. I suspect it may be due to that incident. Sun Fanghua remarked, her expression suggesting she held insider knowledge. What incident? The others inquired with curiosity. Sun Fanghua spoke mysteriously. It is well known that Lu Yao is infatuated with the fourth prince and vows to marry no one else. However, her fate is rather unfavorable, making her unsuitable for a royal consort. I have heard that Lord Lu has wept before the emperor on several occasions regarding this matter. The emperor's words at the palace banquet were merely to console Lord Lu. Marrying Prince Jing remains an unattainable dream for her. Considering her previous haughty demeanor in claiming the role of Prince Jing's consort, it is no wonder she now feels too embarrassed to show her face in public. How can one trust such gossip? The emperor has declared that the Lu sisters should serve as paragons of virtuous women in Qi. Are you suggesting that the emperor is mistaken? Wei Rong made her way through the crowd and positioned herself before Sun Fanghua. In a fluster, Sun Fanghua retorted, When did I ever claim the emperor was wrong? Do not accuse me falsely. Do not forbid me from speaking the truth while you indulge in slander. Wei Rong shot back. Wei Rong's grandfather was the foremost among the civil officials, and a significant portion of the young ladies present were subordinates of her grandfather. The promotions of their fathers and brothers were contingent upon a mere word from him in front of the emperor. Hence no one dared to speak in defense of Sun Fanghua. Chapter 54. Brazen audacity. Sun Fanghua's face flushed crimson as she protested. Wei Rong, you of all people, a lady of esteemed lineage, how can you utter such vulgar words? Wei Rong scoffed. My grandfather once said, when dealing with a course, one ought to employ coarse methods. Her remark elicited a ripple of laughter among the noble women present. Sun Fanghua's father was merely a fifth-rank official. In the capital, a random stone could easily strike such a man. You're merely a girl of 14 or 15. Publicly humiliated, tears brimmed in Sun Fanghua's eyes. Observing the unfolding scene, Su Chan'er stepped forward as a peacemaker, smiling as she interjected, Sister Wei. Fanghua spoke thoughtlessly. Please don't take offense. I apologize on her behalf. Wei Rong chuckled, her sweet visage highlighted by dimples, exuding an innocent demeanor. Why should you apologize? Did I instruct her to say those words? For a fleeting moment, Su Chan'er's smile faltered, but she quickly recovered, saying, Sister Wei certainly has a sense of humor. On such a lively day, we shouldn't allow a trivial matter to dampen our spirits. Her use of everyone encompassed all present, subtly pressuring Wei Rong to relent. Yet Wei Rong's voice turned icy. It is not that I meddle unduly. Rather, the lives of young ladies are inherently more challenging than those of men. Today, it is Liu Yao who faces slander. Tomorrow, it could be any one of us. If there is no one to speak out for justice, how disheartening would that be for us all? The crowd mulled over her words, recognizing their truth. While they enjoyed gossip, they understood that much of it was mere hearsay. Su Chan'er's dismissal of the incident as trivial raised the question of how she would feel if her own reputation were to be tarnished. Moreover, she added, Sister, there's truly no need for me to apologize. If anyone should apologize, it is to Liu Yao, for she is the true victim today. Wei Rong remained unyielding, asserting that if today's events did not serve as a warning to the noble women, the one who would ultimately suffer would be Liu Yao. The noble women began to murmur among themselves, agreeing that Sun Fanghua had indeed overstepped. Su Chan'er's expression darkened, yet she maintained her composure in front of the crowd. For she had to. Forcing a smile, she said, Sister Wei is correct. We are all sisters. In the future, when we gather, let Fanghua apologize to Sister Yao. Since the matter is based on hearsay, let us refrain from further discussion. It would be ill-advised for such gossip to reach the ears of those with ill intentions. Su Chan'er, with her eloquent tongue, had grasped Wei Rong's sentiment. Wei Rong considered it as well. To defend Yao was sufficient, allowing Sun Fanghua to think twice before speaking indiscriminately. Continuing to debate would only draw more people into the fray, each inquiring into the matter, ultimately harming Liu Yao's reputation. Thus, it was best for Miss Sun to temper her words. A lady should maintain some decorum. Wei Rong cast a sidelong glance at Sun Fanghua, who bit her lip in frustration. Though Sun Fanghua felt unjustly treated, she dared not voice her discontent. She could only lament her lack of a benevolent grandfather or an admirable brother like Wei Rong. The girl's brief interlude swiftly passed, as the dragon boat race reached its most intense moment. The teams from the Prince of Jing and the Prince of Rui were evenly matched, racing fiercely, infusing the event with a thrilling sense of suspense. Seated in a pavilion, the princes sipped tea, maintaining a facade of amicable smiles. The decorum of brotherly respect was palpable, each one deflecting compliments with feigned humility. Yet, the dragon boats on the river continued their contest, neither yielding an inch. As they neared the shore, an errant stroke from the Rui prince's team inadvertently sent one of Jing prince's crew tumbling into the water. The Rui prince, taking a sip of tea, remarked, Fourth brother, these commoners truly lack decorum. The ever-genteel Jing prince replied, Why bother with such trifles, second brother? It is hardly worth the trouble. Hardly had he spoken when one of Jing prince's crew managed to cast a member of Rui prince's team into the river as well. Jing prince chuckled, CC, truly lacking in manners. The competition between the two teams intensified, while the ninth prince, Prince Qing, took the lead from behind. Unfazed by the rivalry, Prince Qing addressed his nephews, Dear nephews, it is my honor to concede to you. Rui prince replied, Ninth uncle, you are as vigorous as ever. I commend you. Jing Prince added, when it comes to revelry, no one in the capital can compare to ninth uncle. Prince Qing, unpretentious, dismissed their praise with ease. You flatter me. Rue Prince retorted, shameless. Jing Prince chimed in, unabashed. The ninth prince had reserved a table at the drunken immortal pavilion for a celebration, and naturally, the Rue and Jing princes accompanied him. Su Chan'er watched as Jing Prince departed, biting her lip, sending a message through a maid, uncertain if he would visit her that evening. At the Su residence, Su Chan'er awaited Jing Prince at the side entrance, having lingered for over half an hour before finally spotting him. Her heart leapt with joy at his approach. Disregarding the proprieties, she rushed to him. However, Jing Prince's demeanor was somewhat aloof, maintaining his distance. Su Chan'er fidgeted with her clothing, feeling a pang of grievance, though not as beautiful as Lu Yao. She possessed her own charm, and Jing Prince's apparent disdain stung her deeply. Was it you who instigated what son Fanghua mentioned today? Jing Prince asked coldly, with a hint of accusation. Su Chan'er bit her lip. My lord, I merely wish to assist you. This matter does not concern you. He retorted. Lu Yao was his heart's desire, and he would not tolerate any impertinence directed at her. My lord, only by doing so can we ensure that no noble family in the capital dares to marry Lu Yao, allowing you to achieve your aspirations in the future. Su Chan'er explained. Be silent. Jing Prince's voice was so frigid that Su Chan'er instinctively recoiled. His piercing gaze bore down on her. Su Chan'er, I have stated before that matters concerning Yao are under my purview. Do not forget that you have yet to enter the Jing Prince's residence. Should you overstep again, I shall not be lenient. Su Chan'er trembled, hastily kneeling. My lord, all I do is for your sake, without any selfish motives. If you disapprove, I will never take matters into my own hands again. After speaking, she timidly raised her tear-filled eyes to him. Will you marry a daughter of subject, my lord? Jing Prince's expression remained impassive, offering no reply to her query. Su Chan'er hurriedly said, Your Highness, I assure you that if you achieve your desires in the future, I am willing to relinquish my position as the principal wife. As long as I can serve you, I would forsake everything. Being a sheltered young lady, Su Chan'er, a woman of noble birth, had greatly overstepped by uttering such words. She lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, too shy to meet the gaze of Prince Jing. This evening, she had also taken great care in her appearance. After returning from the dragon boat race, she had indulged in a fragrant bath and donned this exquisite white gauze dress. Now, kneeling before him, the gentle breeze lifted the hem of her skirt, her garments fluttering gracefully, her hair dancing lightly, and the neckline of her attire subtly revealing, making her all the more enchanting. Chapter 55. Self-determination. King Jing furrowed his brow, exhibiting no interest in the beautiful scenery or the lovely lady before him, only feeling vexed. Su Chan'er, with her self-satisfied cleverness, would inevitably bring him trouble. Her father, Minister Su, had already had some disagreements with the Chui family due to conflicting interests. She would ultimately become his concern. The Queen Mother had, without his consent, granted her the title of primary consort, which truly angered him. Now, dressed in such a manner, she was clearly trying to lure him. With her impulsive and impatient disposition, how could she ever achieve anything? Nevertheless, he needed to maintain composure for the time being, as her father held a position as the Minister of Revenue and could still be of some use. Su Chan'er, this Lu family is also connected to my mother, the Queen Mother. If you cause any disturbances, I fear the concubine may not be able to protect you. Be mindful of your actions. As for the rest, I shall decide myself. Su Chan'er, noticing that King Jing didn't even cast a glance her way, slowly lost the sparkle of hope in her eyes. Your Highness, this time was my fault. However, I am willing to do anything for you, even face fire and water without hesitation. King Jing remained unmoved by her words, coldly replying, I must take my leave. You may return on your own. Watching King Jing disappear into the night without a backward glance, Su Chan'er clenched her fists tightly and took a long time to rise from the ground. The following day, after the morning court session, King Jing went to the concubine's palace. In the Xylan Hall, when only mother and son remained, he erupted in anger. The concubine was equally infuriated upon hearing about Su Chan'er. The matter regarding Liu Yao was instigated by the empress's side, and now she was adding to the chaos. However, since marrying Liu Yao was no longer an option, they could not delay the king's marriage. Minister Su, who oversaw the Ministry of Revenue, wielded considerable influence in the court. The Su family was also connected to General Gu's household, which would serve as support for her son in the future. Marrying Su Chan'er was a pragmatic choice. The concubine, aware of her son's affection for Yao, reassured him, "Fear not, mother will assist you. Liu Yao shall eventually be yours." The concubine spoke with confidence, hinting at her intentions. She would soon ensure that Liu Bushing would pay for his insolence. "My mother, please do not interfere further with this matter. I shall handle it myself." King Jing was apprehensive that the concubine might complicate matters even more. "Mu'er, a man should not be overly concerned with trivialities. You are simply too soft-hearted." The concubine chided her son. "Mother, enough. Do you think your mother would harm you? My dear son, you should leave the palace quickly to avoid inciting your father's anger. The emperor is inherently suspicious and has been in a foul mood lately. If he were to see you in my palace, he would undoubtedly grow more suspicious. Take care of yourself. Mother, I shall take my leave." Zhao Hong now served as a mere clerk in the Dali Temple, living a leisurely life, free from early mornings and late nights. The only downside was that Su had been raised in the Hucking Palace. Since that day at the banquet, he had not seen her. Today, he entered the palace early, seizing the opportunity during the emperor's morning court to visit Su in Hucking Palace. As the emperor's only grandson, Su was not to be neglected, and all was well. However, as time passed, those with ulterior motives were bound to emerge, potentially plotting against Su. He needed to find a way to remove her from this perilous situation. As Zhao Hong exited the palace, he made his way to the Dali Temple for duty. Upon reaching Zhuke Street, he encountered individuals from the Dali Temple carrying a lifeless body. Although the corpse was draped in a white cloth, the odor of decay was unmistakable, indicating that the individual had been deceased for several days. "Your Highness," the chief official of the temple bowed respectfully. "Please, no formalities. What has transpired?" Zhao Hong inquired. "The body was discovered by our brothers near the river. Such cases of homicide should typically be handled by the Shuntian Prefecture, but since we have already found it, there is no reason to transfer it. We have brought it back to the Dali Temple to ascertain the cause of death and the identity of the deceased." Zhao Hong nodded and accompanied the chief official back to the Dali Temple. He, together with the chief clerk, was responsible for managing the temple's seals, records, documents, registries, and case files. The Dali Temple's minister was wise in delegating Zhao Hong to handle the less perilous clerical duties, befitting a prince of noble stature, rather than involving him directly in investigations. After a few days of collaboration with the chief clerk, it became apparent that the Prince of Chu was diligent, approachable, and devoid of any airs of superiority. Initially hesitant to assign tasks to him, the clerk was pleasantly surprised when the prince took the initiative to seek out work, making him an invaluable assistant. Upon seeing Zhao Hong enter, the clerk remarked, "Your Highness has arrived. I have placed the documents to be organized for today on the desk over there." Zhao Hong nodded in acknowledgement. He had previously requested the temple staff to address him by name, but due to his status, no one dared to do so, and he no longer pressed the matter. Before long, the cause of death of the female corpse was determined. The fatal wound was a stab to the chest, and she had subsequently fallen into the water. However, her identity remained unknown. Judging by the fabric of her clothing, it seemed unlikely that she was a person from the capital, complicating the investigation. Meanwhile, at the Pingning Marquisate, despite the late hour, the study was illuminated as brightly as day. It is the failure of my subordinates that has led to significant losses for our men in Jiangnan. A few days ago, Lord Yang hanged himself in the study, and since then, his wife and daughter have gone missing. After 2 days of inquiries, I discovered that they had entered the capital, and I dared not delay in reporting this to the Marquis. Yinhua spoke. Yang Zhengxi could not have taken his own life. There must be deeper motives at play. He is associated with the Cui family, having amassed considerable wealth for them through unscrupulous means over the years in Jiangnan. Aware of his misdeeds, he had contemplated retreating to a pastoral life with his wife and daughter, which is why he may have been persuaded to assist in this matter. Therefore, Yang Jingxi absolutely could not have committed suicide. The subordinate concurred. Indeed, upon examining Lord Yang's injuries, they were consistent with hanging. I intended to question Lady Yang for further details, but she mistook my intentions and believed I was the murderer. The Marquis furrowed his brow. Have you located Lord Yang's wife and daughter? The subordinate replied. I inquired along the way back to the capital, but I have yet to gather any news. It is getting late. You should rest for now. Tomorrow, investigate in various places across the capital for news regarding Lady Yang and her daughter. Once you find them, bring them immediately to the Marquisate, instructed Lu Bashang. Though Lord Yang has committed many wrongs, he has also aided with the tax silver. Now that his wife and daughter are in peril, their lives may be at stake, and I cannot withhold assistance. Understood, Marquis. After the volcanic fire subsided, Lu Bashang fell into deep contemplation, fearing that the matter was far more complex than it appeared. Who, after all, sought to assassinate Lord Yang, and what was their motive? A day later, Yanhua returned with news that Lord Yang's wife had been murdered, her body now lying in the Dali Temple, which had officially commenced an investigation. What of Lord Yang's daughter? Lu Bashang inquired. There is still no news. Continue the search. The Yang family has but this one bloodline remaining, and I must ensure her safety, he declared. Just as Lu Bashang finished speaking, the steward rushed in, breathless. My lord, Eunuch Chong from the palace has arrived, stating that the emperor summons you for an immediate audience. Chapter 56. Restraint through stillness. It was already past the hour of the dog when the emperor dispatched the esteemed eunuch Changgue to summon him to the palace. Undoubtedly for a matter of great significance. Please allow me a moment, esteemed eunuch. I shall change my attire and join you shortly, remarked the Marquis of Pingning. There is no need for such formalities, my lord. We must not keep the emperor waiting, Eunuch Changgue replied, his smile unwavering. Let us proceed at once. With a gesture of invitation, he led the way, and the presence of numerous imperial guards at the Marquis's residence stirred quite a commotion. Eligao, who oversaw the inner courtyard, was quick to receive the news. Father, she exclaimed, her hurried steps causing her hairpin to become disheveled. What brings you here, my daughter? LBSH asked, a smile gracing his face despite the circumstances, feigning nonchalance. It is rather late. Where are you headed? I have urgent business at the palace, and time is of the essence. You should rest early, my dear. LBSH gently adjusted the pin in her hair. Understanding she could not dissuade her father, Lyo felt a familiar pang of anxiety. The scene, reminiscent of past events, sent a chill through her. Indeed, I am aware, she said, bowing slightly to Eunuch Changgue. The night air is cool, and my father's old wounds have yet to heal. I kindly ask you to look after him, esteemed eunuch. I express my gratitude in advance. No need for such formalities. Rest assured, Miss L. I shall ensure the Marquis's safety. Eunuch Changgue replied with a courteous bow, his demeanor warm. Now, return to your chamber and rest, LBSH instructed before departing. As Lyo watched her father's figure fade into the dense night, her unease deepened. Yanhua, what has transpired? She queried. I am unaware, Yanhua responded, his expression equally perplexed. Perceiving his honesty, she pressed further. You have not been by my father's side of late. Has he assigned you any tasks? That. Yanhua hesitated. As the Marquis's personal guard, his loyalty was solely to him, and the matters he was privy to were highly confidential. Lyo recognized Yanhua's fidelity, but understood that the circumstances now differed from the past. She needed to ascertain the reason behind her father's summons to the palace. Yanhua, I know of your loyalty to my father and the L family. However, you witnessed the situation earlier. The emperor has sent the imperial guards. This is no mere invitation, but rather an escort, she declared, her gaze fixed on him. Since her father's journey south, the L family had been beset by ominous signs. With her father's fate uncertain, the family stood on the precipice of turmoil. As the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Pingning, how could she not share in her father's burdens? I implore you to share all that has transpired recently, so that I may prepare myself. Yet Yanhua remained reticent. Just then, El Qing rushed in, exclaiming, Miss, your suspicions are confirmed. The imperial guards at the front and back of the estate have not departed. The El residence is now surrounded. Lu Yao's face was stern. At this juncture, if you remain silent, should father cast blame upon us later, I shall bear the consequences alone. Upon hearing that the Marquis's residence was besieged, Yanhua's expression shifted drastically, and he immediately knelt on one knee. Miss, you overestimate the situation. I shall inform you at once. He proceeded to relay the incidents of several assassination attempts on the Marquis in Jiangnan, as well as the tragic demise of Lord Yang and his wife, which he was sent to investigate upon returning to Beijing. It seemed that father's summons was undoubtedly linked to the Yang family affair. Lu Yao furrowed her brows. Yanhua mentioned that during the recent expedition to Jiangnan, father's guards had suffered significant losses, and Madame Yang had accused him of being the murderer. It was likely a misunderstanding ensued. Lord Yang was a confidant of the Chui family, and with the emperor's scrutiny upon the Jiangnan forces, Lord Yang had become a mere pawn for the Chui family, particularly given that this pawn possessed substantial evidence. This led to the Chui family being the prime suspect. However, one could surmise these facts. So why would the Chui family willingly invite more trouble upon themselves? Eliminating Lord Yang after his tenure would be a far more discreet approach. Yet, if not the Chui family, then who else could be responsible? Could it be that Lord Yang's death was a direct assault on father? Lu Yao was startled by her own conjecture, her pallor deepening. Miss, are you unwell? Xia Zhu inquired anxiously, observing her complexion. Lu Yao shook her head. I am fine. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yao regained her composure. The events had transpired, and further worry would bear no fruit. The emperor's elaborate summons in the dead of night suggested that matters were far more complex than merely Lord Yang's demise. Thus, careful planning was essential to navigate this predicament. Given our ignorance of the situation and the presence of the Imperial Guard outside, we must not allow ourselves to falter. Uncle Feng, you must ensure that the inner residence is well guarded. Everyone should remain within their quarters and refrain from wandering. Maintain normalcy in the household. If anyone dares to gossip, they shall face dire consequences, especially the second household. They must keep their tongues in check, and if necessary, do not hesitate to employ extreme measures. Lu Yao commanded with unwavering resolve. Yes, this old servant shall make the arrangements at once. Miss, you are indeed the legitimate daughter of the Marquis's house. At such a tender age, your poise rivals that of the Marquis in his youth, Yanhua remarked. Until we ascertain father's situation, do not act hastily. Return and rest, ready to heed my summons. The emperor's deployment of the Imperial Guard likely serves to observe how the Lu family reacts amidst this turmoil. Having served the Marquis for many years, Yanhua understood that maintaining calm was the wisest course of action at this moment. He feared that Lu Yao might lose her composure and recklessly seek information, thus inviting speculation. It appeared he had overreacted. Understood. After Yanhua departed, only the three of them remained at the entrance of the Marquis's study. Lu Yao gazed at her father's brightly lit study for a considerable time before stating, "Let us go." Just as she was about to leave, she noticed old Madame Wang supporting her mother, who appeared disheveled and had not adorned her hairpins. Yaoer, what on earth has transpired? She had just consumed a calming potion and fallen asleep, only to be awakened by a maid reporting that the Marquis had been taken away by the Imperial Guard. Do not worry, mother. It may merely be urgent military matters that prompted the emperor to summon father. Lu Yao reassured her. But why would the Imperial Guard be sent? After so many years as Madame Ho, she undoubtedly possesses a certain sensitivity. As for her daughter, she remains unaware. However, her father, a loyal servant to the nation, is undoubtedly sincere in his devotion and will surely return unharmed. Rest assured, mother, for it is likely that father will be back by tomorrow, or, at the very least, he will send word. Lu Yao first escorted Madame Lu back to Qingyin residence before returning to her own quarters. Fortunately, she had instructed Uncle Feng to maintain order in the various residences. Otherwise, the impulsive nature of the second branch would have led them to run to their mother in tears, causing her further distress. In her previous life, mother had been burdened with excessive worries, which ultimately led to her demise. Lu Yao harbored her own concerns, resulting in a restless night's sleep, and she awoke just as dawn began to break. Chapter 57. Take care of yourself, as was her custom. Lu Yao completed her dressing and stood up, suggesting, "Shall we check the kitchen?" Chun paused, momentarily taken aback by what she thought she misheard, but quickly responded, "Yes." Dressed in a delicate peach blossom cloud gauze top paired with a crescent moontail skirt, Lu Yao moved gracefully, adding a splash of color to the morning. Upon her entrance, the kitchen staff greeted her with respect. "Second miss." The recent heat had diminished the madam's appetite, so they were instructed to prepare some refreshing dishes, and the porridge needed to be cooked to a soft consistency. Although Lu Yao wore a cheerful expression, the staff dared not be negligent. Currently, the entire household of the Pingming Marquis was under the management of the second miss, whose decisive methods had recently led to the dismissal of several stewards, instilling great fear among them. Yes, Lu Yao surveyed the kitchen, which, after some organization, now operated with everyone fulfilling their respective roles in an orderly manner. The sweltering summer heat had rendered it impossible for the Lu family's over 300 members to procure ample fresh ingredients, especially with the news of the Imperial Guard surrounding the Marquis's residence becoming widely known. However, she had already instructed Uncle Feng to compile a list and submit it to the guards outside the previous night. In her past life, her father's sudden misfortune had trapped the Lu family, leading to conflicts with the guarding Imperial Guard, who subjected them to various humiliations, compounding their plight. The law grants freedom were not explicitly forbidden. The Emperor had merely commanded them to guard the Marquis's residence, not to starve or imprison them. Thus they would naturally agree to reasonable requests. As anticipated, they did not refuse and delivered the ingredients before dawn. Lu Yao asked Chun and Xiaozhu to carry the food boxes with her to Qingyin residence. Madame Lu appeared to have spent the night awake, evident from the dark circles under her eyes. "Mother, please eat something." Lu Yao arranged the food from the boxes. Although Madame Lu wished to decline due to her lack of appetite, the eager gaze of her daughter compelled her to nod in agreement. In light of her husband's predicament, it was her daughter who displayed such strength, leaving her, the matriarch, feeling a sense of shame for needing comfort from her child. "Mother, please try this porridge. It was personally tended to by me." Lu Yao presented it proudly. Madame Lu took a bite, nodding and smiling. "It is indeed soft and delicious. And do sample this cucumber. It was brought by the Imperial Guard before dawn, so fresh." Lu Yao discerned that her mother was merely feigning cheer, attempting to soothe her in various ways. Upon learning it was the Imperial Guards who delivered the food, Madame Lu perked up. "Is it truly from them? How could I deceive you, mother? It seems the Imperial Guards were sent by the Emperor to protect the Marquis's residence. Perhaps they will assign your father some pressing case, allowing him to remain at ease." Madame Lu hesitated. Being close to the Emperor is akin to being close to a tiger. "I genuinely fear for your father." Madame Lu did not finish her thought, but Lu Yao could surmise her mother's concerns. Grasping Madame Lu's hand, she reassured, "Mother, regardless of the circumstances, you must take good care of yourself. Our Lu family stands firm and unafraid. I believe father will be just fine. You are the backbone of our family, and it is essential that you maintain your health. If you were to fall ill, I would truly struggle to hold everything together." Lu Yao nestled into Madame Lu's embrace, softly whispering into her shoulder. Madame Lu took a deep breath, wiping away the unshed tears from her eyes. "My dear Yao is right. Your father will surely be fine. Do not worry. Mother will take good care of herself." She reassured her daughter, gently patting her shoulder and holding her close. Observing her mother regaining her spirits and coaxing Jiner to eat, Lu Yao finally felt a sense of relief. When a person loses their resolve, it is a complete downfall. In her previous life, she had been preoccupied with how to rescue her father, leaving the inner courtyard neglected. It was amidst the turmoil from the second branch that her mother felt hopeless, her condition worsening by the day. Of course, her father needed to be saved, but the Lu family could not descend into chaos themselves first. The members of the second branch, restricted from leaving, naturally stirred unrest. The second madam wept and wailed, cursing and complaining, while the second master was also quite displeased. Although Lu Yao had told Uncle Feng not to hold back, the subordinates still harbored some trepidation and could only report back to her. Lu Yao had anticipated this turn of events, even before she approached the second branch. She could hear her aunt's scolding. Upon seeing Lu Yao, the second master charged at her furiously. "You insolent girl, daring to confine your elders in the courtyard. You are a disrespectful little wretch. Just wait until I teach you a lesson." However, before he could reach her, Lu Qing intervened, blocking his path. With a firm push, the second master stumbled back, nearly falling. Enraged and humiliated, Lu Zhongshan barked, "You insolent servant, move aside, with your elder brother absent. This family is not for a little girl like you to command." Lu Yao sneered. No wonder he was so arrogant. He had clearly received news. Rather than contemplating how to rescue her father, he was scheming to seize power in his absence. Truly a commendable uncle. "To disappoint my second uncle, I indeed intend to take charge," Lu Yao retorted disdainfully. "Sister, how can you disrespect your elders in such a manner?" Lu Yushu exclaimed indignantly. "My brother is correct. I shall act as I please. What do you intend to do about it?" Lu Yao replied with a smile. "You, brother, do not stoop to the level of a woman. Do not disgrace the dignity of scholar," Lu Yutong asserted with conviction. Lu Yao found him unworthy of her attention. The nonsense of scholar, whatever he learned, had gone to waste. The Lu family was not devoid of men. When did it become the prerogative of a mere girl to lead? "What are you all waiting for? Seize this wretched girl," Lu Zhongshan commanded, confident in his loyal followers. If they did not show her some true colors, she would remain oblivious to who truly held authority in the marquisate. Lu Yao found the foolishness of this man laughable. If her father truly faced punishment, what title would he have to inherit? The second master's henchmen rushed forward, but they were swiftly sent sprawling by the men brought by Yanhua. Upon recognizing Yanhua, Lu Zhongshan's fury escalated. These men were the Marquis's guards, tasked with his protection. Once he inherited the title, they would be his, not this girl's. "Yanhua, have you lost your mind, allowing this girl to command you? She will eventually marry and is not one of the Lu family. I am your true master." Lu Zhongshan was enraged, to the extent that he even revealed his identity as the master of the rock fire. The second master laughed, stating that we only pledge our loyalty to the Marquis. Yanhua finished speaking and stepped back, positioning himself half a step behind Lu Yao, ever ready to protect her. You foolish wretch, just wait and see how I shall deal with you in the future." Lu Yao could no longer bear to gaze upon that hideous visage. "Come here. The second master is unable to walk unaided. You must attend to him without leaving his side." Le king instantly comprendait Lu Yao's intention. The concealed weapon in his hand struck Lu Zhongshan's leg, causing him to howl in agony and tumble to the ground in a wretched manner. Chapter 58. Past connections. Although Lu Zhongshan hailed from a noble family, he had neglected physical training and, unlike Lord Lu, was somewhat portly. When he fell, his nose struck the ground, drawing blood, and his face scraped across the earth, resulting in a frightful sight when he rose, covered in crimson. Lady Lu Ea, upon witnessing her husband in such a state, lamented and rushed to his side, exclaiming, "Murder! Did you see? My niece intends to kill her own uncle. Is there no justice left in this world?" However, her wails were swiftly silenced by several maids behind Lu Yao, who gagged her with a handkerchief and escorted her back to their quarters. As for Lu Zhongshan, he was dragged back to his room like a lifeless dog. Lu Yutong and Lu Yushu were similarly escorted back, albeit with feigned friendliness. The servants of the second household, witnessing their masters reduced to a state worse than that of dogs, dared not resist and collectively knelt, pleading, "We beseech the second miss for mercy." Lu Yao cast a sweeping glance over the subservient crowd before responding with a measured tone. "I am known for my distinct sense of reward and punishment. I am not unreasonable. As long as one performs their duties with diligence, rewards will naturally follow. However, those who spread rumors, instigate disorder, or attempt to pry into affairs will meet their fate." Lu Yao summoned a small servant from behind, whose body was already bruised and bloodied, rendering his clothing unrecognizable. Yet, from his visage, it was clear he was the favored scholar of the second master. As he was dragged forth, he left a trail of blood on the ground, rapidly pooling into a small stream, a sight so harrowing that it deterred any further glances. "We, your humble servants, are ever willing to heed the second Mrs. commands. Their voices boomed, echoing with a fervent desire to demonstrate their loyalty. Yen Hua, observing the bloodied figure on the ground, felt a chill despite his accustomed presence in grim circumstances. He had clearly seen the concealed weapon that had struck the second master's leg, a targeted blow aimed at a vital point. It seemed likely that one of the master's legs would be rendered useless, jeopardizing his career. Since the founding of the Great Qi, there had been an unwritten rule that those with physical disabilities could not hold official positions. The second Miss truly embodied the term ruthless, and Yen Hua shuddered, deeming it wise to have shared the previous night's information with her. Disregarding the turmoil, Lu Yao departed the second household with a flourish, locking the courtyard gate behind her, finally securing a semblance of peace. In stark contrast to the ruckus of the second household, the third was exceptionally tranquil, as if it were an ordinary day. "Shall we visit the third household, miss?" asked Xia Zhu. Lu Yao shook her head. "There is no need. Just have the kitchen send over some exquisite delicacies." Surely, her third uncle understood how to conduct himself in such times and would keep his servants in check. Regrettably, her third brother was absent. Otherwise, his capabilities would have eased her concerns. After returning to the capital, her third brother had visited her courtyard once, stating he would embark on a long journey, returning in 2 to 3 months at the fastest. He instructed her to send word through Lu Nong of Miaoyin Pavilion if any urgent matters arose. "Lu Qing," Lu Yao suddenly called out. "At your service," he replied. Her urgency in stabilizing the Lu family household stemmed from a desire to devote her energies to her father's affairs. In accordance with palace regulations, external officials were not permitted to stay overnight within the palace. As long as her father remained absent, she feared that the situation might be more complicated than it appeared. A night has passed, and there is no time to linger. However, the Duke's residence is encircled by the Imperial Guard, necessitating utmost discretion and care, making bribery an unthinkable option. To her surprise, the items she had prepared were needed sooner than anticipated. "I require you to venture out," Lu Yao declared. "Yes." Lu Qing, ever obedient, was resolute. If his mistress commanded him to go, he would risk his life to ensure her wishes were fulfilled. "Deliver this letter to Miss Lu Nong at Miaoyin Pavilion." "I have detailed your tasks in this letter," Lu Yao instructed, handing it to him. "Understood. I shall find a way to leave as soon as night falls." Lu Qing accepted the letter with determination. "There's no need for haste." Lu Yao glanced at Xia Zhu, who promptly understood. "Brother, follow me." Lu Qing, though puzzled, complied. Xia Zhu eagerly opened a chest, revealing, "You can use the secret passage." The small courtyard at the exit was purchased by the mistress some time ago. Although it seems separate from the Duke's residence, the back doors connect. Lu Qing was taken aback. "When was this dug out?" "That is not for you to question. There are many things you remain unaware of. Even the lady of the house is oblivious to this secret passage." As Lu Qing prepared to enter, his sister pulled him back. "Be careful, brother." "I know." Lu Qing reassured her with a pat on the hand. Having grown up in the Duke's residence with his sister, he regarded it as his own home. In times of trouble for the Lu family, he would not hesitate to offer his life and support. On the third day of the siege, at the Pingming Duke's residence, a decree arrived from the palace. Rumors surrounding the Duke had been rampant in the capital these past few days. The once favored courtier, Duke Lu Buosheng, had become a prisoner, and even the vegetable vendors on the street were aware of this scandal. Recently, Lu Yao had employed forceful measures to subdue the second branch of the family, maintaining order within the household, ensuring everyone attended to their duties without daring to slacken. She refrained from informing Madame Lu of the external gossip. As her mother's health was already fragile, it was best to focus on caring for Jiner. All members of the Lu household knelt to receive the decree, which was proclaimed by the esteemed eunuch Chang Gue. Duke Pingning, Lu Buosheng, is implicated in the death of a court official. The case has been referred to the Dali Temple for processing. However, in recognition of his past contributions, the emperor has granted a special pardon to his wife and female relatives. Thus it is decreed. Upon hearing this news, Madame Lu fainted. Lu Yao maintained a composed demeanor as she knelt to receive the decree. This humble daughter accepts the decree and expresses gratitude to the emperor. Long live the emperor! Eunuch Chang'e admired the indifference with which the duke's legitimate daughter received the news. Having spent many years in the palace, he possessed a keen eye for character. He foresaw that this young woman would achieve greatness in the future. He placed the imperial edict in her hands and gently supported her. Miss Liu, both thunder and rain are the emperor's grace. This is indeed a great favor, he kindly advised. Liu Yao knelt once more. I shall remember your kindness, eunuch. May I trouble you to explain what has transpired? My father's character is known to you. He would never commit such an act. Please rise, Miss Liu. You are overwhelming this old servant. Chang Gui attempted to assist her, but Liu Yao declined his help. The young girl has been raised under the watchful eye of her grandfather. In Liu Yao's heart, her grandfather is no different from any elder. Thus she feels justified in offering her respects. With her father in distress, the Liu family feels as though it is facing annihilation. Liu Yao implores her grandfather to lend guidance. Considering their past relationship, she has dispatched Liu Qing to gather information, and by now, she has nearly ascertained the details surrounding her father's predicament. While she is uncertain whether the Chui family is directly responsible for the death of Lord Yang, it is evident that they are exacerbating the situation. The circumstances are rather intricate. Lady Yang and her daughter traveled to the capital to file a grievance, only to be pursued relentlessly along the way, leading to Lady Yang's demise. Miss Yang claims that her father had only encountered the inner guard of the Marquis before his passing, and by the time they made their discovery, Lord Yang had already been dead for some time. However, this does not conclusively prove that Lord Yang was murdered by the inner guard. Chapter 59. The grace of hiring Ting the Emperor, despite his skepticism, found himself pressed by the relentless demands of the Chui family and the maternal side of Miss Yang. The Meng family. Coupled with Miss Yang's testimony, His Majesty has decided to entrust the case to the Dali Temple for a thorough investigation, hoping to restore the Marquis's honor. Master Chang's courteous demeanor towards the Liu family stemmed not only from a cordial relationship with the peaceful Ning Marquis, but also from a keen understanding of the Emperor's will. If the Emperor truly intended to bring about the downfall of the peaceful Ning Marquis, he would not have dispatched Chang to the Liu household today, nor would he have granted clemency to the Marquis's wife and daughters. After delivering the imperial edict, Master Chang departed, taking with him the imperial guard stationed at the door. Madame Liu had regained consciousness, albeit with a pallid complexion. Mother, she exclaimed as she sat up, gently patting her daughter's hand. I truly am of no use in this body, causing you such worry. But I assure you, I am well. That is all that matters. The doctor mentioned that your overthinking and lack of rest led to your fainting spell. You must take good care of yourself moving forward. Liu Yao replied with a smile. With the imperial guards withdrawn, the Liu family was no longer restricted in their comings and goings, prompting Liu Yao to request the steward to summon a physician. Madame Liu nodded in agreement. I was merely anxious for a moment. Reflecting on it now, the Emperor's summons of Master Chang to deliver the edict and the case's referral to the Dali Temple indicates his support for your father. Lord Sun possesses no backing. He is a loyal subject of the Emperor, thus impervious to the Chui family's threats in this matter. Her conviction in her husband's innocence reassured her, leading her to believe he would emerge unscathed. You are right, Mother. I heard Master Chang mention that Father's case has been transferred to the Dali Temple. Let's request the kitchen to prepare Father's favorite dishes, and you can pack a few of his garments. Shall we visit him? She felt an urgent need to inquire about the circumstances surrounding Father's dispatch of internal guards to the south. The Dali Temple's detention facility had recently become quite lively, with various lords and marquises arriving in quick succession. The jailers treated the peaceful Ning Marquis with a degree of consideration, given that the case had yet to reach a conclusion and the Emperor had only temporarily detained Lord Liu at the Dali Temple. Consequently, Liu Yao and her party faced no obstacles as they entered smoothly. Upon catching sight of Lord Liu, Liu Yao felt a wave of emotion wash over her, her eyes brimming with tears. Father, just a few days apart, had rendered him visibly aged. The dim confines of the cell obscured any light, and under the flickering candlelight, Lord Liu's complexion appeared waxen, hinting at his deteriorating health. My dear wife Yaoer, what brings you here? Lord Liu's face instantly brightened upon seeing his wife and daughter. He was still clad in the dark blue plain silk robe he had worn the day he left. Most of his garments were crafted by Madame Lu, and he always took pride in wearing the new clothes she made for him. "I've come with mother to see you, bringing some fresh clothes," Madame Lu said, carrying a bundle prepared for Lord Lu. She struggled to maintain her composure. "Look at you. Your clothes are all wrinkled. You're a grown man, yet you don't know how to take care of yourself." Lord Lu remained silent, extending his arms to assist his wife in changing his clothes. As the last button of his collar was fastened, he embraced his wife. "Forgive me, it is my fault." Madame Lu took a deep breath, gazing at her husband. "You are a wonderful man. The only decision in my life I do not regret is marrying you. Shulan, I have brought you trouble. When I took her as my wife, I vowed to take good care of her. Yet, over the years, it has been she who has cared for him. The Marquis has dedicated himself to significant matters for the nation and its people, and I believe in you." Lady Lu adjusted the folds of his shoulders. "I also believe in father." Lu Yao moved closer, resting against her father's other shoulder. The Marquis held his wife in one arm and his daughter in the other, patting their shoulders, his throat constricted as if choked by something. And after a long moment, he finally said, Good, good. How does father view the death of Lord Yang?" Lu Yao inquired. The Marquis frowned. "If it were the Chui family. Such haste is uncharacteristic of them. However, I cannot think of anyone else who might be involved besides them." In recent days, Lu Yao had instructed Lu Qing to investigate the movements of the Chui family. The father and elder brother of the Chui matriarch are cunning foxes. For the past few days, they have remained at home except for their morning court attendance and have not received any suspicious visitors. Thus far, no useful information has been obtained from the Chui family regarding the death of Lord Yang. Nevertheless, setting aside the truth of Lord Yang's demise, the current situation favors the Chui family, providing them with an opportunity to undermine the Lu family. Rest assured, the Dali Temple has already filed a case and will soon restore my reputation. The Marquis had great confidence in the Dali Temple. Lu Yao nodded, noting that 3 days prior, the Dali Temple had dispatched personnel to Jiangnan to thoroughly investigate the matter regarding Lord Yang. News should return in a few days. The Emperor's current stance is supportive of the Lu family, and father should not be in danger. Moreover, the Imperial Guards stationed at the entrance have withdrawn, allowing the Lu family's actions to no longer be constrained, thus relieving them of their passive position. The visit could not be prolonged. The mother and daughter of the Lu family did not stay long. However, before departing, the Marquis entrusted Lu Yao with the token to mobilize the inner guards. The inner guards are loyal to their master, but may not heed the commands of his daughter. Now that he is imprisoned, the Lu family requires protection, and they cannot remain leaderless for even a day. This token signifies authority similar to that of the head of the household, making it invaluable to Yaoer. Upon receiving the token, Lu Yao understood that the Pingning Marquis was entrusting the entire Lu family to her. "Father, rest assured, your daughter will not fail your expectations." The family of 3 bid a heartfelt farewell, and Lady Lu quickly exited the prison. In that fleeting moment, tears streamed down her face like rain. However, she soon wiped her tears away. In such times, it is essential to remain strong. As the mother of 2 children, she must protect them well and prevent anyone from belittling the Lu family. Not far along, Lu Yao spotted Zhao Heng, dressed in the official robes of the Dali Temple. Though their attire was identical, he stood out distinctly in the crowd. "I pay my respects to His Royal Highness, the Prince of Chu." The mother and daughter of the Lu family bowed in greeting. Lu Yao lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. Although her temperament was not haughty, her pride, coupled with the Lu family's esteemed status, had gradually created a sense of distance. Perhaps one truly cannot commit wrongs against others. Having owed him too much in her past life, she felt unjustified even in stealing a glance at him in this life. Fearless of heaven and earth, and even not needing to concern herself in front of the favored princess, Lu Yao alone felt trepidation in the presence of this Prince of Chu. There is no need for excessive formalities. Zhao Heng's gaze briefly swept over Lu Yao, his tone notably indifferent. He had encountered her thrice, and it seemed she donned red on each occasion. The first was at the ink and brush studio, where her vibrant crimson gown trailed behind her as she fled in haste. That vivid hue lingered in his gaze. The second was at a royal banquet, where she wore a gown of rosy satin. As she played the flute, the wind danced with the hem of her dress, shimmering like the twilight glow at the edge of a vast desert. This time she wore a shade of peachy red, graceful and elegant, embodying the delicate charm of femininity. She was among the rare few who could wear such a garish color and yet exude such brilliance. "Your Highness." Lu Yao rose, trailing just behind her mother, still too timid to raise her eyes. Chapter 60. The coldness of human hearts. Just as she was about to leave, a voice beside her caught her attention. "Lord Sun has dispatched someone to Jiangnan for investigation. News will surely return shortly." Lu Yao was taken aback that Zhao Heng would voluntarily mention her father's affairs. Whether it was her feet or her mind that betrayed her, she inadvertently collided with Lady Lu, who had halted in her tracks, leaving her flustered and disheveled. Embarrassed and panicked, Lu Yao hurriedly offered an apologetic bow to Zhao Heng, wishing fervently for a fissure in the ground to swallow her whole. "I thank you for your concern, Your Highness." Although she was already aware of the situation, it was only proper to express gratitude for the esteemed prince's concern. Lowering her head in a flustered salute, she added, "This humble daughter is grateful to Your Highness." Her fingers anxiously clutched the fabric of her gown, yearning to escape swiftly. Zhao Heng nodded, his gaze lingering on the retreating figures of mother and daughter, increasingly puzzled. Was he truly that fearsome? Miss Lu exhibited considerable courage. Why then did she singularly fear him? Could there have been unfavorable rumors about him circulating in the capital? He resolved to inquire with Gu Zhao Hua another day, as he was most knowledgeable about affairs in the capital. Only after leaving the Dali Temple did Lu Yao finally breathe a sigh of relief. A mother knows her daughter well. Lady Lu undoubtedly sensed her daughter's unease. "Why do you seem to fear His Royal Highness, the Prince of Chu?" She knew her daughter well. Lu Yao was a reserved individual, capable of maintaining her composure in front of the Emperor and Empress at the recent banquet. What made her so apprehensive toward this prince? Lu Yao chuckled lightly. "I have heard that the Prince of Chu possesses a rather volatile temper. He even dares to confront the Prince of Rue, and his pet is a wolf. It is only natural for me to feel trepidation." Lady Lu shook her head. Amused, "It is surprising to find someone you fear. Yet, I find His Royal Highness to be quite courteous, not at all as the rumors suggest. Much of the gossip likely stems from his prolonged absence from the capital and lack of favor from the Emperor. Is that so?" Lu Yao felt a pang of guilt. Not long after returning to Haitang residence, a young maid reported that after her departure, the second master had once again caused a disturbance, claiming the previous doctor was incompetent and demanding another to treat his leg. "If you want to change, let him have it. It cannot be cured anyway. It merely entails consuming a few prescriptions and spending some silver." "Yes." The maid exited after delivering her report. The room was left with only Ingchun and Xiaozhu. Lu Yao reclined on the concubine chair, while Ingchun stood beside her, gently fanning her. Lu Yao pressed her hand against her temple, eyes closed, though she was not asleep. "Miss, I have something to say, though I wonder if it is appropriate." Ingchun hesitated. Lu Yao opened her eyes and smiled. "Since you have begun, there is nothing inappropriate to say." Ingchun bit her lip. "Miss, why not seek the assistance of His Royal Highness, the King of Jing, regarding the Marquis' matter?" Lu Yao dismissed the notion. "At this time, everyone is avoiding the Lu family. I fear the King of Jing would not be inclined to assist." "How could that be?" "The King of Jing has always treated you exceptionally well. If you were to ask, he would surely help." Ingchun's expression was resolute. Times change. Lu Yao had never considered seeking help from the King of Jing. Currently, the only one who can contend with the Chui family is His Royal Highness. Ingchun added, "Who would have thought you were so well informed about court matters?" Indeed, it was true. The Chui family supports Prince Rue. Yet Prince Jing has a considerable number of scholars backing him. Ingchun waved her hands repeatedly, saying, "Do not jest, Mississippi. I have heard you mention it before." Lu Yao smiled lightly. "It is not yet the time, but I shall contemplate it." A glimmer of joy appeared on Ingchun's face. "Would you like some tea, miss? Shall I brew some?" "Go ahead." Ingchun moved with a lively step, soon leaving the room. Xiaozhu hurried to Lu Yao's side, gossiping. "Do you not think Ingchun becomes quite exhilarated when mentioning Prince Jing?" "Does she?" Lu Yao was not particularly concerned. She never doubted Ingchun's loyalty. Her sentiments merely stemmed from a desire to shield her from hardship. "Certainly." Xiaozhu nodded affirmatively, In the past, whenever you met Prince Jing, you always brought Ingshun along. Each time she returned, she was overjoyed, speaking of how well Prince Jing treated you. Did I often meet Prince Jing? Ever since Lu Yao recalled her past life in her dreams, her memories of her encounters with him had become somewhat indistinct. Xiaozhu observed Lu Yao for a moment. Tilting her head, "Why do you ask? You used to find me too rash and not composed enough, always insisting that Ingchun attend to you closely. You used to always bring her along, but lately, it seems you prefer having me do things." He, secretly delighted. Ingchun entered with tea. "This is the new tea bestowed by the palace. Do give it a taste." This tea was granted by the emperor after a royal banquet. Yet Lu Yao, who favored floral teas, had set it aside. After the incident with Lu Buosheng, the Lu family had gone from bustling to desolate. The fickleness of human hearts truly chilled one's spirit. However, Lu Yao did not dwell on these matters, for she believed in embellishing the already splendid rather than providing aid in times of need. She lifted the tea and took a sip, savoring the fragrant flavor. It was indeed fine tea, yet still not to her liking. Ingchun noticed Lu Yao set it down after a single sip. "Miss, do you not enjoy it? I have observed you seem to be suffering from heat lately, with blisters forming at the corners of your mouth. This tea is perfect for dispelling the heat." Although Lu Yao displayed no signs of distress, she was quite anxious internally. Not only her lips, but also several small red blemishes had appeared on her chin. "Then I shall drink more." Though it was not particularly painful, it was rather unsightly. "Really? I did not notice." Xiaozhu glanced over. "You are always off gallivanting with the miss, never advising her." Ingchun poured a cup for Xiaozhu as well. Xiaozhu raised her cup and drank it all in one go. "Then I shall have some too." Watching the two of them tease each other lightened Lu Yao's heart, easing her earlier vexation. There had been no news from third brother yet, and she was uncertain whether he would return in time. The Dali Temple was taking Lord Lu's case very seriously, having not rested a moment since arriving in Jiangnan, tirelessly investigating. When Lu Qing arrived at Haitang residence, Lu Yao had already gone to bed. "Quickly inform the miss. I have matters to report." Lu Qing spoke urgently. "All right, I shall go at once." Xiaozhu noted her elder brother's anxiety. It surely was not a trivial matter. Recently, the case concerning the Lord had caused the miss much worry and distress. All while awaiting news. "Madam, the officials of the Dali Temple have discovered the token of the internal guards of the Marquis's residence in Lord Yang's study. Furthermore, Lord Yang's neighbor reported that there were suspicious individuals loitering around the Yang residence on the day of his demise." And what else? During the investigation, the Dali Temple uncovered a collusion between the Marquis and the Salt Guild, revealing the discovery of 200,000 taels of unrefined official silver and a shipment of tax silver destined for the capital, which originated from the same batch. How could this transpire? Lu Yao's face, obscured by her long hair, grew increasingly pale. In her misguided attempts to assist her father, she may have unwittingly fallen into someone else's trap from the very beginning. It became evident that all her efforts had been in vain, and events were unfolding just as they had in her previous life. These incriminating evidences would be presented before the emperor tomorrow. Even he would no longer be able to shield her father. Chapter 61. Love and hatred conspiring with the forces of the underworld is the greatest taboo of the royal family. In my previous life, my father was falsely accused of colluding with the Salt Gang, plotting treachery. Now, it is no longer a mere matter of a minister's death. The demise of Lord Yang was merely a pretext to draw the people of the Dali Temple to the south. Can this outcome truly not be altered? After all the twists and turns, my father still ended up in prison for this crime. This cannot be allowed to stand. Since all of this transpired in Jiangnan, I shall personally journey there to restore my father's honor. Meanwhile, the case files and evidence have been sent from Jiangnan to the Dali Temple. Upon reviewing them, Lord Sun wore an expression of disbelief, yet all clues pointed to Lord Lu Boshang, having served alongside him for many years. And with Lord Lu responsible for the capital's defenses, he had assisted Lord Sun on several major cases. Given Lord Lu's unambitious nature, colluding with the Salt Gang or embezzling public funds is utterly contrary to his character. Lord Sun, now at a loss, tucked away the case files and evidence. "Lord Sun," a voice interrupted his reverie. Rising from his seat, Lord Sun responded, "Your Highness, please, no need for formalities. Is this the case? File returned swiftly from Jiangnan. Zhao Heng's tone was cold, exuding a sense of aloof detachment, contrasting sharply with the gentle demeanor of the fourth prince, Prince Jing. Indeed, Your Highness, please take a look. Lord Sun presented the documents to Prince Chu. Zhao Heng maintained an impassive expression as he perused the file before returning it to the desk, offering no commentary. Lord Sun found himself perplexed by Prince Chu's silence. Most would provide some insight after reviewing such documents, yet Prince Chu seemed disinclined to share his thoughts. What are your impressions, Your Highness? There is nothing amiss. If Lord Yang's death was merely the word of Miss Yang, now we have irrefutable evidence. This implicates the Pingning Marquis in a most dire situation, Prince Zhao replied. What is your intention, Your Highness? Lord Sun pondered, but Prince Zhao merely stated, I have no ulterior motives. I simply wish to organize the files in advance. The Duke of Gu has invited me for a hunting expedition in Shishan tomorrow, and I fear I shall not be able to visit the Dali Temple for some time. I understand. Lord Sun chuckled. Should His Majesty inquire, you may inform him of the facts as they are. Zhao Heng wore an expression suggesting he would not trouble Lord Sun further. Lord Sun paused, offering a hollow laugh. Of course, a feeling of being ensnared washed over him. The Emperor had assigned Prince Chu to the Dali Temple merely to hone his skills. He truly believed himself to be a mere official of the Dali Temple, only requesting leave from him. Thank you, Zhao Heng said before departing to his own office to organize documents. As a member of the royal family, he was naturally not one to be easily approachable. Though their interactions had not been difficult, Lord Sun felt he could not fully discern Prince Chu's character. It seemed he was indifferent to many matters. Yet every file he organized was impeccably accurate. Sighing, Lord Sun thought, let us hope His Majesty does not inquire about this. Having organized the files, Zhao Heng felt it was time to return home. Upon exiting the Dali Temple, he suddenly halted, turning to Qing Wan. Send a message to Miss Lu Nong, informing her that I shall handle matters regarding the Lu family. 2 days prior, Miss Lu Nong dispatched a message to the prince, penned by the hand of young Master Lu San. Currently, young Master Lu San is en route to the southern frontier and, unable to attend to matters personally, has beseeched the prince to assist the Lu family in overcoming their tribulations. The prince did not immediately relay a message to Lu Nong through the maid who delivered the letter. Qing Wan, having followed the prince for many years, initially believed he would disregard the bonds of brotherhood and leave them to their fate. It was well within the prince's character to act thusly. Young Master Lu San had studied alongside the prince under the eccentric Taoist Qing Su for many years. Taoist Qing Su is known for his peculiar temperament, and his two disciples are equally cantankerous, often at odds with one another. In the past, while Taoist Qing Su was away, young Master Lu San poisoned the prince, leaving him blind for a full half-month. Naturally, young Master Lu San did not emerge unscathed either, for the prince ensnared him in a hunter's trap. By the time young Master Lu San crawled out, he was emaciated and limping. It is said he consumed all the insects and roots in the trap. Upon returning, Taoist Qing Su discovered one disciple blind and the other limping, imposing a penalty on them to wash each other's feet for 3 months. Over the years, they have not ceased to play tricks on one another, much to the exasperation of Taoist Qing Su, who vowed never to take on disciples again. At the end of last year, he abandoned his 2 troublesome disciples, or rather, his 2 excellent disciples, to wander the mountains alone. Recently, it was revealed that he had become ensnared in the southern frontier and could not return. Thus, young Master Lu San's journey is to fetch him. Therefore, it is indeed a rarity for the prince to agree to assist young Master Lu San. Qing Wan gazed skyward, confirming that the sun had indeed set in the west today. How curious that the prince had consented. However, given the prince's command, she dared not dissent. Yes. Observing the prince's countenance quietly, she hesitated before speaking again. Your Highness, it seems unlikely we can overturn the case of Lord Pingning this time. While the prince organized the files, she ground ink beside him, observing closely. Zhao Heng remained silent, prompting Qing Wan to continue. All the accusations against Lord Pingning are substantiated by evidence, and the case analysis is coherent and devoid of flaws. A lack of flaws is, in fact, the greatest flaw. With that, Zhao Hong departed for the carriage. Qing Wan stood bewildered, uncertain of her master's intent. Never mind, she thought. Let us return home first. At a distance, Kunlun sensed his master's presence, abandoning the meat bone bestowed upon him by Gu Zhaohua to rush to the entrance. Indeed, the familiar carriage had arrived at the street corner. Kunlun sprinted toward it and leaped onto the carriage with a bound. Fortunately, it was Qing Wan at the reins. Had it been anyone else, Kunlun would have likely knocked them off the carriage. Recently, Gu Zhaohua had spent more time with Kunlun than Zhao Hong. Knowing Kunlun's fondness for meat, Gu Zhaohua prepared an assortment of game, which the wolf devoured with fervor. Yet, despite this, he remained unaccustomed to Gu Zhaohua. Each time Zhao Hong returned, he would cast Gu Zhaohua aside with an air of sycophancy, a sight that was quite unbecoming for a member of the wolf clan. As one man and one wolf entered the door, each wore a demeanor of arrogance, their gazes toward Gu Zhaohua brimming with disdain. Gu Zhaohua rolled his eyes at Kunlun, exclaiming, "What kind of wolf are you? Did you feed that meat bone to the dogs? When do you plan to move to the prince's residence?" Gu Zhaohua inquired. The preparations at the Wangfu are nearly complete, with all necessary arrangements and acquisitions well underway. Ever since the noble consort presented her gifts, the ladies of the harem have followed suit, bestowing numerous delightful items. He has visited several times, yet the master of the Wangfu has not graced it with a single visit. Perhaps it is best to postpone this matter for a few days. Zhao Hong exuded an air of leisure, displaying not the slightest hint of concern. Where one resides is of little consequence. Does a larger room allow one to occupy 2 beds simultaneously? Your brother has prepared a housewarming gift for you, and this time you are bound to reap substantial rewards. In the residence of the Prince of Chu, both within the palace and beyond, who would not wish to send congratulatory gifts? The capital feels stifling. I intend to take a stroll for some fresh air. The Prince of Chu savored a sip of wine, feeling quite content. Chapter 62, A Prophetic Utterance. Ah, how delightful it is to seek solace. Take me along. Gu Zhaohua had long grown weary of the confines of the capital. He had incessantly implored the emperor, his uncle, to secure him a position in the outer provinces, ideally within a military camp for a few years. However, as the sole heir of the Gu family, the emperor had little authority to grant such a request. Not a chance. Zhao Heng's refusal was resolute. If you won't take me, then whom will you take? Kunlun, brother, you're being unreasonable. After all these years of brotherhood, do you truly value a treacherous wolf over me? Kunlun, with a haughty demeanor, bared his teeth at Gu Zhaohua and let out a howl. I don't care. I must go. I will cover all expenses. Very well. Zhao Hong did not refuse this time. Gu Zhaohua pondered, is something amiss? During dinner at Zhao Heng's residence, Gu Zhaohua returned earlier than usual. He had no choice. They were to depart at dawn, and he had yet to pack his belongings. Time was indeed of the essence. Upon returning to his courtyard, he began instructing his servant to gather his luggage, deciding what to take and ensuring he had ample funds. The commotion even attracted the attention of the eldest princess, who personally visited her son's quarters. Are you moving? My son is merely going on an outing with the Prince of Chu for a few days. Do not worry too much about him, mother. Gu Zhaohua replied with a smile. Where are you going, and when do you leave? The 5th prince was only 2 years older than Zhaohua, yet his temperament was far more composed. It was a good thing to be in his company, as it would prevent Zhaohua from causing trouble. He had indeed been more restrained of late. We leave tomorrow, but I have yet to finish packing. Why the haste? My son only learned of this plan tonight. He has always been rather taciturn. There is no need for concern, mother. Gu Zhaohua feared being detained by his mother. Out there, you cannot be as headstrong as at home. Listen to His Highness the Prince of Chu and do not act on your own accord. The eldest princess admonished. I understand, mother. If you are worried, just send me more silver. I lack for nothing else. Gu Zhaohua had his own private treasury, and with 3 elder sisters, he was certainly not deprived of their affection. You mischievous boy, only thinking of your mother's money. The eldest princess playfully poked his forehead. By the way, mother, please invite my 3rd sister home for a visit. I saw her on the street the other day, and she did not seem very happy. Gu Zhaohua had been returning home late these past few days and had forgotten to mention this to his mother. The eldest princess nodded. I am aware. Your 3rd sister had a quarrel with your brother-in-law recently, but they have reconciled. Do not worry, and refrain from causing trouble for your brother-in-law. Gu Zhaohua furrowed his brow. I understand. The mere mention of Su Yud filled him with ire. He could not fathom what was so appealing about that dandy, nor why their parents had arranged such a match for his sister. On the following day, Gu Zhaohua met Zhao Hong at the city gate, bringing along 2 carts laden with luggage. This spectacle startled Qingwan. Your Highness, do you intend to be away for an extended period? With so many belongings, do you not plan to return to the capital? It is a rare opportunity to venture out. I simply aim to return home for the new year. Were it not for my mother's repeated reminders, I would have considered staying away for 3 to 5 years. Cough, cough. Qingwan cleared her throat, realizing that the prince had overthought the situation. How could the lord not have informed the prince that their schedule was rather pressing? Alas, her master truly was a burden. Gu Zhaohua finally discerned the peculiarities. Zhao Hong had brought only Qingwan, a bundle on his back, each of them riding a horse, accompanied by a heartless wolf, and nothing more. This hardly resembled a leisurely excursion. Fortunately, he had made ample preparations. 2 young servants, 2 maidens, provisions for sustenance and entertainment. All were meticulously arranged. Brother, your experience in outings is lacking. Just look at what I have prepared. You cannot do without me. Gu Zhaohua beamed with pride. You must choose, ride back with me or follow your carriage. Zhao Hong, uninterested in further discussion, declared the decision outright. What? Gu Zhaohua felt he had misheard. Will you go or not? Enraged, Gu Zhaohua felt wronged. Fifth brother obviously assumed he would comply. How would he treat him this way? Spending too much time with wolves had dulled his humanity. After all, he was not a wolf. He required numerous garments for the changing seasons. Ultimately, Gu Zhaohua only selected a few essential clothes, leaving behind a servant while sending the rest, along with the carriage, away. At the Lu residence, Lu Yao received a message from Lu Nong the previous night, assuring her that arrangements had been made and to remain at ease. She trusted her third brother, yet with their father ensnared in dire straits, precariously balancing on the edge of fate, how could she possibly find peace? This journey would undoubtedly take some time, and with the second branch restless, she needed to ensure the household affairs were in order. Lu Yao resolved to seek out Wei Rong first. Wei Rong had visited her recently, but she had been out, and by the time she returned, Wei Rong had already departed. There were matters she needed to address with him, since their father could not extricate himself from this prison calamity. Might Wei Rong also face a similar fate as in their past life? No, Wei Rong must not become a concubine of the Rue Wang. It would ruin her and devastate the Wei family. In the last life, all the concubines of the Rue Wang were demoted to commoners, confined within the Rue Wang's estate, while the Wei family faced execution for their male members over the age of 12 and the females forced into servitude. Wei Rong had somehow escaped the Rue Wang's grasp, filthy and prostrating before her, pleading for help. She had never witnessed Wei Rong weep so sorrowfully, even when the Rue Wang took his own life. Her youth was shackled in a cage, yet she shed no tears. Lu Yao, I implore you to save my brother. He is innocent, he has not rebelled, and the Wei family has not conspired. With our eldest brother gone, the Wei family will truly vanish. I beg you, in light of his long-standing affection for you, save his life. Wei Rong's head repeatedly struck the ground, yet she could not be restrained. The edict came from the emperor, but it was the Jing Wang who executed the orders. Zhao Mu harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Wei family, unwilling to employ them, particularly resenting Wei Rong's brother, Wei Ming. She knew the Wei family was wronged. She had pleaded for them long before Wei Rong arrived. Yet Jing Wang's declaration that the Wei family would perish today, or he himself would suffer the same fate tomorrow, silenced all her words. The last thing Wei Rong had said to her was, Yao Yao, you will regret this. Indeed, her words proved prophetic. The Lu family met the same grim fate as the Wei family, perishing at the hands of the same individual. This is her greatest retribution. She truly regrets it. In her previous life, the Prince Jing alleviated the crisis of the Lu family. In this life, she desires no association with him, and the circumstances are bound to be even more arduous. The carriage halted at the entrance of the Wei residence, and the young servant recognized Lu Yao, showing no signs of neglect due to the Lu family's misfortunes. Miss Lu has arrived. Quickly informed the second young lady. The servant said smartly, "No need to trouble yourself. The second young lady is aware of my arrival. I shall enter directly." "Very well, then Miss Lu, please take care." Just as Lu Yao passed through the second gate, she caught sight of Wei Rong's figure. "Lu heir, you are quite prompt in your arrival. Eager to see you. Naturally, I came swiftly," Lu Yao exclaimed, grasping Wei Rong's hand. Chapter 63. Reluctant compliance. Recently, Lu Yao has been preoccupied with matters concerning her father, bustling about tirelessly. Since the banquet at the palace, the two had not crossed paths again. "I relish your words. It is sweltering outside. Let us hasten indoors." Not long after, she unexpectedly encountered Wei Fong. Wei Fong, born of a concubine, was not favored by the esteemed Wei Golao, yet her delicate beauty and modest literary talent garnered her some affection from Wei Rong's father. However, he was no fool to indulge in favoritism, as he held his wife in high regard and prioritized his legitimate children above all. Wei Rong's mother possessed considerable poise, devoting her efforts to managing the household and raising their 3 children. Wei Rong's elder brother, Wei Ming, was a prodigious talent, while her sister, Wei Fong, was renowned in the capital for her intellect. A few years prior, she wed the eldest son of the Minister of Personnel, Lord Fong, and their union was celebrated as a model of marital bliss in the capital. The Wei matriarch's children excelled, giving little heed to any minor concubines. For many years, Wei Fong's aunt had been firmly under the thumb of the Wei matriarch, and after years of bearing only Wei Fong, her presence within the household dwindled. Wei Rong and Wei Fong, being of similar age, had never been on amicable terms, their relationship marred by years of animosity. Who did I think it was? The daughter of a traitor. How dare your sister bring such a person into our home? Is she not afraid of the emperor's wrath? Wei Fong remarked with a biting tone. Previously, she had attempted to curry favor with the esteemed daughter of the Pingning Marquis, but alas, she was deemed unworthy, as the other had become fast friends with Wei Rong. A friend of Wei Rong was indeed her adversary, and the enmity ran deep. "Did you not receive enough from our last encounter?" Wei Rong retorted, her verbal prowess matched by a readiness for physical confrontation. The elder Wei likely never anticipated that a daughter from a scholarly family would be so disinclined towards academia and so fond of brawling. "Has your sister not been confined long enough?" Wei Fong shot back, her retort sharp. She was poised to inform her father that admitting members of the Lu family at this juncture would only invite calamity upon the Wei household. "Step aside. I have no time to argue with you." She refrained from confronting Wei Fong in front of Lu Yao to avoid entangling her in the fray, planning to settle the score later. "No, sister, you must not act recklessly today. The Lu family is tainted by treason. Who knows? You may find yourself imprisoned in the Dali Temple like your father." "Could you really befriend a criminal?" Wei Fong asserted with conviction. Wei Rong, rolling up her sleeves to strike, was halted by Lu Yao. Wei Fong, witnessing the typically aloof Lu Yao display such timidity, could not suppress her glee. "Miss Lu, were I in your position, I would remain dutifully at home and refrain from venturing out. Why do you prance about like a grasshopper in autumn?" "Silence," Lu Yao interrupted, her voice firm. Enraged, Wei Fong turned to see the newcomer, her expression paling in fright. "Greetings, grandfather, father, and brother." Wei Fong trembled at the sight of the 2 individuals she most feared in the household, her grandfather and her elder brother. The one who had interrupted Wei Fong was none other than Wei Rong's elder brother, Wei Ming, a distinguished talent of the Great Qi dynasty who had achieved the highest honors. Elder Wei cast a glance at Wei Fong with indifference, while Wei Rong's father, feeling somewhat embarrassed, directed an irritable gaze at her. "Do return to your chamber promptly. You are forbidden from causing any disturbances in the coming days." How could Wei Fong be unaware that she had been placed under house arrest? The upcoming birthday of Princess Changhua presented her with a golden opportunity, and being confined would thwart her plans. "Father," Wei Fong's voice trembled, nearly breaking into tears. "Withdraw." Lu Yao knelt in greeting, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to the 3 esteemed lords." The Wei family had served in the court for 3 generations, all entrusted with significant responsibilities, a source of immense pride for them. Although there was little connection between the Wei and Lu families, Lu Yao and Wei Rong had forged a deep friendship as they both attended to the princess in their youth. The adults of both families maintained a rather ordinary relationship, yet they did not hinder the bond between the two youngsters. It was recalled that in years past, Lu Yao had referred to Wei Ming as Brother Wei, but now she addressed him with the appropriate formality of Lord. The Marquis of Pingning was certainly adept at nurturing his daughter. The Lu family had instilled excellent manners in her. Miss Lu, there is no need for such formalities. Elder Wei stroked his beard, his demeanor gentle and amiable. Though he had surpassed the age of 60, his commanding presence and dignified bearing belied any signs of aging. Wei Ming, as a peer, returned the greeting with a bow. Clad in a simple yet elegant robe of blue silk, embodying the grace of a pine tree, his striking eyes sparkled with intelligence and pride, truly a fitting visage for a scholar. It was no wonder that the people of the capital praised Elder Wei's grandson as a manifestation of the star of literature. Wei Rong observed his brother's composed and gentlemanly demeanor with a slight smirk, then took Lu Yao's hand, saying, "Grandfather, I shall escort Yao away. You may continue your affairs." Lu Yao had noticed a figure lurking behind the flower bushes when Wei Fong spoke, mistakenly assuming it to be Madame Wei passing by. Unaware, it was indeed the three esteemed elders of the Wei family. Thus, she had allowed Wei Fong to speak so audaciously. The Wei family's strict rules could not tolerate such rudeness towards guests. While she was oblivious to the specifics of Wei Rong's situation in her previous life, it was certainly not a misfortune for her half-sister to be restrained, as it would spare Wei Rong from danger. Although Wei Rong was not foolish. Being the cherished youngest daughter of the main branch, she was well guarded by her family, which inadvertently rendered her somewhat oblivious and susceptible to manipulation. "It has been a while since you visited me. Behold, this pavilion was designed by my elder brother himself, and he even planted grapevines. Once the vines grow larger next year, we shall be able to enjoy the shade while feasting on grapes. Your elder brother is truly kind to you." Lu Yao replied with envy. "Actually, my brother, Rong, I may have to leave the capital for a while." Lu Yao interjected, diverting Wei Rong's attention. Indeed, Wei Rong's focus shifted. "Where are you going? Is it related to your father's affairs?" The matter concerning the Marquis of Pingning had become common knowledge in the capital, and Wei Rong's previous visit was aimed at comforting Lu Yao. "I will confide this only to you. My father's situation may be rather complicated. I intend to travel to Jiangnan to investigate personally, and you must help me keep this a secret." Lu Yao relayed the latest evidence from the Dali Temple to Wei Rong. "How could this be? Rest assured, I shall not disclose it to anyone. Yet, as a young lady, Jiangnan is quite distant. You must take more companions with you." Wei Rong realized she could not dissuade Lu Yao and could only offer additional admonishments. In truth, were she in her position, she would undoubtedly make the same choice. As a friend, one must support her decision. "I have come today to impart a matter of utmost importance. You may rest assured that I shall do everything within my power to assist," Wei Rong declared, thumping her chest in assurance. Lu Yao was amused by her exuberance. "I merely wish to remind you to exercise caution in the near future. I have heard that the Prince Rue intends to select a concubine from among the noble ladies." Lu Yao's gaze was fixed on Wei Rong, her meaning unmistakable. Wei Rong, not lacking in intelligence, quickly grasped the implication. "Fear not, my grandfather would never allow such a thing. The daughters of the Wei family possess too much dignity to become mere secondary wives. Such actions are reserved for men of no ambition, and our family would never stoop to such a level. I am well aware that the esteemed elder would not act so. Yet what if he were to employ other means, compelling you to comply?" Chapter 64. A heartfelt affection. Wei Rong was acutely aware of the stratagem that Lu Yao referred to, a scheme that had ensnared countless noble sons and daughters. Though it elicited disdain, it was disarmingly simple and effective. A woman's reputation is of paramount importance. Once tarnished, all would choose to bury the matter. In her previous life, Wei Golao initially insisted on preventing his granddaughter from becoming a concubine to the Rue Wang, planning instead to send her back to her hometown for a time. Once the tempest had subsided, he intended to find her a worthy suitor for a lifelong commitment. However, before he could even send her away, news of her scheming to climb into the Rue Wang's bed spread throughout the capital. Wei Rong's reputation was irrevocably damaged. and the empress boldly sent a betrothal gift to the Wei family, cementing the scandal. From that moment forth, Wei Rong underwent a profound transformation, becoming taciturn. And due to the discord between the Rui Wang and the Jing Wang, their interactions gradually ceased. Rest assured, I shall exercise caution and will not allow her to succeed. Wei Rong declared earnestly. Do not place too much trust in others. Remain vigilant. This is for you, Lu Yao said, producing a brocade box from her sleeve. Wei Rong opened it to reveal a hairpin, identical to the one Lu Yao had worn previously. You mentioned you liked it last time, so I had the master craftsman at Lin Langfang recreate it. Then I shall not be polite, since Lin Langfang belongs to your family. Wei Rong acknowledged, having learned of this during a previous outing to a jewelry shop with Lu Yao, where she had admired a bracelet. When it came time to settle the bill, the shopkeeper had charged her nothing, revealing that Lin Langfang was part of Lu Yao's maternal family's estate. More precisely, it was Lu Yao's own enterprise, as Lin Langfang had been gifted to her for her birthday. Alas, Miss Lu truly lives up to her reputation. She is quite affluent. Just as Wei Rong was about to adorn herself with the pin, Lu Yao stopped her. This is no ordinary hairpin. Observe here. She explained that the pin had been specially treated, containing a small mechanism that, when pressed against the ruby, would release a sedative to the pin's tip. Should it be necessary, it could be used to save your life. Wei Rong exclaimed in delight, I adore it. Yao Yao, what should I bestow upon you in return? Xia Zhu could not help but chuckle. It was amusing how Wei Rong seemed to misunderstand the nature of gifts. Just take good care of yourself. Unless it is of paramount importance, remain at home and refrain from venturing out too often. Very well, in light of the hairpin, I shall heed your advice. As Lu Yao departed from the Wei residence, the sun blazed brightly outside. Wei Rong had intended to invite her for lunch, but Lu Yao insisted she had many matters to attend to, leaving Wei Rong with no choice but to acquiesce. Accompanying Lu Yao to the door, Wei Rong felt a twinge of reluctance, knowing her friend's journey to Jiangnan would likely consume some time. Take care of yourself. Regarding your father's situation, I shall beseech my grandfather for assistance. He dotes on me and will surely lend a hand. No need, Lu Yao replied, shaking her head gently. My father is innocent. The truth will emerge under the sun, and I shall uncover the perpetrator who framed him. She grasped Wei Rong's hand, unwilling to allow their friendship to bear the weight of familial conflicts, as each clan held its own allegiances, and the Wei and Lu families had no ties of affection. She has the Lu family to defend, and so does the Wei family. There is no obligation to let the Wei family take such risks. Yet, what if circumstances change after your departure? Wei Rong could not voice the fear that if the emperor were to execute Lord Lu, she would have made the journey in vain, missing her final chance to see her father. Fear not, I have made all the arrangements. Before her arrival, she had already submitted her palace entry token. The emperor has responded, summoning her to the palace at the 3rd hour. Be cautious. After a while, Lu Yao's carriage came to a halt. Xia Zhu lifted the curtain and was somewhat surprised to see Wei Ming standing in front of the carriage. Lowering the curtain, she informed Lu Yao, Miss, it is young Master Wei. Lu Yao was taken aback, but then heard Wei Ming's voice from outside. Might Miss Lu have a moment to spare for a conversation at the tea house ahead? After a moment's hesitation, Lu Yao descended from the carriage. It was nearly noon, and the sun shone brightly. Wei Ming had likely been standing in the sun for a while, his face slightly flushed, with damp traces around the collar of his azure robe. Let's go, Lu Yao said softly, taking the lead. Suddenly, she noticed that the sun was not as intense above her. She glanced up to find Wei Ming holding an umbrella over her. His arm was raised above her head, yet he maintained a respectful distance of 1 step away, the umbrella providing shade solely for her. The sun is fierce. I would not wish to offend Miss Lu by causing her to suffer from the heat. Wei Ming's demeanor was humble and courteous, making it difficult to refuse. Thank you. They soon arrived at the tea house, which was rather empty at this hour. The young attendant leaned lazily against the doorframe upon seeing them enter. He suddenly broke into a smile. Welcome, honored guests. A pot of fine Longjing tea, Wei Ming declared cheerfully. What brings you here, Master Wei? This is a letter for a friend of mine from Jiangnan. Please deliver it to him, and he will surely assist you. Wei Ming pushed a letter towards Lu Yao. Lu Yao was taken aback. How did you know? Her question faltered mid-sentence, and she chuckled. Truly, Master Wei, your wisdom is unparalleled. Miss Lu, you flatter me. For her, it might merely be cleverness. Master Wei, it is really unnecessary to trouble yourself. Lu Yao's words were interrupted by Wei Ming. Miss Lu, there is no need for modesty. This individual is not a protégé of the Wei family, but rather a personal friend of mine. He is quite astute and loyal, serving as a constable under the governor of Yangzhou. He will certainly be of assistance in your investigation regarding Lord Lu. Only then did Lu Yao accept the letter, saying, "Thank you." Her journey was indeed to Yangzhou, and she might very well require the constable's help. Please take care on your journey. Wei Ming switched the cup to his other hand, then set it down, aligning it with the one before Lu Yao. Lu Yao bowed to Wei Ming. Your kindness is beyond words. Once the Lu family has weathered this storm, my father will personally express his gratitude to you, Master Wei. Wei Ming's lips curled into a subtle smile, his eyes sparkling with quiet amusement. Very well, Miss Lu. If you have matters to attend to, do not let me detain you. I still await a friend. Then I shall not disturb you, Master Wei. I will take my leave. Lu Yao gave a courteous nod and turned to depart. Xia Zhu waited outside the shop, and upon seeing her young lady emerge, she hurriedly stepped forward to assist, shielding Lu Yao's head from the sun with her hand. Wei Ming watched as the vibrant red figure of Lu Yao gradually vanished from his sight. He gazed at the cup for a long while, then slowly reached out to place his cup alongside Lu Yao's side by side. This marked their first proximity, and it was the first time he observed her features so closely. Wei Ming smiled softly. It was indeed a promising beginning, as they had taken a step closer. Once the grievances concerning the Lu family were resolved, he would have his grandfather propose to the Lu family. The Prince of Jing merely succumbed to baseless rumors, truly unworthy of Miss Lu's sincere affections. Chapter 65. Never to let down. As Wei Ming departed, he took with him 2 exquisite cups, leaving a single silver ingot upon the table. The innkeeper, observing the silver and the absent cups, mused to himself about the unique tastes of this patron. This ingot alone could purchase all the tea utensils in their humble establishment. Wei Ming ambled slowly, holding an umbrella that he did not unfurl. And by the time he returned to the Wei residence, his clothing was drenched in sweat. Upon seeing Wei Ming, the attendant at the door exclaimed, "Young master, on such a scorching day, why did you not take the carriage? What if you succumb to heat stroke? It is of no consequence." Wei Ming replied, making his way directly to his study, where he placed the 2 cups neatly on his desk. He remained seated for the entire afternoon until his bookboy knocked at the door, announcing, "Young master, the Grand Elder requests your presence for dinner." Understood. Wei Ming tucked the cups away into a drawer before leaving the study. Blessed with exceptional talent, Wei Ming had already secured a position as an editor in the Hamlin Academy before reaching the age of 20, earning the emperor's high expectations. The saying in Qi had long been that only those from the Hamlin could enter the cabinet, promising a future far surpassing that of his ancestors. Having closely followed Grand Elder Wei since childhood, the bond they shared was even stronger than that of father and son. "I heard from the attendant that you walked back under the blazing sun at noon. Are you feeling unwell?" inquired Grand Elder Wei with concern. "I am perfectly fine, grandfather." "You need not worry," replied Wei Ming. The elder nodded. "You must take good care of your health." "Indeed," Wei Ming responded respectfully. He cast a glance at his grandfather and ventured, "Grandfather, what are your thoughts on the matter regarding Lord Lu?" Grand Elder Wei stroked his beard, exuding an air of calm. "The emperor will render his own judgment on this matter." "Are you suggesting that the emperor will not punish Lord Pingning?" Wei Ming asked, somewhat agitated. The elder regarded his grandson, surprised to witness such a display of emotion. "I feel it is a pity that Lord Pingning has been wrongfully accused," Wei Ming acknowledged, realizing his lapse in composure and striving to regain his calm. "My dear Minger, the moon waxes and wanes. This tribulation may not necessarily be a misfortune for Lord Lu." Grand Elder Wei, seasoned by decades in the political arena, had long since seen through the vicissitudes of court life. The emperor was inherently suspicious, as evidenced by the fates of Duke Dinghua's Fu family and now the Chun family of Jinyuan. If Lord Lu were wise, he would know how to navigate his future. Initially perplexed, Wei Ming took a moment to ponder and then comprehended. "Grandfather, your foresight is truly enlightening. I have learned much. The Liu family faces such challenges, and so does the Wei family. It is time to settle the matter of Rong'er's marriage. Sending a daughter into the palace might bring fleeting glory, but to establish a lasting legacy, the sons of the clan must strive for excellence. This was why he had been so stringent in his teachings. For as a scion of the Wei family, one might be mediocre in talent, but must never lack in virtue and conduct. Has a candidate been chosen, grandfather? Wei Ming inquired, for he was keen to ensure his sister's marriage would be to a worthy suitor. The eldest sister had wed the eldest son of the Minister of Personnel, enjoying a harmonious union with esteemed in-laws and blessed with children. His younger sister deserved a husband who would cherish her in the same manner. What do you think of Xiao Tsong'an? Grand Elder Wei asked. Xiao Tsong'an was a fellow scholar from his examination cohort, now serving in the Hamlin Academy, a few years his senior. He was known for his composure and lack of vices. It is merely that Xiao Tsong'an hails from a modest background, having been raised by his widowed mother since childhood. Given Rong'er's temperament, it is likely this union would not be suitable, although he has never met Xiao Tsong'an's mother. Her experiences indicate she must be a woman of remarkable strength and determination. His sister's disposition lacks the necessary gentleness, and cohabiting with such a formidable mother-in-law would likely subject her to considerable trials. Thus, Xiao Tsong'an is hardly a fitting match. Elder Wei stroked his beard, nodding with a smile. Your reasoning is not without merit. Furthermore, there is no urgency regarding Rong'er's matters. Your mother has already been discreetly observing the situation. As for you, Elder Wei's gaze shifted to Wei Ming, who hastily rose, looking anxiously at his grandfather. There is no rush concerning my marriage. Let us first settle my sister's affairs before discussing mine. Presently, proposing to the Liu family is ill-timed. For one, Liu Yao is disinterested in marriage, and secondly, it might incite the emperor's suspicion. We shall wait and see. Elder Wei chuckled heartily at his grandson's flustered demeanor. Typically, Wei Ming appeared as a pedantic scholar, more serious than the elderly man himself. Yet today's display was indeed rare. Observing his grandson's flushed face, Elder Wei refrained from further teasing. This is prudent. After all, she will be the matriarch of the Wei family, and caution is paramount. Grandfather, may I choose my future wife? Wei Ming's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Elder Wei paused, momentarily taken aback, before remaining silent. Wei Ming hastily clasped his hands. Rest assured, grandfather, I would never act against the family's honor. The person I choose will undoubtedly fulfill the responsibilities of a matriarch. Elder Wei's gaze lingered on Wei Ming for a moment. Then he resumed eating, leisurely swallowing his food before speaking. Have you met the young lady from the Liu family today? Rest assured, grandfather, my relationship with Miss Liu is entirely proper and without impropriety. Please be cautious with your words. Elder Wei scoffed. I fear that the prince may have intentions, while the goddess remains indifferent. Do not think I am oblivious to his little schemes. Upon meeting the Liu daughter, he was entirely out of sorts. Wei Ming's expression darkened, and he fell into a contemplative silence. Elder Wei, witnessing his grandson's dejection, felt a twinge of sympathy. It is premature to discuss this matter now. We shall revisit it in due time. Wei Ming understood that his grandfather's words signified acquiescence to his wishes, and he quickly bowed in gratitude. I thank you, grandfather. There is no need for thanks. Your marriage is a matter for your parents to decide. My words carry no weight without your mother's approval. Your mother has long harbored the intention for you to wed her niece, thus strengthening familial ties, but this may prove challenging. I understand, grandfather. As long as you do not oppose, I am confident I can persuade my mother to agree. In any case, I am determined to marry her. I shall not let her down. In the Hucking Hall, the emperor sat regally upon the dragon throne, while Liu Yao knelt humbly below. Your servant understands the difficulty you face, your majesty. I earnestly request time to uncover the truth and restore my father's honor. I recognize your filial piety and your urgent desire to save your father. Yet the token discovered in Minister Yang's study has been confirmed as belonging to the internal guards of the Pingming Marquis. Furthermore, the 20,000 taels of silver and the Salt Guild have witnesses who testify that it was a gift from your father. The evidence presented by the Dali Temple is sufficient to condemn the entire Lu family. The emperor had not disclosed the Dali Temple's evidence during today's court session, indicating his own skepticism regarding those claims. The emperor gazed down at Lu Yao, his brow furrowing into a deep frown, realizing that this young lady should not be underestimated. Lu Yao once again bowed deeply and said, "Your Majesty must be aware that my maternal grandfather is the wealthiest man in Jiangnan, and the Fong family's banking houses are widespread throughout Deqi. We are not lacking in liquid currency. If my father were truly colluding with the Salt Gang, why would he risk using the official silver instead of the Fong family's banknotes? Moreover, if my father intended to assassinate Lord Yang, with the substantial sums Lord Yang has embezzled over the years as a special envoy appointed by Your Majesty, my father could have easily used the imperial sword granted by Your Majesty to strike first and report later. Why would he then act foolishly by sending someone to carry out a clandestine assassination afterward?" The emperor continued to rotate the jade ring on his finger, his expression growing increasingly grave. Chapter 66. A fatal trap standing nearby. Chang Gui felt a surge of anxiety for Lu Yao. The girl possessed an audacity that was almost reckless, daring to question the emperor in such a manner. One misstep could cost not only Lu Ho's life, but her own as well. The emperor, already harboring doubts, found Lu Yao's challenge igniting a firestorm within him. The questions he had suppressed, now flooding forth. He had indeed questioned the authenticity of the evidence, but could not tolerate any hint of treachery against the imperial authority. He would not allow the Pingming Marquis to entertain any semblance of personal interest. The emperor lifted his gaze to Chang Gui and commanded, "Summon the Minister of Justice." Upon hearing this, Chang Gui hastily exited, soon returning. The emperor declared, "What you have presented is merely your conjecture and cannot be accepted as evidence in court. Indeed, thus I beseech Your Majesty for time to investigate further. I humbly request permission to travel to Jiangnan." Lu Yao implored earnestly, "Do you believe you can outmatch those sent by the Ministry of Justice?" The emperor replied with a stern countenance, "Your Majesty, while the great Qi may never lack for loyal warriors such as my father, I possess only one father. I am willing to swear by the legacy of the Lu family and the 50,000 soldiers of the Lu army that my father harbors unwavering loyalty towards the great Qi and to Your Majesty. With no ulterior motives," Lu Yao asserted passionately, "my father has been wronged, and, as his child, to stand by while he meets his demise would be an act of filial impiety. As a subject, to allow treachery to persist is a betrayal of loyalty. I implore Your Majesty to grant my request." Lowering her head in reverence, Lu Yao presented the military token of the Lu army, cradled in her hands. On that day, at the Ministry of Justice, in addition to the command for the inner guards, her father had entrusted her with a military token that could mobilize the Grand Army. After her mother had turned away, her father whispered to her, "This item will ensure your safety." Chang Gui was astonished. How could such a significant token be in Lu Yao's possession? The emperor had chosen Lu Bashang to contend with the Chui family primarily because of the 50,000 loyal soldiers under the Lu banner. Naturally, this was also a source of his greatest apprehension. Although the Lu army was nominally under the Great Qi, it had been governed by the Lu family since the founding of the dynasty, growing from an initial force of 10,000 to its current strength of 50,000, thus elevating the family's status. Chang Gui accepted the military token from Lu Yao and presented it to the emperor. The emperor gazed at the token on the desk, his eyes deep with contemplation. This young woman of the Lu family was daring to gamble everything for survival. With this token, she sought to demonstrate her loyalty while also striving to secure a chance for the Pingming Marquis. Truly, the Lu family was fortunate to have such a daughter. The emperor's thoughts drifted to his own ungrateful sons, and his expression darkened. Were they not eagerly awaiting his demise to inherit his throne? The atmosphere in the imperial study was tense, with Chang Gui afraid to even breathe, lest he provoke the emperor's ire. The emperor's gaze lingered on Lu Yao. "I decree that Lu Yao, daughter of the Pingming Marquis, shall have 1 month to uncover the truth. Should you fail to do so, you and your father shall face execution." Overwhelmed with joy, Liu Yao wept with gratitude and repeatedly bowed, exclaiming, "I humbly thank your majesty for your grace. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor for eternity. Take this military token and safeguard it well for your father. Once his name is cleared, I shall await his assistance in pacifying the northern borders." Liu Yao raised her hand high. Enchang Gui placed the tiger symbol back in her hands, advising, "Miss Liu, ensure you keep this safe. It is irreplaceable." Yes, Liu Yao knew she had placed her bet wisely. Though the imperial family was inherently suspicious, they would not tolerate any machinations unfolding beneath their watchful gaze. What she did not anticipate was that the emperor would return the military talisman to the Liu family. The emperor gestured for Liu Yao to withdraw, and after a considerable time, the Minister of Justice hurriedly arrived. "No need for formalities," the emperor said impatiently upon seeing Lord Sun bow. "Is there any progress on the case concerning the Duke of Liu?" Lord Sun lowered his head and replied, "Today, I meticulously reviewed the case files and discovered something rather peculiar." "What is amiss?" the emperor inquired. "The investigation is progressing too smoothly. The Ministry of Justice has handled countless serious cases, yet this investigation has proven to be the most effortless. There have been no obstacles, with evidence surfacing one after another, as if it were all meticulously arranged for our scrutiny. Then continue the investigation. I will not tolerate anyone deceiving me under my very nose. Should we uncover who is orchestrating this, they shall not escape unscathed. Your Majesty is wise. I shall certainly order a thorough investigation to restore the Duke's honor." "And what of Prince Chu? Is he faring well in the Ministry of Justice?" The emperor, moved by the affection between another's father and daughter, decided to show concern for his own son, whom he had neglected for years. "Prince Chu is currently responsible for the case files and is quite diligent. Minister Jiang of the Ministry of Justice holds him in high regard and speaks highly of him." The emperor's expression softened. At last, he had not lost face. "Well done. Inform him that the young crown prince is well at the Huaqing Palace, and he may come to the palace tomorrow to share lunch with him. It is also a good opportunity to inquire about his well-being. He should not always be preoccupied with returning to the northwest. The palace is his true home." This, Lord Sun hesitated. "What is it now?" the emperor demanded. "Prince Chu requested leave yesterday, stating he was going hunting in the western mountains with Duke Gu. It seems I may not see him for a while." Lord Sun replied, bowing his head. "That scoundrel!" the emperor exclaimed, slamming his dragon table in anger. "Has it only been a short time, and he cannot bear it? Off he goes to hunt while I am left to stew. Dispatch the imperial guards to the western mountains and bring those two rascals back to me." The emperor was furious. "Your Majesty, please calm your wrath." Minister Chang knelt, beseeching. Meanwhile, Zhao Heng and Gu Zhaohua had not rested since leaving the city gates, having traveled several hundred miles from the capital. Even if it were known that they had exited the city, it was impossible to catch up with them, especially since the emperor had already sent men to the western mountains. At that moment, Gu Zhaohua, feeling exhausted, whined to Zhao Heng, "Brother, let's take a break. I feel as though I am no longer myself." Unlike Zhao Heng, who had endured military hardships, Gu Zhaohua had grown up in luxury. While he often rode horses and hunted, it was nothing compared to the current ordeal, which had thoroughly exhausted him. "Are you afraid the emperor will drag you back and imprison you in the Ministry of Justice? Then go ahead and rest." Zhao Heng scoffed. "What? You think Uncle is unaware of our departure from the capital? He spoke so casually yesterday. I assumed he had granted us permission. Perhaps he knows now. Recently, due to the Liu family's affairs, Father has frequently summoned Lord Sun, and he is bound to inquire. Brother, you have truly put me in a dire situation." Gu Zhaohua lamented. He could almost envision the scene of being severely punished by his father upon returning. Qing Wan stifled a laugh, for even greater troubles awaited them ahead. "This is something you ardently cried out for. Gu Zhaohua, what kind of misfortune has he brought upon himself?" "Brother, I have resolved that we should not return to the capital. Let us be fugitives together. After all, returning would only lead to our demise." As soon as Gu Zhaohua finished speaking, he sneezed several times in quick succession, his exaggerated movements suggesting he might tumble off his horse at any moment. A foreboding feeling washed over him. He sensed that his father might already be aware. Noticing Gu Zhaohua's apparent fatigue, Zhao Heng urged, "Take a moment to rest. Gu Zhaohua, picturing General Gu wielding that long and used sword on his way, shook his head. Let us reach the next town before making any decisions. Chapter 67. Living up to one's trust. Are you capable? Zhao Hong glanced at the resolutely holding back Gu Zhaohua. Gu Zhaohua patted his chest, asserting, of course, men can endure anything. Let us proceed. Compared to the prospect of being executed by his father, the pain in his rear seemed trivial. The Western Mountains lay just outside the capital, a journey that would take merely 2 to 3 hours. However, the issue was that the Imperial Guard had searched the mountains throughout the night without locating the person the Emperor sought. The commander of the Imperial Guard returned to report, and the temper of Lord Xia, along with Chang Gui, both trusted confidants of the Emperor, was understandably frayed. Those two fools. The Emperor kicked the dragon table in frustration. Chang Gui winced, lamenting that the dragon table had already been replaced several times recently. He resolved to instruct others to prepare a few more, lest the Emperor break another one. Your Majesty, shall we continue the search? The commander inquired nervously. Those two imbeciles must have left the city. They likely fled back to the northwest. The Emperor inhaled sharply, and the commander, sensing the Emperor's gaze, immediately lowered his head, terrified. Is there any news from the city gates? The Emperor asked. The commander nodded. The guards reported seeing Duke Gu and a servant depart early this morning, heading towards the western mountains. Exiting the city through the west gate led directly to the mountains, and it could also lead northwest. Foolishness. The Emperor pondered for a moment and realized it was not just his son who was missing. The Gu family's son had also vanished. Why should he be the only one in a frenzy? Chang Gui, at your service. Inform General Gu that my fifth son has also disappeared alongside his. Chang Gui was taken aback, but swiftly conveyed the edict. General Gu's expression darkened. The Emperor was demanding his son. This impertinent fool would not rest until he had driven him to despair. It was evident he was heading straight for the northwest military camp, where the Duke of Dinggua's Fu family troops were stationed, the very place where the fifth prince had grown up. General Gu packed a couple of belongings, wielding the great sword that had accompanied him to battle, and set out toward the northwest, determined to find this rascal and deal with him. Upon hearing Chang Gui's report, the Emperor's anger subsided somewhat. Indeed, sharing one's worries with subordinates often alleviates them. You see, is this not much improved? Meanwhile, Zhao Hong and Gu Zhaohua arrived at a small town to rest. Exhausted and famished, a bowl of noodles tasted divine. Gu Zhaohua did not mind the hardness of the bed or the inadequacy of the blanket. He lay down and soon fell asleep. Zhao Hong, however, did not feel fatigued. His time in the military had been far more taxing. He was momentarily taken aback when he touched the flute at his waist, having unknowingly brought it along when he left. In the cool night, the melancholic notes of the flute filled the air. After playing a tune, Zhao Hong placed the flute beside the bed and finally lay down to rest. At the Lu residence, Lu Yao was determined to travel to Jiangnan, much to the apprehension of Lady Lu. Yet, given the current circumstances, no one was more dedicated than her daughter. Yao, you must be cautious. If Lady Lu hesitated, wanting to express that if they could not uncover evidence, she should not return. Returning to accompany the Lu family to the execution was perhaps a decision better left unmade. It would have been wiser to seek a path of survival. Fear not, dear mother, for I shall ensure that father's honor remains untarnished. In my absence, should any uncertainty arise, you may consult with Uncle San and Aunt San for guidance. Madame Lu nodded in acknowledgement. The second branch of the family was no longer dependable, and it was prudent to avoid unnecessary trouble and discord, let alone seek their assistance. Unexpectedly, it was the noble lord, this half-brother, who stepped forward to aid the Lu family in its time of distress. Madame Lu sighed, for the hearts of men are indeed inscrutable. Fortunately, it is never too late to discern the truth. This time, Lu Yao chose not to bring Lu Qing along, but instead, she was accompanied by Yan Hua and a few inner guards who had previously journeyed to Jiangnan. They possessed a profound understanding of the situation there. Moreover, the inner guard's badge from Master Yang's study compelled her to ponder deeply. The 4 inner guards accompanying her were those whom her father had previously dispatched to investigate the survivors of the assassination, while the others had perished in Jiangnan. These men had followed her father for many years, and she sincerely hoped that no one within the Marquis's residence would betray them. Nonetheless, she felt the need to remain vigilant. Yanhua, you lead the men out of the city first. We shall meet at the 10-mile slope outside the city. Understood. Yanhua responded, having come to regard the young lady's orders with the same gravity as those of the Marquis, never daring to defy them in the slightest. Lu Yao handed the badge of command over the inner guards to Lu Qing, stating, Lu Qing, I now entrust the entirety of the Lu family to you. Given the current internal and external threats, you are the only one I can trust. I shall not fail you. Lu Qing vowed, as long as the Lu family stands. I shall await your return. During my absence, the Marquis's residence shall be closed to visitors, and any unusual movements from the second branch should be disregarded. Capture anyone who resists, regardless of their fate. A glimmer of lethal intent flickered in Lu Yao's gaze. Understood. Lu Qing replied, his expression impassive. Feeling no pity for the second branch, Xia Zhu shared the same sentiment. The scourge from the second branch, who had continually insulted the young lady, deserved their fate. Nanny Chong, you and Ing Chun, Qiu Shuang, and Dong Mei must take good care of Madam and the sixth young lady. Nanny Chong's eyes reddened, as did those of Ing Chun and the others. Ing Chun could no longer contain herself. Miss, allow me to accompany you. I can take care of you. She had been by Lu Yao's side since the earliest days of her memory. They had never been apart. Lu Yao gently patted Ing Chun's hand. I know you are the most attentive among my maids, and you have always cared for me diligently. However, this journey is fraught with danger and lacking martial skills. You would only be a burden. If you truly wish to help me, then please look after Madam and Jean Eyre. With tear-filled eyes, Ing Chun nodded, I understand. I shall ensure the safety of Madam and the sixth young lady. Had she known earlier, she would have trained diligently alongside Xia Zhu to protect her mistress. Aside from Yin Hua and the 4 inner guards, Lu Yao was accompanied by Xia Zhu as her personal attendant. Xia Zhu's martial prowess would greatly aid them. Both were clad in male attire, yet they continued to address one another in their familiar manner, with the young lady now being referred to as a young master. Lu Yao donned a cobalt blue garment adorned with floral motifs, complemented by a jade hairpin securing her crown. She presented a striking figure, a handsome young man who would surely captivate countless young ladies. Xia Zhu, you must take utmost care of the young lady. Should she lose even a single hair, I shall hold you accountable. Rising Spring's temper could not be better. It is rare for her to speak with such tone to Xia Zhu. Ah, my dear sister, I am aware. I have reminded you countless times, and furthermore, must we address the young master properly? After Lu Yao and Yanhua reunited at Tenli Slope, they journeyed day and night towards Jiangnan. Those seated in the carriage, the swift pace and jarring bumps caused them to retch several times along the way. Yet they gradually grew accustomed to it. Even before reaching Jiangnan, Lu Yao had noticeably lost weight, her chin becoming increasingly pointed. To facilitate matters, Lu Yao assumed the alias Lu Yuting, while Xia Zhu adopted her brother's name, calling herself Lu Qing. Young master, why not rest for a day in the upcoming town? We have been traveling for several days, and your health may not withstand it. Otherwise, I would be unable to explain to Rising Spring and the others, and they would surely have my head. Chapter 68. Insights on Parenthood. Xia Zhu was not truly afraid of being struck down. Rather, she was concerned about Lu Yao's frail constitution. She feared that before they even reached Jiangnan, she might fall ill. Once they passed the Shandong border, they would enter the Jianghuai region, where traveling by water would be swifter and less jarring, allowing them a chance to rest on the boat. Although Lu Yao was indeed exhausted, she was not overly delicate. Her sole focus was on arriving in Yangzhou as swiftly as possible to uncover the truth behind her father's case. Meanwhile, the capital was restless, as Gu Fengsheng had been pursuing relentlessly for 2 days and nights. Given the temperament of his young son, it was unlikely he would continue to travel indefinitely. By all accounts, he should have caught up by now, yet there were no traces of either of them along the way. Gu Fengsheng inquired with the city guards, but none had seen the two depart. After 2 more days and nights of travel, he returned to the capital without even visiting home, heading straight to the palace. Your Majesty, neither the Prince of Chu nor my rebellious son has gone to the northwest. Gu Fengsheng exclaimed, his voice hoarse from the heat and fatigue of his journey. Minister Gu, there is no need to be vexed. Changgue, quickly bring General Gu some tea. The emperor, though inwardly irked, maintained a facade of composure. After all, being an emperor required a certain level of restraint. Regardless of his inner turmoil, he remained impassive on the surface. Initially, Gu Fengsheng's anger had been palpable, but it soon morphed into worry. His son had grown up under his watchful eye, never straying far from the capital. Unlike other children, who seemed to be swept away by the winds, his son had been sheltered. The Gu family had but one offspring, and the thought of returning without him was unbearable. An impulse to create a scene in the Huaqing Palace suddenly surged within Gu Fengsheng. His son had been led astray by the emperor's own son. Your Majesty, where do you think the Prince of Chu would take my boy? Gu Fengsheng lamented, nearly in tears. Alas, I'm growing old, and my eyes well up too easily. What is happening to me? The emperor felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, as if Gu Fengsheng's words implied his son had abducted the prince. The Chief Justice had already stated that the little rascal had invited the fifth prince to go hunting in the Western Mountains. It was not that the prince had taken his son. Rather, the young man had simply been reckless. This foolish child might not know how to care for himself. But thankfully, the Prince of Chu was with him. Having spent years in the Northwest military camp, the prince's survival instincts were likely strong, and his abilities considerable. He would surely be fine. He must be fine, Gu Fengsheng reassured himself. Hearing Gu Fengsheng's sentiments brought some comfort to the emperor. Indeed, with his son protecting him, what could possibly go wrong? Given the fifth prince's disposition, it was likely he would cause no trouble for others. The two elder statesmen, or rather the father and the sovereign, found themselves conversing about their children in the Huaqing Palace. Their discourse centered on the nuances of parenting. However, it did not take long for the atmosphere to turn heavy, reminiscent of the sorrowful elder in the village lamenting over his son being conscripted. Every encounter became an opportunity to speak of their sons, their words tinged with tears over the years their sons had spent away from home. Observing Gu Fengsheng with reddened eyes, the emperor was struck by an unexpected emotion. Was this truly what it meant for a father to worry for his child? He left the fifth prince alone in the Northwest for so many years. How has he managed to endure it? He was merely 6 or 7 years old when he went to the Northwest, and he cannot recall the exact age. Over these years, has he ever thought of the capital? Has he remembered his father, the emperor? Is the emperor weary and in need of the old servant's assistance to rest? Changgue, ever perceptive, noticed the emperor's discontent and hastily interjected. Gu Fengsheng was no fool either. He rose to take his leave and exited the Huaqing Palace. With a deep sigh, he pondered how he would explain this to his elderly mother and wife. The one who abducted his son was the emperor's own offspring. What could he possibly do? Engage in a brawl with him? That would be madness. With Gu Fengsheng's departure, the emperor finally found solace, free from the demands for his son. Exhausted, the emperor closed his eyes, while Changgue dared not make a sound beside him, fully aware of the emperor's foul mood. Since the return of the fifth prince to the palace, such sentiments had become increasingly frequent. In all his years of service, he had never witnessed anyone provoke the emperor to such a degree and live to tell the tale. No, not even those who had perished had faced such wrath. Alas, where could the fifth prince have gone? The distressed parties had even come knocking at their door to express their grievances. The following day, after the morning court session, the emperor summoned the Minister of Justice. After much inquiry, the conversation circled back to the question of whether the Prince of Chu had reported to duty at the Yamen. Lord Sun, appearing utterly drained, replied, "No. What does he take the Yamen for, with such a lack of responsibility? He shall be fined 3 months' salary and ordered to present himself before me to seek forgiveness." It had already been 6 or 7 days with no word from those two rascals. Where on earth could they have gone? "I shall obey your command," Lord Sun promptly replied. The Prince of Chu had barely served at the Ministry of Justice for a month before being penalized 3 months' salary. What a wretched prince he was. After Lord Sun's departure, the emperor called upon the Deputy Minister of Works. How is the preparation for the Prince of Chu's residence progressing? Previously, Duke Gu had visited several times and remarked that the artificial hills at the prince's estate lacked grandeur and that the lotus pond was unremarkable. "I have commanded the craftsmen to undertake renovations," The deputy minister had not anticipated being summoned by the emperor merely for matters concerning the Prince of Chu's residence. Was such a trivial matter to be dragged out until the new year before moving in? The deputy minister's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground. I dare not. I shall personally go supervise their work and urge them to hasten. Wiping his brow vigorously, he wondered who had claimed that the fifth prince was unloved and had returned to the northwest for good. He felt utterly trapped. He decided to set aside his current affairs and personally oversee the construction of the Prince of Chu's residence. Zhao Heng and Gu Zhaohua rode swiftly and had already arrived in Yangzhou. Gu Zhaohua noted that Zhao Heng was no longer rushing as he had before, finally allowing them the opportunity to appreciate the enchanting scenery. Above is paradise, below are Suzhou and Hangzhou. Yangzhou is indeed a splendid place. It is said that the young ladies here are exceptionally captivating. Jiangnan is renowned for producing beautiful women. It is rumored that the imprisoned Lord Lu was once enchanted by a maiden from Yangzhou. After just one meeting, he sought her hand in marriage, leaving the noble women of the capital astounded. They all yearned to know what manner of merchant's daughter could eclipse the esteemed ladies of the court. Madame Lu's youthful visage was a sight he had yet to behold, as he had not yet entered this world. However, having encountered Miss Lu, one could deduce that she must be a stunning beauty, akin to his esteemed mother. After a day of repose at the inn, Gu Zhaohua had regained his spirits. Adorned in a moonlight-hued robe embroidered with silver threads and intricate floral patterns, gracefully fanning himself with a folding fan, exuding an unparalleled charm. Brother, where shall we commence our revelries? Shall we first take a leisurely boat ride while enjoying melodious tunes, or perhaps stroll through the streets to admire the enchanting maidens of Jiangnan? Gu Zhaohua envisioned a splendid day ahead. Qinghuan merely smiled, remaining silent. Gu Junwang was still too youthful, with far too little life experience. Chapter 69. The distant relatives of the prince go explore on your own. Qinghuan and I have matters to attend to, Zhao Heng said with a beaming smile, appearing to be in high spirits. Gu Zhaohua pondered for a moment and realized something was amiss. It seemed he was being left behind. What matters? He inquired. To meet someone. Who would you possibly meet here? I wish to accompany you. I have important business to attend to. Then I must come along. He was determined not to be left behind. Very well, Zhao Heng reluctantly conceded. Qinghuan sighed. Alas, why does the prince not learn from experience? Upon exiting the inn, Gu Zhaohua spotted a luxurious carriage waiting outside, and his heart leapt with joy. Indeed, he had not followed in vain. Such an opulent carriage indicated that fifth brother was well prepared. Fifth brother, are you off to secretly rendezvous with a beloved? Zhao Heng responded with silence, clearly not wishing to entertain the notion. Gu Zhaohua raised an eyebrow, signaling his understanding of the situation. They had been in quite a hurry, revealing a sense of urgency. After traveling for a brief half hour, the carriage came to a halt. Qinghuan opened the door from outside and announced, "We have arrived." Gu Zhaohua glanced at the plaque bearing the name of Lu's residence and pointed to it inquiringly. Is this the place? Zhao Heng nodded. Do you have your prince's jade pendant with you? Gu Zhaohua affirmed, of course. This pendant was bestowed by the emperor and can prove invaluable in critical moments. Who in the Grand Qi does not know that he is the emperor's most cherished prince? May I borrow it for a moment? Gu Zhaohua promptly retrieved it and handed it to Zhao Heng. Qinghuan approached the door and knocked. Soon, a young servant clad in green emerged, his demeanor somewhat haughty. Whom do you seek? Qinghuan thrust the jade pendant into the servant's hand. Deliver this to your master. The servant, having guarded the door for many years, had never encountered such a presumptuous visitor. Yet, recognizing their apparent nobility, he dared not further provoke them. He clutched the pendant and hurried away. What is your brother up to? Gu Zhaohua asked, puzzled. You shall find out shortly. Zhao Heng did not provide further explanation. Moments later, amidst a flurry of activity, Lord Lu's gaze fell upon Gu Zhaohua. It was not merely due to keen eyesight. Rather, Zhao Heng and Qinghuan positioned themselves behind Gu Zhaohua, along with his own servant, forming a clear hierarchy that placed Gu Zhaohua at the forefront. I was unaware of the prince's visit. My tardiness in receiving you is inexcusable. I humbly beseech the prince's forgiveness. Lord Lu knelt and bowed deeply. prompting the servant behind him to follow suit. Gu Zhaohua was taken aback. Fifth brother had not come to clandestinely meet a beloved, but rather to see an elderly gentleman. What was so special about this old man? Moreover, why was a prince's token being employed instead of the grander insignia of the Duke of Chu? What was truly afoot? Let it be known that ignorance is no sin. Lord Lu, please rise. Gu Zhaohua spoke the polite platitudes with great elegance. Thank you, Prince. Please come inside. Lord Lu, possessing a well-proportioned appearance and a resonant voice, maintained an attitude that was neither overly subservient nor disrespectful, resembling a commendable official. The residences of Jiangnan differed greatly from those in the capital, revealing a unique charm. The presence of the prince in my humble abode is indeed an honor. I am curious to know the purpose of your visit to Jiangnan. Should there be anything in which I can assist, I shall comply wholeheartedly. Lord Lu smiled as he poured tea for Gu Zhaohua. Recently, the southern region has been quite tumultuous. Officials from the Dali Temple have arrived in waves, reportedly returning evidence to the capital and preparing to conclude the case. Could it be that the prince has come for that matter? In truth, the prince's visit is to prepare a gift for the emperor's birthday celebration. It is said that the southern region is abundant in resources and beauty, prompting him to come in person. Zhao Heng interjected. Minister Lu nodded, confirming indeed. With less than 3 months until the birthday celebration, it seems the prince wishes to be original in his offerings. During his time in the capital, he had heard that this prince was favored by the emperor. When the prince was dispatched outside the capital, he was still a youth. Now, 10 years later, his favor remains undiminished. May I inquire if Minister Lu has any good suggestions? Zhao Heng asked. Minister Lu looked toward Zhao Heng with a smile. I wonder who this esteemed gentleman is. Zhao Heng, maintaining his composure, replied, There is no need for formalities. I am merely a distant relative of the prince, with no official position. Gu Zhaohua cast a glance at Zhao Heng, silently contemplating a distant relative without an official title. The Prince of Chu truly is something. Minister Lu nodded, appearing to grasp the situation, acknowledging that common folk could also have distant relatives, and that royal kin are as numerous as the stars. While I cannot offer any suggestions, the southern region indeed boasts many fine goods. How about I accompany the prince on a leisurely exploration? Minister Lu suggested with a relaxed demeanor. That is precisely my intention. I would be grateful to you for your guidance. By the way, I am traveling incognito, and I hope Minister Lu will keep this confidential. It is imperative that news of my presence in the south does not reach the capital, or my father might come with a retinue to confront me. However, the excuse of a brother is rather clever. They are merely acting out of filial piety. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will keep my lips sealed. At this moment, Lu Yao and her companions had also arrived in the southern region, reaching the Jianghuai boundary. Yanhua suggested taking the waterways. The journey was smooth and even saved an extra day's time. Boss, does this inn have a secluded courtyard? Our young master prefers tranquility. Yanhua inquired. Xiazhu quietly tugged at Lu Yao's arm. Young master, are we truly going to stay at an inn? It seems rather crowded and potentially unsafe. She had not anticipated that upon arriving in Yangzhou, they would not seek refuge with her maternal family, but rather choose to lodge at an inn. There must be someone watching our relatives. If we go there, wouldn't we expose our whereabouts? Xiazhu nodded, nearly forgetting that they had left the capital discreetly. Young master, the innkeeper mentioned that there is indeed a room in the back courtyard available. However, for guests from out of town checked in just yesterday. Should I ask the innkeeper to request that they change rooms? Yanhua reported to Lu Yao. After all, my lady is a woman, and having unfamiliar men in the courtyard may not be convenient. Lu Yao shook her head. No need for that. It would draw too much attention. I believe those guests will not stay long. Inform the innkeeper that no other guests are to be arranged until we depart. Understood. I shall take care of it at once. Yanhua replied. He had observed that this inn was well connected, making it convenient for gathering information, and if danger arose, there would be ample escape routes, making it a most suitable choice. Moreover, the small courtyard possesses a rear entrance, allowing for convenient passage when they wish to venture out. Please deliver a bucket of hot water to the room, accompanied by a selection of the finest dishes from your establishment. Esteemed guest, please return to your room and wait a moment. It will be ready shortly. The innkeeper spoke in a thick Yangzhou dialect. Xiaozhu, only partially comprehending, returned to the room with Lu Yao. Throughout their journey, they had been preoccupied with haste and had not indulged in a proper bath. How delightful it would be to wash away the fatigue. After Lu Yao finished her bath and enjoyed her meal in the room, her hair was nearly dry. Xiaozhu secured her hair with a jade hairpin, still maintaining a masculine appearance. Just as she was about to complete her preparations, a knock sounded at the door. "Young master, is Yanhua? Please open." Xiaozhu nodded, and Yanhua entered, clasping his hands in salute. "Young master, the message you entrusted to me has been dispatched. However, the head of the constabulary is tied up with matters at the office and mentioned he would arrive at the inn in an hour." "Very well, understood." Chapter 70. The dark-faced man. The courtyard of the inn was exquisitely tranquil, adorned with a quaint pavilion alongside a small lotus pond. It was the season when the lotus flowers were in full bloom, reminiscent of the poetic lines. The endless green of the lotus leaves touches the sky, and the lotus blossoms gleam red under the sun. The proprietor of this inn possessed remarkable taste. Although the land prices in Jiangnan were not as exorbitant as in the capital, the construction of such a refined establishment was indeed commendable. Lu Yao found herself quite fond of this place, sipping tea while awaiting the arrival of the constable. Given the gravity of Lord Yang's demise, the constable, as the first to tackle the case, should be well acquainted with the details. Wei Ming's letter of introduction was indeed thoughtfully composed. Reflecting on Wei Ming, Lu Yao felt a momentary distraction. In her previous life, her impression of him had merely been of a youthful genius, lacking deeper understanding. It was only at the brink of her demise that she learned from Wei Rong of his affections towards her. Such a talented individual meeting such an untimely end was undeniably lamentable. Upon returning from the Lu residence, Zhao Heng and his companions noticed Lu Yao. Gu Zhaohua, fanning himself, pointed in her direction. "That gentleman looks remarkably familiar." Zhao Heng, upon entering, recognized her immediately. Not a gentleman at all, but rather the Miss Lu disguised as a man. Qing Wan followed Gu Zhaohua's gesture, surprised at how the young men of Jiangnan resembled tender tofu. He began to comprehend why the noblemen of the capital favored keeping young companions. Indeed, some were more beautiful than women. "Qing Wan, have you washed my clothes and shoes?" Qing Wan replied, "What did I ever say I would?" After returning from a night visit to the Yang residence, I went straight to bed, and today I had barely returned before heading out again. Sensing her lord's uncharacteristically unfriendly demeanor, Qing Wan quickly added, "This servant will go wash them immediately. And be sure to wash mine as well." Gu Zhaohua's gaze remained fixed on Lu Yao, still harboring irritation. "You Lu Guang, go wash my clothes too." Lu Guang replied dutifully yes. The weather was rather warm. However, a chill suddenly swept over him. "Never mind, I shall go wash the clothes." Apologies for keeping Master Lu waiting. Song Yi, still clad in official attire, evidently came directly from the magistrate's office. Lu Yao rose and performed a gentlemanly salute. "Brother Song, you are too kind. I am Lu Yuding. Feel free to call me by my name. Given our age difference, I shall call you Brother Lu. I have already perused Brother Wei's letter. I have indeed encountered this case under Lord Yang, but subsequently it was taken over by the Dali Temple," Song Yi remarked. "To be candid, Brother Song, uncovering the mastermind behind this incident is of utmost importance to me, and I sincerely hope for your assistance." Lu Yao earnestly implored. "Rest assured, Brother Lu, I shall certainly help. The case files at the magistrate's office are sealed and cannot be removed. Yet I took notes of the crime scene during my visit. Unfortunately, when Lord Lu assigned someone to take over, that record was carelessly left at my home. And soon after, representatives from the Dali Temple arrived in the capital. The Dali Temple has its regulations for investigating cases, sealing off the Yang family and prohibiting anyone from entering or leaving. The details of the case remain confidential, and he is but a mere constable with no authority to inquire. However, he has always found it peculiar that the Yang mother and daughter had not revealed any hints prior to their sudden trip to the capital to file a complaint. It was only when the Dali Temple began its investigation that they learned of the matter, and it was said that the death of Lord Yang was connected to the previous envoy from Yangzhou, the Pingning Marquis. "Brother Song, were you the first to arrive at the scene after Lord Yang's death?" Lu Yao asked in astonishment. Indeed, Song Yi recalled. I was on night duty, patrolling with my fellow constables when we happened upon Lord Yang's residence. Hearing a commotion, we entered. From the scene and the body, it appeared to be a suicide. Upon his entry, aside from an overturned stool, there were no signs of a struggle in the study. Yet, a point of suspicion lingered. The teapot on the desk was still warm, and the cup contained tea that had been only half consumed. One must question, would a person intent on ending their life still possess the composure to sip tea? Lord Yang must certainly have been murdered. As for the token from the Marquis's estate, he had not taken note of it at the time. Soon after, Lord Liu arrived with his men, and he withdrew with 2 of his subordinates. The Salt Gang, comprised of various factions, is not to be entirely dismissed as villains, yet they are certainly not paragons of virtue either. Involvement with the Salt Gang complicates matters significantly. Days have passed since the Emperor granted her a month's time. Liu Yao felt a growing urgency, yet regardless of the circumstances, she would not relent. Gu Zhaohua, observing Song Yi seated across from Liu Yao, inquired, "Who is that man with the dark countenance, clad in the attire of a constable?" And noting the dagger at his waist, he must be a head constable, likely the first to arrive at the scene after Lord Yang's demise. Go and ask him. Naturally, Gu Zhaohua had no intention of doing so. He was not so reckless. Zhao Heng paced back to his room, and as Gu Zhaohua attempted to follow, the door slammed shut, leaving him with a face full of dust. Return to your own quarters. Rubbing his nose, Gu Zhaohua grumbled to himself, wondering what he had done to deserve such treatment. Very well, I shall return, he huffed. Zhao Heng sat at his desk, not even partaking of tea, his fingers rhythmically tapping against the surface. According to Lord Liu's account, he had initially ruled the case a suicide to protect the lives of the Yang women. He had already drafted a memorial to report to the capital, but it arrived too late. By the time it reached the capital, Lady Yang had already passed away. The Yang mother and daughter had entered the city unbeknownst to him. In contrast to Lord Yang, the citizens of Yangzhou held Lord Liu in much higher regard. Following Lord Yang's death, the people of Yangzhou openly condemned him, declaring that his wickedness had met its just end. 10 years prior, Lord Liu had been dispatched to Jiangnan, rising from a 7th-rank magistrate to a 4th-rank governor, a journey not marked by fortune. Yet, over the years, he had garnered considerable respect in the region. He was a man of ambition and aspiration, seeking to make his mark in the political arena. It is said that last year, during the construction of a dam, he spent an entire day and night in the water, sharing in the hardships with the workers, ultimately collapsing in the river before being rescued. Throughout these years, he achieved notable political accomplishments, yet they were overshadowed by the influence of Lord Yang, the transport commissioner of Jiangnan. It was well known that Lord Yang was affiliated with the Cui family. As long as the Cui family remained intact, Lord Yang would undoubtedly enjoy a prosperous career. According to the investigation by the Dali Temple, Master Yang's household is exceedingly extravagant, with a hidden chamber filled with invaluable paintings and countless gold and silver utensils, rivaling the national treasury. In comparison, the official silver transported to the capital seems but a mere drizzle. Those who diligently perform their duties find their careers stagnant, while the corrupt and unscrupulous ascend effortlessly. Yet, Master Liu remains composed and speaks with an air of nonchalance. Is it true that he bears no resentment? Or does he possess a profound confidence that Master Yang's position is destined for him? After Master Yang's demise, the court did not appoint a new salt transport official, instead entrusting the interim responsibilities to Master Liu. This temporary role carries significant implications. If performed well, it could become a permanent position. As for Master Liu, he is quite familiar with the layout of Liu Manor by day. Perhaps he shall take a stroll there tonight. Chapter 71. Profound spirituality in his youth. His grandfather imparted to him a profound insight. A person universally regarded as virtuous is rarely as good as they seem. Such individuals often embody either great malice or immense goodness, with the latter being a rarity. Conversely, someone labeled as wicked may not be truly malevolent. One must observe with discernment, as it is equally essential in the art of living. Upon exiting the chamber, Zhao Heng discovered that the captain had already departed and Liu Yao was no longer in the pavilion. At that moment, the door adjacent to him swung open. Liu Yao, upon seeing the figure before her, was initially taken aback. Her knees buckled, and she instinctively knelt, proclaiming, "I pay my respects to His Highness, the King of Chu." Zhao Hong regarded the kneeling Lu Yao and, after a prolonged silence, coolly responded, "No need for formalities." In her haste to kneel, Lu Yao had pressed her knees heavily against the ground, and as she rose, she felt discomfort. Yin Hua, who approached just in time to witness Lu Yao's ascent, assumed his master had been wronged and drew his blade, positioning himself protectively before Lu Yao. "Young master, are you hurt?" Unfamiliar with the identity of Zhao Hong, Yin Hua glared fiercely, ready to strike at a moment's notice should Lu Yao command it. Having accompanied Lu Yao for some time, he was aware of her temperament and had never seen her in such a state of distress. "Quickly, sheathe your weapon. This is His Highness, the King of Chu. Do not act impudently," Lu Yao urged, pushing at Yin Hua's sword. Startled, Yin Hua knelt immediately, exclaiming, "I beg your pardon, Your Highness. Please forgive my offense." "Your Highness, Yin Hua only acts out of loyalty," Lu Yao began, but before she could complete her thought, Zhao Hong interjected, "It is of no consequence. There is no need for formalities." Yin Hua rose, replying, "Thank you, Your Highness. I travel incognito. There is no need for excessive courtesy in our future encounters," Zhao Hong remarked, casting his gaze downward and noticing the unsightly marks on Lu Yao's pristine white garment from her earlier kneeling. "You may withdraw now." Assuming the dismissal was meant for both her and Yin Hua, Lu Yao turned and departed. Observing her retreating figure, Zhao Heng's brow furrowed in contemplation. His grandfather had often described him as mischievous in his youth. Could it be that he had once caused her distress during their time in the capital? Yet, he could recall no such incident, and given her youth in comparison to his, any past grievances should have faded from memory. What could possibly instill such fear in her? Once back in her quarters, it took Lu Yao some time to regain her composure. How could Zhao Hong be present here? Could it be that the 4 out-of-town guests mentioned by her employer were indeed him? Such a coincidence seemed improbable. If true, it would mean she would have to encounter him daily. Suddenly, her hand trembled, causing the cup she held to slip from her grasp and shatter upon the floor with a sharp sound. In the adjacent room, Zhao Hong heard the clatter distinctly, not from eavesdropping, but rather due to his heightened auditory acuity developed through years of martial training and military service. Kunlun, who had been dozing nearby, perked up, alert to the disturbance. Exhausted from their journey, Zhao Hong and his companions had subsisted on meager rations, lacking sufficient provisions for Kunlun. Since their arrival at the inn, it had been resting, and to prevent it from wandering off, Zhao Hong had secured it within the room. Now, having rested sufficiently, it yearned for sustenance. As Lu Yao contemplated the shattered cup, a sudden realization struck her. Had her third brother sent word to reassure her? Perhaps entrusting this matter to the King of Chu? To inquire directly might come across as rather intrusive, and she lacks the courage to do so. Zhao Hong is not particularly amiable. He harbors a narrow perspective and is generally unkind to anyone besides her. Thus, she genuinely feared that Zhao Hong might become enraged and bring harm to Yin Hua. In this lifetime, his feelings for her are non-existent, viewing her much like any other woman he encountered in a previous life. Contemplating this, Lu Yao's gaze dimmed momentarily. However, she hopes that in this lifetime, he will no longer harbor affections for her. She believes herself unworthy of such sentiments. Just as she was about to gather the shattered pieces from the ground, Xia Zhu entered in haste, exclaiming, "Miss, allow me to assist. You might hurt your hands." "It's fine. How many times must I remind you to address him as young master? Be cautious, lest others overhear." Yes, it was my mistake. Young Master Lu, please take care. Let me handle the cleanup." Upon hearing young Master Lu, Zhao Hong smirked. He suspected that she would not be able to maintain that title for much longer. Xia Zhu had just returned from a brief outing, during which a waiter informed her of a century-old pastry shop in Yangzhou, not far from the inn. Delicacies such as roll pastries, dongtang, rui pastries, chrysanthemum pastries, 100-fruit honey cakes, 3-layered jade belt cakes, and wine dough cakes were all exquisite treats. She had specially purchased these for her mistress as snacks. "Young master, do try this pastry. I chose it according to your taste." Xia Zhu proudly displayed the array of pastries. We shall later ask the waiter for some finer plates to serve them. Lu Yao picked up a piece but set it down again. Xiaozhu inquired, "Why aren't you eating, young master? Which gentleman relishes such sweets? We mustn't reveal our secret. There is no one else in this room. You need not worry." Since she had already brought them back, she insisted on tasting them. Lu Yao sampled a piece, and indeed, it was delightful. These Jiangnan pastries were something her mother could make. Yet, she felt a twinge of concern for her family. Uncertain of her parents' well-being, "I shall brew a pot of tea." Just as Xiaozhu opened the door, she was startled to find a large dog standing at the entrance, causing the teapot to slip from her grasp. In a fit of anger, Xiaozhu shouted, "Where did this foolish dog come from? Move aside." Lu Yao, hearing the commotion, rushed over to see that it was none other than Kunlun. Zhao Heng had brought Kunlun along. Kunlun, upon being insulted as a foolish dog, bristled with displeasure, yearning for a morsel of meat. "Kunlun," Lu Yao called out anxiously, fearing for Xiaozhu's safety. Hearing its name, Kunlun paused, observing Lu Yao behind Xiaozhu. As Kunlun attempted to enter, Xiaozhu quickly blocked its path, proclaiming, "Foolish dog, you shall not harm my young master." In a previous life, Kunlun detested being referred to as a dog. Any such remark would provoke its ire. Rest assured, it will not harm anyone. It is a wolf, not a dog. Lu Yao gently offered a piece of pastry from the platter, bending down to present it to Kunlun. "Are you hungry? Go ahead and eat." Xiaozhu gasped in astonishment, realizing it was a wolf. No wonder it's so large. Wolves are far more fearsome. Dogs merely bite, but wolves could devour a person. Xiaozhu remained apprehensive. After all, wolves are not to be trusted. They should keep their distance from her mistress. Kunlun growled at Xiaozhu, and she reached for her weapon, declaring, "Indeed, it is no good creature. See if I do not slay you." Lu Yao hurriedly stopped Xiaozhu, saying, "It has grown up among the crowd, distinct from ordinary wolves. Although it appears fierce, it poses no threat. If it intended to devour us, it would have done so by now." "Miss, do you recognize this wolf? It seems so familiar," Xiaozhu inquired. I have merely heard about it," Lu Yao replied, gently patting its head. Kunlun let out a haughty snort, but eventually opened its mouth to consume the pastry Lu Yao had offered. Xiaozhu scoffed, "The pastry was purchased by me. The young master does not feed me. Yet he indulges this ungrateful wolf." Upon hearing Xiaozhu's reproach, Kunlun bared its teeth at her. Lu Yao couldn't help but chuckle. "You see, it understands. I told you it possesses remarkable intelligence." Chapter 72. Acquaintances in the capital. What a treacherous creature. A white-eyed wolf, a nuisance. Though Xiaozhu expressed disdain, she couldn't help but feel a flicker of curiosity towards the wolf. It seemed undeniably more intelligent than a dog, as it appeared to comprehend her insults. Kunlun had a penchant for meat, and, eventually, it developed a taste for the pastry she prepared. Initially, Kunlun maintained a haughty demeanor, only heeding Zhao Heng's commands. However, due to Zhao Heng's frequent visits to her palace, the wolf would accompany him. Yet each time they met, it would act aloof. In an effort to foster a better relationship, she once made beef-filled pastries specifically for Kunlun. However, before she could deliver them, Zhao Heng arrived and, upon seeing the pastries, indulged in one. When he later learned they were meant for Kunlun, he was incensed, lamenting that she valued a disinterested wolf more than him. He insisted that from then on, she was to prepare treats solely for him, forbidding her from making anything for others, especially not for the wolf. On that day, Kunlun looked pitifully at Zhao Heng as he devoured the entire plate of beef pastries. Eventually, Kunlun abandoned its proud facade, nuzzling against Lu Yao's leg for affection, which only further irked Zhao Heng. As a consequence, Zhao Heng confined Kunlun in a cage at Huqing Palace for 3 days. Yet from that moment onward, Kunlun became more affectionate, often visiting her palace uninvited. Thanks to her memories from a previous life, Lu Yao was unafraid of the creature. "You incorrigible rogue! I wonder where you had disappeared," Gu Zhaohua exclaimed, pointing at Kunlun. He had heard of an exceptional tavern in Yangzhou and had successfully persuaded Zhao Heng to accompany him. Initially, Kunlun followed them, but upon realizing it had lost sight of them, the two turned back to search. To their surprise, they found it lounging carefreely. Lu Yao, upon seeing Gu Zhaohua, was about to bow, but halted when she noticed Zhao Heng subtly shaking his head. Kunlun sensed its master's presence and immediately returned to Zhao Heng's side, behaving obediently. Xiazhu secretly rolled her eyes, thinking how truly ungrateful the white-eyed wolf was. It had devoured a plate of pastries from their lady and was now wagging its tail nonchalantly. "Apologies for the interruption, young Master Lu," Zhao Heng said. "Not at all, young Master Zhao," Lu Yao replied graciously. Gu Zhaohua glanced between Lu Yao and Zhao Heng. "Do you know each other? Where did you meet? Why didn't you inform me? You didn't mention it outside, just now." Zhao Heng retorted, "You didn't ask." Gu Zhaohua pouted, muttering, "No sense of loyalty, just like the wolf he keeps. I am Gu Zhaohua, a native of the capital. May I inquire how you are addressed, young Master Lu?" Lu Yao, who had been using the alias Lu San Gongzi, Lu Yuting, found herself surrounded by familiar faces in the capital. She hesitated, momentarily at a loss for a name. Instinctively, she glanced at Zhao Heng, seeking assistance. Zhao Heng, intrigued, observed her, eager to see how this Miss Lu would introduce herself. Taking a deep breath, she realized that in critical moments, one must rely on oneself. "I am Lu Yuming, also a resident of the capital," Lu Yao said, feeling slightly guilty and casting a furtive glance at Zhao Heng, hoping he wouldn't expose her. Xiazhu observed her mistress and wondered why she had transformed from the third young master, Lu Yuting, to Lu Yuming. Ah, indeed. She must be wary of Gu Jun Wang, that dullard, recognizing her. Zhao Heng observed the surroundings with a detached demeanor, a picture of indifference. Lu Yao mused silently that Zhao Heng's cold disposition had remained unchanged. Were it not for the vivid memories of his kindness towards her, she might genuinely question whether this man ever harbored feelings for her. "Are you also from the capital?" she inquired, suddenly recalling why he seemed so familiar. "You must be that," she began, believing he had recognized her. "Yes, indeed. Lu Yuting is my third brother," she interjected hastily. Zhao Heng replied, "The Lu family siblings cannot be trusted. They're a den of foxes." Gu Zhaohua, momentarily taken aback, cast several glances at Lu Yao. "I thought you looked familiar. Turns out you are that rascal's sister. How is it that Lu Yuting, that insufferable brat, has such a pretty younger sister? How infuriating!" Lu Yao felt a twinge of guilt, chuckling awkwardly. Thankfully, Gu Zhaohua was oblivious to her father's situation. Otherwise, given the Lu family's current plight, her presence here would undoubtedly attract attention. Why had Zhao Heng brought him along? Could it be that she was overthinking? Was Zhao Heng merely here for leisure? Gu Zhaohua, however, was quick to make himself comfortable, patting Lu Yao's shoulder. "Although I have some minor grievances with your brother, rest assured, I am fair-minded. You are you, and he is he. I will look out for you. Should any trouble arise, do not hesitate to speak." Lu Yao managed a dry laugh. Not expecting his assistance, she merely hoped he would not cause any disruption. Yet, she was curious about how her third brother had offended this notorious troublemaker. Zhao Heng observed Gu Zhaohua's hand resting on Lu Yao's shoulder and glanced at Kunlun. Kunlun, sharing the same sentiment, bared his teeth and dashed towards Gu Zhaohua. Gu Zhaohua, startled by Kunlun, jumped back. "You ungrateful wretch! Have you forgotten that I fed you meat all the way here? Where's your sense of gratitude?" Kunlun retorted, "What is gratitude? Can it be eaten?" Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yao slipped away from Gu Zhaohua's grasp, stepping back. Kunlun looked triumphantly at Lu Yao, clearly seeking praise. She understood his intention and picked up the two unopened packages of pastries, wrapping them in a cloth and draping them around Kunlun's neck. "You may have them all." Kunlun strutted back to his master, an air of self-satisfaction about him. "Pervert," Gu Zhaohua muttered. "Have wolves now become so cunning? Fourth brother, fifth brother and I are heading to Yulukin for a meal. You should join us," Gu Zhaohua invited. "No need to trouble yourselves. I will dine at the inn." Lu Yao declined. Gu Zhaohua seized her arm and gently pulled her along. "In food is hardly worth eating. Look at you, fourth brother, so frail like a girl. It must be because your third brother is utterly unreliable. From now on, I will protect you." Zhao Heng felt he had forgotten something essential for the day. "What is it?" you might ask. "A cleaver." Xiazhu observed her young mistress being dragged away. "Release our young master. Your young master is indeed quite small. Your attendants are lacking. Look at you, You are as thin as a chick. Can you even protect your young master? Gu Xiaohua remarked, glancing at Xia Zhu, who was a head shorter than him. Xia Zhu, incensed, was ready to retaliate. Lu Yao, wishing to avoid escalation, finally conceded, very well, I will join you. Master, Gu Xiaohua is not a reliable person. The master of that fierce wolf, with a menacing demeanor, did not seem to be a person of good character. Lu Yao squeezed Xia Zhu's arm, and Xia Zhu pouted, declaring, then I shall accompany the young master. You are quite the clingy little fellow, she remarked. Fortunately, it is not Lu Guang, otherwise he would have received a kick to his rear. However, observing his petite frame, it was indeed hard to imagine such a reprimand. When Yanhor returned and learned that the young lady intended to dine out, he cast a glance at Zhao Heng, hesitant to oppose her wishes. At this moment, the sun was setting, painting the sky with crimson hues, while the gentle evening breeze alleviated the day's heat. Kunlun led the way, followed closely by Zhao Heng and Gu Xiaohua. Gu Xiaohua intermittently engaged Zhao Heng in conversation, then turned to urge Lu Yao to hasten her pace. Lu Yao felt a tumult of emotions, uncertain of Prince Chu's intentions. Given Gu Juanwang's persistent pursuit, it would not be long before her true identity would be revealed, hindering any further investigations. She pondered whether she should consider changing her lodgings. Chapter 73. Virtuous and gentle as Lu Yao walked, her pace naturally slowed as her thoughts wandered. Zhao Heng, already at the entrance of the Ulukan, slightly tilted his head while ascending the stairs. Was he truly so terrifying that she felt compelled to keep her distance? More fearsome than Kunlun itself? Her mood soured. The innkeeper's warm smile faltered upon encountering Zhao Heng. Did beautiful people nowadays carry themselves with such arrogance? Were they here to dine or to intimidate? Engrossed in her thoughts, Lu Yao nearly stumbled on the stairs, but fortunately, Xia Zhu was there to support her, just in time. Gu Xiaohua turned around just in time to witness the incident, rushing back to grasp Lu Yao's arm. Fourth brother, you cannot be so delicate. Allow me to assist you. Let us hasten. Lu Yao felt a twinge of discomfort, her embarrassment palpable. Xia Zhu contemplated whether to draw her blade. Gu Xiaohua had always been a connoisseur of beauty, relishing the company of those who were pleasing to the eye. This affection knew no bounds of gender. It was simply a personal preference. The attendants surrounding him were all attractive, dispelling any initial concerns the princess had about his inclinations. Though he had a penchant for both women and men, over the years, despite attracting some trouble with his whims, he had never strayed into wrongdoing. It became apparent that his fondness for beauty was akin to a child's fleeting taste for chicken one day and beef the next, and so she allowed him his indulgence. From a young age, when the princess took him into the palace, he delighted in the company of the fifth prince, the most handsome among his brothers. When the fifth prince departed for the northwest, Gu Xiaohua mourned his absence for quite some time. After learning to write, he sent letter after letter. Yet Zhao Heng never replied, not even a single word. The year the crown prince passed away, Zhao Heng returned to the capital, but by then, the crown prince had long been laid to rest. When Zhao Heng visited Su'er, he fortuitously encountered Gu Xiaohua, who immediately recognized him. However, at that moment, Zhao Heng was likely too grief-stricken to recognize Gu Xiaohua. Thus, his current fondness for Lu Yao stemmed entirely from her striking appearance. In truth, when he first met Lu Yuting, he harbored no malice. In Gu Junwang's eyes, all beautiful individuals were inherently good. His long-standing rivalry with Cui Shu Wei arose solely from the latter's unattractiveness, which made him seem villainous. Subsequent events revealed that indeed, Cui Shu Wei had committed numerous misdeeds. However, Lu Yuting proved to be an unexpected challenge. The lad was quite mischievous, having not only stolen Lu Nong's affections, but also captivated a gaggle of tasteless young maidens at Miao Yinggu, overshadowing Gu Xiaohua. Moreover, he possessed a sharp tongue, and each time they clashed, Gu Xiaohua found himself at a disadvantage. Most troubling was the string of misfortunes that befell him after each encounter, rashes or insects buzzing around him. That rascal was his nemesis, and the mere mention of him incited his ire. Upon arriving at the private room, Gu Xiaohua mentioned, Zhao Heng had scarcely settled when he noticed Gu Xiaohua entering, hand in hand with Lu Yao. Kunlun, visibly agitated, loud a growl. Gu Zhaohua shot a glance at Kunlun. Cease your foolish antics and conceal that ugly countenance. Kunlun, with a haughty twist of its neck, thought to itself that if not for the promise of meat and bones, it would have lunged at Gu Zhaohua, ready to draw blood. Kunlun disregarded his words and approached Lu Yao, tugging at her robe to coax her into sitting beside Zhao Hong. Zhao Hong remarked at long last, "My years of nurturing you have not been in vain." Gu Zhaohua, amused by irritation, pointed at Kunlun and exclaimed, "I never imagined you to be such a lecherous rascal." Zhao Hong responded, "Why do I feel like I'm being subtly insulted?" Gu Zhaohua pushed Kunlun aside and took a seat on Lu Yao's other side, chastising Kunlun. "Have you ever seen a wolf dining at a table? Go wait somewhere else. There will be plenty of meat bones for you." Kunlun huffed, deciding to overlook the reprimand for the sake of the meat bones. Standing between Lu Yao and Zhao Hong, it eagerly gazed towards the entrance, anticipating the arrival of its meat bones. Lu Yao found herself surrounded by 3 imposing figures, 2 robust men and a fully grown male wolf, and began to sweat profusely. Xia Zhu, aware of Lu Yao's aversion to heat, hurriedly fetched a folding fan to provide her some relief. Lu Yao felt a slight improvement, yet suddenly sensed something amiss. Zhao Hong and Gu Zhaohua were both fixated on her. It had dawned upon her that she was now in the guise of a man. "I can manage myself," she declared awkwardly, snatching the fan from Xia Zhu's hands. She waved it quickly, attempting to mask her embarrassment. A waiter entered, carrying drinks. "Esteemed guests, this is our signature brew, crafted in-house. Please, give it a try." Gu Zhaohua poured 3 cups, saying, "Fifth brother, fourth brother, savor this wine." Lu Yao, possessing a decent tolerance for alcohol, accepted without hesitation and downed her cup in one go. "Well done, fourth brother." Gu Zhaohua refilled her glass. Zhao Hong, noticing Lu Yao's empty cup, was surprised to discover her penchant for drink. After 3 cups, Xia Zhu grew anxious. Though Lu Yao could hold her liquor, she was no match for 2 men. "My lady, perhaps you should drink less," Xia Zhu cautioned. Lu Yao shook her head. "I'm fine." Since childhood, she had accompanied her father for small toasts, developing a commendable tolerance. Later, in the palace, she would indulge in wine to alleviate her sorrows. Knowing her fondness for good wine, Zhao Hong had scoured various exquisite bottles to send to her quarters. During leisurely moments, he would join her for a few drinks, and her capacity had only improved over time. There were occasions when Zhao Hong would be inebriated while she remained sober. Thus, Lu Yao felt no trepidation about becoming intoxicated. "Do not prattle on, you rascal, lest you disrupt our enjoyment." Gu Zhaohua, also possessing a commendable tolerance, began to engage in conversation. As the wine flowed, he suddenly inquired, "Why have I never heard of a 4th young master from the Pingning Marquis' Lu family?" Instinctively, Lu Yao glanced at Zhao Hong, who wore an impassive expression. Feeling a pang of guilt, she chuckled nervously. "I am from a collateral branch of the Lu family, just a collateral branch." "Ah, I see. Are you acquainted with the 2nd young Miss Lu Yao from the Lu family?" Gu Zhaohua asked. Lu Yao scratched her head and let out a dry laugh. "We get along, I suppose. That girl and Lu Yuting are undoubtedly siblings. They are quite fierce. Were you often bullied by them at home?" Gu Zhaohua assumed, noting her petite stature. Zhao Hong remarked, "I am eager to hear how Miss Lu will respond." Lu Yao rolled her eyes internally at Zhao Heng's mocking gaze. However, what did Gu Zhaohua mean by that? As the 3rd brother has just returned to the capital, and she has done nothing to warrant such hostility, could it be that the 2nd house has spread rumors? That seems unlikely. Lu Yao could not help but defend herself. Miss Lu is virtuous and amiable, quite easy to get along with. Zhao Hong retorted to call for violence and threats against the Duke of Jing's daughter, claiming she is virtuous? Surely, Miss Lu has misunderstood the meaning of those words. Lu Yao sensed the mocking gaze of Zhao Hong and realized her suspicions were indeed correct. How infuriating! Unable to restrain herself, she impulsively stepped on Zhao Heng's foot. Instantly regretting her action, she thought, I truly forgot. In her previous life, she had grown accustomed to stepping on him whenever he acted maliciously. How could she have overlooked the fact that this was a new life? And Zhao Hong held no affection for her. Given his vengeful nature, he might retaliate against her. This could spell disaster. Chapter 74. The adhesive plaster. Lu Yao lowered her head, unable to meet Zhao Heng's gaze, pretending that the earlier kick had been delivered by Kunlun. Zhao Heng, slightly bewildered by Lu Yao's action, pondered its meaning. Did he not perceive the strength behind it? Was this it? Gentle and virtuous? Quite the charade, Miss Lu. What was going on? Gu Zhaohua noticed Lu Yao suddenly lift her foot again and stomp down. It's nothing at all, just a cockroach, which I have already crushed. Lu Yao emphasized the word cockroach with disdain. It was night after all. Her vision was poor, and mistaking it was quite plausible. Clutching her cup with both hands, she furtively glanced in Zhao Heng's direction, only to hear him calmly remark, "There are quite a few cockroaches in Yangzhou, young Master Lu. Do take care, Lu Yao. However, I must admit, while Miss Lu may be a bit fierce, I truly appreciate her character. She is not like those noble women who cling to the powerful. Moreover, she even speaks on behalf of my fifth brother. Cultivating a friendship with her seems promising." Startled, Lu Yao quickly raised her head. "Brother Gu, tread carefully." Zhao Heng interjected, "In the future, one ought to carry a knife when going out." Lu Yao slightly tilted her head towards Zhao Heng, only to find him gazing back at her. Flustered, she poured herself a glass of wine and downed it in one gulp. Phew! Lu Yao exhaled, feeling slightly dazed, but assuredly not drunk. It was undoubtedly the fright caused by that rascal Gu Zhaohua. No, I must find another inn to relocate. Though I have a good tolerance for alcohol, excess consumption inevitably leads to discomfort. As Lu Yao stood up, she was pulled back by Gu Zhaohua. "Where are you going?" "I just need to relieve myself." Lu Yao spoke softly, feeling a touch of embarrassment. "Perfect. I need to go as well. Let us go together." Gu Zhaohua draped his arm around Lu Yao's shoulders, ready to leave, but soon realized his feet had moved while his body remained still. Turning around, he discovered that Zhao Heng had restrained him. "Brother, are you going too?" "Zhao Heng, as the meal nears its conclusion, one dish is still missing. Why don't you inquire with the waiter about it?" "The waiter will arrive shortly, let us wait," he thought, but upon meeting Zhao Heng's gaze, he nodded. "I'll go." Lu Yao stood there, her expression somewhat awkward, feeling exposed. Zhao Hua is inherently carefree, without malice. Do not take offense. "It is getting late. We should return soon," Zhao Heng stated in his usual tone, devoid of excessive emotion. Lu Yao dared not meet his eyes. "Thank you. Once outside of you looking," Lu Yao finally sighed in relief. Xia Zhu complained, "That Gu Junwang is far too clingy. He has been like an adhesive plaster, sticking to you all night." Upon returning to the inn, Lu Yao took a bath, feeling much better afterward. After changing her clothes, she summoned Yin Hua, who also resided in the same courtyard, and he arrived promptly. "You are to find another inn nearby tomorrow," Lu Yao commanded. "Are you moving, young master?" "Yes." Lu Yao nodded. "That Gu Junwang is giving me a headache. If this continues, I fear I won't have the time to investigate my father's case." Within the confines of her room, she was amongst her own, no longer needing to deliberately lower her voice as she did in public. Her uniquely soft and sweet timbre resonated beautifully in the tranquil night. Even with merely the sound of their voice, one could envision the languid and playful demeanor of the speaker. Indeed, the night grew increasingly tranquil. After Yin Hua departed, only the master and servant remained in the room. Before long, silence enveloped them, leaving only the rhythmic sound of their breathing. It was nearing the second watch of the night when two shadowy figures darted into the inky darkness, swiftly vanishing from the inn. Lu Yao, having indulged in some wine the previous evening, slept soundly, devoid of dreams. Upon awakening, she found that Xia Zhu had prepared water for her face. With a beaming smile, Xia Zhu exclaimed, "Young master, we need not relocate. What has happened?" "The esteemed Gu Junwang has moved to reside at the residence of Governor Lu, and the governor dispatched a grand carriage to collect him. When departing, he intended to bid farewell to you, but was intercepted by young Master Zhao." Xia Zhu spoke animatedly. "Is that so?" "Finally, he has left. This courtyard is now mine." She needed to inform the innkeeper that no other guests should be accommodated in this courtyard. Suddenly, a thought struck her. What about young Master Zhao? He must have departed as well. Xia Zhu confirmed that young Master Zhao had indeed left. Lu Yao nodded, feeling relieved. Today, she planned to visit Song Yi, as they had arranged the day before. Lu Yao set out with only Xia Zhu, while Yin Huo investigated the matter of the salt gang. For the 20,000 taels of official silver could not have appeared without reason. Moreover, 2 members of the internal guard had gone missing, and there had been no news of them since. Yin Huo suspected that the token found in Minister Yang's study might belong to these 2 individuals. If there was indeed a traitor among the internal guards, he would not let it go unpunished. Last night, Song Yi returned to the Yamen to review the case files, comparing them to his own records, and identified several discrepancies. Brother Song, this is the case file from the Dali Temple. After comparing these 3 files, it can be confirmed that Minister Yang indeed hanged himself. The analysis from the Dali Temple suggests that he was coerced into suicide, which aligns closely with your description. In your account, you mentioned a peculiar scent in the room. Can you recall what it was? It resembled sandalwood, yet was not entirely that. I had never encountered such a fragrance before, but it was quite pleasant. Song Yi reflected. I wish to inspect Minister Yang's study. I wonder if Brother Song could assist, given that the Dali Temple was overseeing the case. It was difficult for outsiders to gain entry. Song Yi pondered for a moment. There might be a way, but I fear it may impose on you. Brother Lu, not at all. As long as I can gain access, that is sufficient. There's a dog hole at the back of the Yang residence, but I am concerned. I am capable. As long as it aids the investigation, I would dare to crawl through not only a dog hole, but even a chicken coop. However, the dog hole was quite small and had been abandoned for a long time. It was discovered during patrols by Song Yi and his companions. It could only accommodate someone of Brother Lu's petite stature. Given my size, I would not fit. Song Yi, a man of loyalty, felt a twinge of regret for not being able to accompany Lu Yao into the investigation. That is perfectly fine. I can manage on my own. Your assistance in relaying this information has been a tremendous help. Rest assured, I shall devise a way to divert their attention and grant you time. If you are indeed discovered, I will be outside to assist your escape. Thank you, Brother Song. Let us not delay any further. Tonight it shall be. Lu Yao, filled with urgency, could no longer afford to wait. Upon returning, Xia Zhu was consumed with worry, deeming the endeavor overly perilous. Miss, please allow me to accompany you. I assure you I shall not cause you any trouble. The guards at the Dali Temple were exceedingly vigilant. Infiltrating their ranks was already a formidable challenge, and if discovered, re-entering would be even more daunting. You and Brother Song will stand by outside. No, I cannot permit you to take such a risk alone. Xia Zhu resolutely refused. Rest assured, in my quest to investigate my father's case, I would never neglect my own safety first. You must remain outside to provide support. If genuine danger arises, you may then rush in to divert their attention. Zhao Heng sat calmly next door, sipping tea, his companion Kunlun standing by his feet, ears perked, attuned to the commotion next door. A nocturnal excursion to the Yang residence? Quite the audacious venture indeed. Chapter 75. A life-saving grace with her slender arms and legs. She scarcely weighed a few ounces. A gust of wind could easily sweep her away. Truly, her skills were meager, yet her audacity was boundless. Zhao Heng reached out to touch Kunlun and then overheard. The emperor, despite having promised the young lady to investigate the case of Lord Ho, is now preventing her from conducting a thorough inquiry. Is this not a deliberate attempt to thwart her efforts? Silence. How dare you speak such words? You are becoming increasingly reckless. Fortuitously, no one overheard. Otherwise, your life would be in jeopardy. Lu Yao chastised, striking Xia Zhu on the head. The Chui and Meng families are watching closely. The emperor's actions are for our benefit. Otherwise, do you think we could depart the capital unscathed? Lu Yao asserted with gravity. The Chui family is well armed. If they were to learn of your investigation, they would undoubtedly dispatch assassins immediately. Xia Zhu, reprimanded, fell silent and obediently set about preparing night attire for Lu Yao. Once dressed in her dark garb, and with her face concealed by a cloth, Lu Yao inquired of Xia Zhu, "Can you recognize me?" Xia Zhu nodded. "Your eyes, miss, are unmistakable to me." Upon arriving at the Yang residence, they found Song Yi already waiting. "I have gathered intelligence. Tonight, there is a market at the street corner. Should any commotion arise, my brother Lu Qing and I will charge in through the front to divert attention. You must exit from here. Remember to head west where the crowds are dense. You will blend in unnoticed." Song Yi instructed earnestly. Lu Yao nodded, glancing at the small dog hole. It was indeed tight, but she could manage to squeeze through. Have you memorized a map of the Yang family? Song Yi asked, worry etched on his face. Lu Yao's brother appeared too frail and unsteady. Would he truly succeed? I have it committed to memory. Do not worry. Lu Yao replied, crouching down and straining to crawl inside. This is the back door. Proceed north, and you will find the study of Lord Yang in the upper room. Correct. After confirming the route, Lu Yao proceeded cautiously, finding the journey surprisingly smooth without detection. Producing a fire stick from her pocket, Lu Yao first surveyed the layout of the study. Lord Yang's study was expansive, adorned with numerous antique jade artifacts on the treasure rack. The eastern wall held not only a bookshelf, but also a tall cabinet. Lu Yao scrutinized it closely according to Song Yi's detailed map. It seemed that Lord Yang had hanged himself here, with a portion of the white silk still dangling above. From the surface, the crime scene appeared meticulously preserved. Every individual possesses a will to survive. What could have transpired? Why did Miss Yang firmly assert that her father had sent someone? According to Yin Hua, he had not dispatched any guards to the Yang residence. Upon hearing of Lord Yang's suicide, he sensed something amiss and went to the Yang estate to uncover the truth. Yet, he was scolded by Lady Yang, who accused him of being the murderer. At that moment, he could not articulate the situation clearly, sensing the complexity of the matter. He hastily returned to the capital with the remaining guards. Lu Yao opened the cabinet door to inspect its contents, finding a partition with several boxes and various official documents. After a brief examination, she deemed them inconsequential. Just as she was about to close it, she heard footsteps outside, prompting her to swiftly hide within the cabinet. Only when the sounds of footsteps faded into the distance did Lu Yao dare to emerge. As she emerged from the cabinet, her hair became ensnared by something, causing her to stifle a cry of pain. Lu Yao reached up to touch it, feeling a hard and somewhat sharp object, likely a nail. When she disentangled her hair, she inadvertently pulled on a piece of fabric, initially fearing she had ripped her hair out. However, the texture felt wrong. It must be cloth. What was fabric doing in this cabinet? Unless it once concealed a person. Could it be the murderer? Lu Yao's heart raced with excitement as she retrieved a fire starter to illuminate the area. Indeed, it was a small piece of cloth, caught by the nail in the corner. Had she not snagged her hair, she would never have discovered it. Clearly, this cabinet had harbored someone, but in such a confined space. Could a man of considerable size truly hide? Might the assailant be a woman? But why would she conceal herself in the cabinet? To avoid detection, perhaps. But if that were the case, how could the bodyguard not have noticed her during the lengthy conversation between Lord Yang and his father in the study? A flurry of questions swirled in Lu Yao's mind, leaving her perplexed. She tucked the small piece of cloth into her bosom, intending to examine it thoroughly upon her return. She sought further discoveries, but to her dismay, none presented themselves. As for the peculiar scent spoken of by Song Yi, it had been over half a month since Lord Yang's death, and she had not encountered that fragrance. Time was of the essence. Lingering too long might hinder her escape. As Lu Yao retraced her steps from the study, crouching low, she suddenly heard a voice. Who is over there? Step forward. Alarmed, she thought she would be discovered. In a moment of panic, her body felt as if it were weightless, and she experienced a wave of dizziness. When she regained her senses, she found herself outside the Yang residence. Startled and frightened, Lu Yao gasped for breath, only to realize she was being cradled in someone's arms. Instinctively, she pushed away, stepping back to maintain her distance. The person who had rescued her had leaped over the tall wall with remarkable agility. Was this indeed the famed skill of lightness? Terrified, she dare not open her eyes, her head still spinning slightly. With such prowess, how could he dare to infiltrate the Yang estate? It was reckless. That voice sounded so familiar. Lu Yao looked up and met the gaze of a pair of recognizable eyes. Rising on her toes, she reached up to remove his mask. It is truly you? No wonder Xia Zhu had recognized her even with the mask. It merely fooled those who were unfamiliar. Zhao Heng replied, You certainly have some audacity. His expression was stern as he threatened, You seek death. Lu Yao bowed respectfully. I am grateful for your highness, the Prince of Chu, for saving my life. Zhao Heng, with acute hearing, detected approaching footsteps, 4 or 5 individuals were making their way toward them. He swiftly lifted Lu Yao with one arm and dashed in the opposite direction, employing his lightness skill to ascend to the rooftop. "Your Highness, please let me go." Lu Yao felt no immediate threat, and thus did not grasp the reason behind Zhao Heng's actions. "Be silent, or I shall drop you," Zhao Heng warned. Immediately, she ceased her movements. The height of the rooftop far exceeded that of the wall, and a fall could easily result in a broken leg. She remarked that Zhao Heng was quite petty, and indeed, it was only when a few individuals passed by that Lu Yao comprehended why Zhao Heng had hastily embraced her and fled. Nestled in his arms, Lu Yao murmured softly, "Thank you." Zhao Heng scoffed. Yet as he inhaled, he caught a faint fragrance from her hair, reminiscent of jasmine, albeit more delicate. Instinctively, Zhao Heng lowered his head to breathe in the scent, but unexpectedly, Lu Yao turned her head, inadvertently colliding with his nose. It did not hurt, yet it brought a sense of embarrassment, as if her secret thoughts had been unveiled. Zhao Heng lowered his head once more, threatening, "Do you believe I will drop you?" Chapter 76. So hurtful, Lu Yao was startled by his gaze, immediately recoiling like a quail. No, Zhao Heng, when enraged, was not merely fierce, he was lethal. In his previous life, he had only cherished her, but he showed no mercy when it came to others. Noticing Lu Yao's face draining of color, he saw her shrink back, paralyzed with fear. Was he truly that frightening? Once those individuals had retreated, Zhao Heng gently descended from the rooftop with Lu Yao in his arms. She remained in her position, too afraid to move. What if he lost his temper and choked her death? After a prolonged silence, Zhao Heng felt no movement from the person nestled against his chest, her head resting obediently. How long did she intend to cling to him? His voice drifted over her head. It was only then that Lu Yao realized their posture indicated she was tightly pressed against him. Her face flushed, and she hastily pulled back, muttering to herself. He had threatened her not to move, yet now he accused her of lingering. She began to understand why the daughter of the Duke of Yong'an had jumped into the moat in her previous life. It was utterly hurtful. "Thank you, Your Highness. My friend is still waiting for me. Farewell," Lu Yao exclaimed, nearly fleeing in a panic. After running a short distance, she discovered she had encountered a dead end. Moreover, it did not seem to lead westward. She had gone the wrong way. Lu Yao smacked her forehead in frustration, wondering why her wits seemed to abandon her in Zhao Heng's presence. Could it be that her past transgressions against him had led to divine retribution in this life, rendering Zhao Heng her nemesis? It must be so. Muttering to herself, Lu Yao turned back and was astonished to find Zhao Heng still standing there. When she caught sight of him, he appeared irate, yet upon meeting her gaze, he forced a smile. "You can't go that way." "I know," Zhao Heng retorted. "Then why didn't you tell me? You ran so fast, I couldn't catch up." Couldn't he catch up? He runs like the wind," Lu Yao thought incredulously. This was clearly his way of retaliating against her. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to walk away. In her previous life, even when she twisted the truth, he would indulge her. But when she provoked his anger, he was infuriated beyond measure. At that moment, Lu Yao longed to stomp on him fiercely, yet in the end, she lacked the courage to do so. Is the Lu family's secret art to burn bridges and be heartless? Zhao Heng pondered. This time, Lu Yao did not stray from the path and soon turned a corner, encountering a flustered Xiaozhu. Seeing Lu Yao rush over, Xiaozhu enveloped her in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "Miss." Behind them, Song Yi was left bewildered. "Miss, isn't she Master Lu?" Lu Yao felt an unusual familiarity with Xiaozhu, but upon noticing Song Yi's astonished expression, she realized the implications of their embrace. They were both men now. Such an embrace felt rather inappropriate. However, given that Xiaozhu had addressed her as Miss, and seeing Song Yi's surprised demeanor, it was evident he had heard it. Xiaozhu wiped her tears, exclaiming, "I was so worried sick." "Miss? Maid? So they are both women?" Lu Yao mused. It was indeed unlikely for a lady to embrace a servant. Thus, the identity of Lu Qing must certainly be that of a woman. Song Yi feigned looking up at the sky. Tonight's celestial display was rather lackluster. The moon had hidden itself away, and there were but a few stars to be seen. "Brother Song." "Lu, brother." The latter address emerged from his throat with a certain awkwardness, lacking in naturalness. Lu Yao realized that her true identity could no longer remain concealed. Given the assistance she had received, it would indeed be unbecoming to continue the pretense. I apologize, Brother Song. It was merely for the sake of convenience. I harbor no ill intentions. Song Yi, having emerged from the martial world, was unperturbed by such matters. He laughed heartily. No harm done, no harm done. We are all on the same side here. There is nothing to apologize for. What have you discovered tonight? Fearing that others might pursue them, Lu Yao responded, let us speak further once we have left this place. Though Song, he had initially been unaware of their true genders. Now that he was informed, he felt compelled to escort them home. Lu Yao did not decline. She indeed had matters to discuss with Song Yi. Upon returning to the inn, Yen Hua awaited them at the entrance. The late hour of Lu Yao's return had caused them considerable concern. Young master. At the sound of Yen Hua's call, Lu Yao discreetly cleared her throat. Once in her room, she invited Song Yi to take a seat, while Yen Hua stood attentively. Xia Zhu went to prepare tea. Brother Song, was there any inspection of the study cabinet at the scene? None, Song Yi replied. When I arrived, the Yang residence was in chaos. Madame Yang was weeping over Lord Yang's corpse. I could only take a moment to inspect the body before Lord Lu and his men arrived. Lu Yao nodded. It seemed there were many inquiries to be made of Lord Lu. She retrieved a piece of indigo silk from her bosom. This is what I found in Lord Yang's study cabinet. Yen Hua furrowed his brow upon seeing the fabric, examining it closely. Do you recognize it? I believe the color of this fabric bears a striking resemblance to the material worn by Yin Bing on that day. Yin Bing had vanished concurrently with Lord Yang's demise. In his haste to report back to the Marquis, he had not waited for Yin Bing, who had also gone missing along with Yin Fei. Today, he had encountered Yin Fei, who had been inquiring about Yin Bing's whereabouts. Look closely once more, Lu Yao urged solemnly. On the day Yin Bing wore that garment, he mentioned that it had been personally sewn for him by his fiancée. He intended to return to marry her once this mission was complete. Yin Hua and Yin Fei had even teased him about it. Before his disappearance, Yin Bing had been investigating the matter of the assassins and had informed them that he had tracked down some leads. If they followed this thread, they might uncover the mastermind behind the assassination. Yin Hua's words essentially confirmed for Lu Yao that this fabric belonged to Yin Bing. Lu Yao's brow furrowed. If this fragment of cloth indeed belonged to Yin Bing, he was in grave danger. The cabinet was too small, barely accommodating her, unless it concealed Yin Bing's corpse rather than a living presence. If that were the case, it would imply that Yin Bing had met with foul play. Lu Yao spoke despondently. How could this be? Yin Hua felt a pang of anguish. He, along with Yin Bing, Yin Fei, Yin Shui, Yin Zhe, and Yin Ming, had entered the residence together. Yin Shui, Yin Zhe, and Yin Ming had perished during missions, and now Yin Bing as well. The one who killed Yin Bing must surely be the same fiend who forced Lord Yang to his demise. Yin Hua concluded resolutely. Lu Yao nodded, contemplating the likelihood that Yin Bing had already met his demise before Lord Yang's untimely death. Otherwise, he would not have stood idly by as Lord Yang was harmed. However, there were no signs of a struggle at the scene. If the assailant was not someone familiar who took advantage of an unguarded moment, they must possess exceptional skill, delivering a lethal blow in one swift motion. Lord Yang was a civil official, and even if caught off guard, it would be inconceivable that no one was alerted during the assassination of Yin Bing. Thus, the latter scenario seems most plausible. This also elucidates the presence of the internal guard token discovered in Lord Yang's study. Brother Song, did Lord Lu uncover a corpse within a cabinet while investigating the case? Lu Yao inquired. Not a word had been mentioned. After the coroner confirmed that Lord Yang had taken his own life, Lord Lu ordered the scene of the incident to be sealed off. He then proceeded with the necessary arrangements for Lord Yang's funeral, ensuring he could be laid to rest peacefully, which Lady Yang also consented to. Considering the sweltering heat, it was prudent to inter the deceased without delay. Once the scene was secured, the assailant could not have removed Yin Bing's body. Yet, a corpse cannot simply vanish. Where could it possibly be? Chapter 77. A night of revelry. The room fell into silence, having just uncovered a new clue, only to find themselves at an impasse once again. Zhao Hong, in the adjacent room was equally quiet. Given the circumstances, no matter how skilled one might be, it would be utterly impossible to discreetly transport the corpse of an adult male out of the estate. Yet the body had vanished. If it were not someone from the Yang household, it could only be. Zhao Heng's gaze shifted slightly as the suspicions began to point towards him. Sometimes, startling the serpent in the grass is not without merit. It seemed a return to the Yang estate was necessary. The previously silent Liu Yao appeared to have had a revelation. Brother Song, since you were stationed at the Yamen, could you introduce me to Lord Liu? There are certain matters I wish to inquire about him. After sealing off the scene, only his men were permitted free access, and perhaps he could provide some insight. Zhao Heng furrowed his brow, bemused by the recklessness. Did they not learn from tonight's events? Were they courting danger? Very well. Lord Liu has recently been occupied with the esteemed Prince of Chu, who has come to the capital to seek gifts for the Emperor's longevity celebration. However, I will do my utmost to arrange an introduction. Tomorrow, I shall also inquire with those who were on duty with Lord Liu that day. Perhaps they possess new leads. After sending Song Yi away, Yin was soon returned. Young master, I have urgent news to report. While Song Yi was trustworthy, he was still an outsider, and this matter pertained to the Marquis's estate, rendering it unsuitable to discuss in his presence. What news? I was instructed by Miss to investigate the Salt Gang's activities. Today, at the docks, I encountered Yin Fei. More accurately, he sought me out. Yin Fei and Yin Bing were a pair investigating the assassin's whereabouts. Upon discovering that the assassin had been seen near the Yang estate, Yin Bing went there for inquiries. That night, Yin Fei followed a lead to a pleasure boat. Unfortunately, as soon as he boarded, he was struck in the eye by a concealed weapon. He subsequently fell into the river, where he was rescued by a young member of the Salt Gang, but he remained unconscious for several days due to his injury. Upon hearing of the Marquis's predicament, he chose to stay with the Salt Gang to discreetly gather information regarding the missing 20,000 taels of official silver. It has been reported that the leader of the Salt Gang has not been seen for over 10 days, and now all matters are being dictated by his second-in-command. He suspects an internal conflict within the gang, possibly linked to the Marquis's incident. And what of him now? Has he recovered from his injuries? Liu Yao inquired. One eye is lost. The internal guards of the Marquis's estate suffered significant losses during this journey to Jiangnan. Of the 6 brothers, only he and Yin Fei remain. This case appeared shrouded in mystery, devoid of clear leads. Yet the truth was gradually surfacing. Yin Hua, we shall split our efforts. You continue your investigation into the Salt Gang to ascertain what has transpired with their leader, while I pursue inquiries regarding Lord Yang. Remember, it is imperative that you safeguard yourself. Liu Yao instructed. Yin Hua nodded in understanding. I shall ensure my safety, not only for the sake of my fallen brothers, but to unveil the mastermind behind this. Regarding the matter of the Marquis's internal guards tokens, he had once suspected Yin Bing and Yin Fei, but now, learning of Yin Bing's demise, he felt a deep sense of guilt and sorrow. Upon exiting Liu Yao's chamber, Yin Hua could no longer contain his tears. The night breeze was not cold against his skin, yet the darkness enveloped him with an unprecedented weight of despair and hopelessness. After Yin Hua's departure, Liu Yao remained in silence. Although those internal guards were not familiar with her, they were indeed her father's men, and their departure was truly heart-wrenching. She had previously harbored doubts about their loyalty to her father, which filled her with shame. Miss, dawn is approaching. You should rest now, urged Xiazhu. Liu Yao lay in bed, her mind consumed by various clues, and only fell asleep when the first light of day began to break. Song Yi was a man of great compassion, and given the many suspicions surrounding the death of Lord Yang, which now implicated numerous individuals, he felt it was his duty as a constable to unravel the case. He inquired of a constable who had accompanied Lord Liu on the day of the investigation. Brother Ma, do you truly believe that Lord Yang was driven to his death by the Marquis of Pingning from the capital? It is hard to say. The Dali Temple's conclusions should be trustworthy, replied Brother Ma, taking a sip of his drink. Why are you treating me to drinks today? Brother seeks to learn from you. As you know, I have been a constable for many years, yet I am still unsure when I might earn the favor of the lords as you have. Song Yi poured another glass for Brother Ma. Brother Ma glanced at Song Yi, saying, serving in front of the lords is no easy task. You are right. I must learn much from you. I am but a simple man, utterly clueless. For instance, regarding the case of Lord Yang's suicide, although I arrived first, I discovered nothing. Do not belittle yourself. We found little as well. It is indeed a grievance. That day, the Lord did not allow us to enter the scene for further investigation. Once the coroner concluded the examination, the case was closed, or else we would not have been mocked by those from the Dali Temple as useless gluttons. The most frustrating part is being ridiculed without a word of rebuttal. No investigation? Song, he found it hard to believe. Indeed, is it not a grievance? Brother Ma shrugged his shoulders, expressing his helplessness. It is indeed quite unjust. Did no one else enter the scene afterward? Brother Ma shook his head. I'm not sure. That night, Lord Lu instructed us to return and rest, asking us to arrive early the next day to assist at Yang's residence, leaving only the guard Xiao to follow the Lord. Song Yi questioned several others who had accompanied Lord Lu that night, and their accounts were similar to Brother Ma's. This was peculiar. It felt as though Lord Lu had deliberately sent everyone away. What could his intentions possibly be? At the Lu residence, Gu Zhaohua did not regard himself as an outsider in the least. The maids and servants dispatched by Lord Lu had been sent back in droves by him. Lord Lu dared not neglect this prince and promptly sent someone to inquire about the situation. The steward reported that the prince found the maids and servants lacking in beauty, which affected his mood. Upon hearing this, Lord Lu was incredulous, yet upon reflection, it seemed not entirely unfounded. The prince had been favored by the grand princess since childhood and held high regard in the emperor's eyes, able to summon the wind or rain at will. Merely desiring a few more attractive maids was not too much to ask. It was prudent to keep this lord pleased and well catered to, as it could only yield benefits. Thus, arrangements were made, and soon 10 charming young maids were delivered to Gu Zhaohua's quarters. Gu Zhaohua appeared much more at ease this time, his spirits elevated. Yesterday, Lord Lu personally accompanied him on a leisurely stroll through the city of Yangzhou. In the evening, he generously sent a plethora of gifts, claiming they were offerings for the emperor's longevity festival, inviting Gu to select any that caught his fancy. Among the young maidens, a few possessed the delightful ability to sing the charming tunes of Yangzhou, which led to a rather late night of enjoyment. Consequently, he awoke rather late this morning. To be precise, he roused himself only when the sun was already high in the sky, just before the midday meal. As Gu Zhaohua emerged from within, he noticed Zhao Hong seated outside, savoring tea. Why did you not summon me upon your arrival, fifth brother, with your nightly revelries? I would have thought you capable of rising, Zhao Hong remarked, casting a glance at the maidens who had just entered, acknowledging how well Lord Lu understood their preferences. Chapter 78. Incineration of evidence. Gu Zhaohua understood the implication and waved his hand dismissively, instructing everyone to leave. You all may go. I did not summon you here. So keep your distance. Only after the attendants departed did Gu Zhaohua speak. Brother, what exactly do you intend to accomplish by bringing me to Jiangnan? Do not deceive me into believing this is merely for indulgence and merriment. I refuse to accept such a notion, having grown up in a cocoon of luxury. Gu Zhaohua acted solely on impulse, rarely employing reason. However, this did not imply a lack of intelligence. Rather, he had others to manage the trivial matters, sparing him the need to deliberate. Zhao Hong cast a sidelong glance at him. How is your stay at Lord Lu's residence? Gu Zhaohua, perceiving the insincerity in his words, huffed as he settled into a chair. Well, what could be wrong? They even presented numerous gifts yesterday. One ought to express gratitude to Lord Lu, Zhao Hong remarked nonchalantly. Gu Zhaohua scoffed. Gratitude for what? This is all done out of his own volition. There is nothing to be grateful for. Besides, it is merely an attempt to curry favor with the emperor's uncle, devoid of any genuine sentiment. Let's go. I shall accompany you to meet Lord Lu. Zhao Hong proposed. Why should we meet him? He is but a lowly prefect. He should come to us. Gu Zhaohua expressed his bewilderment. Shall we go or not? Very well, we shall go. Gu Zhaohua relented, albeit begrudgingly. Upon arriving at Lord Lu's estate, they were informed by the steward. My master has gone to the yamen on business and may return late. Before he left, he instructed us to attend to the prince well. Your Highness, if you desire anything to eat or any entertainment, please do not hesitate to command us." "How unfortunate," Zhao Hong remarked with a wry smile. "It appears the prince has made a fruitless trip due to our inadequacies." The steward, dismissive of Zhao Hong, inclined his head respectfully towards Gu Zhaohua. "Very well, I shall take a stroll myself and seek out fourth brother." Gu Zhaohua mused, finding the attendants lacking in charm compared to his fourth and fifth brothers, preferring their company. As Gu Zhaohua rambled on about fourth brother, it was as if he were speaking of his own kin. Zhao Hong thought to himself, "I should not have brought him along." Lord Lu hurriedly made his way to the Yang residence, where, as the local prefect, he was afforded entry, although the officials from the Dali Temple held lower ranks. They came from the capital and had encountered many esteemed figures, thus failing to regard Lord Lu with much esteem. "What brings you here, Lord Lu?" asked Zheng Jiang, the official in charge of this case, showing little deference. "I heard there was a thief at the Yang residence yesterday, and came to ensure that the valuables intended for transport to the capital are secure," Lord Lu replied, his face marked by concern. "There is no need for your worry. The Dali Temple will oversee the matter personally to ensure nothing goes awry. Once the Ministry of Revenue arrives, the silver will be dispatched to the capital immediately." Zheng Jiang, a promising young talent in the Dali Temple, spoke confidently. In recent years, he had achieved notable accomplishments, bolstered by his connection as the nephew of the esteemed Xu Fei and childhood companion to the emperor's favored sixth princess. It was inevitable that he possessed a degree of pride. "Your words hold merit, but as long as this silver remains in Yangzhou, I too bear responsibility for its safeguarding. It is of utmost importance that we all collaborate to ease the emperor's burdens." Lord Lu, having spent many years in the realm of governance, naturally possesses a refined command of official rhetoric, in stark contrast to the youthful exuberance displayed by Zheng Jiang. Zheng Jiang regards Lord Lu with disdain, believing that had he not erred in judgment and delayed reporting the case concerning Lord Yang, the situation would not be so arduous. A letter from Lord Sun expresses dissatisfaction with the evidence and documentation he submitted, urging him to continue the investigation. In recent days, he has been meticulously reviewing the case files, seeking to delve deeper into the matter, thus requesting the records from Governor Lu to be brought to the Dali Temple. The documentation is a chaotic mess. Aside from the coroner's examination, it is replete with superfluous verbiage that holds no value for reference. He truly cannot fathom how Lord Lu attained the position of governor, especially given his considerable local reputation. The prosperous Jiangnan region has been marred by such incompetence, which is indeed a disservice to the emperor's grace. Lord Lu ought to attend to his own affairs, as this official has many matters to address. "Please excuse me, Lord Lu." With this, Zheng Jiang has effectively issued an eviction notice. Lord Lu, having been repeatedly affronted by this impudent youth, naturally feels discomfort. Moreover, Zheng Jiang's rank does not surpass his own, yet he dares to refer to himself as this official in his presence. Truly audacious. If not for, after Zheng Jiang's departure, Lord Lu too made his exit, and upon noticing the absence of others, Xiao Chuanhai remarked, "My lord, shall we?" Lord Lu immediately hushed him. "No. Once this Zheng Jiang departs, this matter will conclude. Do not stir up further trouble." After taking a few steps, Lord Lu added, "It is still prudent to keep someone discreetly watching. We cannot afford to let our guard down while this Zheng remains. Rest assured, my lord." Upon seeing Qingwan return, Zhao Hong was aware that he had uncovered some information. "What news?" "Your Highness's speculation was correct. Lord Lu indeed visited the Yang residence." Zhao Hong scoffed lightly. "Currently, the Yang residence is not under his control." Zheng Jiang's arrogance, dismissing Lord Lu, has led him into a considerable predicament. However, besides Lord Lu, there was another individual who visited the Yang residence today. Who? That would be Song Yi, the head constable closely associated with young Master Lu. However, Zheng Jiang did not encounter him. Qingwan replied, "Very well, I understand. Investigate Song Yi's whereabouts over the past few days." Yes. Shortly after Qingwan's departure, Gu Zhaohua entered. "Where's Brother Lu? On such a scorching day, where could he have gone?" Glancing at the sun already tilting towards the west, Gu Zhaohua queried. Zhao Hong ignored him, though his brow furrowed. Indeed, the young lady of the Liu family is quite a source of concern. Meanwhile, Liu Yao was enjoying tea with Xia Zhu at a tea house. Young master, the few servants from the Yang family spoke in unison. No one approached that study. Although many came and went from the Yang residence in recent days, there were no significant items dispatched. It's possible that the body was incinerated by the murderer within the Yang residence. Significant items at the Yang residence? Liu Yao murmured to herself, suddenly declaring, Xia Zhu, I believe I might have deduced the location of Yin Bing's body. Where? Could it be that the murderer truly burned Yin Bing's body? Xia Zhu followed Liu Yao, unperturbed by the relentless search for the Yang family servants. Yet, to ruminate over these seemingly unrelated statements repeatedly, that would indeed be tiresome. Liu Yao lightly tapped Xia Zhu's forehead with her folding fan, remarking, How audacious must the murderer be to incinerate the body within the Yang residence? Come, let us return. We may need to venture out again this evening. Where to? Xia Zhu inquired. To unearth a grave. Ah, that seems rather inappropriate. Who has offended you, my lady, that you would disturb their ancestral resting place? Could we not consider an alternative? Liu Yao shot a glare at Xia Zhu, thinking to herself how foolish this girl could be. She would inevitably bring about her own demise with such naivety. Yet, despite her words, there was no hint of disdain on Liu Yao's countenance. In fact, this foolishness was rather endearing. My lady, ISNT. Young master, please just tell me. Xia Zhu urged, playfully shaking Liu Yao's arm. Let us first return. I shall inform you then. After a day of running about, my legs are aching terribly. I wonder how Yin Hua and Song Yi are faring with their investigations. Chapter 79, An Unjust Cause in the Capital. After Liu Yao's departure to the south, unrest brewed as rumors circulated regarding the impending execution of the Pingning Marquis. Accusations of embezzlement of tax revenues emerged alongside allegations of collusion with water bandits, rendering the charge of plotting against the court officials a mere triviality. Within the circles of the powerful, anxiety gripped the hearts of many. Despite being the emperor's favored subject, the Marquis found himself ensnared in the web of the Chui family's influence, potentially facing imprisonment in the Dali Temple, with execution looming on the horizon. The Chui faction's arrogance surged, for in the martial landscape of the Great Qi, only the Liu family could contend with them. Although the Duke of Dinghua held a noble title, he was little more than the emperor's lapdog at this juncture. Should Liu Buoxing fall, no military official would dare to act out of line. In their eyes, the crown prince's position was already within their grasp. The Chui family lacked significant power among the civil officials, consisting mainly of inconsequential figures. During the morning court session, Lord Chui presented a petition. Your Majesty, the incident involving Liu Buoxing has shocked both court and society. I beseech Your Majesty to swiftly address the matter concerning the Marquis to quell the unease among the ministers. As the voice of integrity, Inspector Liu felt compelled to speak. I believe the Pingning Marquis has fallen victim to the machinations of petty individuals. There must be an unjust grievance at play, and I implore Your Majesty to discern the truth. With this, other ministers felt emboldened to express their views. As a censor, the inspector's role entailed scrutinizing the actions of various offices, clarifying wrongful accusations, and serving as the emperor's eyes and ears regarding governance. The case of the Pingning Marquis loomed like a tempest, growing increasingly ferocious, compelling the inspector to offer counsel. The accusation of plotting against court officials was pronounced, with charges of collusion with bandits and embezzlement substantiated by overwhelming evidence. What grounds could there be for a grievance? It was Master Ma, the Minister of War and a close confidant of Lord Chui, who voiced this sentiment. This case is under the jurisdiction of the Dali Temple, with irrefutable evidence. Does Inspector Liu harbor dissent against the Emperor? The Emperor has yet to render a verdict on this matter. How can there be dissent? Does Lord Zhang believe your opinion reflects that of His Majesty? Replied the Minister of War's deputy. Your evidence may be returned, yet its validity rests with the Emperor's divine judgment. I only wish to convey my doubts to His Majesty, without intending to disturb his sacred deliberation. The Pingning Marquis has rendered illustrious service to the nation. Should he be summarily executed, we would lose a pillar of our state. This I cannot bear to witness. I beseech the emperor to render a just decision. Supporters of Inspector Liu echoed his sentiments. We concur. We stand in agreement. However, the majority of Lord Shui's allies were military officials, lacking the eloquence of the censors. After several exchanges, they began to falter. Lord Shui cast a glance at the Minister of War, who quickly understood. I do not concur with Inspector Liu's assertions. As subjects of the Great Qi, it is our duty to protect our homeland. We cannot overlook crimes merely because of one's military achievements. As soon as Master Ma finished speaking, Liu Jishan, who had remained silent at the back of the assembly, stepped forward. Master Ma, tread carefully. The emperor has not yet condemned my elder brother. So how can we speak of crimes? The matter concerning my brother shall be determined by the emperor. When did it become the prerogative of Master Ma to pass judgment? Inspector Liu interjected. I wish to bring charges against Minister Ma and Deputy Minister Zhang for presumptuously interpreting the emperor's will, defaming court officials, and sowing discord between sovereign and subjects. I urge Your Majesty to see clearly. Liu Jishan knelt in reverence, stating, I concur with Lord Liu. The emperor has yet to determine the guilt of my elder brother, yet he is already deemed a criminal of the gravest offenses by the masses. It is evident that malicious individuals have been spreading falsehoods. I beseech Your Majesty to exercise discernment. The malicious individuals Liu Jishan referred to were clearly those aligned with Lord Shui. Minister Su, being part of the concubine's faction, had not received directives from her. Thus he chose to remain aloof regarding Liu Ho's affairs. As for Minister Zhang, his son was tasked with investigating this case, and indeed, it was his son who hastily delivered the evidence. However, being a member of the Dali Temple, the case was under the emperor's jurisdiction, and its outcome bore no connection to the Zhang family. Thus, he remained silent. Song Yi, the governor of Shuntian, also diminished his presence, claiming ignorance as the Dali Temple conducted the investigation. Minister Feng and Elder Wei, being in-laws, shared a camaraderie that rendered their silence palpable. Within the court, the conflict between the Chui faction and Lord Liu's supporters resembled a quarrel among shrews. With furrowed brows and harsh words exchanged, neither side yielded. It was indeed a riveting debate. In matters of physical confrontation, the martial officials held an undeniable advantage. Yet in verbal disputes, these rough-hewn warriors were at a disadvantage. The scholarly officials had devoted years to the study of the classics. Those military officers might desire a brawl, but a tacit rule existed within the court. Words could fly, but hands must remain idle. Lord Shui could hardly bear the spectacle. Today he discovered that Liu Jishan possessed such eloquence that he could resurrect the dead with his words. It was utterly infuriating. Where did this brother of Liu Basang emerge from? Minister Ma was undoubtedly on the verge of fury at Liu Jishan's audacity. A mere cabinet scholar dared to speak thus to him, prompting him to step closer. Minister Ma, true to his name, was tall and imposing, while Liu Jishan, though not short, appeared somewhat frail in comparison. The board in Minister Ma's hand pointed at Liu Jishan, who, upon a slight misstep, fell to the ground with a resounding thud that echoed throughout the grand hall. Lord Liu immediately lamented, Your Majesty, Minister Ma has struck a courtier in the hall, showing disdain for imperial authority. Pray, Your Majesty, take heed and uphold justice for Lord Liu. Minister Ma exclaimed, I am wronged. The emperor, weary from the clamor of his ministers, interjected silence. The court fell silent, with the ministers in unison pleading, Your Majesty, quell your anger. Seated upon the dragon throne, the emperor felt his temples throbbing. Did these old men wish to drive him to madness? What do they take this court for? Minister Wei, what say you? The emperor inquired, turning to the ever-watchful Elder Wei. Having once served as the emperor's tutor, Elder Wei discerned the emperor's intent immediately. With the factions in uproar, his counsel was of paramount importance. This court is not a battleground for East to overpower West, or vice versa. The direction of this storm must be dictated by one voice, he replied, bowing with the board in hand. The emperor retorted, cunning old fox. The ministers murmured, old schemer. After a moment of irritation, the emperor declared, the case of the Marquis of Pingning remains under investigation. Until conclusive evidence is presented, no one is to speak presumptuously. We humbly adhere to Your Majesty's decree. The Minister of War, Lord Ma, has intimidated the court officials, receiving a penalty of 3 months' salary, while the Deputy Minister of War, Lord Zhang, has recklessly criticized the high-ranking officials, showing disdain for the court, and is thus fined for half a year. At this level, who still cares for such meager wages? The emperor is not merely punishing them financially. He is striking them where it hurts. Lu Jishan kneels in gratitude. I bow in thanks for your majesty's grace. Long live the emperor, long live, long live. The emperor gazes upon the dignified and scholarly figure kneeling before him. Is this indeed the third brother of Lord Lu? It is said that Lord Lu's second brother has fallen ill due to the weight of concern over Lord Lu's affairs. The Lu family can ill afford to lose their remaining pillar, the third master. Chapter 80. To return another day, the events that transpired in the court swiftly spread like wildfire, and Prince Jing was naturally informed by his sources. Although the prince's house arrest had been lifted, he was still penalized and forbidden from attending court sessions. As for when he might be permitted to return to the court, he dared not inquire. His father, the emperor, had recently become inscrutable, particularly wary of any collusion between the former court and the imperial harem, rendering him hesitant to visit the latter too frequently. Within the Xylan Hall, Prince Jing found himself embroiled in yet another conflict with the imperial concubine. Why does mother continuously obstruct my attempts to plead for Lord Lu? The matter concerning Lord Lu is clearly a fabrication by the Chui family. Zhao Mu's emotions were somewhat agitated. Lord Lu was imprisoned in the Dali Temple, and his cousin must be terribly anxious. Yet, every time he attempted to visit the Lu residence, he was turned away, informed that the family was in seclusion and declined any visitors. His cousin, who had always held her head high, was likely too proud to face the world after such a blow. Nevertheless, he could not remain idle. However, each time he entered the palace, his mother would intercept him, ensuring he could not see the emperor. Muir, you're being foolish. Amidst the discord between the Chui and Lu families, have you seen the Rue Wang come forth to defend the Chui family? Zhao Mu remained silent. At crucial moments, you must never engage in the factions of court officials. Your adversary is Rue Wang, not those ministers. Those individuals may be loyal to the Chui family today, yet tomorrow they could easily switch allegiances. These ministers are merely tools in their hands. What is there to argue about? You must already be aware of the happenings in court today. The emperor's stance remains favorable towards the Lu family. Lord Lu will not perish. Do you think your mother has not devised a way? She has dispatched Aunt Fong to persuade him gently. If he agrees to the union between you and Lu Yao, it would ensure the safety of the Lu family. Yet, he audaciously refused. Why should I save such a man? The imperial concubine was infuriated by Lord Lu's attitude. His current predicament was entirely of his own making. Even at this juncture, he still held onto his pride, as if she were still the Su Yingchun of yesteryear. Mother, in the face of the Lu family's peril, should we not extend our hand to save them? Given Lord Lu's character, he would surely repay our kindness, becoming an ally to me in the future. How could you fail to comprehend this? Zhao Mu attempted to sway the imperial concubine through emotion, but was left with no choice but to appeal to reason. Your mother understands all too well. But taming a wild stallion requires unconventional methods. Lord Lu must learn a lesson. The Chui and Lu families are now sworn enemies. Do you truly believe that Lord Lu will support you over Rue Wang in the future? The imperial concubine smiled wryly. She patted her son's shoulder. My foolish child, Lord Lu will inevitably become one of us. After a moment of silence, Zhao Mu replied, Mother, your reasoning is not without merit. Yet I still believe I must take action, otherwise. The imperial concubine's expression turned icy. Otherwise what? Otherwise, I would feel unworthy of my cousin Yaoer. Zhao Mu boldly confessed. The imperial concubine scoffed coldly. Given Lord Lu's blatant ingratitude, do you still wish to bestow upon his daughter the title of primary consort? Even if she were to enter the Prince Jing's residence in the future, she could only be his secondary consort. This is the punishment for the Lu family. As for what may come next, that depends on her loyalty. Mother, the position of primary consort will only ever belong to Yaoer. My decision is resolute. Su shall not remain beneath Yoa. Otherwise, she cannot enter the Prince Jing's residence. Zhao Mu insisted. The imperial concubine struck Zhao Mu across the face with a resounding slap. exclaiming, "Nonsense!" After delivering the blow, she found herself momentarily stunned. This was not the first clash between mother and son, stemming from the recent matters concerning Lu Buoxing. It was indeed the first time she had resorted to violence against him. Although the Su family did not possess the same formidable influence as the Chui family, Minister Su oversaw the Ministry of Revenue, the very heart of the court's finances, essentially the treasury of the realm. While the Chui family wielded military power, every military expenditure had to pass through the Ministry of Revenue. The Chui family had previously found themselves embroiled in disputes with Minister Su over military funding. In times of need, the steadfast Lu Buoxing paled in comparison to Minister Su, who was far more agreeable to work with. It was imperative to remove all obstacles from Lu Buoxing's path to ensure his unwavering loyalty to her. Zhao Mu, incensed, retorted, "If Mother Empress is so fond of Su Chan'er, perhaps you should marry her yourself." With that, he turned sharply and strode away, his white robe billowing behind him. A portrait of resolute defiance. The imperial concubine's face paled with rage as she pointed at Zhao Mu's retreating figure, exclaiming, "Is he trying to drive me to madness? For whom am I enduring this?" The atmosphere had been charged with tension, and even Aunt Feng dared not intervene. Now that the crown prince had departed, she cautiously remarked, "Your Majesty need not be distressed. The prince is simply acting out of anger. He will eventually understand that all you do is for his benefit." This child was obstinate, overly infatuated with Lu Yao, and should he act rashly, the consequences could be dire. The mother and son had parted on unfriendly terms once again, all thanks to Lu Buoxing. Zhao Mu exited the palace and made his way directly to the Lu residence, only to be met with rejection once more. Unable to force his way in, he decided to wait until nightfall to stealthily approach the Marquis's estate. Familiar with the Lu household from previous visits, he skillfully navigated his way to Lu Yao's residence, Haitang Pavilion. Just as he was about to enter, Lu Qing suddenly blocked his path, declaring, "Crown Prince, please hold. I have matters to discuss with your lady. Step aside." Zhao Mu regarded Lu Qing, Lu Yao's bodyguard, with a measure of courtesy. However, Lu Qing remained steadfast, refusing to budge. Frustrated by his earlier humiliation at Xilan Palace, Zhao Mu demanded, "Why do you not let me pass?" Lu Qing remained resolute. "I must insist, Your Highness, that you leave. The young lady has instructed that she is not to see anyone. Do you know to whom you are speaking? A prince of the great Qi cannot command a mere servant." Zhao Mu exclaimed, his indignation palpable. "Forgive me if I have offended, Your Highness. But the young lady has instructed that news of her absence from the Marquis's estate must not be disclosed, even at the cost of my life tonight. I cannot allow you to approach." Inside, Ingchun listened with bated breath, fearing conflict. Both Lu Qing and Xia Zhu were obstinate and unyielding. She worried that should a confrontation arise, it would end poorly, and thus hurriedly emerged from the room, saying, "Your Highness, the young lady has already retired." Ingchun, being Lu Yao's personal maid, found Zhao Mu's demeanor soften upon her appearance. "Ingchun, I have come to discuss matters concerning the Marquis with your lady. Please relay my request." Ingchun bit her lip, feigning compliance as she stepped back inside to deliver the message. But Lu Qing remained stationed at the entrance, firmly guarding against any advance from the crown prince. Before long, Ingchun emerged from the room, saying, "Your Highness Jing Wang, I sincerely apologize. My young lady is feeling unwell and does not wish to rise. I kindly ask you to take your leave." Ingchun was not adept at deception. Her lips trembled, and her body quivered slightly. Suddenly, Jing Wang approached the window, exclaiming, "Yao Yao, are you angry with me? Rest assured, I will find a way to rescue Lord Ho. Await my news." He stood there, gazing intently into the pitch-black room, yet no response came. With a heavy heart, he withdrew his gaze and instructed Ingchun, "Please take good care of your young lady. I shall return another day." Chapter 81. It is all destiny. Ingchun stood motionless, gazing at the vanishing white figure. She perceived that His Highness, the King of Jing, treated the young lady with utmost kindness, never once adopting the airs of a prince in her presence. When conversing with her, he referred to himself as a rather than this king. His anxious demeanor earlier revealed the depth of his concern for her. However, She was puzzled as to why the young lady's attitude towards the king had suddenly turned so cold. Upon turning around, Ingshun noticed Lu Qing still standing nearby. "It's all right now. I'll keep watch here. Brother Lu, you should return and rest early." Lu Qing nodded, but had no intention of departing. The king of Jing might take another risk, and he could not jeopardize the young lady's affairs. Meanwhile, in Jiangnan, Lu Yao was blissfully unaware of the events that had transpired in the capital days prior, her focus solely on the investigation. After returning with Xia Zhu, she instructed the innkeeper to bring a tub of hot water for a bath. After a day filled with running about, she was drenched in sweat and felt quite uncomfortable. As Xia Zhu poured water over Lu Yao, she inquired, "Young master, which grave are we to excavate tonight?" Lu Yao's current disposition was one she increasingly admired. She was decisive and unhesitant, punishing the third miss, harming the second lord, and now preparing to dig up graves. This boldness was quite exhilarating. Previously, the young lady had been too indifferent, aloof, as if from another realm, poorly suited for the mortal world. But now, the world needed such a young lady to uphold justice, indeed, to punish evil and promote good. I wonder if the murderer might hide Yin Bing's body within Lord Yang's coffin and transport it out of Yang Manor. This could be the only opportunity to remove the body from the estate. Xia Zhu clapped her hands. "Exactly. I can't believe I didn't think of that. In such a case, no one would find Yin Bing's body, and the Marquis would remain unable to clear his name. This murderer is truly vile. I hope to catch him." Lu Yao, however, remained composed. "This is merely my conjecture. We shall ascertain the truth tonight. If not, the remaining scenario would prove quite challenging." She recognized that such actions could be seen as disrespectful towards the deceased, yet she could not afford to overlook any minor clue that might aid in her father's exoneration. "We shall depart after dinner," she commanded. "But what of Yin Hua and the others? Should we not wait for them?" "No need. They must be delayed by some matter. We will go on our own." "Understood." Zhao Heng had just escorted Gu Zhaohua away, who left reluctantly. However, Zhao Heng had matters to discuss, so he complied. Upon his return, he overheard the two young ladies planning to dig up graves. He shook his head, pondering if such actions were fitting for virtuous young ladies. Digging graves in the dead of night? Isn't that a bit disconcerting? After her bath, Lu Yao felt refreshed and desired to step outside for a breath of fresh air, hoping her hair would dry more quickly. The courtyard was devoid of others, as Yin Hua had instructed the innkeeper that they would not come this way unless necessary. It was dusk, and standing by the lotus pond, Lu Yao welcomed the gentle evening breeze, feeling immensely comfortable. The outside air was far cooler than the confines of her room. Not long after, having been bitten by several mosquitoes, she decided to return. Upon turning around, she was startled to discover someone behind her, nearly tumbling into the lotus pond. What were they up to, lurking in the shadows? Zhao Heng grasped her arm, preventing her from falling. Once she regained her footing, he immediately released his grip. Startled, Lu Yao was taken aback and in her disoriented state. He accused her of being sneaky. Who was truly being clandestine here, standing silently behind others? Yet, Lu Yao found herself at a disadvantage in Zhao Heng's presence. "I didn't see. Why are you here, Your Highness?" she asked, perplexed. Hadn't he, Yin Hua, informed the owner to bar him from entering? "I have always resided here. Didn't you move out?" Zhao Heng's expression soured instantly. "Why would I move out? How absurd. Fine, stay if you wish. No need to be so hostile," she retorted, deciding to endure it, knowing she owed him. "I will return to my room." Lu Yao hastily walked past him without looking back. The wind caught her long hair, brushing the tips against Zhao Heng's face, tickling him with a faint scent. Suddenly, he commanded, "Stop." Startled, Lu Yao halted her steps and turned. "Is there something you need, Your Highness?" "I just saved you again," Zhao Heng declared, his gaze towards her patronizing. Lu Yao had always known he was no paragon of virtue, but she never imagined he could be so unkind to others. In her previous life, she could not have envisioned how it would feel to be treated as the other in his eyes. Now, she was acutely aware of the sting of such differential treatment. She felt an urge to retaliate. "Thank you, Your Highness." Lu Yao bowed slightly in gratitude. "Is that all? Is that how the Lu family expresses thanks?" Zhao Heng questioned, incredulous. "What else should I say?" Lu Yao replied, astonished. Should she utter grandiose phrases of indebtedness, pledging to serve him tirelessly? Such sentiments were beyond her. What good would they do? I have yet to think of anything. I will inform you when I do. Zhao Hong remarked before leaving her alone. What just happened? Lu Yao wondered. Back in his room, Zhao Heng gulped down a large mouthful of cold tea, his heart racing fervently. The heat of Jiangnan was unbearable, leaving him irritable. Why did every encounter with that Miss Lu feel so peculiar? This place in Yangzhou was intolerable. He felt hot all over. He wished to resolve the case swiftly and return to the capital. Hence he planned to visit Lord Yang's tomb that evening. Lu Yao returned to her room, seething with frustration, finishing her tea in one go and placing the cup down heavily on the table. Xia Zhu, seldom witnessing her mistress in such a mood, inquired, "What is wrong, miss?" Lu Yao inhaled deeply and replied, "Nothing." How could she explain that the Prince of Chu next door was infuriating? Xia Zhu, unaware of his identity, would surely feel compelled to confront him. Never mind, never mind. One must bear the consequences of their own actions. Such is fate. Lu Yao donned a set of comfortable attire, as she was to engage in labor shortly. Xia Zhu was similarly dressed. The two exchanged a glance, nodded in tacit understanding, and prepared to step out. Upon opening the door, they were taken aback to find His Highness, the Prince of Chu, waiting at the threshold, accompanied by his guard, Qing Wan. As Lu Yao hesitated, pondering whether to pay her respects, the prince merely tilted his head and walked away. Lu Yao was left pondering the significance of this encounter. Xia Zhu remarked, "What is that young master Zhao doing here? What happened to his neck? Did he twist it?" Lu Yao replied, "Perhaps." The further Lu Yao walked, the more she sensed something amiss. Why was Zhao Hong always ahead of them? Qing Wan glanced back, questioning why Lu Yao was trailing them. Xia Zhu shot back. "What are you staring at? Is this road yours? Are we not allowed to walk here?" Lu Yao coughed lightly, acknowledging, "Well, this road indeed does not belong to Qing Wan, but it is connected to his master's domain." Chapter 82. A cheap favor. Lu Yao steeled herself and ventured forward, uncertain of Zhao Heng's destination, hesitant to inquire. When Zhao Heng was disinclined to engage, questioning seemed futile. Qing Wan, equally oblivious to their master's intentions, followed, having been told they were headed somewhere. The path veered from the main road to increasingly remote trails, with Zhao Heng leading the way. It seemed evident that the Prince of Chu was likely bound for the same place as her. Soon, Lu Yao's suspicions were confirmed as Zhao Heng halted before the grave of Lord Yang. Qing Wan observed their master standing before a tombstone, perplexed. Before he could voice his confusion, Zhao Heng commanded, "Dig it up." Qing Wan, taken aback, thought, "Dig? Why didn't you mention we were here to rob a grave? I haven't brought any tools." Coming unprepared, was he suggesting they excavate with their bare hands? Noticing the resolve in his master's gaze, Qing Wan reluctantly rolled up his sleeves and began to dig. Bending down, he spotted a tool in Xia Zhu's hands, a fine iron spade. "Xia Zhu, my dear brother?" Qing Wan grinned with purpose. Xia Zhu crossed his arms. "This belongs to my master." Qing Wan, eager to appease, replied, "We merely wish to borrow it for a moment." "That is not permissible," Xia Zhu retorted. "They were here to disturb the grave. If he lent it to them, what would he use?" Lu Yao lowered her gaze and sighed softly. "Give it to him. After all, I owe him." She had now confirmed that the Prince of Chu was indeed sent by her third brother to investigate her father's case, and bringing Gu Zhaohua along was likely a guise. Though Xia Zhu hesitated, ultimately acquiescing, "If the young lady insists, then so be it." However, one had to wonder if this towering figure was truly suited for grave robbing. Give it to him. He possesses great strength and could expedite the task. Qing Wan was indeed strong, yet even strength had its limits when one was alone in such labor. He dared not summon his master for assistance, and Lu Yao, who was as handsome as a woman, hardly seemed the type to undertake such toil. As for his attendant, he was equally ill-suited, only capable of serving tea. Thus, it seemed prudent to manage the task alone. The area was overgrown with weeds, swarming with mosquitoes, fortunate for Lu Yao. She had prepared a herbal sachet for repelling insects after being bitten at the lotus pond that day. Zhao Heng, however, had been less foresight and had already endured multiple bites on his neck. Lu Yao pondered for a moment, then approached Zhao Heng, offering her sachet. He glanced at her delicate fingers, glistening in the moonlight, and felt a sudden warmth, realizing he was indeed unwell. His throat felt parched, and he managed to utter 2 words, "No need." Xiaozhu scoffed, ungrateful. Qing Wan remarked, "Is this lad out of his mind?" Lu Yao, unfazed by the rebuff, understood Zhao Heng's typical disdain for those he held in low regard. She tugged Xiaozhu away, anxious that her companion might provoke Zhao Heng's ire. Xiaozhu muttered under his breath, "He deserves it." At last, they unearthed a gap, and Lu Yao, filled with excitement, moved to crawl inside. Unfortunately, just as she approached, she was seized by her collar and pulled back. Xiaozhu was indignant, questioning why they treated his lady this way. No, his young master. Before he could voice his objection, Lu Yao pushed him back, insisting, "They are digging. Let them go first." Xiaozhu let out a soft hum, wondering why the young lady had become timid once more. Soon, the two emerged, and Lu Yao hurriedly approached, but Zhao Heng stood in her way, preventing her from getting closer. She could only inquire, "Any discoveries?" "Only Lord Yang," Zhao Heng replied. "Are you certain?" Lu Yao persisted, her determination unwavering. Zhao Heng nodded, and Lu Yao felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. "It seems we must visit the Yang residence again." However, the residence was guarded by the Dali Temple, making entry exceedingly difficult, and there was no time for her to search for a corpse. The grave had been unearthed and would naturally need to be filled again, leaving Qing Wan exhausted and drenched in sweat. Xiaozhu, in a gesture of kindness, rushed over to assist. "Let me take over." But Qing Wan merely glanced at her and shook her head. "No, I will manage." Xiaozhu pouted, feeling slighted by Qing Wan's dismissive gaze. "You deserve to be tired." Lu Yao's initial eagerness had evaporated, replaced by profound disappointment. She had anticipated a glimmer of hope, only to find herself in this predicament. What method could she devise to enter the Yang residence above board? Suddenly, Lu Yao felt a sharp pain in her ankle and cried out. Xiaozhu was a moment too late. Someone else was quicker, wrapping an arm around Lu Yao's waist and lifting her off the ground, while the other hand retrieved a golden leaf from his waist and sent it soaring in that direction. Zhao Heng crouched down with Lu Yao, the ground being somewhat unclean, so he allowed her to sit on his lap. Lu Yao felt uneasy and attempted to rise, only to hear Zhao Heng say, "Stay still." Biting her lip, she froze in place, instinctively gripping his waist to avoid falling. It appeared she had been bitten by a snake. She wondered if the serpent bore venom. It was entirely her fault for being so lost in thought that she hadn't noticed something near her feet. Zhao Heng bent down to remove Lu Yao's shoes and socks, but Xiaozhu intervened. "What are you doing?" Unfortunately, her words held no sway over Zhao Heng, who had already forcibly removed the shoes with one hand. Qing Wan, engrossed in her work, approached upon hearing the commotion. "Has young Master Lu been injured?" Xiaozhu quickly raised her hand to block Qing Wan, positioning herself protectively in front of Lu Yao. "You must not look," Qing Wan retorted casually. "What is so scandalous for a man to see?" Xiaozhu, growing frantic, pushed Qing Wan away. "I said you must not look." With one obstruction failing, another arose. As Zhao Heng attempted to remove Lu Yao's socks, she instinctively pulled her foot back. A lady's foot should not be displayed so freely. Zhao Heng grasped her foot firmly, rendering her immobile. The bite had already swollen, indicating the snake was venomous. In their haste, they had not brought any antidotes, so they could only bandage the wound temporarily. Zhao Heng lifted the hem of his robe, tearing a strip of cloth to tightly wrap around Lu Yao's ankle. The black fabric contrasted sharply with her fair skin, creating a striking image under the moonlight. Zhao Heng inhaled deeply. He would need to consult a physician on the morrow. His wrapping technique was swift, honed over years in the military, making such simple tasks a breeze. Rising, he carefully set Lu Yao down. "Do not attempt to walk, otherwise, the venom will circulate into your heart, and even divine intervention may not save you." Xiaozhu hurried to support her, terrified that Lu Yao might fall. "What will we do? Is our young master in danger?" At that moment, she could no longer afford to harbor any prejudices against Zhao Heng. Zhao Heng maintained a stern expression. "For now, there is no cause for alarm. How could there be a snake here? This is truly unfortunate." I blame myself for not safeguarding the young master. Xia Zhu felt an overwhelming sense of guilt upon seeing Lu Yao injured. I am fine. It merely stung for a moment. Now, due to the tight binding of the cloth, I hardly feel anything, Lu Yao reassured her. Why did that snake not bite me? Why did it choose to attack the young master instead? Her fury was palpable, wishing nothing more than to tear that wretched snake to shreds. Lu Yao was amused by Xia Zhu's words. This foolish girl was always spouting nonsense. Zhao Heng approached with a firebrand, observing the snake, which had already been severed in two, yet continued to writhe. Although the snake was venomous, it was relatively mild. Otherwise, her life would have been forfeit. The snake, being of a cold and sinister nature, was likely attracted by the corpse's aura when it had opened the coffin moments ago. Chapter 83. The capriciousness of the heart. Zhao Heng gazed at Lu Yao, who stood precariously on one leg, her slender waist appearing fragile enough to snap. Her ankle was no thicker than his wrist. Why couldn't she simply stay at home instead of trying to show off? Qing Wan, with her hands clasped in prayer, quietly bowed twice towards the grave of Lord Yang, murmuring softly. Xia Zhu bent down before Lu Yao, declaring, "Young master, allow me to carry you." It was the only option. She could not risk her life attempting to walk back alone, for her father awaited her rescue. Though Xia Zhu possessed strength as a girl, she soon found the burden wearisome. "Let us take a break," Lu Yao suggested. On such a sweltering day, carrying another was indeed exhausting. Xia Zhu wished to continue, yet her strength was waning. Suddenly feeling lighter, she turned to find Lu Yao no longer on her back. Zhao Heng had lifted Lu Yao down and placed her on the ground before stepping forward to say, "Get on." Qing Wan interjected, "My lord, allow me to carry her." Zhao Heng shot him a glance, causing Qing Wan to retreat awkwardly. "Our young master does not require your assistance," Xia Zhu retorted, addressing Zhao Heng. Zhao Heng disregarded her entirely. Repeating, "Get on," Lu Yao, feeling somewhat bashful, finally raised her hand to rest on Zhao Heng's shoulder. With a firm grip, he secured her upon his back. Embarrassed, Lu Yao dared not press too closely against him. To prevent her from falling, Zhao Heng slowed his pace. Gradually, they lagged behind Qing Wan and Xia Zhu, who frequently glanced back. Qing Wan teased, "Stop looking. My master wouldn't teasel your master." Xia Zhu shot him a disapproving look. "That is uncertain. My lady is truly remarkable." Qing Wan shook his head. "My master possesses a good heart, yet you are utterly ungrateful." Xia Zhu stuck out her tongue at Qing Wan with a huff, warning him not to bully their lady. As Lu Yao rested on Zhao Heng's back, each step brought forth a nostalgic sensation, reminiscent of the past. In her previous life, during her first year in the palace, she had been forcibly brought there and was perpetually melancholic. To please her, Zhao Heng had taken her out of the palace during the Qixi festival. The esteemed emperor and empress of the Qi had ventured out without a single guard that night. The streets were bustling with people of all ages, a scene alive with vibrancy. She recalled that many wore Chang'e masks, and she too had purchased one. While Zhao Heng was preoccupied with buying sugar figurines, a fleeting thought of escape crossed her mind. She followed the throng, moving forward, but soon after, regret overwhelmed her. Where could she go? What would become of the Lu family? What of Prince Jing? With those thoughts weighing heavily, she turned and hurried back to her previous position. The crowd was overwhelming, and in her haste, she had lost her shoes. Amongst the sea of faces, she could not find him. The splendor surrounding her only deepened her sense of desolation. When she finally looked up, there he stood before her, holding a sugar figurine, a smile illuminating his face as he said, "For you." It was as though she had never departed, eternally awaiting his return. Her lips trembled, rendering her speechless. Zhao Heng glanced at her feet, mirroring his earlier posture as he bent down before her, urging her to rise. However, this time his tone was imbued with tenderness. Lu Yao closed her eyes, feeling an overwhelming pang in her heart. At that moment, it was truly the evening breeze gently caressing, the summer insects softly humming, the human heart adrift. Upon returning to her dwelling, Zhao Heng gently set Lu Yao down, his touch perfectly measured, before she could utter a word of thanks. He had already exited. Watching him depart with such an eager pace stirred a faint sense of melancholy within her. In this lifetime, he seemed to distance himself from her with great reluctance. Before long, Qing Wan knocked and entered, delivering the antidote pills. It was rather late now. They would summon the physician again tomorrow, having returned from the dreary graveyard, only to be bitten by a snake. Lu Yao developed a fever in the latter part of the night, though she was too dazed to realize it. Yan Huo rushed to the physician's residence, insisting he come immediately. Lu Yao's ailment did not arise without cause. After days of relentless travel, she had begun her investigations in Jiangnan without respite, and the snake venom had taken its toll, leading to her collapse. The physician assessed that the snake venom posed no grave danger, likely due to the earlier antidote she had consumed. As for the fever, it was merely the result of an ill wind entering her body. He would prescribe 2 doses of medicine, and with ample rest, she would soon recover. The physician diligently wrote out the prescription. With such commotion, it was inevitable that the happenings were heard by others. Qing Wan observed Zhao Heng rising and remarked, "Master, it seems that young Master Lu has developed a fever. Should we not check on him? You appear quite concerned for him. It would be prudent to report this." Zhao Heng remained silent, rising to pour himself a cup of tea, which he held in his hand for a moment before taking a sip. By this time, it was already past the 4th watch, dawn approaching. Zhao Heng lay back down. Though his eyes were closed, slumber eluded him. As dawn broke, Lu Yao's fever finally subsided, much to the old physician's relief. Now that the fever has waned, all is well. Just ensure your diet remains light. I shall return later, he said courteously. The person who summoned him was rather fierce, yet the remuneration was generous, enough to cover his fees for an entire year. Yanhua, seeing that the young lady's fever had receded, personally escorted the physician to the door. "I apologize for any inconvenience caused. Please forgive me, doctor. No harm done. No harm done." The old physician waved his hand with a smile. Upon awakening, Lu Yao realized they had toiled throughout the night. "I am fine now. You all may retire and rest," she declared. "We have failed in our duty to look after you. Please punish us, miss." Yanhua knelt humbly. Last night, Xiaozhu had knocked on his door, anxiously informing him of the young lady's snake bite and fever, which caused him great distress. He wished he could have flown to fetch the physician himself. With the Marquis imprisoned, should anything happen to the young lady, the Lu family would lose its anchor, and they would have no face to return to the Marquis. "Get up quickly. I am unharmed, merely fatigued from lack of rest. You all should rest. I have tasks to assign you. Do not forget our purpose for coming to Jiangnan," Lu Yao commanded. At this, Yanhua led Ting Feng and the others downstairs. Xiaozhu prepared a bowl of plain congee and presented it to Lu Yao, saying, "Miss, please have some congee." The doctor advised a light diet. On their return journey yesterday, the young lady had indulged in several bowls of chilled sour plum soup, and Xiaozhu felt she should have intervened at that moment. Lu Yao, though lacking in appetite, was determined to recover swiftly. Thus, she consumed everything Xiaozhu brought her without hesitation. However, when it came time to take her medicine, her stomach rebelled, and she vomited both the medicine and the recently ingested food. The illness descended upon her like a landslide, and its retreat was as gradual as the unraveling of silk. In just one night, it seemed she had lost a significant amount of weight. "Miss, it is all my fault," Xiaozhu lamented. "I shall fetch the doctor again." Being younger than Lu Yao, Xiaozhu felt a deep sympathy for her suffering and wished fervently to bear her burden of illness. Chapter 84. Overwhelmed by worry no need. After consuming such a substantial meal, it would be remarkable if I didn't feel nauseous. "Very well, please brew another bowl of medicine. Once I drink it, I shall be fine." Lu Yao maintained a semblance of vitality. Xiaozhu, wiping away her tears, departed and encountered Qing Wan, who had just returned from outside. Observing Xiaozhu's reddened eyes, Qing Wan inquired, "Why is brother Lu in such distress? Is your young master gravely ill?" Xiaozhu, already incensed, felt a surge of anger at Qing Wan's words. "Your young master is the one who is truly unwell." With that, she shoved past Qing Wan and stormed off. Qing Wan scratched his head, perplexed by the situation. Why was this grown man weeping so? His attempts at consolation seemed to have ignited a fierce reaction. Hearing the door creak open, Lu Yao called out without turning her head, "Has the medicine been prepared so swiftly?" Receiving no reply, she instinctively glanced back, only to see Zhao Heng standing a short distance away. Upon noticing Lu Yao's pallid complexion, his brow furrowed deeply. How could she, in such a fragile state, have journeyed so far to Jiangnan? I thank you, Your Highness, for escorting me home last night. Lu Yao intended to rise, but hesitated, feeling disheveled and unpresentable. Her legs instinctively curled up, and she hugged her knees, appearing childlike in her smallness. It was a mere, trifling matter. Your third brother has entrusted me with the affairs of the Lu family, and you need not concern yourself further. Thank. Lu Yao began to express her gratitude, but was abruptly interrupted by Zhao Heng. There is no need for thanks. This matter pertains solely to your third brother and me, and it does not involve you or the Lu family. With a soft "oh," Lu Yao turned away, and upon hearing the door's sound, realized he had departed. Zhao Heng felt a wave of restlessness. When would that old physician arrive to examine his own symptoms as well? After Lu Yao's fever subsided, she consumed a light meal, and by the afternoon, her spirits had improved significantly, though her complexion remained wan. At the hour of shun, the old physician arrived as promised, checked Lu Yao's pulse anew, and nodded. I shall prescribe a different formula. Take 2 more doses, and you should have no significant issues. Lu Yao expressed her gratitude, and as the physician was escorted out by Xia Zhu, he was suddenly seized and brought back. The old physician, not daring to resist, obediently followed. This is a matter of health, but must it always be so dramatic? If every patient treated me this way, I might lose my wits. Zhao Heng sat composedly at the table. Qing Wan remarked, My young master is feeling somewhat unwell. I would appreciate it if the doctor could take a look. The physician examined the young man before him, noting his rosy complexion and vibrant demeanor, observing that his posture was upright and energetic. Decidedly not the appearance of an ill person. What seems to be troubling you, young master? Since you are here, let's investigate. The physician, noting the expressions of the two, realized escape was not an option. For the past few days, I have occasionally experienced sudden palpitations, a feeling of tightness in my chest, and an overwhelming heat throughout my body, Zhao Heng explained candidly. The old physician felt the pulse for some time, finding no physical ailments. The young man was quite robust. However, the symptoms described were troublesome. May I inquire, under what circumstances do these palpitations occur? Zhao Heng pondered seriously, realizing that each instance seemed to involve Miss Lu. This is somewhat difficult to articulate. The old physician chuckled. One must not shy away from seeking a cure for their ailments. It seems that every time I encounter a person, I feel rather unwell, exhibiting the aforementioned symptoms, Zhao Heng affirmed. Qing Wan interjected, Who is the unfortunate soul? They must be made aware that they shall face dire consequences. Is it a man or a woman? The physician inquired. Before Zhao Heng could respond, Qing Wan's eyes widened like bells, her head slightly inclined forward, eagerly awaiting Zhao Heng's answer. A woman. Qing Wan pondered. Why does this concern the distinction between men and women? My master rarely encounters women. Could it be those maidservants from Lord Lu's residence? That must surely be the case. If those foolish maidens provoke my master again, they shall surely meet their demise. The physician nodded with a smile, having encountered such symptoms before, particularly in the spring and summer seasons. Those afflicted are predominantly young, a condition known as spring fever, indicating that this young gentleman has fallen under the spell of infatuation. Doctor, is my master's condition serious? Qing Wan asked with concern. The physician chuckled. Not at all, not at all. I shall prescribe 2 doses of medicine for the young master. He will surely recover, but... Zhao Heng furrowed his brow, but what? The old physician replied with a grin. I suggest the young master spend more time in the company of that lady. Once his body acclimatizes, he may find relief. Such a handsome young man should certainly make appearances more frequently. The lady would likely not object. Having lived for half a lifetime, I would be delighted to facilitate a budding romance. Qing Wan was perplexed. Is this truly a method of prescribing remedies? Could this be the fabled folk remedy? Zhao Heng pondered. Could it be that my prolonged stay in the military has rendered me unaccustomed to the presence of women? However, during my previous visit to the Peony Pavilion with Gu Zhaohua, I merely disliked others encroaching upon my space without exhibiting such reactions. What could be the matter? Perhaps it is indeed the unwholesome climate of Jiangnan. Returning to the capital is of utmost importance. This investigation had been delayed a day due to Lu Yao's illness. Zhao Hong visited the Lu residence in the afternoon, returning home around the hour of high. Xia Zhu had tended to Lu Yao for an entire day and night. But Lu Yao urged her to rest early. Having napped for much of the afternoon, she found herself unable to sleep that night. It had been nearly a month since her father's incident, and this case had reached an impasse. How could she persuade those at the Dali Temple to allow her to enter the Yang residence in search of clues? Since sleep eluded her, Lu Yao decided to don a garment and stroll through the courtyard. The crescent moon hung in the sky, solitary and desolate. She wondered how her father fared in prison. Had the guards troubled him? Had those from his second branch harassed her mother? Her mother was ever soft-hearted, and if she were to release the second branch, the household would likely fall into disarray. And what of Jean Eyre? A wave of worry washed over Lu Yao. Wishing fervently to resolve the case swiftly to return to the capital without delay. Suddenly, she heard a cough and turned alertly, her tension easing upon recognizing Zhao Hong. "Your Highness, what brings you out at this late hour?" "I cannot sleep, so I thought to take a stroll," he replied. Lu Yao felt a twinge of awkwardness, tugging at the garment draped over her shoulders. Her hair was casually pinned with a hairpin, styled in a manner reminiscent of a man, yet exuding a languorous charm that was uniquely captivating. Zhao Hing took a deep breath and began anew. The physician had advised that frequent visits would render the situation trivial. Yet he still found himself. Never mind. He resolved to endure a little longer. Zhao Hong had begun to regard Lu Yao as a remedy. Typically, Zhao Hong was not a man of many words, and Lu Yao, too, was not particularly loquacious. In fact, in Zhao Heng's presence, she found herself at a loss for words. The silence between them grew somewhat awkward, prompting Lu Yao to rise and take her leave. "I shall return to my chamber and not intrude upon your Highness any longer." Zhao Hong thought to himself, why is she leaving so soon? The physician suggested spending more time with her, and it has scarcely been the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Chapter 85. Not fatal. Zhao Hong stood alone for a while, then returned to his room in a gloomy mood. To his surprise, Kunlun was nowhere to be found, despite searching both inside and outside. Just as he was about to venture out in search of it, he overheard voices from the next room. "How is it you? Are you hungry again?" Lu Yao gently patted Kunlun's head. Kunlun was quite clever. It would always seek her out whenever hunger struck. It seemed that it truly harbored fondness for her. Interestingly, Kunlun's temperament mirrored that of its master, Zhao Hong. Those whom it disliked could not be appeased, regardless of the efforts made. "Would you like to try this? It's very sweet." Lu Yao broke off a piece and fed it to Kunlun. "Kunlun, I will eat whatever you offer me." In no time, Kunlun devoured the treat, and Lu Yao offered another piece, quickly clearing the entire plate of pastries. After finishing, Kunlun rubbed against Lu Yao's palm, clearly wanting more. Even after its meal, Kunlun did not leave, standing beside Lu Yao and wagging its long tail. "Are you not going back? Your master will worry. You should head back," Lu Yao said with a smile. Kunlun nuzzled against her leg, showing no intention of departing. Its master had been rather secretive lately, coming and going at odd hours, leaving no time for companionship. "What should I do then? I need a rest," Lu Yao sighed. To her surprise, as soon as she finished speaking, Kunlun lay down beside her bed. Lu Yao couldn't help but laugh. "Are you going to sleep here? Won't he be angry?" "Zhao Hong, of course he will." "Kunlun, let him be angry." With a grunt, Kunlun rested its head back down. Seeing this, Lu Yao relented. "All right, then you can stay here tonight." Removing her shoes and climbing into bed, she gently stroked Kunlun's head. Kunlun lifted its head and closed its eyes, fully cooperative and evidently relishing the moment. After a while, Zhao Hong noticed the silence from the other room. Clearly, they had drifted off to sleep. This foolish wolf suddenly craved wolf meat. What should be done? Oblivious to the disdain directed at it, Kunlun slept soundly, content in the knowledge that more delicious food awaited upon waking. The following morning, Lu Yao awoke feeling remarkably refreshed, with no discomfort whatsoever. "Miss, you are awake?" Xia Zhu entered with a basin of water for washing. Lu Yao nodded, glancing down at her feet. Xia Zhu continued, "Young master, that wolf is indeed quite clever. What happened?" When I awoke this morning, I saw it with the blanket in its mouth, trying to cover you up. It was worth all the good food you provided. Previously, Xiaozhu had regarded the wolf as fierce and menacing, capable of biting at any moment. However, witnessing it covering Lu Yao with a blanket, Xiaozhu felt that perhaps it was a good wolf. She had even instructed the innkeeper to prepare a roast chicken as a reward for it. Kunlun, having woken up, intended to make a round before returning to cling to Lu Yao once more. However, upon returning, it was caught by Zhao Hong, who scolded it. So, you didn't know how to come back? Kunlun howled in acknowledgement of its wrongdoing, yet it remained resolute in its behavior. Ever since arriving in Jiangnan, Kunlun had felt out of sorts. The weather was too hot, and the quality of food had diminished. It was a wolf from the Kunlun Mountains, and here it felt as though it were becoming a roasted wolf. When would it return home, at least to the capital? It felt quite discontented. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the master himself is close to that young lady. Why should this wolf prince not be allowed the same privilege? You shall be punished by fasting from meat for a day, Zhao Hong declared mercilessly. Kunlun looked up with a pitiful expression, nuzzling against Zhao Hong, who remained indifferent. I will not be swayed by your charm. With a fierce snarl directed at Zhao Hong, Kunlun obediently retreated to its designated spot. It would undoubtedly find a way to escape. Meanwhile, Lu Yao waited in her room for some time, but saw no sign of Kunlun. So she decided to have her breakfast alone. The roasted chicken was left in a room for Kunlun to eat at its leisure, as she intended to go out with Xiaozhu later. Given Lu Yao's recent snakebite incident, Yanhua had decided to leave Ting Feng to accompany her, ensuring her protection at all times. In recent days, Song Yi had not sought out Lu Yao, and she was curious to know if he had any news, prompting her to visit the government office in search of him. Ting Feng inquired within and learned that Song Yi had not been to the office for 2 days. A sense of foreboding gripped Lu Yao, and she hurried to the Song residence. With Song Yi's parents having passed away and him being a solitary bachelor, it was not unusual for him to be away for extended periods. However, upon knocking for some time without a response, she was about to force the door open when a neighbor emerged. "Good lady, have you seen Captain Song?" Lu Yao inquired. "It's been 2 days since I last saw him. He often roams about, and sometimes doesn't he return for 10 days or so?" The neighbor replied, unperturbed by his absence. A troubling thought crossed Lu Yao's mind. Could something have happened to Song Yi? With no official duties keeping him occupied and no one at home, where could he be? Not far from the Song residence, she encountered several men clad in black. Their intentions were ominous, radiating malice. Ting Feng swiftly positioned himself protectively in front of the 2 ladies, urging, "Get the young lady to safety. None shall escape." The leader of the group declared as he leaped forward, blocking Lu Yao and Xiaozhu's retreat. Xiaozhu drew her sword, shielding Lu Yao. "Do not be afraid, young lady." Lu Yao nodded. Fear was not her burden at this moment. It was now evident that something had indeed befallen Song Yi. It appeared he had uncovered something significant. Lacking any martial skills herself, Lu Yao could offer no assistance, and the black-clad assailants, seeing the 2 fiercely guarding her, advanced towards Lu Yao. As one of the black-clad figures lunged at her, she instinctively retreated, distancing herself from Xiaozhu. Just as the attacker approached, a few concealed arrows shot forth from her sleeve, striking the assailant squarely in the face. As he collapsed, his companions surged forward, intent on overwhelming Lu Yao. Though Lu Yao had her sleeve arrows for protection, they were limited and intended solely for dire situations. She could not contend with so many adversaries. Observing the imminent danger to Lu Yao, Ting Feng and Xiaozhu disregarded their own safety and rushed to her aid. Outnumbered, Ting Feng had already sustained several wounds on his arms and shoulders, while Xiaozhu bore injuries to her own arm. The 3 found themselves encircled by the black-clad men, and breaking free seemed increasingly difficult. "I will create an opening. You must escort the young lady to safety," Ting Feng instructed. His orders were clear. He would protect the young lady at all costs, for her safety was paramount. "No, we must all survive. We must all survive. Just follow my lead when the moment arises," Lu Yao insisted, recognizing Ting Feng's intention to sacrifice himself. If she and Xiaozhu were to flee, Ting Feng would lose his resolve, rendering any escape impossible. The internal guards have already lost so many brothers. Every life is precious. And they too have parents and loved ones. She cannot stand by and watch as Ting Feng sacrifices himself for her. Suddenly, Lu Yao produced an object from her bosom and raised it high. Do not move, or we shall all perish together. The men clad in black came to an abrupt halt, as none wished for death. This is the latest thunderbolt grenade developed by the Ministry of War, capable of demolishing a house. Today, it shall be tested upon you. If you fear not death, feel free to advance. Lu Yao declared coldly. Do not listen to his nonsense. Such a thing does not exist. One of them retorted. He possesses concealed weapons. Several of our brothers fell victim to his arrows. Another warned. Lu Yao mused to herself, realizing that her sleeve arrows indeed held a measure of intimidation. Initially, she had intended to coat the arrows with poison, but fearing accidental injury, she opted for a sleeping drug instead. Those struck would quickly succumb to unconsciousness. If the vital areas were untouched, they would not meet their demise. Chapter 86. The empty building. Lu Yao pretended to throw the thunderbolt in her hand, causing the assailants to retreat in alarm. The three of them seized the opportunity to step back towards the northwest corner, which led directly to the main street. Once they reached the thoroughfare, these individuals would surely not dare to act so brazenly, thus presenting them with a chance for escape. The orders you received cannot be to take our lives. If we hand over the items, everyone can go their separate ways in peace, correct? Lu Yao ventured cautiously. If this were the case, it would imply that Song Yi was not in their possession and had managed to evade capture. Conversely, if he were indeed in their clutches, it was likely that he had already met with a dire fate. The group glanced at their leader, who quickly replied, You are somewhat perceptive. Hand over the items, and we shall spare your lives. Lu Yao felt a surge of relief. It seemed that Song Yi was still alive, perhaps merely in danger or injured and in hiding. Unable to locate him, these individuals had resorted to lying in wait at the Song residence, eventually discovering their whereabouts. We can comply, but you must also demonstrate sincerity. That way, we can all return without complications. Lu Yao maintained her composure. What do you suggest? The leader of the black-clad men pointed his sword at Lu Yao. I will place the items on the ground, and you will step back 30 paces. The thunderbolt in my hand will not harm you from that distance. Let us conduct our business fairly, ensuring the safety of my companions. Otherwise, none of us shall survive this day. Absolutely not. We will retreat a maximum of 10 paces. If I accidentally slip and throw it, and it detonates, do not blame me. Lu Yao mimicked the motion of throwing the device. The assailants recoiled in fear, and Lu Yao seized the moment to declare, I will count to 10. Otherwise, we shall all perish. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why are you counting faster? Mind your own business. The thunderbolt is in my possession, and I shall count as I please. You, 20 paces, we will retreat, no more than that. The leader growled. What audacity this young man had, presenting himself so cleanly while being more ruthless than his companions. His comrades had been rendered blind by her actions. Even if they survived, they would be utterly incapacitated. Very well, 20 paces it is. But if you are blown to bits, do not hold me responsible. You, step back, Lu Yao commanded. You had better hand over the items, or I will slay you. The leader waved his hand, and his companions retreated, albeit unevenly, some stepping back more than others. Do not attempt any tricks, you cannot escape. Where are the items? He demanded. It was merely 20 paces. With a single leap, he could end the young man's life. Lu Yao glanced at Xia Zhu and said, You retrieve the items. It is inconvenient for me to do so while holding this. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Yao hurled the thunderbolt, and a cloud of dark smoke enveloped the area, obscuring all visibility. Following the signal they had previously arranged, they dashed towards the northwest corner. The smoke lingered for quite some time, accompanied by a stinging odor that made them sneeze uncontrollably, tears streaming from their eyes. Yet, Lu Yao and her companions had vanished without a trace. Realizing he had been deceived, the leader seethed with rage, shouting after them, Capture that young man. I will personally see to his demise. Lu Yao and her companions had been running for quite some time, yet they remained vigilant, acutely aware that their disheveled state made them susceptible to detection. Moreover, Ting Feng had sustained considerable injuries and could not flee far. Surely they must have been killed in the explosion? Xia Zhu inquired. Moments earlier, she had heard a tremendous blast, and the lady had mentioned it could demolish a building. Thus, eliminating them should have been quite effortless. You actually believe their words? If the explosion possessed such might, how could we rely on generals and soldiers in battles? A few bombs thrown would obliterate the opposing army with ease. What? Xia Zhu responded incredulously, recalling the lady's detailed description of the latest military inventions. She had taken it all to heart. First, we must find a tailor shop and change our clothes, Lu Yao declared. She and Xia Zhu donned women's attire, providing Ting Feng with a dress as well, ensuring that they would not be recognized. Just as they were about to proceed, a figure blocked their path. Xia Zhu instinctively reached for her weapon, but the person removed his hat. It's me. Follow me. Brother Song? Song Yi nodded. They are closing in fast. Come with me. Lu Yao acquiesced, trusting Song Yi's familiarity with the area. He navigated through the alleyways, skillfully leading them away from the main street until they arrived at a secluded courtyard. All right, this place is secure. We are safe now. Song Yi helped Ting Feng to sit down and then procured some bandages to tend to his wounds. Brother Song, how did those dark-clad men end up at your home? Song Yi sighed. After I received the lead that day, I inquired with several individuals who had been close to Lord Lu. I discovered that none of them had inspected the scene, except for one, Lord Lu's bodyguard, Xiao Chuanhai. I attempted to infiltrate Yang's residence to gather information, but was intercepted by officials from the Dali Temple. Not long after, I noticed Lord Lu and his bodyguard had also arrived, so I followed Xiao. I observed that he had been frequently visiting a place called Wang Yuxiao Zhu. When I sneaked in, I had barely gathered anything before I was discovered. They must have lost something and were relentlessly pursuing me for it. In my escape, I inadvertently dropped my badge. He dared not return to the office or home, instead seeking refuge in a hidden location, initially intending to alert them. He feared that being recognized while tracking them would inadvertently expose their whereabouts. Anticipating they might seek him out, he remained close to his home, but regrettably, he missed them, nearly leading them into peril. Are you suggesting that those dark-clad assassins were sent by Lord Lu? Lu Yao asked. I fear this matter is far from simple. Those assassins are likely under the command of a higher authority. I later discreetly visited Wang Yuxiao Zhu and found it abandoned. Even Ping Ning Ho has been wrongfully accused, indicating that the person behind this is certainly not of ordinary status. Lu Yao bowed deeply to Song Yi. Because of the affairs of the Lu family, Brother Song has lost his position and nearly his life. I, Lu Yao, previously concealed my identity and feel deeply remorseful towards you. Song Yi quickly responded, Brother Lu, you need not be so formal. As a friend of Wei Ming, you're also my friend, Song Yi. I would never hesitate to aid a friend. Losing a position as a captain is of little consequence. A man can always find a way to survive. Moreover, aware of Lu's hypocritical nature, he was unwilling to associate with such a small-minded individual. It seems we must make another visit to the Yang residence, Lu Yao remarked. That arrogant Zeng, who disregards even Governor Lu, has thwarted my attempts to gain entry on several occasions. Now, with the Forget-Me-Not pavilion vacant, he possesses no substantial evidence to incriminate Governor Lu. Rest assured, Brother Song, I shall find a way. Although Lu Yao expressed confidence, she felt little assurance in her heart. Zhao Heng revealed the identity of Prince Gu Zhaohua to obscure his own status. While Gu Zhaohua held the title of prince, Zheng Jiang might not readily acquiesce to his requests. Only with Zhao Heng, a royal prince himself, would it be possible to compel Zheng Jiang to cooperate. Chapter 87. Your Highness, please calm your fury in truth. Had it not been for a dire necessity, she would have preferred not to solicit Zhao Heng's assistance. She owed him much that remained unpaid, and now she was asking him to risk himself for the affairs of the Lu family. Although he claimed his help was solely out of regard for her third brother, as a member of the Lu family who had received such immense kindness, how could she feel at ease to act as if nothing had transpired? However, finding herself in a situation devoid of alternatives, she had no choice but to approach him with a bold face for aid. Lu Yao was also aware that even if he were to assist, it would be out of loyalty to her brother. Yet, as it pertained to the matters of the Lu family, she felt she must adopt a stance. Suddenly, the door was forcefully swung open with a loud bang, and Song Yi and Ting Feng, quick to react, drew their swords, prepared to confront the intruder in a fierce battle. Kunlun, what brings you here? Lu Yao was pleasantly surprised to discover that the one who burst through the door was not an assassin, but the formidable Kunlun, who resembled a mighty general. Upon hearing Lu Yao call for him, Kunlun wagged his tail and bounded towards her. Before he could reach her, Zhao Heng entered, commanding Kunlun, "Come here." Kunlun halted, casting a reluctant glance back at Zhao Heng before begrudgingly returning to his side, though his gaze remained fixed on Lu Yao. "How did you find this place?" Lu Yao exclaimed in astonishment, looking at Zhao Heng standing at the doorway. After her inquiry, Zhao Heng remained silent, while Kunlun proudly raised his head. It then dawned on Lu Yao that Kunlun was extremely sensitive to scents. He must have remembered her fragrance to have tracked her down here. "That question should be directed at you." Zhao Heng finally spoke, albeit in a rather irritable tone. "Oh, I ventured out today to seek Brother Song, but unexpectedly encountered a minor inconvenience." "Minor inconvenience?" Zhao Heng scoffed. "Those are top-tier assassins. Even the guards of the Pingning Marquis have fallen to their prowess." How could she dare to label it as a minor inconvenience? Her bravado was indeed remarkable. Lu Yao felt a twinge of guilt, judging by his expression. He likely already knew the truth. "Everyone else leave." Zhao Heng swept his gaze over Song Yi and the others. Song Yi, though he considered himself quite brave, could not withstand the imposing presence of Zhao Heng, who exuded an intimidating aura that compelled his compliance. Ting Feng noted that this young master, Zhao, possessed an intensity surpassing even that of the seasoned marquis, who had faced countless battles. Xia Zhu, witnessing Zhao Heng bullying her young mistress yet again, felt indignant. "It is you who should leave. By what right do you command us?" Lu Yao tugged at Xia Zhu's sleeve. "You all go outside first." "Miss, why are you backing down again? Just a moment ago, you were so formidable against those black-clad men. They managed to escape, and what can this young master Zhao do to you? Be careful, or you might blow him up with a thunderous bomb. Leave at once." Lu Yao reiterated. Frustrated, Xia Zhu stamped her foot and followed Song Yi and the others out. Zhao Heng glanced at Kunlun, who stood beside him with an air of pride. "You too. Go outside." Kunlun looked up at Zhao Heng, incredulous. "What are you saying? Get out." Zhao Heng's tone was less courteous this time. With a forlorn glance at Lu Yao, Kunlun wagged his tail and exited. "The master has lost his mind." In the courtyard, Xia Zhu, observing that even Kunlun had been expelled by Zhao Heng, ran to his side. "You were also kicked out? Your lord is truly deranged." Kunlun turned its head away from Xia Zhu, huffing. "It is only its master who can disdain it. Do not expect to take advantage of its predicament. Were it not for the roasted chicken, it would have bitten her." Xia Zhu was equally infuriated. Truly, one's character reflects that of their wolf. Such a foul disposition. In the room, only Lu Yao and Zhao Heng remained. Zhao Heng wore a stern expression, his tone frigid. "Have my words fallen on deaf ears?" Lu Yao bent her knees and knelt before Zhao Heng, the blue tiles of the floor echoing a dull yet distinct sound upon impact. Zhao Heng gazed at Lu Yao, who appeared frilier after her illness. A tempestuous, agitated feeling surged within him once more. "Rise." Lu Yao shook her head, resolutely maintaining her kneeling position. She understood Zhao Heng well. Aside from select few who could capture his attention, he remained cold-hearted and ruthless towards others. To him, she was merely one among the multitude, indistinguishable from the rest. Zhao Heng furrowed his brow, bent down, and grasped her arm, forcefully lifting her. This action left Lu Yao nearly ensnared within his embrace. Zhao Heng's stature and presence instilled a sense of oppression and discomfort in Lu Yao, prompting her body to instinctively retreat. Observing her reaction, Zhao Heng's eyes darkened. "Do you believe that kneeling will allow you to brush this matter aside, Miss Lu? If you possess such prowess, why then seek assistance from my junior? He has received no benefit from your Pingning Marquis household." Zhao Heng was indeed such a person. Regardless of how he and Lu Yuding clashed privately, they presented a united front as senior and junior brothers in public, their bond unparalleled. Should Lu Yuding suffer grievances within the Lu family, he would naturally seek reparation, for he was the elder brother. Lu Yao recognized that Zhao Hong resented her for acting independently and hastily attempted to kneel again, only to be seized by her arm. Dare to kneel again, do you? Lu Yao felt somewhat bewildered. She prided herself on her ability to read hearts. Yet Zhao Hong's thoughts in this lifetime were even more enigmatic than in the last. She could not fathom what had angered him. It is my presumption that has incited your Highness's ire. I beseech you to quell your wrath. Zhao Hong scoffed lightly. Such words bore no sincerity whatsoever. Even Kunlun, when in the wrong, knew to appease him. Seeing that he disregarded her, Lu Yao had no choice but to divulge the truth. Upon arriving in Jiangnan, I pledged a military order to the emperor. If the truth remains undisclosed within a month, I shall face execution alongside my father. Given the journey, half a month has already elapsed, and I must safely return the evidence to the capital. How can I not be anxious? Zhao Hong's expression shifted. You possess audacity beyond measure. The emperor has long decreed regarding the Pingning Marquis, considering their merits. The crimes do not extend to their family members. Thus, the members of the Pingning Marquis household were not imprisoned together. How could a mere woman dare to act so recklessly? Is a military order something one can establish lightly? At that moment, Lu Yao did not dare to disclose to His Highness the Prince of Chu that the 1-month deadline was extorted from her using the Lu family's military token. Zhao Hong's expression was exceedingly cold, and Lu Yao hurriedly said, Your Highness, please do not be enraged. It is precisely because I am compelled to act recklessly that I implore your understanding. Understanding? What is there for him to comprehend when she has already taken matters in her own hands by issuing a military order? Despite repeatedly urging the prince to remain calm and frequently kneeling in feigned respect, she harbored a deep-seated disbelief in everyone but herself. How could such an arrogant individual exist? Particularly one so fragile and delicate? She was truly more detestable than Lu Yuding. The Lu family seemed to lack any virtuous members. It would be just for that Pingning Marquis to languish in prison a while longer. Observing Zhao Heng's prolonged silence, Lu Yao finally lifted her gaze and inquired, Your Highness? Zhao Hong responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement, his mind still consumed by irritation, failing to meet Lu Yao's eyes. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Yao mustered the courage to speak. I have a matter I wish to request your assistance with, Your Highness. Chapter 88. Profiting from others' misfortunes, Zhao Hong remained utterly indifferent, his gaze fixed elsewhere, leaving Lu Yao perplexed as she struggled to comprehend his thoughts. Despite her self-assured ability to read people, she found Zhao Hong inscrutable. Standing there, she felt somewhat awkward. Indeed, Zhao Hong was not an easy person to engage. In their previous life, it was his affection for her that had allowed her to influence his decisions. With Zhao Hong silent, Lu Yao hesitated to speak further. Did I not think Miss Lu possessed the exceptional ability to foresee outcomes, even in times when she requires assistance? Zhao Hong abruptly interjected. Lu Yao, taken aback, bit her lip and replied, I do have some. To his surprise, she was quite candid at that moment. As a man of considerable stature, he would not stoop to quibble with a mere girl. Furthermore, having promised to assist Yu Ting, he had no intention of retracting his word. Do not seek my aid. I shall take full responsibility for the Lu family's affairs, Zhao Hong declared, standing with his back to her. I wish to investigate alongside your Highness. Brother Song has already discovered that the guard Xiao Chuanhai, under Governor Lu, is involved. Zhao Hong turned abruptly to face her, halting Lu Yao's words. His expression was not merely fierce, it was menacing. Suddenly, Lu Yao found herself stammering. Your Highness. Zhao Heng's temper was not particularly mild, yet in their previous life he had been relatively easy to placate. But now. Continue, he said, his tone laden with sarcasm. There's a strong possibility that Governor Lu is implicated. Lu Yao stated succinctly, sensing his impatience. I am aware, he retorted. I sensed something amiss with that Lu gentleman from the outset, which is why I had Zhao Hua reside in his household. By having Zhao Hua absent, he has the time to investigate, and moreover, having Zhao Hua openly living there ensures her safety. A prince of the great Qi, should he face an assassination attempt, would bring misfortune upon this governor simply for his displeasure. After all her explanations, he dismissed her with mere 3 words. As long as we can solve this case, I can disguise myself as your guard like Qing Wan. Noticing Zhao Heng's scrutinizing gaze, Lu Yao felt a pang of guilt. A servant girl would suffice. At this moment, it was nearly common knowledge that she was a woman. She possessed no martial prowess. Today, a so-called thunderbolt was merely a smoke screen concocted with chili powder, effective only for a single deception. She had been fortunate to escape today. Had luck not favored her, her life could very well have been forfeit. Zhao Hong remained silent, and Lu Yao grew anxious. I am certain that Yin Bing's body is still in the Yang residence. If we can locate the body, Governor Lu cannot evade responsibility. I implore your Highness to take me along. Lu Yao's eyes were extraordinarily beautiful, with slender, arched ends resembling peach petals when she was not smiling. Her irises were strikingly clear, exuding an innocence akin to that of a child. Such a direct gaze held a captivating allure. Zhao Hong swiftly averted his eyes, swallowing hard before clearing his throat. I shall consider it. Lu Yao could not suppress her disappointment. Her once hopeful eyes dimmed, and her eyelids drooped, presenting a particularly pitiful visage. Do not act without permission. You shall do as I instruct. Elated, Lu Yao hurriedly bowed. Thank you, your Highness. Zhao Hong let out a disdainful snort, finding the superficiality of her words tiresome. She often spoke of gratitude, yet her actions failed to reflect any genuine appreciation. Each moment spent in her company left him feeling irritable. He pondered the efficacy of the old physician's remedy, resolving to drink another bowl upon returning home. As Zhao Hong exited his chamber, Kunlun was in a huff, turning away disdainfully at his presence. However, when Lu Yao emerged, Kunlun instantly perked up, wiggling his pudgy rear as he approached her. Zhao Hong could not help but feel a deep-seated aversion to Kunlun's obsequious behavior. As a wolf, he had become embarrassingly rotund. From this day forth, no more meat for him, lest others mistake him for a long-haired pig. Kunlun, this wolf prince believes it is time for a change of master. Qing Wan, discerning Zhao Heng's mood, approached and gave Kunlun a swift kick on the rear. Come here at once. Kunlun, do you not know that a wolf's backside is off limits? Zhao Heng took a few steps forward, realizing that only Qing Wan followed him, and said, Why are you still standing there? Kunlun, why so fierce? Lu Yao, is he referring to Kunlun or to me? Never mind, let us depart. We should return to the inn, Lu Yao suggested. Xiazhu, Ting Feng, Song, Yi, had they not yet finalized their plan regarding the Yang residence? Brother Song should accompany us. Lu Yao felt it was best for Song Yi to remain with them, as evading capture was not a viable strategy. Solitary actions could lead to unforeseen misfortunes. Song Yi, bewildered, nodded in agreement, acquiescing to whatever Miss Lu decreed. Zhao Hong led the way, followed by Qing Wan and Kunlun, while Lu Yao walked behind, occasionally glancing at Zhao Heng's silhouette. His temperament was truly elusive. To be honest, it was far more challenging than in their previous lives. Ting Feng and Song Yi trailed behind, exchanging glances, sensing an odd atmosphere enveloping them. Upon their return to the inn, Yen Hua had already arrived. He bore significant news. The leader of the Salt Gang had long been absent due to being held captive by the second-in-command. This same individual was now colluding with Xiao Chuanhai in Salt Gang affairs. While solid evidence was still lacking, it was likely that the substantial sum of 200,000 taels of silver had entered the Salt Gang through these illicit dealings. He even suspected that this silver was part of the embezzled funds belonging to Lord Yang. As for the treasures within the Yang family's secret chamber, they had likely not been relocated, as they had underestimated the speed with which the Dali Temple could uncover such secrets and seal the Yang residence. In truth, capturing Lu Mingqi and Xiao Chuanhai to extract confessions would suffice. Yen was seethed with rage, wishing he could capture these individuals and exact 1,000-fold vengeance for his fallen brothers. Lu Yao furrowed her brow. This is not impossible, but the identities of those assassins remain unverified. The perpetrator behind Yin Bing's demise may not necessarily be affiliated with Governor Lu. Those assassins were undoubtedly dispatched by the Chui family. My subordinates and the Lord have been shadowed by them since leaving the capital. If it were not for Cui Ho bringing that foolish Miss Yang before the emperor to lodge complaints, how could the Lord have ended up imprisoned in the Dali Temple? The Cui family possesses little reason to risk the assassination of Lord Yang at this juncture in order to support Lu Mingqi. Such an act would effectively convey to the public that Lord Yang harbors an abundance of knowledge. Furthermore, in matters of wealth accumulation, Lord Yang undoubtedly surpasses Lord Lu in capability. The Cui family's usurpation of this position has primarily been driven by financial motives. Why then would they opt for a less adept individual? I fear that some may seek to observe the conflict from a distance, inciting discord between the Lu and Cui families merely to reap the benefits. Father has recently achieved notable success, garnering considerable favor in the court. And compared to the Cui family, this dynamic is one of mutual decline. The emperor would undoubtedly prefer the gradual erosion of the Cui family's power without bloodshed or the visible clash of arms. Otherwise, he would not have tolerated the Cui family for so many years. While eliminating a single Cui family member may seem straightforward, the intricate web of relationships behind them complicates matters significantly. Should the Cui family weaken, the Lu family remains. And should the Lu family falter, there are other prominent families within the Great Qi. In conclusion, the strength of the Great Qi will remain entirely unaffected. Chapter 89. Walking gracefully, however. If a conflict were to arise between the Cui family and the Lu family, with both clans exerting their full strength in a life-and-death struggle, who would truly suffer the consequences? Father had remarked in the Dali Temple prison that this matter was peculiar and not in line with the Cui family's usual conduct. The Cui family, hailing from a martial background, was not known for cunning schemes. They preferred to confront any grievances head-on, fearing for his own safety. Lord Lu entrusted the Lu family military insignia to Lu Yao, believing that it would at least safeguard the lives of his wife and children in critical times. During these days, Lu Yao contemplated the possibility that if her father were to be wrongfully accused and perish, there might come a time when someone would seek to topple the Cui family under the pretext of vindicating him. Besides the aging Duke of Dinghua, who guarded the northwest, there were no other capable commanders in the Great Qi. The emperor must have anticipated this, weighing the pros and cons before merely imprisoning her father rather than condemning him outright. Since childhood, Lu Yao had developed a passion for military texts, having perused nearly all the books in the study of the Marquis of Pingning. Her analytical skills surpassed those of ordinary individuals, and Song Yi frequently nodded in agreement, affirming that Miss Lu's insights were indeed astute. When Lu Yao caught Zhao Heng's gaze, she suddenly recalled his words about following his commands. She quickly altered her tone, asking, "What does young Master Zhao think?" He did not deny it. Lu Yao's analysis resonated with his own thoughts. This was more akin to the demeanor he had come to expect from the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Pingning. However, when she stood before him, she seemed to carry the weight of guilt, her eyes evasive, as if she had transformed into a different person. The reason he had not apprehended Lu Mingqi and his guard was to uncover the mastermind behind the scenes. Nevertheless, circumstances had changed, and time was of the essence. The deadline for a certain individual's military order was fast approaching. It was time to reel in the net, and any remaining inquiries could wait until Lu Mingqi was escorted to the capital. He was certain that the orchestrator of this wrongful case was not in Jiangnan. Your analysis is sound, but time is limited. The search for Yin Bing's body and the capture of Li, the expression of enlightenment on Qing Wan's face, was unmistakable. No wonder I felt that I had never encountered such a tender-looking man when we first met. He resembled delicate tofu. Then why are you dressed as a woman? Could it be that you are also? Before the word woman could escape her lips, Xia Zhu retorted angrily. What do you mean by also? I am merely the personal maid of the young lady. Am I a man then? As soon as Xia Zhu's words left her mouth, Yin Hua and the others erupted into laughter. To be frank, Xia Zhu, with her delicate features, possessed a temperament more fiery than that of any man. A sudden cough interrupted their merriment, and Lu Yao recognized it as Zhao Heng. Upon turning around and seeing Zhao Heng's attire, she knelt and offered her respects. Your humble servant pays her respects to His Royal Highness, the Prince of Chu. Zhao Heng was clad in the ceremonial garb of a prince, although it was casual wear. It was recognized by the noble families in the capital, as such garments were not donned by just anyone. Clearly, he had no intention of concealing his identity. Furthermore, his visit to the Yang residence today was a display of authority. Without such leverage, it was uncertain whether Xinjiang would comply. It was then that the others realized Zhao Heng's attire appeared somewhat different today. Zhao Heng had not brought many garments back to the capital, and this particular outfit had likely been sent over by the Imperial Garment Bureau, perhaps packed by Qing Feng during his luggage preparations. Among the inner guards, only Yin Hua was aware of Zhao Heng's true identity. The others quickly knelt upon witnessing Lu Yao's reverence. Zhao Heng regarded Lu Yao with a hint of appreciation. This woman was indeed astute. Song Yi could scarcely believe that he, a mere constable, no, he was no longer a constable, but merely a commoner, was in the presence of the emperor's son. How remarkable! This was enough to boast about for a lifetime. Xia Zhu was equally taken aback. So this was his Royal Highness, the Prince of Chu. No wonder the young lady always seemed somewhat intimidated by him. How could the young lady not have shared this information with her? Do not bow. Zhao Heng's demeanor remained calm and composed. With the revelation of Zhao Heng's identity, the atmosphere grew more assertive, rendering any attempt to suppress it utterly futile. Zhao Heng cast a glance at Lu Yao's female attire, which was a common style among women from Jiangnan. Nothing particularly special, yet accentuated her slender waist, as fragile as a wilting flower. Zhao Heng's gaze darkened. The physician's remedy seemed utterly ineffective. His condition had not improved. Rather, it had worsened. Let us depart, Zhao Heng said coldly. Lu Yao felt perplexed. Why did it seem he was displeased again? After taking a few steps, she suddenly lost her balance and fell backward. Before she could comprehend what had happened, she found herself in Zhao Heng's embrace. The air became stifling, leaving her breathless, and in a panic, Lu Yao extricated herself from his grasp. Zhao Heng, however, maintained a nonchalant tone. Miss Lu, do take care while walking. Lu Yao was left speechless. How could she not have walked carefully when it was so abrupt? Xia Zhu looked down and exclaimed, "Oh dear, miss, your skirt is torn." Lu Yao gazed at the frayed hem, clearly having been stepped on. No wonder she had stumbled. It must have taken considerable force. She glanced at Zhao Heng, who was looking elsewhere, fully aware that he was the one who had trampled on her skirt. This Prince of Chu certainly held a grudge. Feigning indifference, Lu Yao remarked, "It's nothing. I shall simply change when we return. That servant shall accompany the young lady." Miss Lu still donned male attire, as women's clothing was cumbersome and a waste of everyone's time. Lu Yao let out a soft acknowledgement, while Xia Zhu was greatly displeased, finding the Prince of Chu exceedingly irritating. Why did he always bully their young lady? It was utterly excessive. Lu Yao swiftly changed into her male garments. A light blue, everyday robe, cinched at the waist with a slender leather belt adorned with a string of beads. Zhao Heng cast a glance at her, noting her waist was indeed excessively slender, which irked him. He turned on his heel and departed. Lu Yao was left bewildered, pondering what had provoked his irritation. Xia Zhu rolled her eyes at Zhao Heng's retreating figure, questioning the prince's sanity. If he were unwell, he ought to seek a physician sooner rather than later, rather than venting his frustrations on their young lady. Chapter 90. A quiet struggle in the imperial palace. Chang Gui stood cautiously a short distance from the emperor, dutifully attending to him. The emperor held a stack of unreviewed memorials in his hand, with another pile to his left, all awaiting his attention. Why was it so arduous to be an emperor? Other rulers indulged in opulence and revelry, surrounded by countless beauties, engaging in warfare with vassals, seemingly preoccupied only with devising new ways to torment their ministers. Yet here he was, rising before dawn and retiring well after dusk, diligently laboring, fearful that a moment's carelessness might earn him the title of a tyrant. What was the result? Before him, the ministers bickered like shrews on the court floor, their faces flushed with anger, ready to roll up their sleeves and brawl at any moment. His sons, over a mere roast duck, had taken to fighting outside. Recently, one had even run away. Had they grown weary of the roasted duck in the capital? Chang Gui observed the emperor's furrowed brow, troubled by some undisclosed matter that he dared not mention or inquire about. However, he was concerned about the newly replaced dragon table. It must not be damaged again. The funds for it had come directly from the emperor's private treasury, and as the grand eunuch and chief steward. He would bear the blame should the emperor question the dwindling resources of his treasury. Just then, the commander of the imperial guard, Lord Gao, arrived. Both Lord Gao and Chang Gui were among the emperor's most trusted confidants, one overseeing the inner court, the other monitoring the officials. Chang Gui was acutely aware of the palace intrigues, privy to the happenings of the noble families outside. The two men were as close as the emperor's right and left hands, yet inevitably engaged in a subtle competition, each harboring a dislike for the other. Their objective, of course, was to vie for the emperor's favor. Your Majesty, I have discovered the whereabouts of His Highness the King of Chu and Lord Gu, Gao announced. Where are they? The emperor inquired, his brow furrowing. Intelligence reports indicate that His Highness is currently in Jiangnan. Why would they venture there? Jiangnan has been tumultuous lately. The Marquis of Pingning went there and is now languishing in the Dali Temple prison. Are they like flies, drawn to the foulest of places? It is said they're selecting gifts for your longevity festival. The governor of Yangzhou, Lord Liu, has amassed numerous rare treasures and sought out many beauties in the city. Those who sing, dance, and possess skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Gao spoke softly, cautiously observing the emperor's expression as he did. Initially, the emperor thought that perhaps these two rascals had some good intentions in mind for the festival. Yet, the more he listened, the more displeased he became. Beauties? Rare treasures? Were they intent on ensuring the entire world knew of his folly as a ruler? Were they traveling thousands of miles to tarnish his reputation? What unfilial sons! At his age, what need had he for such frivolities? Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Do not let it harm your health. Chang Gui interjected, sensing the emperor's rising ire. Seeing the emperor's demeanor, Chang Gui feared for the fate of the dragon table. As the emperor's temper flared, he swept his arm, sending the memorials cascading to the floor. Just arranged, thankfully, it did not strike the dragon table, Chang Gui thought to himself. But no sooner had that thought crossed his mind than the white jade paperweight on the table flew down, shattering upon impact. The third such occurrence this month. Chang Gui wore an expression of deep concern, lamenting whether Gao Peng could refrain from troubling the emperor. Day after day, he returned with news that dampened the emperor's spirits. Dispatch the imperial guard at once. No, you shall go in person and bring those two rascals back to me. The emperor rose, striking the dragon table in frustration. This is utterly infuriating. Gao Peng hastily replied, Yes, your servant obeys. Without pausing for a sip of water, let alone returning home, he sent a message to his family and, accompanied by his brothers-in-arms, set off at a gallop through the night. Gao Peng felt a profound sorrow. As a commander of the imperial guard, it was disheartening indeed. Oh, the bitter tears of toil. Chang Gui meticulously reorganized the memorials strewn across the floor, perspiration beading on his forehead. He dared not voice his fatigue and continued to serve diligently. Before long, his disciple Sun Bu entered with urgent news. Your Majesty, there has been an incident at the Gu household. What has happened? The emperor inquired, lifting his gaze. Old Madame Gu has struck General Gu, and it is said that his injuries are quite severe. A physician has been summoned. Sun Bu reported truthfully, deeming it necessary to inform the emperor. General Gu had been frequenting the palace lately and enjoying amiable discussions with the emperor. It was prudent to relay this news. Should the emperor inquire about General Gu's absence, it would not bode well. What transpired? Old Madame Gu, having longed for her grandson, expressed her yearning by reprimanding him, claiming that General Gu had driven him away and resorted to family discipline. The emperor set down his brush with a sigh, recognizing that every family harbors its own troubles. He was aware of the Gu family's strict discipline. The old matriarch truly cherished her grandson, even chastising her own son. Send some high-quality ointment for external wounds to the Gu residents, and convey my condolences to General Gu. Inform him that those two scoundrels have fled to Jiangnan, and I have already dispatched the imperial guard to apprehend them, so he need not worry. Yes, Sun Bu thought to himself, pleased that the emperor indeed cared for General Gu. He joyfully took the gifts to comfort the general. The emperor felt his mood lighten somewhat and rose from the dragon throne. Chang Gui, at your service. Accompany me for a stroll in the imperial garden. Yes. The emperor's mood had been as changeable as the recent weather, shifting from brilliant sunshine to thunderstorms in an instant. At this moment, it seemed to be a clear day. Thankfully, General Gu was present. Otherwise, the emperor's spirits would have been a greater challenge to uplift. Ahem. It had been 3 days since the emperor dispatched the imperial guard to Jiangnan. Meanwhile, Zhao Hong and his party arrived at the Yang residence with remarkable swiftness. With Zhao Hua keeping a watchful eye on Governor Liu, their escape was temporarily thwarted, as this case was taken over by the Dali Temple. It was only fitting that they assumed full responsibility. Zheng Jiang, an official of the Dali Temple, recognized Zhao Hong, who had previously been demoted there. The ministers pay their respects to His Royal Highness, the Prince of Chu. Zheng Jiang and other officials of the Dali Temple bowed to Zhao Hong. Be at ease. Zhao Hong replied in a deep voice, exuding an aura of authority without anger. Zheng Jiang harbored no fondness for the Prince of Chu. Upon his return to the capital, he engaged in brawls, only to be subsequently demoted to the Dali Temple. It was indeed a remarkable absurdity for a prince to serve as a mere clerk. However, despite any disdain, the prince remained a nobleman. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to Jiangnan? Though Zheng Jiang performed a courteous bow, his demeanor was neither servile nor obsequious. Zhao Hong, lifting the corner of his robe, settled into his seat before casting a glance towards Zheng Jiang. Are you aware, Lord Zheng, that His Majesty is most displeased with the Dali see regarding this case? Zheng Jiang immediately fell to his knees, exclaiming, I am but an incompetent servant. I shall endeavor with all my might. This case, seemingly straightforward, was fraught with complexities, and he had indeed erred in his initial approach. In truth, Lord Sun had already sent 2 secret missives and dispatched a contingent to assist. It is good to acknowledge one's limitations. Henceforth, Lord Zheng, you shall devote your utmost efforts to assist me in restoring the dignity of the Dali Sea. Zhao Hong's words rang hollow, a facade of nobility masking the usurpation of authority. For someone as concerned with reputation as Zheng Jiang, Zhao Hong's proclamation was a stinging rebuke, leaving him no choice but to clasp his fists and respond, I shall obey your command. Chapter 91. Your Highness, please proceed. After Zhao Hong took charge of the case, he employed ruthless tactics, treating the matter as if it were his own. He issued 3 commands in quick succession. The first command instructed someone to wield the prince's token to borrow troops from the governor, and then proceed to the Liu residence to apprehend Lu Mingqi and his guards. Lu Mingqi was a pivotal figure, and resistance was to be expected, although the assassins could hold their ground against 10 foes. They would be outnumbered by dozens of soldiers who would be of little assistance. The second command mandated a thorough search of every nook and cranny of the Yang residence, declaring that even if it required digging 3 feet into the ground, the corpse of Yin Bing must be found. A person cannot soar through the skies. Thus, they must be beneath the earth. If not in Lord Yang's tomb, then undoubtedly within the Yang residence itself. The third command directed Yin Hua to take the officials of the court to the Salt Gang, ordering them to seize the second-in-command without inquiry. The Salt Gang was a significant faction in Jiangnan, having covertly opposed the court on numerous occasions. While such transgressions were typically overlooked by the authorities, a formal order for arrest could easily justify a multitude of charges against them. Hence, Zhao Hong chose to act without preamble, capturing them first and questioning them later. Though local governors wield significant military power, most lack the authority to mobilize troops. However, Zhao Hong was borrowing forces and, as a prince, was presiding over the investigation. Thus, the governor had no grounds to refuse cooperation and promptly dispatched troops for support. Zhao Hong's assumptions proved accurate, as the attempt to capture Lord Liu indeed faced obstacles, not due to Lord Liu's resistance, but because of the appearance of those cloaked figures. Before the officials from the Dali Temple could arrive, Lord Liu and Xiao Chuanhai had already been securely bound by Gu Zhaohua. Lu Mingqi perceived Gu Zhaohua merely as a frivolous young master, entirely unaware that Gu Zhaohua could thwart his plans. When Gu Zhaohua invited him for drinks, he felt obliged to attend, for the favor of a prince could not be disregarded. Initially, Gu Zhaohua did not anticipate Xiao Chuanhai's arrival, believing it would require some effort to subdue the target. To his surprise, their combined presence simplified matters considerably. It seemed evident that Lord Lu had something to conceal. Otherwise, why the excessive caution? The wine must have been laced with something, yet he had consumed it without consequence. This was because he had ingested an antidote provided by fifth brother. He could hardly be so naive. Gu Zhaohua ordered Lu to be tied up, preparing to present him to fifth brother as a token of accomplishment. Suddenly remembering fifth brother's explicit instructions against acting independently or leaving the Lu residence, he realized that within the confines of Lu's estate, he was a prince, and having become familiar with the household, it was akin to ruling over his own realm. However, outside those walls, the assassins would not acknowledge his title. Resolving to send a message for fifth brother to come and retrieve the detainees, he was interrupted by commotion outside. The officials from the Dali Temple arrived first, preparing to leave with the already bound Governor Lu and his guards. Naturally, they recognized Gu Zhaohua and were surprised to find the Duke had come to Jiangnan, unwittingly performing a commendable deed. Not long after departing the residence, they encountered the assassins, whose intentions became glaringly apparent. They sought to abduct Lu Mingqi, regardless of the means. Initially, it seemed they aimed merely to confront a few officials from the Dali Temple, but they had unexpectedly summoned the governor's military forces. Outnumbered by their adversaries, they quickly retreated in disarray. When Gu Zhaohua met Zhao Hong, he was brimming with pride, believing he deserved recognition for his contributions. Once Lord Lu overturned the case, he mused, the third young master of the Lu family would think twice before flaunting himself in front of him, for he was a benefactor of the Lu family. Surely, the second Miss Lu would express her gratitude as well. Spotting Lu Yao nearby, Gu Zhaohua amiably patted her shoulder, exclaiming, "Fourth brother, at last, I found you. I waited for you at the inn all afternoon the other day without seeing you return." Lu Yao, unaware of this, replied, "I apologize for making the prince wait. What a trivial matter. I didn't quite indulge in the wine that day, and I hadn't anticipated that fourth brother had a good capacity for drink. After completing today's business, we must ensure we do not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated." Gu Zhaohua had refrained from being overly ostentatious in recent days. As Zhao Hong had entrusted him with responsibilities, he understood the balance between enjoyment and duty. Now that he had fulfilled his obligations, he was eager to revel. Just as Lu Yao pondered how to decline, a voice called out, "Miss Lu." The unexpected address from Zhao Hong left Lu Yao's mind swirling in confusion. She nearly failed to respond. Steeling herself, she asked, "What commands do you have, Your Highness?" Gu Zhaohua was taken aback. Had he misheard? His fifth brother had addressed fourth brother as Miss Lu, and fourth brother had accepted it. What was going on? What had transpired in his absence? He was thoroughly discontented. Fifth brother and fourth brother shared a secret that seemingly excluded him. The plain Ning Marquis' estate had been acquainted with the Duke Gu. Zhao Hong was indeed a master of deception. "Lu Yao, you're Lu Yao, how could this be?" Gu Zhaohua could hardly fathom it. Now it made sense. The first time he beheld fourth brother, he had felt an uncanny familiarity. When fourth brother had claimed to be the brother of Lu Yuting, he had been completely misled and had thought little of it. Yet now, it was clear that fourth brother resembled Lu Yao, not Lu Yuting at all. No, what was this nonsense about the fourth young master of the Lu family? Fourth brother was none other than Lu Yao. The words he had spoken that day in the Jade Tower. Gu Zhaohua instinctively took a step back, a chill coursing through him. "And Miss Lu, please. No need for such formalities," he stammered, waving his hands as the forced smile on his face appeared almost comical. Lu Yao was bewildered by the abrupt shift in Gu Zhaohua's demeanor, who had just moments ago been calling her fourth brother and invited her to drink. "Thank you, Duke Gu," she replied, to which he responded, "It is my duty." Gu Zhaohua discreetly conveyed a look to Zhao Hong. Why had he not informed him sooner? Zhao Hong replied, "Did you not express a desire for camaraderie? Here is your opportunity." Lu Yao remarked on the atmosphere. Truly, Prince Chu has an unyielding knack for mischief. Before long, news arrived that the old steward of the Yang family had reported an abandoned, filled-in well in the southwest corner that appeared to pose a problem. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao immediately dashed toward the location, but after a couple of steps, she halted abruptly, realizing her place. "Your Highness, please go ahead." she called back. As his servant, how could she rush ahead of her master? Little short legs certainly run quickly, Zhao Heng commented. Gu Zhaohua was utterly perplexed. Was this truly the Miss Lu who had vowed to castrate Prince Jing? What exactly did fifth brother do to her? The dry well was soon excavated, revealing a decayed corpse. However, the color of the clothing was immediately recognizable to Lu Yao, matching that of the tattered cloth, confirming it to be Yin Bing's body. Lu Yao felt a pang of sorrow in her eyes, yet refrained from shedding tears. On the other hand, Yin Hua had captured the second-in-command of the Salt Gang, and upon his return, he heard the news of a body discovered in the dry well. He hurried with his guards to find a corpse laid upon a stretcher, covered with a white cloth. As Yin Hua rushed forward, his hand, poised to lift the cloth, suddenly froze, trembling violently. Ultimately, he swiftly unveiled it for a brief moment, only to hastily cover it again, his typically stoic demeanor now betrayed by reddened eyes. Chapter 92. Silence. Yin Hua knelt there, unmoving, his face a canvas of perspiration, perhaps from the sun's relentless gaze or tears. Yin Fei was utterly overwhelmed. He and Yin Bing had always been brothers in arms, sharing a bed, blankets, and bathing in the same pool. With one eye injured and concealed beneath a patch, he emitted low whimpers that transformed into the anguished roars of a cornered beast. Ripping off the eye patch, he frantically wiped away his tears. Lu Yao clutched the sides of her garments tightly, her heart aching profoundly, and bowed hurriedly to Zhao Heng. I must take my leave. Zhao Heng nodded, offering no objection. Xiazhu hurriedly followed. Miss, are you unwell? Lu Yao shook her head. I am fine. Compared to me, Yin Hua and the others are far more distraught. They are his comrades in battle. She was determined to uncover the mastermind behind these events, to provide her father with answers, and to honor the sacrifices made by the internal guards of the Lu family. The investigation was the responsibility of the Dali Temple, and Lu Yao's identity necessitated her discretion. Zhao Heng had returned authority to Zheng Jiang, who had successfully apprehended the culprits. He should not expect Zhao Heng to handle every matter, but rather learn to be prudent. Zhao Heng's decisive strike had exacerbated an already turbulent situation, creating an even greater vortex of chaos. Upon taking charge, Zheng Jiang discovered that the suspicious elements he had previously noted suddenly coalesced into coherent leads. This Prince of Chu. After reclaiming the initiative in the case, Zheng Jiang personally sought out Zhao Heng, but did not encounter him. Lord Zheng, our prince states that he has done all that he could regarding the case. The rest is left to you. Do not tarnish the esteemed reputation of the Dali Temple. Qing Wan stated earnestly. Please convey my gratitude to the prince for his assistance. Upon my return to the capital, I shall report as required, and ensure that credit is given where it is due, Zheng Jiang replied. He toiled through the night, and Lu Mingqi confessed to hiding the corpse. It was also revealed that Lord Yang was not coerced to death by the Pingning Marquis. The same individual had both slain the internal guard of Lord Lu and driven Lord Yang to his demise. That person was named Yi Luo, acting on behalf of one known as the young master Wushuang. The young master had offered him 200,000 taels in silver notes, promising that if he followed their instructions, Lord Yang's position would be his after the task was accomplished. In a moment of folly, he acquiesced, believing the Salt Gang's 200,000 taels would be trustworthy once he assumed Lord Yang's duties. Xiao Chuanhai's account closely mirrored Lu Mingqi's. It was always Yi Luo who relayed messages. Their meetings with the young master Wushuang were orchestrated by them, yet separated by a curtain, preventing them from discerning his appearance. Xiao Chuanhai named 2 locations they had previously visited, both now abandoned. Zheng Jiang meticulously organized the compiled documents into 3 copies. One dispatched swiftly to the capital, another delivered to Zhao Heng. When the latter was sent, Lu Yao was in a pavilion engaged in a game of chess with Zhao Heng. Zhao Heng's chess skills were mediocre and devoid of strategy, leaving Lu Yao unable to discern any pattern. She dare not win, making the game exceedingly challenging. Gu Zhaohua observed Zhao Heng's moves, poised to interject, but Zhao Heng, without lifting his gaze, curtly commanded, "Silence." Kunlun lay dozing at Lu Yao's feet, exuding a sense of languor. This time, Lu Yao refused to yield to Zhao Heng. She was eager to examine the documents sent by the Dali Temple and intended to resolve matters swiftly. She pressed Zhao Heng relentlessly, forcing him to retreat step by step. Although Gu Zhaohua was an average player, he often observed his parents playing chess at home and had developed an understanding of the game's nuances. Miss Lu's strategy was undeniably imposing. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he might have thought a man was at the helm of the game. Ahem, Zhao Heng remarked. Could you possibly keep your mouth shut? Your Highness has been offended. Lu Yao released the chess piece from her grasp. In this round, she emerged victorious. Zhao Heng, with an impassive expression, uttered a nonchalant "oh," tossing his piece onto the board. No matter. Fifth brother, rise. Miss Lu, shall we engage in a game? Given fifth brother's lackluster skills, it was indeed miraculous that he had lasted this long. Gu Zhaohua pushed Zhao Heng aside, eagerly taking his seat and arranging the pieces. Glancing at the documents nearby, Lu Yao pressed her lips together. Very well. Zhao Heng observed the proximity of Gu Zhaohua's hand to Lu Yao's as they organized the pieces. He felt a twinge of discomfort. Moments ago, he had felt fine while playing, but now he was unwell. Perhaps it was due to his failure to adhere to medical advice regarding his rest. Quite possibly. The chessboard was now set, and the game commenced, with Lu Yao playing with remarkable composure. In contrast, Gu Zhaohua fidgeted, scratching his head and propping his chin in contemplation. Upon seeing Lu Yao make a move, he hurriedly interjected, No, that's not right. I made an error. Let me reconsider." Lu Yao felt a surge of frustration. His playing etiquette was even worse than Zhao Heng's poor performance. When it was Lu Yao's turn again, Gu Zhaohua, feeling uncertain, accidentally brushed against her hand while attempting to stop her. No, let me think this through." Zhao Heng could only watch in silence. Lu Yao sighed, realizing that at this pace, they would be playing until sunset. After he made his move, she addressed him. "Prince Gu, you must not go back on your word this time." Gu Zhaohua glanced at Lu Yao and nodded vigorously. "All right, no changes." He felt a trace of intimidation from the determined glint in her eyes. Though Gu Zhaohua resolved not to change his mind, each step he took was fraught with difficulty. Frustrated, he found it hard to express his annoyance in Zhao Heng's presence. "Will this game take a year to finish? I do not wish to see this chessboard again tomorrow." He bent down to pick up the documents that Qing Wan had left behind and made his exit. Lu Yao felt anxious. Why had he taken the documents? Could he not have opened them here for her to see? Zhao Heng's figure gradually receded, while Gu Zhaohua's pieces remained unplayed. "Have you decided where to move, Your Highness?" Gu Zhaohua shook his head. "I was just pondering that. No need to think. Regardless of where you go, I shall win," Lu Yao declared with confidence. "Impossible." Lu Yao merely smiled in silence, turning to Xia Zhu. "Hand me your knife." Gu Zhaohua, taken aback, instinctively recoiled. "What are you doing? There's no need to resort to violence over a game of chess. It's merely a game. Don't take it too seriously." "What's the matter, Your Highness? Shall I peel a pear for you?" Having sat for an entire afternoon, she felt somewhat parched and decided to indulge in a pear. Our young lady possesses remarkable knife skills, having been personally instructed by the Lord himself. None of us can compare. Lu Yao's talent for peeling pears is undoubtedly hereditary. The lady of the house delights in pears, and thus the Lord frequently assists in peeling them. Observing her father's expertise in pear peeling during her childhood, Lu Yao was eager to learn. With great patience, she indeed mastered the art quite well. As Lu Yao grasped the knife, the reflection gleamed and caught Gu Zhaohua's eye, prompting him to instinctively raise his hand in protest. No, I shan't partake." Just how skilled could her knife techniques be? Today's pear appeared exceedingly fresh, its flesh tender and inviting. Gu Zhaohua, his heart racing with trepidation, glanced up to find Miss Lu wielding the knife. The layers of pear skin were flawlessly stripped away, a long continuous strip without a single break. Her knife skills were truly exceptional. Suddenly, Gu Zhaohua sprang to his feet from the stone bench, exclaiming in haste, "Miss Lu, you have won. I shall take my leave now." Chapter 93. No time to see him. Lu Yao gazed at the fleeing Gu Zhaohua, perplexed by his reaction. After all, it was merely an invitation to share a pear. What could have provoked such a response? Could he truly not partake in a pear? How peculiar. Xia Zhu glanced at the already vanished Duke of Gu. Perhaps nature called him. Lu Yao chuckled. "You mischievous girl. Xiaozhu complimented. Miss, your knife skills are truly exceptional. I could never carve so beautifully. It's merely your impatience. Lu Yao sliced 2 pears, distributing 1 to each of them. After washing her hands in her room, she sought out Zhao Hong. Upon knocking on the door, it opened swiftly, revealing Kunlun, who looked up at her with an eager expression. Lu Yao reached out to pat its head. Good boy. Zhao Hong stood upright, a cup of tea in his hands. Having spent considerable time in the military, his stature was notably more imposing than that of the average man, making the dark blue embroidered robe he wore appear exceptionally elegant. With his hair secured by a jade crown, his deep-set eyes held a profound darkness, exuding an ineffable aura of coldness and solitude. For a fleeting moment, Lu Yao was lost in reverie, as though transported back in time. Zhao Hong was inherently a man of few words. His temperament was brooding, and after years in the military, he emanated a formidable presence that instilled fear in many officials. In her previous life, Gu Zhaohua had met with misfortune before Zhao Hong arrived in the capital. Subsequently, his third brother had died young, leaving him with few friends and a profound sense of loneliness. Regrettably, she had never genuinely cared for him, only seeking to take from him. Even her occasional inquiries about his well-being were driven by ulterior motives. Your Highness. Lu Yao's throat tightened, her voice softened. She stepped forward slightly but dared not approach too closely, fearful of disturbing him. Moreover, the presence of a lone man and woman was inherently awkward. The sunlight streamed in from behind her, casting her features in shadow, leaving Zhao Hong unable to discern her expression. He merely noted her distance and, withdrawing his gaze, inquired coolly, what brings you here? Lu Yao felt her heart leap at his indifferent demeanor. Perhaps it would be best to leave. The truth was that with Lu Mingqi and the others apprehended, her father's grievances had been resolved, rendering the review of that dossier largely unnecessary. Her continued presence in Jiangnan was due to Yan Hua and his associates' pursuit of the mysteriously vanished Yi Luo and the enigmatic young Master Wuxuan. They likely fled Jiangnan after their assassination attempt on Lu Mingqi failed. I have come to bid farewell, she declared. It was indeed time to return. Lu Daren would undoubtedly be escorted back to the capital for a retrial, and Yi Luo was most likely to appear on the journey back. Traveling toward the capital would, in fact, facilitate the gathering of information regarding them. Zhao Heng's gaze turned even colder. Returning to the capital? You seem quite at ease. His grip tightened around the cup, as though he intended to crush it. Just then, Qing Wan rushed in, flustered and startled by Lu Yao's presence at the door, nearly colliding with her. Fortunately, his agility allowed him to dodge in time. This left Lu Yao momentarily frozen, her mind blank with shock. What is the matter? Zhao Heng's voice was icy. Master, the chief commandant has arrived. Qing Wan gasped for breath. He encountered someone at the Yamen who informed him that the emperor was already aware of his and Prince Gu's arrival in Jiangnan. He bore the imperial decree to apprehend them and return them. Indeed, it was apprehend, not invite. What was his purpose? My lord, do you not understand his intent? We have stealthily slipped out of the capital. I have no time to meet him. Qing Wan. My lord, he is not here to meet you. He is here to arrest you. Zhao Heng's disinterest in engaging with others was hardly surprising, yet Lu Yao had a faint inkling of the situation. It was highly probable that Zhao Hong had departed without notice, and his nonchalant tone was beginning to stir anxiety within her. Zhao Heng's reclusive and proud nature rendered him inept at winning hearts. However, Gao Peng was not someone to offend. He was a trusted confidant of the emperor, relied upon more than even one's own father. A single word from this imposing figure could carry the weight of 10 from others before the emperor. Should Gao Peng choose to undermine him in the emperor's presence, Zhao Heng's circumstances would undoubtedly worsen. Moreover, the emperor was currently in a foul mood. If the prince has no pressing matters, it would be prudent to meet with this esteemed official. Lu Yao could not help but interject. Zhao Heng glanced at her, raising an indifferent eyebrow. This prince is not so idle. Does he require someone to fetch him upon his return to the capital? Does he lack either legs or a horse? Unnecessary. Does his highness have other engagements? Lu Yao inquired, perplexed. Zhao Heng had spent these past few days within this humble courtyard, primarily engaged in chess with her, never having departed. Do you not see this prince enjoying his tea? Zhao Heng frowned, his irritation evident. Must one be disturbed even during a simple tea? One after another, they burst in, blocking the light. Lu Yao. His temperament remains unchanged, quite peculiar indeed. Your Highness. What now? Zhao Heng, having finally calmed his mind, found himself vexed once more. The lady wondered if traveling back to the capital with Gao Peng would ensure a safer journey. Zhao Heng had always feared her showing any sign of weakness. At times, during their Cold Wars, when she sought his assistance, she would display such weakness, and Zhao Heng could never ignore it. Zhao Heng, women are truly troublesome. Very well, let's meet him. Zhao Heng's tone was tinged with impatience. Qing Wan let out a sigh of relief. He had finally consented. He bestowed a grateful smile upon Lu Yao, fortunate to have her by his side. As Zhao Heng turned to look, he caught sight of Qing Wan smiling foolishly at Lu Yao, and his expression immediately chilled. Qing Wan, take Kunlun for a walk. You may accompany him. Zhao Heng commanded. Kunlun, suddenly called out, questioned. When did this wolf prince express a desire to stroll? Qing Wan exclaimed and, meeting her lord's gaze, nodded repeatedly. Very well. She then looked down at Kunlun standing beside Lu Yao. Kunlun, let's go. Kunlun huffed, unwilling to engage. It preferred to remain here, not venturing elsewhere. Qing Wan called for Kunlun repeatedly, growing anxious, and ultimately seized Kunlun by the neck, dragging it out. Come, let's go for a walk. Kunlun, release me. If you do not, this wolf prince shall bite. Zhao Heng approached and slammed the door shut, startling Lu Yao. It was improper for a lone man and woman to seclude themselves in a room, even in broad daylight. She gazed at the closed door, contemplating whether to open it and step outside. Zhao Heng, however, held no notion of gender distinctions or the impropriety of sharing a space. The commotion outside was overwhelming. With his gaze cast downward upon her, he added a remark. Lu Yao softly uttered an acknowledgement, as the Qing Wan and Kunlun in the courtyard engaged in a spirited contest, their sounds intermittently interrupting the tranquility that Zhao Heng cherished. Yet, would her presence here prove to be disruptive to him? Just as she was about to bid her farewell, Zhao Heng offered her something. Lu Yao looked down, her eyes lighting up with delight, for it was the dossier from the Dali Temple. While speculation held its own merit, the reassurance of witnessing it firsthand was incomparable. She swiftly opened the document, reading at an impressive pace, and soon finished. The section concerning the assassin was marked as pending investigation, yet the details regarding her father were meticulously documented. The concluding statement declared that the death of Lord Yang was entirely unrelated to the embezzlement case involving the funds of the officials, and the Pingming Marquis bore no responsibility. Chapter 94. A hidden paradise. Zhao Heng's gaze lingered on Lu Yao's delicate fingers, which grasped the paper with a tenderness that was almost ethereal. Her fingers were pale and slender, the joints elongated and graceful, while the tips were elegantly shaped into soft arcs, a hint of pink adorning their small, rounded forms. As Zhao Heng narrowed his eyes slightly, he noticed Lu Yao averting her gaze after finishing her reading. With a smile gracing her lips, she returned the documents to him, saying, "Thank you, Your Highness." Zhao Heng replied, "Such verbal gratitude lacks sincerity. It is merely a pretense." He accepted the documents and cleared his throat. "When do you intend to return to the capital?" "In just a few days, but before I depart, I wish to see my grandfather," Lu Yao responded. Following the corruption case involving the salt tax in Yangzhou, the affluence of Jiangnan had astonished the court. The borders of the Qi were not peaceful. Those small nations coveted the wealth of the Central Plains, eyeing it with avarice. Each year, military supplies constituted a significant expense, necessitating a considerable influx of silver to replenish the national treasury. Consequently, the gaze of the court shifted towards the wealthy merchants of Jiangnan, with the Fong family at the forefront. The Fong family's bank would inevitably attract attention. She must remind her grandfather to prepare accordingly. It was likely that the court would invest and participate in its operations, and many royal merchants had ultimately faced exploitation from various forces, with countless families left destitute. Preparing in advance would help mitigate the potential losses for the Fong family. Previously, while investigating her father's case, she refrained from visiting the Fong family, fearing that it might implicate them. Now that her father's case had been vindicated and he was soon to return to the capital, a visit was certainly in order. The Fong family? Zhao Heng recalled hearing about them from Gu Zhaohua. The establishment they dined at, Yilukin, was indeed a property of the Fong family. It was said that the Fong family was as wealthy as a nation, owning half a street's worth of enterprises. Lu Yao nodded precisely. Although she was the legitimate daughter of a marquis, her mother's merchant background had drawn criticism. Previously, she seldom mentioned the Fong family, wishing to avoid associating her noble lineage with them. Though she had never voiced it, she felt that the Fong family brought her shame. Now, having lived a second life, she finally recognized her own ignorance. Half of her bloodline belonged to the Fong family, an undeniable truth. Wei Rong had once expressed his annoyance with her mother for showing her ledgers to teach her about managing affairs. Yet, even without formal education in such matters, she could discern the intricacies within those accounts at a glance. Perhaps this innate understanding stemmed from her lineage. Some things are indeed inherent. Her mother, the only daughter of her grandfather, had married far away in the capital. In the past decade, their meetings had been infrequent. Aware that their merchant origins prevented them from being regarded highly, the Fong family had established many enterprises in the capital, yet her grandfather seldom visited. Wishing to spare his daughter from societal disdain, her ability to be generous and bestow casual gifts upon those around her was merely a reflection of having a benevolent grandfather. Regrettably, in her previous life, she had failed to comprehend these dynamics, tolerating the petty machinations of the second household while unjustly dismissing the genuine goodwill of the Fong family. She had foolishly surrendered the fruits of generations of the Fong family's labor to King Jing. I have heard that within the Fong residence lies a hidden paradise. It is quite embarrassing, but I have never had the opportunity to visit. My mother married far away, and due to the long journey, she has not returned to her homeland. In the future, if the opportunity arises, she would surely accompany her mother back to Jiangnan. Zhao Heng, Your Highness wishes to explore the Fong family estate? Although Lu Yao was somewhat skeptical, she sensed that Zhao Heng seemed to imply such a notion, and thus she cautiously inquired. The Duke of Gu had long desired to behold the appearance of Jiangnan's foremost residence. Zhao Heng averted his gaze, looking elsewhere. Lu Yao nodded. I see. If the Duke wishes to have a look, then let us go together. If your Highness has no pressing matters, you may. Very well. Suddenly, the door was forcefully pushed open from the outside, and Zhao Heng swiftly wrapped his arm around Lu Yao, spinning her around on the ground. The door behind her slammed against the wall with a resounding crash. She had just stood behind the door. Fortunately, she managed to dodge in time, or else she would have been pinned against the door panel. Upon entering, Gu Zhaohua was taken aback to see Zhao Heng holding Lu Yao, momentarily in disbelief, wondering if she had misinterpreted the scene. Fifth brother, Gu Zhaohua tentatively called out. Only then did Lu Yao come back to her senses and hurriedly extricate herself from Zhao Heng's embrace. Zhao Heng remained quite composed, shaking off his sleeves and casting a disdainful glance at Gu Zhaohua. You too, embracing in a closed room during broad daylight. It's not what you think. I was merely standing at the door when the Duke suddenly pushed it open. Your Highness was concerned I might be struck, which is why. It's not as you assume. Lu Yao explained, her face flushed. I cannot comprehend. Gu Zhaohua rolled her eyes, indignantly retorting. Lu Yao, what do you mean by that? She had already provided an explanation. Was it truly so difficult to understand? Zhao Heng, get out and ponder this slowly. Why do you two always keep secrets from me? We agreed that we are all friends and should partake in activities together. How can you behave this way? Gu Zhaohua appeared genuinely hurt. Miss Lu even brandished a knife just to secure a victory over him in chess. No matter how skilled he was, he would still fear a kitchen knife. Most importantly, Miss Lu's knife techniques were truly remarkable. One could imagine his dismay at being skinned. He was indeed a living person, not a pair deserving of such treatment. But how did she treat Fifth Brother? Over the past few days, she had played so many rounds with Fifth Brother, winning only that last game while losing all the others. Fifth Brother could hardly play chess at all. Miss Lu must have deliberately lost. And yet, they claimed there were no secrets between them. He firmly refused to believe it. What on earth are you hiding from me? Confess. You have already been caught. There is no denying it. Lu Yao, this peculiar train of thought of hers, was a relief. In truth, I merely mentioned to His Highness that I intended to visit my maternal grandfather's home, and the Duke expressed interest in my grandfather's estate, thus requesting to accompany me. Gu Zhaohua turned her gaze to Zhao Hong, wondering if he had indeed said such a thing. She did not recall it. However, fifth brother had thought of him in this regard, truly caring for him. It seemed she had wrongly accused fifth brother. Fifth brother, why did you hastily enter? Zhao Hong interrupted Gu Zhaohua. Gu Zhaohua slapped her forehead in exasperation and exclaimed, "Oh dear, how could I forget? My uncle, your father the emperor, has dispatched Gao Peng to apprehend us. He will arrive any moment now. I wonder if my father is accompanying him. Brother, we must flee at once." Zhao Hong remained remarkably composed, replying, "Do not worry, nothing will happen. What is there to fear? I have already spent time in the dungeons of the Dali Sea. What more could frighten me?" Gu Zhaohua rushed over and clung to Zhao Heng's arm. "Really? With your assurance, I feel much more at ease." Zhao Heng nodded, his gaze drifting toward the nearby Lu Yao. Lu Yao hurriedly performed a bow and took her leave. Once outside, she exhaled with relief, thinking to herself how fortunate it was to have someone like the Duke of Gu. Otherwise, she would have found it impossible to explain herself. In a gesture of gratitude, she pondered what small gift she might present to him. What would be appropriate? Chapter 95. Acting resolutely, Lu Yao had given all necessary instructions when she noticed Qing Luan returning with Kunlun from their stroll. Upon seeing Lu Yao, Kunlun dashed towards her, wagging its tail, completely ignoring Qing Luan's calls. Shortly thereafter, the imposing figure of Lord Gao arrived, accompanied by the imperial guards. The scene startled the innkeeper, who feared a raid on his establishment. He dared not intervene or even express his discontent, his legs trembling in trepidation. "Which room do the gentlemen with the surnames Zhao and Gu reside in?" Gao Peng inquired. The innkeeper pointed toward the courtyard, then quickly withdrew his hand, muttering to himself that it was none of his business. Gao Peng felt a surge of frustration and relief. After much hardship, he had finally located them. He rushed into the courtyard, determined to escort the two gentlemen back to the capital, hoping to avoid any complications. His age weighed on him, and the strain was becoming unbearable. The imperial guards followed closely behind their commander, moving in disciplined unison, creating quite the gust as they passed through. The innkeeper, watching the flapping curtain, realized the gravity of the situation. Surely, the young master Zhao residing in the back was not some notorious outlaw. He certainly did not appear to be one. The innkeeper offered a silent prayer to Lord Guan, muttering to himself anxiously. Zhao Heng had only recently returned to the capital, and Gao Peng had only caught a distant glimpse of Prince Chu once, not quite certain of his appearance. However, upon seeing the strikingly handsome face seated at the table, he was convinced this was indeed the person he sought. Gao Peng knelt before Zhao Heng, overwhelmed with emotion as if he were reuniting with a long-lost relative. The arduous journey he had undertaken, fraught with challenges, weighed heavily on his heart. The emperor had tasked him with bringing Prince Chu back. He certainly could not fulfill that command literally. He was not foolish enough to capture the emperor's own son, for that would surely lead to his demise when the emperor's mood shifted. Gu Zhaohua was taken aback. The suddenness of Gao Peng's kneeling startled him. "Your Highness, please return with this loyal servant. The emperor longs to see you." Gao Peng wiped away a tear before managing to articulate the last three words. Gu Zhaohua sighed in relief. The commander's words had been alarming, leading him to fear for the elder's health. He had been certain that upon leaving the capital, the elder had been in robust health and full of vigor, capable of traversing the palace. Cough, cough. Not that he had said anything, nor had he thought anything of the sort. "Lord Gu, the eldest princess. I know my mother misses me. I am aware of it. Please rise. The ground is cold. Do not frighten me further. Life is but a single thread, and today I have been sufficiently alarmed." Zhao Heng glanced at Qing Luan, who immediately understood and assisted Lord Gao to his feet. "Lord Gao, please rise. Surely, your journey has been arduous. I shall arrange a table with food and drink for you to rest before we discuss our return." As Lord Gao stood, he reflected that perhaps he had overplayed his part earlier. His knees were aching. Yet, the mention of food and drink stirred his appetite, as he had subsisted on rations throughout the journey and now yearned for meat and wine. However, considering that the principal has yet to consent to return, he dared not breathe a sigh of relief. A moment's relaxation could jeopardize his life. What if that troublesome individual fled again? Your Highness, when shall we set forth for home? Gao Peng inquired anxiously, eager to return and fulfill his duties. I too intend to return to the capital. Yet, esteemed Governor Gao, you have indeed endured a taxing journey. Let us rest for a couple of days before we depart. Zhao Heng replied with a leisurely demeanor. Gao Peng was evidently taken aback by the emperor's unexpected amiability toward the so-called ungrateful offspring. Thank you, Your Highness. He sighed in relief. Indeed, a day or two of rest is warranted. Traveling in this sweltering heat has exhausted my companions. Some have even succumbed to heat stroke along the way, truly risking their lives to reach Jiangnan. I sincerely apologize for the trouble, esteemed Governor Gao, for having you make this arduous trip, Zhao Heng remarked, his words surprisingly uncharacteristic. Qing Wan, Gu Zhaohua. The tone of this dialogue bears an uncanny resemblance to. Yes, Miss Liu. Indeed, Miss Liu possesses the same courteous manner of speaking and a bold approach to her endeavors. Gao Peng repeatedly bowed, his body bending in deference. I dare not. The Prince of Chu is exceedingly gracious, quite different from what is said outside. Qing Wan escorted Governor Gao downstairs, leaving the two brothers alone in the room. Fifth brother, are we truly to return? Gu Zhaohua felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, as if the adventure had not yet reached its zenith. This experience had been both thrilling and exhilarating, not to mention the resolution of Lu Ho's astonishing case. How delightful. Otherwise, the investigation is complete. If we do not return, shall we perish in this heat? My constitution is evidently ill-suited to this place, frequently unwell. The old physician's remedies have been ineffective. Upon our return, I shall seek an imperial doctor for a more thorough examination. Gu Zhaohua sighed, pondering when their next outing would occur. Fortunately, before departing, he would have a chance to accompany Miss Liu for another excursion. How splendid! As Liu Yao emerged from her quarters, she fortuitously encountered Gao Peng, who had just exited Zhao Heng's room. I have met esteemed Governor Gao. Liu Yao curtsied respectfully. Although she was clad in male attire, Gao Peng immediately recognized her and hastily replied, Miss Liu, you